Quo Vadis. By Henryk Sienkiewicz. Introductory. I end the trilogy, with Fire and Sword, The Deluge, and Pan Michael. Sienkiewicz has given pictures of a great and decisive epoch in modern history. The results of the struggle begun under Bogdan Khmelnytsky have been felt for more than 2 centuries, and they are growing daily in importance. The Russia which rose out of that struggle has become a power not only of European but of worldwide significance, and, to all human seeming, she is yet in an early stage of her career. In Quo Vadis, the author gives us pictures of opening scenes in the conflict of moral ideas with the Roman Empire, a conflict from which Christianity issued as the leading force in history. The slaves are not so well known to Western Europe or to us as they are sure to be in the near future, hence the trilogy, with all its popularity and merit, is not appreciated yet as it will be. The conflict described in Quo Vadis is of supreme interest to a vast number of persons reading English, and this book will rouse, I think, more attention at first than anything written by Sienkiewicz hitherto. Jeremiah Curtin Island, Northern Guatemala, June, 1896. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. Petronius woke only about midday, and as usual greatly wearied. The evening before he had been at one of Nero's feasts, which was prolonged till late at night. For some time his health had been failing. He said himself that he woke up benumbed, as it were, and without power of collecting his thoughts. But the morning bath and careful kneading of the body by trained slaves hastened gradually the course of his slothful blood, roused him, quickened him, restored his strength, so that he issued from the eleuthesium, that is, the last division of the bath, as if he had risen from the dead, with eyes gleaming from wit and gladness, rejuvenated, filled with life, exquisite, so unapproachable that Otho himself could not compare with him. And was really that which he had been called, arbiter elegantiarum. He visited the public baths rarely, only when some reader happened there who roused admiration and who was spoken of in the city, or when in the Ephebias there were combats of exceptional interest. Moreover, he had in his own insula private baths which Celer, the famous contemporary of Severus, had extended for him, reconstructed and arranged with such uncommon taste that Nero himself acknowledged their excellence over those of the emperor. Though the imperial baths were more extensive and finished with incomparably greater luxury. After that feast, at which he was bored by the jesting of Vatinius with Nero, Lucan, and Seneca, he took part in a diatribe as to whether woman has a soul. Rising late, he used, as was his custom, the baths. 2 enormous balneators laid him on a cypress table covered with snow-white Egyptian byssus, and with hands dipped in perfumed olive oil began to rub his shapely body. And he waited with closed eyes till the heat of the laconicum and the heat of their hands passed through him and expelled weariness. But after a certain time he spoke, and opened his eyes. He inquired about the weather, and then about gems which the jeweler Idomeneus had promised to send him for examination that day. It appeared that the weather was beautiful, with a light breeze from the Alban hills, and that the gems had not been brought. Petronius closed his eyes again, and had given command to bear him to the tepidarium, when from behind the curtain the nomenclator looked in, announcing that young Marcus Vinicius, recently returned from Asia Minor, had come to visit him. Petronius ordered to admit the guest to the tepidarium, to which he was borne himself. Vinicius was the son of his oldest sister, who years before had married Marcus Vinicius, a man of consular dignity from the time of Tiberius. The young man was serving then under Corbulo against the Parthians, and at the close of the war had returned to the city. Petronius had for him a certain weakness bordering on attachment, for Marcus was beautiful and athletic, a young man who knew how to preserve a certain aesthetic measure in his profligacy. This, Petronius prized above everything. A greeting to Petronius, said the young man, entering the tepidarium with a springy step. May all the gods grant thee success, but especially Asclepios and Cypris, for under their double protection nothing evil can meet one. I greet thee in Rome, and may thy rest be sweet after war, replied Petronius, extending his hand from between the folds of soft carbus stuff in which he was wrapped. What's to be heard in Armenia? Or since thou wert in Asia, didst thou not stumble into Bithynia? Petronius on a time had been proconsul in Bithynia, and, what is more, he had governed with energy and justice. This was a marvelous contrast in the character of a man noted for effeminacy and love of luxury, hence he was fond of mentioning those times, as they were a proof of what he had been, and of what he might have become had it pleased him. I happened to visit Heraclea, answered Vinicius. Corbulo sent me there with an order to assemble reinforcements. Ah, Heraclea. I knew at Heraclea a certain maiden from Colchis, for whom I would have given all the divorced women of this city, not excluding Poppaea. But these are old stories. Tell me now, rather, what is to be heard from the Parthian boundary. It is true that they weary me every Vologeses of them, and Tiridates and Tigranes, those barbarians who, as young Arulinus insists, walk on all fours at home, and pretend to be human only when in our presence. But now people in Rome speak much of them, if only for the reason that it is dangerous to speak of aught else. The war is going badly, and but for Corbulo might be turned to defeat. Corbulo. By Bacchus. A real god of war, a genuine Mars, a great leader, at the same time quick-tempered, honest, and dull. I love him, even for this, that Nero is afraid of him. Corbulo is not a dull man. Perhaps thou art right, but for that matter it is all one. Dullness, as Pyrrho says, is in no way worse than wisdom, and differs from it in nothing. Vinicius began to talk of the war. But when Petronius closed his eyes again, the young man, seeing his uncle's tired and somewhat emaciated face, changed the conversation, and inquired with a certain interest about his health. Petronius opened his eyes again. Health, no. He did not feel well. He had not gone so far yet, it is true, as young Sisenna, who had lost sensation to such a degree that when he was brought to the bath in the morning he inquired, "Am I sitting?" But he was not well. Vinicius had just committed him to the care of Asclepios and Cypris. But he, Petronius, did not believe in Asclepios. It was not known even whose son that Asclepios was, the son of Arsino or Caronis. And if the mother was doubtful, what was to be said of the father? Who, in that time, could be sure who his own father was? Hereupon Petronius began to laugh. Then he continued, 2 years ago, it is true, I sent to Epidaurus 3 dozen live blackbirds and a goblet of gold, but dost thou know why? I said to myself, whether this helps or not, it will do me no harm. Though people make offerings to the gods yet, I believe that all think as I do, all, with the exception, perhaps, of mule drivers hired at the Porta Capena by travelers. Besides Asclepios, I have had dealings with sons of Asclepios. When I was troubled a little last year in the bladder, they performed an incubation for me. I saw that they were tricksters, but I said to myself, what harm? The world stands on deceit, and life is an illusion. The soul is an illusion too. But one must have reason enough to distinguish pleasant from painful illusions. I shall give command to burn in my hypocaustum, cedar wood sprinkled with ambergris, for during life I prefer perfumes to stenches. As to Cypris, to whom thou hast also confided me, I have known her guardianship to the extent that I have twinges in my right foot. But as to the rest she is a good goddess. I suppose that thou wilt bear sooner or later white doves to her altar. True, answered Vinicius. The arrows of the Parthians have not reached my body, but a dart of a Moor has struck me, unexpectedly, a few stadia from a gate of this city. By the white knees of the Graces. Thou wilt tell me of this at a leisure hour. I have come purposely to get thy advice, answered Marcus. But at that moment the appeallators came, and occupied themselves with Petronius. Marcus, throwing aside his tunic, entered a bath of tepid water, for Petronius invited him to a plunge bath. Ah, I have not even asked whether thy feeling is reciprocated, said Petronius, looking at the youthful body of Marcus, which was as if cut out of marble. Had Lysippus seen thee, thou wouldst be ornamenting now the gate leading to the Palatine, as a statue of Hercules in youth. The young man smiled with satisfaction, and began to sink in the bath, splashing warm water abundantly on the mosaic which represented Hera at the moment when she was imploring sleep to lull Zeus to rest. Petronius looked at him with the satisfied eye of an artist. When Vinicius had finished and yielded himself in turn to the appillators, a lector came in with a bronze tube at his breast and rolls of paper in the tube. "Dost wish to listen?" asked Petronius. "If it is thy creation, gladly," answered the young tribune, "if not, I prefer conversation. Poet sees people at present on every street corner." "Of course they do. Thou wilt not pass any basilica, bath, library, or bookshop without seeing a poet gesticulating like a monkey. Agrippa, on coming here from the east, mistook them for madmen. And it is just such a time now. Caesar writes verses. Hence all follow in his steps. Only it is not permitted to write better verses than Caesar, and for that reason I fear a little for Lucan. But I write prose, with which, however, I do not honor myself or others. What the lector has to read are codicilli of that poor Fabricius Veiento. Why poor? Because it has been communicated to him that he must dwell in Odessa and not return to his domestic hearth till he receives a new command. That odyssey will be easier for him than for Ulysses, since his wife is no Penelope. I need not tell thee, for that matter, that he acted stupidly. But here no one takes things otherwise than superficially. His is rather a wretched and dull little book, which people have begun to read passionately only when the author is banished. Now one hears on every side, scandala. Scandala, and it may be that Veiento invented some things. But I, who know the city, know our patres and our women, assure thee that it is all paler than reality. Meanwhile every man is searching in the book, for himself with alarm, for his acquaintances with delight. At the bookshop of Avernus 100 copyists are writing at dictation, and its success is assured. Are not thy affairs in it? They are, but the author is mistaken, for I am at once worse and less flat than he represents me. Sayest thou we have lost long since the feeling of what is worthy or unworthy, and to me even it seems that in real truth there is no difference between them, though Seneca, Musonius, and Trasca pretend that they see it. To me it is all one. By Hercules, I say what I think. I have preserved loftiness, however, because I know what is deformed and what is beautiful, but our poet, Bronzebeard, for example, the charioteer, the singer, the actor, does not understand this. I am sorry, however, for Fabricius. He is a good companion. Vanity ruined the man. Every one suspected him, no one knew certainly, but he could not contain himself, and told the secret on all sides in confidence. Hast heard the history of Rufinus? No. Then come to the Frigidarium to cool, there I will tell thee. They passed to the Frigidarium, in the middle of which played a fountain of bright rose color, emitting the odor of violets. There they sat in niches which were covered with velvet, and began to cool themselves. Silence reigned for a time. Vinicius looked a while thoughtfully at a bronze faun which, bending over the arm of a nymph, was seeking her lips eagerly with his lips. He is right, said the young man. That is what is best in life. More or less. But besides this thou lovest war, for which I have no liking, since under tents one's fingernails break and cease to be rosy. For that matter, every man has his preferences. Bronzebeard loves song, especially his own. And old Scorus his Corinthian vase, which stands near his bed at night, and which he kisses when he cannot sleep. He has kissed the edge off already. Tell me, dost thou not write verses? No, I have never composed a single hexameter. And dost thou not play on the lute and sing? No. And dost thou drive a chariot? I tried once in Antioch, but unsuccessfully. Then I am at rest concerning thee. And to what party in the hippodrome dost thou belong? To the Greens. Now I am perfectly at rest, especially since thou hast a large property indeed, though thou art not so rich as Pallas or Seneca. For sayest thou, with us at present it is well to write verses, to sing to a lute, to declaim, and to compete in the circus, but better, and especially safer, not to write verses, not to play, not to sing, and not to compete in the circus. Best of all, is it to know how to admire when Bronzebeard admires. Thou art a comely young man, hence Poppaea may fall in love with thee. This is thy only peril. But no, she is too experienced, she cares for something else. She has had enough of love with her 2 husbands, with the 3rd she has other views. Dost thou know that stupid Otho loves her yet to distraction? He walks on the cliffs of Spain, and sighs. He has so lost his former habits, and so ceased to care for his person, that 3 hours each day suffice him to dress his hair. Who could have expected this of Otho? I understand him, answered Vinicius. But in his place I should have done something else. What, namely? I should have enrolled faithful legions of mountaineers of that country. They are good soldiers, those Iberians. Vinicius. Vinicius. I almost wish to tell thee that thou wouldst not have been capable of that. And knowest why? Such things are done, but they are not mentioned even conditionally. As to me, in his place, I should have laughed at Poppaea, laughed at Bronzebeard, and formed for myself legions, not of Iberian men, however, but Iberian women. And what is more, I should have written epigrams which I should not have read to any one, not like that poor Rufinus. Thou wert to tell me his history. I will tell it in the Unctorium. But in the Unctorium the attention of Vinicius was turned to other objects, namely, to wonderful slave women who were waiting for the bathers. 2 of them, Africans, resembling noble statues of ebony, began to anoint their bodies with delicate perfumes from Arabia. Others, Phrygians, skilled in hairdressing, held in their hands, which were bending and flexible as serpents, combs and mirrors of polished steel. 2 Grecian maidens from Kos, who were simply like deities, waited as Vestiplici, till the moment should come to put statuesque folds in the togas of the lords. By the cloud-scattering Zeus, said Marcus Vinicius, what a choice thou hast. I prefer choice to numbers, answered Petronius. My whole familia, household servants, in Rome does not exceed 400, and I judge that for personal attendance only upstarts need a greater number of people. More beautiful bodies even Bronzebeard does not possess, said Vinicius, distending his nostrils. Thou art my relative, answered Petronius, with a certain friendly indifference, and I am neither so misanthropic as Barsus nor such a pedant as Aulus Plautius. When Vinicius heard this last name, he forgot the maidens from Kos for a moment, and, raising his head vivaciously, inquired, whence did Aulus Plautius come to thy mind? Dost thou know that after I had disjointed my arm outside the city, I passed a number of days in his house? It happened that Plautius came up at the moment when the accident happened, and, seeing that I was suffering greatly, he took me to his house. There a slave of his, the physician Marian, restored me to health. I wish to speak with thee touching this very matter. Why? Is it because thou hast fallen in love with Pomponia perchance? In that case I pity thee, she is not young, and she is virtuous. I cannot imagine a worse combination. Br. Not with Pomponia, Eheu, answered Vinicius. With whom, then? If I knew myself with whom. But I do not know to a certainty her name even, Lygia or Paulina. They call her Lygia in the house, for she comes of the Lygian nation. But she has her own barbarian name, Paulina. It is a wonderful house, that of those Plautiuses. There are many people in it, but it is quiet there as in the groves of Subiacum. For a number of days I did not know that a divinity dwelt in the house. Once about daybreak I saw her bathing in the garden fountain, and I swear to thee by that foam from which Aphrodite rose, that the rays of the dawn passed right through her body. I thought that when the sun rose she would vanish before me in the light, as the twilight of morning does. Since then, I have seen her twice. And since then, too, I know not what rest is, I know not what other desires are, I have no wish to know what the city can give me. I want neither women, nor gold, nor Corinthian bronze, nor amber, nor pearls, nor wine, nor feasts, I want only Lygia. I am yearning for her, in sincerity I tell thee, Petronius, as that dream who is imaged on the mosaic of thy tepidarium yearned for Pasithea, whole days and night do I yearn. If she is a slave, then purchase her. She is not a slave. What is she? A freed woman of Plautius? Never having been a slave, she could not be a freed woman. Who is she? I know not, a king's daughter, or something of that sort. Thou dost rouse my curiosity, Vinicius. But if thou wish to listen, I will satisfy thy curiosity straightway. Her story is not a long one. Thou art acquainted, perhaps personally, with Vannius, king of the Suevi, who, expelled from his country, spent a long time here in Rome, and became even famous for his skillful play with dice, and his good driving of chariots. Drusus put him on the throne again. Vannius, who was really a strong man, ruled well at first, and warred with success. Afterward, however, he began to skin not only his neighbors, but his own Suevi, too much. Thereupon Vangio and Ceto, two sisters sons of his, and the sons of Vibilius, king of the Hermunduri, determined to force him to Rome again, to try his luck there at dice. I remember, that is of recent Claudian times. Yes. War broke out. Vannius summoned to his aid the Yazygi, his dear nephews called in the Lygians, who, hearing of the riches of Vannius, and enticed by the hope of booty, came in such numbers that Caesar himself, Claudius, began to fear for the safety of the boundary. Claudius did not wish to interfere in a war among barbarians, but he wrote to Atilius Hister, who commanded the legions of the Danube, to turn a watchful eye on the course of the war, and not permit them to disturb our peace. Hister required, then, of the Lygians a promise not to cross the boundary. To this they not only agreed, but gave hostages, among whom were the wife and daughter of their leader. It is known to thee that barbarians take their wives and children to war with them. My Lygia is the daughter of that leader. Whence dost thou know all this? Aulus Plautius told it himself. The Lygians did not cross the boundary, indeed. But barbarians come and go like a tempest. So did the Lygians vanish with their wild ox horns on their heads. They killed Vannius's Suevi and Yazygi, but their own king fell. They disappeared with their booty then, and the hostages remained in Hister's hands. The mother died soon after, and Hister, not knowing what to do with the daughter, sent her to Pomponius, the governor of all Germany. He, at the close of the war with the Catti, returned to Rome, where Claudius, as is known to thee, permitted him to have a triumph. The maiden on that occasion walked after the car of the conqueror. But, at the end of the solemnity, since hostages cannot be considered captives, and since Pomponius did not know what to do with her definitely, he gave her to his sister Pomponia Graecina, the wife of Plautius. In that house where all, beginning with the masters and ending with the poultry in the henhouse, are virtuous, that maiden grew up as virtuous, alas. As Graecina herself, and so beautiful that even Poppaea, if near her, would seem like an autumn fig near an apple of the Hesperides. And what? And I repeat to thee that from the moment when I saw how the sun rays at that fountain passed through her body, I fell in love to distraction. She is as transparent as a lamprey eel, then, or a youthful sardine. Jest not, Petronius. But if the freedom with which I speak of my desire misleads thee, know this, that bright garments frequently cover deep wounds. I must tell thee, too, that, while returning from Asia, I slept one night in the temple of Mopsus to have a prophetic dream. Well, Mopsus appeared in a dream to me, and declared that, through love, a great change in my life would take place. Pliny declares, as I hear, that he does not believe in the gods, but he believes in dreams, and perhaps he is right. My jests do not prevent me from thinking at times that in truth there is only one deity, eternal, creative, all-powerful, Venus Genetrix. She brings souls together, she unites bodies and things. Eros called the world out of chaos. Whether he did well is another question, but, since he did so, we should recognize his might, though we are free not to bless it. Alas! Petronius, it is easier to find philosophy in the world than wise counsel. Tell me, what is thy wish specially? I wish to have Lygia. I wish that these arms of mine, which now embrace only air, might embrace Lygia and press her to my bosom. I wish to breathe with her breath. Were she a slave, I would give Aulus for her 100 maidens with feet whitened with lime as a sign that they were exhibited on sale for the first time. I wish to have her in my house till my head is as white as the top of Soracte in winter. She is not a slave, but she belongs to the family of Plautius, and since she is a deserted maiden, she may be considered an alumna. Plautius might yield her to thee if he wished. Then it seems that thou knowest not Pomponia Graecina. Both have become as much attached to her as if she were their own daughter. Pomponia I know, a real Cypress. If she were not the wife of Aulus, she might be engaged as a mourner. Since the death of Julius she has not thrown aside dark robes. And in general she looks as if, while still alive, she were walking on the asphodel meadow. She is, moreover, a one-man woman, hence, among our ladies of 4 and 5 divorces, she is straightway a phoenix. But hast thou heard that in Upper Egypt the phoenix has just been hatched out, as 'tis said, an event which happens not oftener than once in 5 centuries? Petronius. Petronius. Let us talk of the phoenix some other time. What shall I tell thee, my Marcus? I know Aulus Plautius, who, though he blames my mode of life, has for me a certain weakness, and even respects me, perhaps, more than others, for he knows that I have never been an informer like Domitius Afer, Tigellinus. And a whole rabble of Ahenobarbus's intimates. Nero's name was originally L. Domitius Ahenobarbus. Without pretending to be a Stoic, I have been offended more than once at acts of Nero, which Seneca and Burrus looked at through their fingers. If it is thy thought that I might do something for thee with Aulus, I am at thy command. I judge that thou hast the power. Thou hast influence over him, and, besides, thy mind possesses inexhaustible resources. If thou wert to survey the position and speak with Plautius. Thou hast too great an idea of my influence and wit, but if that is the only question, I will talk with Plautius as soon as they return to the city. They returned 2 days since. In that case let us go to the triclinium, where a meal is now ready, and when we have refreshed ourselves, let us give command to bear us to Plautius. Thou hast ever been kind to me, answered Vinicius, with vivacity. But now I shall give command to rear thy statue among my Laras, just such a beauty as this one, and I will place offerings before it. Then he turned toward the statues which ornamented one entire wall of the perfumed chamber, and pointing to the one which represented Petronius as Hermes with a staff in his hand, he added, by the light of Helios. If the godlike Alexander resembled thee, I do not wonder at Helen. And in that exclamation there was as much sincerity as flattery, for Petronius, though older and less athletic, was more beautiful than even Vinicius. The women of Rome admired not only his pliant mind and his taste, which gained for him the title Arbiter Elegantiae, but also his body. This admiration was evident even on the faces of those maidens from Kos who were arranging the folds of his toga. And one of whom, whose name was Eunice, loving him in secret, looked him in the eyes with submission and rapture. But he did not even notice this. And, smiling at Vinicius, he quoted in answer an expression of Seneca about woman, animal impudence, etc. And then, placing an arm on the shoulders of his nephew, he conducted him to the triclinium. In the unctorium the 2 Grecian maidens, the Phrygians, and the 2 Ethiopians began to put away the vessels with perfumes. But at that moment, and beyond the curtain of the frigidarium, appeared the heads of the balneators, and a low pest was heard. At that call one of the Grecians, the Phrygians, and the Ethiopians sprang up quickly, and vanished in a twinkle behind the curtain. In the baths began a moment of license which the inspector did not prevent, for he took frequent part in such frolics himself. Petronius suspected that they took place. But, as a prudent man, and one who did not like to punish, he looked at them through his fingers. In the unctorium only Eunice remained. She listened for a short time to the voices and laughter which retreated in the direction of the Laconicum. At last she took the stool inlaid with amber and ivory, on which Petronius had been sitting a short time before, and put it carefully at his statue. The unctorium was full of sunlight and the hues which came from the many-colored marbles with which the wall was faced. Eunice stood on the stool, and, finding herself at the level of the statue, cast her arms suddenly around its neck. Then, throwing back her golden hair, and pressing her rosy body to the white marble, she pressed her lips with ecstasy to the cold lips of Petronius. Chapter 2. After a refreshment, which was called the morning meal and to which the two friends sat down at an hour when common mortals were already long past their midday prandium, Petronius proposed a light doze. According to him, it was too early for visits yet. There are, it is true, said he, people who begin to visit their acquaintances about sunrise, thinking that custom an old Roman one, but I look on this as barbarous. The afternoon hours are most proper, not earlier, however, than that one when the sun passes to the side of Jove's temple on the Capitol and begins to look slantwise on the Forum. In autumn it is still hot, and people are glad to sleep after eating. At the same time it is pleasant to hear the noise of the fountain in the atrium, and, after the obligatory 1,000 steps, to doze in the red light which filters in through the purple half-drawn velarium. Vinicius recognized the justice of these words, and the two men began to walk, speaking in a careless manner of what was to be heard on the Palatine and in the city, and philosophizing a little upon life. Petronius withdrew then to the cubiculum, but did not sleep long. In half an hour he came out, and, having given command to bring verbena, he inhaled the perfume and rubbed his hands and temples with it. Thou wilt not believe, said he, how it enlivens and freshens one. Now I am ready. The litter was waiting long since, hence they took their places, and Petronius gave command to bear them to the Vicus Patricius, to the house of Aulus. Petronius's insula lay on the southern slope of the Palatine, near the so-called Carini. Their nearest way, therefore, was below the Forum. But since Petronius wished to step in on the way to see the jeweler Idomeneus, he gave the direction to carry them along the Vicus Apollinis and the Forum in the direction of the Vicus Saleratus, on the corner of which were many tabernae of every kind. Gigantic Africans bore the litter and moved on, preceded by slaves called pedisequi. Petronius, after some time, raised to his nostrils in silence his palm odorous with verbena, and seemed to be meditating on something. It occurs to me, said he after a while, that if thy forest goddess is not a slave she might leave the house of Plautius, and transfer herself to thine. Thou wouldst surround her with love and cover her with wealth, as I do my adored Chrysothemis, of whom, speaking between us, I have quite as nearly enough as she has of me. Marcus shook his head. No? Inquired Petronius. In the worst event, the case would be left with Caesar, and thou mayst be certain that, thanks even to my influence, our bronze beard would be on thy side. Thou knowest not Lygia, replied Vinicius. Then permit me to ask if thou know her otherwise than by sight. Hast spoken with her? Hast confessed thy love to her? I saw her first at the fountain, since then I have met her twice. Remember that during my stay in the house of Aulus, I dwelt in a separate villa, intended for guests, and, having a disjointed arm, I could not sit at the common table. Only on the eve of the day for which I announced my departure did I meet Lygia at supper, but I could not say a word to her. I had to listen to Aulus and his account of victories gained by him in Britain, and then of the fall of small states in Italy, which Licinius Stolo strove to prevent. In general I do not know whether Aulus will be able to speak of aught else, and do not think that we shall escape this history unless it be thy wish to hear about the effeminacy of these days. They have pheasants in their preserves, but they do not eat them, setting out from the principle that every pheasant eaten brings nearer the end of Roman power. I met her a second time at the garden cistern, with a freshly plucked reed in her hand, the top of which she dipped in the water and sprinkled the irises growing around. Look at my knees. By the shield of Hercules, I tell thee that they did not tremble when clouds of Parthians advanced on our maniples with howls, but they trembled before the cistern. And, confused as a youth who still wears a bulla on his neck, I merely begged pity with my eyes, not being able to utter a word for a long time. Petronius looked at him, as if with a certain envy. "Happy man," said he, "though the world and life were the worst possible, one thing in them will remain eternally good, youth." After a while he inquired, "And hast thou not spoken to her?" When I had recovered somewhat, I told her that I was returning from Asia, that I had disjointed my arm near the city, and had suffered severely. But at the moment of leaving that hospitable house I saw that suffering in it was more to be wished for than delight in another place, that sickness there was better than health somewhere else. Confused too on her part, she listened to my words with bent head while drawing something with the reed on the saffron-colored sand. Afterward she raised her eyes, then looked down at the marks drawn already. Once more she looked at me, as if to ask about something, and then fled on a sudden like a hamadryad before a dull fawn. She must have beautiful eyes. As the sea, and I was drowned in them, as in the sea. Believe me that the archipelago is less blue. After a while a little son of Plautius ran up with a question. But I did not understand what he wanted. "O Athene!" exclaimed Petronius, "remove from the eyes of this youth the bandage with which Eros has bound them, if not, he will break his head against the columns of Venus's temple." "O thou spring bud on the tree of life," said he, turning to Vinicius, "thou first green shoot of the vine. Instead of taking thee to the Plautiuses, I ought to give command to bear thee to the house of Gelosius, where there is a school for youths unacquainted with life. What dost thou wish in particular?" But what did she write on the sand? Was it not the name of a Moor, or a heart pierced with his dart, or something of such sort, that one might know from it that the satyrs had whispered to the ear of that nymph various secrets of life? How couldst thou help looking on those marks? "It is longer since I have put on the toga than seems to thee," said Vinicius, and before little Aulus ran up, I looked carefully at those marks. For I know that frequently maidens in Greece and in Rome draw on the sand a confession which their lips will not utter. But guess what she drew. If it is other than I supposed, I shall not guess. A fish. What dost thou say? I say, a fish. What did that mean? That cold blood is flowing in her veins. So far I do not know. But thou, who hast called me a spring bud on the tree of life, wilt be able to understand the sign certainly. Carissime. Ask such a thing of Pliny. He knows fish. If old Apicius were alive, he could tell thee something, for in the course of his life he ate more fish than could find place at one time in the Bay of Naples. Further conversation was interrupted, since they were borne into crowded streets where the noise of people hindered them. From the Vicus Apollinis they turned to the Boarium, and then entered the Forum Romanum, where on clear days, before sunset, crowds of idle people assembled to stroll among the columns, to tell and hear news. To see noted people borne past in litters, and finally to look in at the jewellery shops, the book shops, the arches where coin was changed, shops for silk, bronze, and all other articles with which the buildings covering that part of the market placed opposite the Capitol were filled. One half of the Forum, immediately under the rock of the Capitol, was buried already in shade, but the columns of the temples, placed higher, seemed golden in the sunshine and the blue. Those lying lower cast lengthened shadows on marble slabs. The place was so filled with columns everywhere that the eye was lost in them as in a forest. Those buildings and columns seemed huddled together. They towered some above others, they stretched toward the right and the left, they climbed toward the height, and they clung to the wall of the Capitol, or some of them clung to others, like greater and smaller, thicker and thinner. White or gold-colored tree trunks, now blooming under architraves, flowers of the acanthus, now surrounded with Ionic corners, now finished with a simple Doric quadrangle. Above that forest gleamed colored triglyphs, from tympans stood forth the sculptured forms of gods. From the summits winged golden quadrigi seemed ready to fly away through space into the blue dome, fixed serenely above that crowded place of temples. Through the middle of the market and along the edges of it flowed a river of people. Crowds passed under the arches of the Basilica of Julius Caesar, crowds were sitting on the steps of Castor and Pollux, or walking around the temple of Vesta, resembling on that great marble background many-colored swarms of butterflies or beetles. Down immense steps, from the side of the temple on the Capitol dedicated to Jupiter Optimus Maximus, came new waves. At the rostra people listened to chance orators. In one place and another rose the shouts of hawkers selling fruit, wine, or water mixed with fig juice, of tricksters, of vendors of marvelous medicines, of soothsayers, of discoverers of hidden treasures, of interpreters of dreams. Here and there, in the tumult of conversations and cries, were mingled sounds of the Egyptian sistra, of the sambuc, or of Grecian flutes. Here and there the sick, the pious, or the afflicted were bearing offerings to the temples. In the midst of the people, on the stone flags, gathered flocks of doves, eager for the grain given them, and like movable many-colored and dark spots, now rising for a moment with a loud sound of wings, now dropping down again to places left vacant by people. From time to time the crowds opened before litters in which were visible the affected faces of women, or the heads of senators and knights, with features, as it were, rigid and exhausted from living. The many-tongued population repeated aloud their names, with the addition of some term of praise or ridicule. Among the unordered groups pushed from time to time, advancing with measured tread, parties of soldiers, or watchers, preserving order on the streets. Around about, the Greek language was heard as often as Latin. Vinicius, who had not been in the city for a long time, looked with a certain curiosity on that swarm of people and on that Forum Romanum, which both dominated the sea of the world and was flooded by it, so that Petronius, who divined the thoughts of his companion, called it, the nest of the Quirites, without the Quirites. In truth, the local element was well nigh lost in that crowd, composed of all races and nations. There appeared Ethiopians, gigantic light-haired people from the distant north, Britons, Gauls, Germans, sloping-eyed dwellers of Laricum. People from the Euphrates and from the Indus, with beards dyed brick color, Syrians from the banks of the Orontes, with black and mild eyes, dwellers in the deserts of Arabia, dried up as a bone, Jews, with their flat breasts. Egyptians, with the eternal, indifferent smile on their faces, Numidians and Africans, Greeks from Hellas, who equally with the Romans commanded the city, but commanded through science, art, wisdom, and deceit. Greeks from the islands, from Asia Minor, from Egypt, from Italy, from Narbonic Gaul. In the throng of slaves, with pierced ears, were not lacking also freemen, an idle population, which Caesar amused, supported, even clothed, and free visitors, whom the ease of life and the prospects of fortune enticed to the gigantic city. There was no lack of venal persons. There were priests of Serapis, with palm branches in their hands, priests of Isis, to whose altar more offerings were brought than to the temple of the Capitoline Jove. Priests of Cybele, bearing in their hands golden ears of rice, and priests of nomad divinities, and dancers of the East with bright headdresses, and dealers in amulets, and snake-tamers, and Chaldean seers. And, finally, people without any occupation whatever, who applied for grain every week at the storehouses on the Tiber, who fought for lottery tickets to the circus, who spent their nights in rickety houses of districts beyond the Tiber, and sunny and warm days under covered porticos, and in foul eating houses of the Subura, on the Milvian Bridge, or before the Insuli of the Great, where from time to time remnants from the tables of slaves were thrown out to them. Petronius was well known to those crowds. Vinicius' ears were struck continually by hic est. Here he is. They loved him for his munificence. And his peculiar popularity increased from the time when they learned that he had spoken before Caesar in opposition to the sentence of death issued against the whole familia, that is, against all the slaves of the prefect Pedanius Secundus. Without distinction of sex or age, because one of them had killed that monster in a moment of despair. Petronius repeated in public, it is true, that it was all one to him, and that he had spoken to Caesar only privately, as the arbiter elegantiarum whose aesthetic taste was offended by a barbarous slaughter befitting Scythians and not Romans. Nevertheless, people who were indignant because of the slaughter loved Petronius from that moment forth. But he did not care for their love. He remembered that that crowd of people had loved also Britannicus, poisoned by Nero. And Agrippina, killed at his command, and Octavia, smothered in hot steam at the Panditaria, after her veins had been opened previously, and Rubelius Plautus, who had been banished, and Thracia, to whom any morning might bring a death sentence. The love of the mob might be considered rather of ill omen, and the skeptical Petronius was superstitious also. He had a twofold contempt for the multitude, as an aristocrat and an aesthetic person. Men with the odor of roast beans, which they carried in their bosoms, and who besides were eternally hoarse and sweating from playing mora on the street corners and peristyles, did not in his eyes deserve the term human. Hence he gave no answer whatever to the applause, or the kisses sent from lips here and there to him. He was relating to Marcus the case of Pedanius, reviling meanwhile the fickleness of that rabble which, next morning after the terrible butchery, applauded Nero on his way to the temple of Jupiter Stator. But he gave command to halt before the bookshop of Avernus, and, descending from the litter, purchased an ornamented manuscript, which he gave to Vinicius. "Here is a gift for thee," said he. "Thanks," answered Vinicius. Then, looking at the title, he inquired, "Satyricon. Is this something new? Whose is it?" "Mine. But I do not wish to go in the road of Rufinus, whose history I was to tell thee, nor of Fabricius Veiento. Hence no one knows of this, and do thou mention it to no man." "Thou hast said that thou art no writer of verses," said Vinicius, looking at the middle of the manuscript, "but here I see prose thickly interwoven with them. When thou art reading, turn attention to Trimalchion's feast. As to verses, they have disgusted me, since Nero is writing an epic. Vitellius, when he wishes to relieve himself, uses ivory fingers to thrust down his throat. Others serve themselves with flamingo feathers steeped in olive oil or in a decoction of wild thyme. I read Nero's poetry, and the result is immediate. Straightway I am able to praise it, if not with a clear conscience, at least with a clear stomach." When he had said this, he stopped the litter again before the shop of Idomeneus the goldsmith, and, having settled the affair of the gems, gave command to bear the litter directly to Aulus's mansion. "On the road I will tell thee the story of Rufinus," said he, "as proof of what vanity in an author may be." But before he had begun, they turned into the Vicus Patricius, and soon found themselves before the dwelling of Aulus. A young and sturdy janitor opened the door leading to the ostium, over which a magpie confined in a cage greeted them noisily with the word, "Salve." On the way from the second antechamber, called the ostium, to the atrium itself, Vinicius said, "Hast noticed that the doorkeepers are without chains?" "This is a wonderful house," answered Petronius, in an undertone. "Of course it is known to thee that Pomponia Graecina is suspected of entertaining that Eastern superstition which consists in honoring a certain Christos. It seems that Crispinilla rendered her this service, she who cannot forgive Pomponia because one husband has sufficed her for a lifetime. A one-man woman. Today, in Rome, it is easier to get a half-plate of fresh mushrooms from Naricum than to find such. They tried her before a domestic court. To thy judgment this is a wonderful house. Later on I will tell thee what I heard and saw in it." Meanwhile they had entered the atrium. The slave appointed to it, called Atriensis, sent a nomenclator to announce the guests. And Petronius, who, imagining that eternal sadness reigned in this severe house, had never been in it, looked around with astonishment, and as it were with a feeling of disappointment, for the atrium produced rather an impression of cheerfulness. A sheaf of bright light falling from above through a large opening broke into 1,000 sparks on a fountain in a quadrangular little basin, called the impluvium, which was in the middle to receive rain falling through the opening during bad weather. This was surrounded by anemones and lilies. In that house a special love for lilies was evident, for there were whole clumps of them, both white and red. And, finally, sapphire irises, whose delicate leaves were as if silvered from the spray of the fountain. Among the moist mosses, in which lily pots were hidden, and among the bunches of lilies were little bronze statues representing children and water birds. In one corner a bronze fawn, as if wishing to drink, was inclining its greenish head, grizzled, too, by dampness. The floor of the atrium was of mosaic. The walls, faced partly with red marble and partly with wood, on which were painted fish, birds, and griffins, attracted the eye by the play of colors. From the door to the side chamber they were ornamented with tortoise-shell or even ivory. At the walls between the doors were statues of Aulus's ancestors. Everywhere calm plenty was evident, remote from excess, but noble and self-trusting. Petronius, who lived with incomparably greater show and elegance, could find nothing which offended his taste. And had just turned to Vinicius with that remark, when a slave, the Valerius, pushed aside the curtain separating the atrium from the tablinum, and in the depth of the building appeared Aulus Plautius approaching hurriedly. He was a man nearing the evening of life, with a head whitened by hoarfrost, but fresh, with an energetic face, a trifle too short, but still somewhat eagle-like. This time there was expressed on it a certain astonishment, and even alarm, because of the unexpected arrival of Nero's friend, companion, and suggester. Petronius was too much a man of the world and too quick not to notice this. Hence, after the first greetings, he announced with all the eloquence and ease at his command that he had come to give thanks for the care which his sister's son had found in that house, and that gratitude alone was the cause of the visit, to which, moreover, he was emboldened by his old acquaintance with Aulus. Aulus assured him that he was a welcome guest. And as to gratitude, he declared that he had that feeling himself, though surely Petronius did not divine the cause of it. In fact, Petronius did not divine it. In vain did he raise his hazel eyes, endeavoring to remember the least service rendered to Aulus or to any one. He recalled none, unless it might be that which he intended to show Vinicius. Some such thing, it is true, might have happened involuntarily, but only involuntarily. I have great love and esteem for Vespasian, whose life thou didst save, said Aulus, when he had the misfortune to doze while listening to Nero's verses. He was fortunate, replied Petronius, for he did not hear them, but I will not deny that the matter might have ended with misfortune. Bronzebeard wished absolutely to send a centurion to him with the friendly advice to open his veins. But thou, Petronius, laughed him out of it. That is true, or rather it is not true. I told Nero that if Orpheus put wild beasts to sleep with song, his triumph was equal, since he had put Vespasian to sleep. Ahenobarbus may be blamed on condition that to a small criticism a great flattery be added. Our gracious Augusta, Poppaea, understands this to perfection. Alas! Such are the times, answered Aulus. I lack 2 front teeth, knocked out by a stone from the hand of a Briton, I speak with a hiss, still my happiest days were passed in Britain. Because they were days of victory, added Vinicius. But Petronius, alarmed lest the old general might begin a narrative of his former wars, changed the conversation. See, said he, in the neighborhood of Praenest country people found a dead wolf whelp with 2 heads. And during a storm about that time lightning struck off an angle of the temple of Luna, thing unparalleled, because of the late autumn. A certain Cotta, too, who had told this, added, while telling it, that the priests of that temple prophesied the fall of the city or, at least, the ruin of a great house, ruin to be averted only by uncommon sacrifices. Aulus, when he had heard the narrative, expressed the opinion that such signs should not be neglected, that the gods might be angered by an overmeasure of wickedness. In this there was nothing wonderful. And in such an event expiatory sacrifices were perfectly in order. Thy house, Plautius, is not too large, answered Petronius, though a great man lives in it. Mine is indeed too large for such a wretched owner, though equally small. But if it is a question of the ruin of something as great, for example, as the Domus Transitoria, would it be worth while for us to bring offerings to avert that ruin? Plautius did not answer that question, a carefulness which touched even Petronius somewhat, for, with all his inability to feel the difference between good and evil, he had never been an informer. And it was possible to talk with him in perfect safety. He changed the conversation again, therefore, and began to praise Plautius's dwelling and the good taste which reigned in the house. It is an ancient seat, said Plautius, in which nothing has been changed since I inherited it. After the curtain was pushed aside which divided the atrium from the tablinum, the house was open from end to end, so that through the tablinum and the following peristyle and the hall lying beyond it which was called the Ecus. The glance extended to the garden, which seemed from a distance like a bright image set in a dark frame. Joyous, childlike laughter came from it to the atrium. "Oh, General," said Petronius, "permit us to listen from near by to that glad laughter which is of a kind heard so rarely in these days." "Willingly," answered Plautius, rising. "That is my little Aulus and Lygia, playing ball. But as to laughter, I think, Petronius, that our whole life is spent in it." "Life deserves laughter, hence people laugh at it," answered Petronius, "but laughter here has another sound." "Petronius does not laugh for days in succession," said Vinicius, "but then he laughs entire nights." Thus conversing, they passed through the length of the house and reached the garden, where Lygia and little Aulus were playing with balls, which slaves, appointed to that game exclusively in called spheristi, picked up and placed in their hands. Petronius cast a quick passing glance at Lygia. Little Aulus, seeing Vinicius, ran to greet him, but the young tribune, going forward, bent his head before the beautiful maiden, who stood with a ball in her hand, her hair blown apart a little. She was somewhat out of breath, and flushed. In the garden triclinium, shaded by ivy, grapes, and woodbine, sat Pomponia Graecina, hence they went to salute her. She was known to Petronius, though he did not visit Plautius, for he had seen her at the house of Antistia, the daughter of Rubilius Plautus, and besides at the house of Seneca and Polion. He could not resist a certain admiration with which he was filled by her face, pensive but mild, by the dignity of her bearing, by her movements, by her words. Pomponia disturbed his understanding of women to such a degree that that man, corrupted to the marrow of his bones, and self-confident as no one in Rome, not only felt for her a kind of esteem, but even lost his previous self-confidence. And now, thanking her for her care of Vinicius, he thrust in, as it were involuntarily, domina, which never occurred to him when speaking, for example, to Calvia Crispinilla, Scribonia, Valeria, Salina, and other women of high society. After he had greeted her and returned thanks, he began to complain that he saw her so rarely, that it was not possible to meet her either in the circus or the amphitheatre. To which she answered calmly, laying her hand on the hand of her husband. "We are growing old, and love our domestic quiet more and more, both of us." Petronius wished to oppose. But Aulus Plautius added in his hissing voice, "And we feel stranger and stranger among people who give Greek names to our Roman divinities." "The gods have become for some time mere figures of rhetoric," replied Petronius, carelessly. "But since Greek rhetoricians taught us, it is easier for me even to say Hera than Juno." He turned his eyes then to Pomponia, as if to signify that in presence of her no other divinity could come to his mind, and then he began to contradict what she had said touching old age. "People grow old quickly, it is true. But there are some who live another life entirely, and there are faces moreover which Saturn seems to forget." Petronius said this with a certain sincerity even, for Pomponia Graecina, though descending from the midday of life, had preserved an uncommon freshness of face. And since she had a small head and delicate features, she produced at times, despite her dark robes, despite her solemnity and sadness, the impression of a woman quite young. Meanwhile little Aulus, who had become uncommonly friendly with Vinicius during his former stay in the house, approached the young man and entreated him to play ball. Lygia herself entered the triclinium after the little boy. Under the climbing ivy, with the light quivering on her face, she seemed to Petronius more beautiful than at the first glance, and really like some nymph. As he had not spoken to her thus far, he rose, inclined his head, and, instead of the usual expressions of greeting, quoted the words with which Ulysses greeted Nausicaa. "I supplicate thee, O Queen, whether thou art some goddess or a mortal. If thou art one of the daughters of men who dwell on earth, thrice blessed are thy father and thy lady mother, and thrice blessed thy brethren." The exquisite politeness of this man of the world pleased even Pomponia. As to Lygia, she listened, confused and flushed, without boldness to raise her eyes. But a wayward smile began to quiver at the corners of her lips, and on her face a struggle was evident between the timidity of a maiden and the wish to answer. But clearly the wish was victorious, for, looking quickly at Petronius, she answered him all at once with the words of that same Nausicaa, quoting them at one breath, and a little like a lesson learned. Stranger! Thou seemest no evil man nor foolish. Then she turned and ran out as a frightened bird runs. This time the turn for astonishment came to Petronius, for he had not expected to hear verses of Homer from the lips of a maiden of whose barbarian extraction he had heard previously from Vinicius. Hence he looked with an inquiring glance at Pomponia, but she could not give him an answer, for she was looking at that moment, with a smile, at the pride reflected on the face of her husband. He was not able to conceal that pride. First, he had become attached to Lygia as to his own daughter, and second, in spite of his old Roman prejudices, which commanded him to thunder against Greek and the spread of the language, he considered it as the summit of social polish. He himself had never been able to learn it well, over this he suffered in secret. He was glad, therefore, that an answer was given in the language and poetry of Homer to this exquisite man both of fashion and letters, who was ready to consider Plautius's house as barbarian. We have in the house a pedagogue, a Greek, said he, turning to Petronius, who teaches our boy, and the maiden overhears the lessons. She is a wagtail yet, but a dear one, to which we have both grown attached. Petronius looked through the branches of woodbine into the garden, and at the three persons who were playing there. Vinicius had thrown aside his toga, and, wearing only his tunic, was striking the ball, which Lygia, standing opposite, with raised arms was trying to catch. The maiden did not make a great impression on Petronius at the first glance. She seemed to him too slender. But from the moment when he saw her more nearly in the triclinium he thought to himself that Aurora might look like her, and as a judge he understood that in her there was something uncommon. He considered everything and estimated everything. Hence her face, rosy and clear, her fresh lips, as if set for a kiss, her eyes blue as the azure of the sea, the alabaster whiteness of her forehead, the wealth of her dark hair. With the reflection of amber or Corinthian bronze gleaming in its folds, her slender neck, the divine slope of her shoulders, the whole posture, flexible, slender, young with the youth of May and of freshly opened flowers. The artist was roused in him, and the worshipper of beauty, who felt that beneath a statue of that maiden one might write, Spring. All at once he remembered Chrysothemis, and pure laughter seized him. Chrysothemis seemed to him, with golden powder on her hair and darkened brows, to be fabulously faded, something in the nature of a yellowed rose tree shedding its leaves. But still Rome envied him that Chrysothemis. Then he recalled Poppaea. And that most famous Poppaea also seemed to him soulless, a waxen mask. In that maiden with Tanagrian outlines there was not only spring, but a radiant soul, which shone through her rosy body as a flame through a lamp. Vinicius is right, thought he, and my Chrysothemis is old, as Troy. Then he turned to Pomponia Graecina, and, pointing to the garden, said, I understand now, Domina, why thou and thy husband prefer this house to the circus and to feasts on the Palatine. Yes, answered she, turning her eyes in the direction of little Aulus and Lygia. But the old general began to relate the history of the maiden, and what he had heard years before from Attilius Hister about the Lygian people who lived in the gloom of the north. The three outside had finished playing ball, and for some time had been walking along the sand of the garden, appearing against the dark background of myrtles and cypresses like three white statues. Lygia held little Aulus by the hand. After they had walked a while they sat on a bench near the fish pond, which occupied the middle of the garden. After a time Aulus sprang up to frighten the fish in the transparent water, but Vinicius continued the conversation begun during the walk. Yes, said he, in a low, quivering voice, scarcely audible, barely had I cast aside the praetexta, when I was sent to the legions in Asia. I had not become acquainted with the city, nor with life, nor with love. I know a small bit of Anacreon by heart, and Horace, but I cannot like Petronius quote verses, when reason is dumb from admiration and unable to find its own words. While a youth I went to school to Musonius, who told me that happiness consists in wishing what the gods wish, and therefore depends on our will. I think, however, that it is something else, something greater and more precious, which depends not on the will, for love only can give it. The gods themselves seek that happiness. Hence I too, O Lygia, who have not known love thus far, follow in their footsteps. I also seek her who would give me happiness. He was silent, and for a time there was nothing to be heard save the light plash of the water into which little Aulus was throwing pebbles to frighten the fish. But after a while Vinicius began again in a voice still softer and lower, "But thou knowest of Vespasian's son Titus? They say that he had scarcely ceased to be a youth when he so loved Berenice that grief almost drew the life out of him. So could I too love, O Lygia. Riches, glory, power are mere smoke, vanity. The rich man will find a richer than himself, the greater glory of another will eclipse a man who is famous, a strong man will be conquered by a stronger. But can Caesar himself, can any god even, experience greater delight or be happier than a simple mortal at the moment when at his breast there is breathing another dear breast, or when he kisses beloved lips? Hence love makes us equal to the gods, O Lygia." And she listened with alarm, with astonishment, and at the same time as if she were listening to the sound of a Grecian flute or a cithara. It seemed to her at moments that Vinicius was singing a kind of wonderful song, which was instilling itself into her ears, moving the blood in her, and penetrating her heart with a faintness, a fear, and a kind of uncomprehended delight. It seemed to her also that he was telling something which was in her before, but of which she could not give account to herself. She felt that he was rousing in her something which had been sleeping hitherto, and that in that moment a hazy dream was changing into a form more and more definite, more pleasing, more beautiful. Meanwhile the sun had passed the Tiber long since, and had sunk low over the Janiculum. On the motionless cypresses ruddy light was falling, and the whole atmosphere was filled with it. Lygia raised on Vinicius her blue eyes as if roused from sleep. And he, bending over her with a prayer quivering in his eyes, seemed on a sudden, in the reflections of evening, more beautiful than all men, than all Greek and Roman gods whose statues she had seen on the facades of temples. And with his fingers he clasped her arm lightly just above the wrist and asked, "Dost thou not divine what I say to thee, Lygia?" "No," whispered she as answer, in a voice so low that Vinicius barely heard it. But he did not believe her, and, drawing her hand toward him more vigorously, he would have drawn it to his heart, which, under the influence of desire roused by the marvelous maiden, was beating like a hammer. And would have addressed burning words to her directly had not old Aulus appeared on a path set in a frame of myrtles, who said, while approaching them, "The sun is setting. So beware of the evening coolness, and do not trifle with Libitina." "No," answered Vinicius, "I have not put on my toga yet, and I do not feel the cold. But see, barely half the sun's shield is looking from behind the hill. That is a sweet climate of Sicily, where people gather on the square before sunset and take farewell of disappearing Phoebus with a choral song." And, forgetting that a moment earlier he had warned them against Libitina, he began to tell about Sicily, where he had estates and large cultivated fields which he loved. He stated also that it had come to his mind more than once to remove to Sicily, and live out his life there in quietness. He whose head winters have whitened has bad enough of hoarfrost. Leaves are not falling from the trees yet, and the sky smiles on the city lovingly. But when the grapevines grow yellow-leaved, when snow falls on the Alban hills, and the gods visit the Campania with piercing wind, who knows but I may remove with my entire household to my quiet country seat. "Wouldst thou leave Rome?" inquired Vinicius, with sudden alarm. "I have wished to do so this long time, for it is quieter in Sicily and safer." And again he fell to praising his gardens, his herds, his house hidden in green, and the hills grown over with thyme and savory, among which were swarms of buzzing bees. But Vinicius paid no heed to that bucolic note. And from thinking only of this, that he might lose Lygia, he looked toward Petronius as if expecting salvation from him alone. Meanwhile Petronius, sitting near Pomponia, was admiring the view of the setting sun, the garden, and the people standing near the fish pond. Their white garments on the dark background of the myrtles gleamed like gold from the evening rays. On the sky the evening light had begun to assume purple and violet hues, and to change like an opal. A strip of the sky became lily-colored. The dark silhouettes of the cypresses grew still more pronounced than during bright daylight. In the people, in the trees, in the whole garden there reigned an evening calm. That calm struck Petronius, and it struck him especially in the people. In the faces of Pomponia, old Aulus, their son, and Lygia there was something such as he did not see in the faces which surrounded him every day, or rather every night. There was a certain light, a certain repose, a certain serenity, flowing directly from the life which all lived there. And with a species of astonishment he thought that a beauty and sweetness might exist which he, who chased after beauty and sweetness continually, had not known. He could not hide the thought in himself, and said, turning to Pomponia, I am considering in my soul how different this world of yours is from the world which our Nero rules. She raised her delicate face toward the evening light, and said with simplicity, not Nero, but God, rules the world. A moment of silence followed. Near the triclinium were heard in the alley, the steps of the old general, Vinicius, Lygia, and little Aulus, but before they arrived, Petronius had put another question, but believest thou in the gods, then, Pomponia? I believe in God, who is one, just, and all-powerful, answered the wife of Aulus Plautius. Chapter 3. She believes in God who is one, all-powerful, and just, said Petronius, when he found himself again in the litter with Vinicius. If her God is all-powerful, he controls life and death, and if he is just, he sends death justly. Why, then, does Pomponia wear mourning for Julius? In mourning for Julius she blames her God. I must repeat this reasoning to our bronze beard, the monkey, since I consider that in dialectics I am the equal of Socrates. As to women, I agree that each has 3 or 4 souls, but none of them a reasoning one. Let Pomponia meditate with Seneca or Cornutus over the question of what their great logos is. Let them summon at once the shades of Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno, and Plato, who are as much wearied there in Cimmerian regions as a finch in a cage. I wish to talk with her and with Plautius about something else. By the holy stomach of the Egyptian Isis. If I had told them right out directly why we came, I suppose that their virtue would have made as much noise as a bronze shield under the blow of a club. And I did not dare to tell. Wilt thou believe, Vinicius, I did not dare. Peacocks are beautiful birds, but they have too shrill a cry. I feared an outburst. But I must praise thy choice. A real, rosy-fingered aurora. And knowest thou what she reminded me of too, spring? Not our spring in Italy, where an apple tree merely puts forth a blossom here and there, and olive groves grow grey, just as they were grey before, but the spring which I saw once in Helvetia, young, fresh, bright green. By that pale moon, I do not wonder at thee, Marcus, but know that thou art loving Diana, because Aulus and Pomponia are ready to tear thee to pieces, as the dogs once tore Actaeon. Vinicius was silent a time without raising his head. Then he began to speak with a voice broken by passion, I desired her before, but now I desire her still more. When I caught her arm, flame embraced me. I must have her. Were I Zeus, I would surround her with a cloud, as he surrounded Io, or I would fall on her in rain, as he fell on Danae, I would kiss her lips till it pained. I would hear her scream in my arms. I would kill Aulus and Pomponia, and bear her home in my arms. I will not sleep tonight. I will give command to flog one of my slaves, and listen to his groans. Calm thyself, said Petronius. Thou hast the longing of a carpenter from the Subura. All one to me what thou sayest. I must have her. I have turned to thee for aid, but if thou wilt not find it, I shall find it myself. Aulus considers Lygia as a daughter. Why should I look on her as a slave? And since there is no other way, let her ornament the door of my house, let her anoint it with wolf's fat, and let her sit at my hearth as wife. Calm thyself, mad descendant of consuls. We do not lead in barbarians bound behind our cars, to make wives of their daughters. Beware of extremes. Exhaust simple, honorable methods, and give thyself and me time for meditation. Chrysothemis seemed to me too a daughter of Jove, and still I did not marry her, just as Nero did not marry Act, though they called her a daughter of King Attalus. Calm thyself. Think that if she wishes to leave Aulus for thee, he will have no right to detain her. Know also that thou art not burning alone, for Eros has roused in her the flame too. I saw that, and it is well to believe me. Have patience. There is a way to do everything, but today I have thought too much already, and it tires me. But I promise that tomorrow I will think of thy love, and unless Petronius is not Petronius, he will discover some method. They were both silent again. I thank thee, said Vinicius at last. May fortune be bountiful to thee. Be patient. Whither hast thou given command to bear us? To Chrysothemis. Thou art happy in possessing her whom thou lovest. I. Dost thou know what amuses me yet in Chrysothemis? This, that she is false to me with my freedman Theocles, and thinks that I do not notice it. Once I loved her, but now she amuses me with her lying and stupidity. Come with me to her. Should she begin to flirt with thee, and write letters on the table with her fingers steeped in wine, know that I shall not be jealous. And he gave command to bear them both to Chrysothemis. But in the entrance Petronius put his hand on Vinicius' shoulder, and said, Wait, it seems to me that I have discovered a plan. May all the gods reward thee. I have it. I judge that this plan is infallible. Knowest what, Marcus? I listen to thee, my wisdom. Well, in a few days the divine Lygia will partake of Demeter's grain in thy house. Thou art greater than Caesar, exclaimed Vinicius with enthusiasm. Chapter 4. In fact, Petronius kept his promise. He slept all the day following his visit to Chrysothemis, it is true, but in the evening he gave command to bear him to the Palatine, where he had a confidential conversation with Nero. In consequence of this, on the third day a centurion, at the head of some tens of praetorian soldiers, appeared before the house of Plautius. The period was uncertain and terrible. Messengers of this kind were more frequently heralds of death. So when the centurion struck the hammer at Aulus's door, and when the guard of the atrium announced that there were soldiers in the anteroom, terror rose through the whole house. The family surrounded the old general at once, for no one doubted that danger hung over him above all. Pomponia, embracing his neck with her arms, clung to him with all her strength, and her blue lips moved quickly while uttering some whispered phrase. Lygia, with a face pale as linen, kissed his hand, little Aulus clung to his toga. From the corridor, from chambers in the lower story intended for servant women and attendants, from the bath, from the arches of lower dwellings, from the whole house, crowds of slaves began to hurry out, and the cries of "Hugh! Hugh, me miserum!" were heard. The women broke into great weeping, some scratched their cheeks, or covered their heads with kerchiefs. Only the old general himself, accustomed for years to look death straight in the eye, remained calm, and his short eagle face became as rigid as if chiseled from stone. After a while, when he had silenced the uproar, and commanded the attendants to disappear, he said, Let me go, Pomponia. If my end has come, we shall have time to take leave. And he pushed her aside gently. But she said, God grant thy fate and mine to be one, O Aulus. Then, failing on her knees, she began to pray with that force which fear for some dear one alone can give. Aulus passed out to the atrium, where the centurion was waiting for him. It was old Caius Asta, his former subordinate and companion in British wars. I greet thee, General, said he. I bring a command, and the greeting of Caesar. Here are the tablets and the signet to show that I come in his name. I am thankful to Caesar for the greeting, and I shall obey the command, answered Aulus. Be welcome, Asta, and say what command thou hast brought. Aulus Plautius, began Asta, Caesar has learned that in thy house is dwelling the daughter of the king of the Lygians, whom that king during the life of the divine Claudius gave into the hands of the Romans as a pledge that the boundaries of the empire would never be violated by the Lygians. The divine Nero is grateful to thee, O general, because thou hast given her hospitality in thy house for so many years. But, not wishing to burden thee longer, and considering also that the maiden as a hostage should be under the guardianship of Caesar and the Senate, he commands thee to give her into my hands. Aulus was too much a soldier and too much a veteran to permit himself regret in view of an order, or vain words, or complaint. A slight wrinkle of sudden anger and pain, however, appeared on his forehead. Before that frown legions in Britain had trembled on a time, and even at that moment fear was evident on the face of Asta. But in view of the order, Aulus Plautius felt defenseless. He looked for some time at the tablets and the signet. Then raising his eyes to the old centurion, he said calmly, "Wait, Asta, in the atrium till the hostage is delivered to thee." After these words he passed to the other end of the house, to the hall called Ecus, where Pomponia Graecina, Lygia, and little Aulus were waiting for him in fear and alarm. "Death threatens no one, nor banishment to distant islands," said he. "Still Caesar's messenger is a herald of misfortune. It is a question of thee, Lygia." "Of Lygia?" exclaimed Pomponia, with astonishment. "Yes," answered Aulus. And turning to the maiden, he began, "Lygia, thou wert reared in our house as our own child, I and Pomponia love thee as our daughter. But know this, that thou art not our daughter. Thou art a hostage, given by thy people to Rome, and guardianship over thee belongs to Caesar. Now Caesar takes thee from our house." The general spoke calmly, but with a certain strange, unusual voice. Lygia listened to his words, blinking, as if not understanding what the question was. Pomponia's cheeks became pallid. In the doors leading from the corridor to the Ecus, terrified faces of slaves began to show themselves a second time. "The will of Caesar must be accomplished," said Aulus. "Aulus," exclaimed Pomponia, embracing the maiden with her arms, as if wishing to defend her, "it would be better for her to die." Lygia, nestling up to her breast, repeated, "Mother, mother," unable in her sobbing to find other words. On Aulus's face anger and pain were reflected again. "If I were alone in the world," said he, gloomily, "I would not surrender her alive, and my relatives might give offerings this day to Jupiter Liberator. But I have not the right to kill thee and our child, who may live to happier times. I will go to Caesar this day, and implore him to change his command. Whether he will hear me, I know not. Meanwhile, farewell, Lygia, and know that I and Pomponia ever bless the day in which thou didst take thy seat at our hearth." Thus speaking, he placed his hand on her head, but though he strove to preserve his calmness, when Lygia turned to him eyes filled with tears, and seizing his hand pressed it to her lips, his voice was filled with deep fatherly sorrow. "Farewell, our joy, and the light of our eyes," said he. And he went to the atrium quickly, so as not to let himself be conquered by emotion unworthy of a Roman and a general. Meanwhile Pomponia, when she had conducted Lygia to the cubiculum, began to comfort, console, and encourage her, uttering words meanwhile which sounded strangely in that house, where near them in an adjoining chamber the Lararium remained yet. And where the hearth was on which Aulus Plautius, faithful to ancient usage, made offerings to the household divinities. Now the hour of trial had come. On a time Virginius had pierced the bosom of his own daughter to save her from the hands of Appius, still earlier Lucretia had redeemed her shame with her life. The house of Caesar is a den of infamy, of evil, of crime. But we, Lygia, know why we have not the right to raise hands on ourselves. Yes. The law under which we both live is another, a greater, a holier, but it gives permission to defend oneself from evil and shame even should it happen to pay for that defense with life and torment. Whoso goes forth pure from the dwelling of corruption has the greater merit thereby. The earth is that dwelling, but fortunately life is one twinkle of the eye, and resurrection is only from the grave. Beyond that not Nero, but mercy bears rule, and there instead of pain is delight, there instead of tears is rejoicing. Next she began to speak of herself. Yes. She was calm, but in her breast there was no lack of painful wounds. For example, Aulus was a cataract on her eye, the fountain of light had not flowed to him yet. Neither was it permitted her to rear her son in truth. When she thought, therefore, that it might be thus to the end of her life, and that for them a moment of separation might come which would be 100 times more grievous and terrible than that temporary one over which they were both suffering then, she could not so much as understand how she might be happy even in heaven without them. And she had wept many nights through already, she had passed many nights in prayer, imploring grace and mercy. But she offered her suffering to God, and waited and trusted. And now, when a new blow struck her, when the tyrant's command took from her a dear one, the one whom Aulus had called the light of their eyes, she trusted yet, believing that there was a power greater than Nero's and a mercy mightier than his anger. And she pressed the maiden's head to her bosom still more firmly. Lygia dropped to her knees after a while, and, covering her eyes in the folds of Pomponia's peplus, she remained thus a long time in silence. But when she stood up again, some calmness was evident on her face. "I grieve for thee, mother, and for father and for my brother, but I know that resistance is useless, and would destroy all of us. I promise thee that in the house of Caesar I will never forget thy words." Once more she threw her arms around Pomponia's neck. Then both went out to the Ecus, and she took farewell of little Aulus, of the old Greek their teacher, of the dressing maid who had been her nurse, and of all the slaves. One of these, a tall and broad-shouldered Lygian, called Ursus in the house, who with other servants had in his time gone with Lygia's mother and her to the camp of the Romans, fell now at her feet, and then bent down to the knees of Pomponia, saying, "O Domina, permit me to go with my lady, to serve her and watch over her in the house of Caesar." "Thou art not our servant, but Lygia's," answered Pomponia, "but if they admit thee through Caesar's doors, in what way wilt thou be able to watch over her?" "I know not, Domina, I know only that iron breaks in my hands just as wood does." When Aulus, who came up at that moment, had heard what the question was, not only did he not oppose the wishes of Ursus, but he declared that he had not even the right to detain him. They were sending away Lygia as a hostage whom Caesar had claimed, and they were obliged in the same way to send her retinue, which passed with her to the control of Caesar. Here he whispered to Pomponia that under the form of an escort she could add as many slaves as she thought proper, for the centurion could not refuse to receive them. There was a certain comfort for Lygia in this. Pomponia also was glad that she could surround her with servants of her own choice. Therefore, besides Ursus, she appointed to her the old Tyre woman, 2 maidens from Cyprus well skilled in hairdressing, and 2 German maidens for the bath. Her choice fell exclusively on adherents of the new faith. Ursus, too, had professed it for a number of years. Pomponia could count on the faithfulness of those servants, and at the same time consoled herself with the thought that soon grains of truth would be in Caesar's house. She wrote a few words also, committing care over Lygia to Nero's freedwoman, Act. Pomponia had not seen her, it is true, at meetings of confessors of the new faith. But she had heard from them that Act had never refused them a service, and that she read the letters of Paul of Tarsus eagerly. It was known to her also that the young freedwoman lived in melancholy, that she was a person different from all other women of Nero's house, and that in general she was the good spirit of the palace. Asta engaged to deliver the letter himself to Act. Considering it natural that the daughter of a king should have a retinue of her own servants, he did not raise the least difficulty in taking them to the palace, but wondered rather that there should be so few. He begged haste, however, fearing lest he might be suspected of want of zeal in carrying out orders. The moment of parting came. The eyes of Pomponia and Lygia were filled with fresh tears. Aulus placed his hand on her head again, and after a while the soldiers, followed by the cry of little Aulus, who in defense of his sister threatened the centurion with his small fists, conducted Lygia to Caesar's house. The old general gave command to prepare his litter at once. Meanwhile, shutting himself up with Pomponia in the Pinacotheca adjoining the Ecus, he said to her, "Listen to me, Pomponia. I will go to Caesar, though I judge that my visit will be useless, and though Seneca's word means nothing with Nero now, I will go also to Seneca. Today Sophonius, Tigellinus, Petronius, or Vatinius have more influence. As to Caesar, perhaps he has never even heard of the Lygian people, and if he has demanded the delivery of Lygia, the hostage, he has done so because someone persuaded him to it. It is easy to guess who could do that." She raised her eyes to him quickly. "Is it Petronius?" "It is." A moment of silence followed, then the general continued, "See what it is to admit over the threshold any of those people without conscience or honor. Cursed be the moment in which Vinicius entered our house, for he brought Petronius. Woe to Lygia, since those men are not seeking a hostage, but a concubine." And his speech became more hissing than usual, because of helpless rage and of sorrow for his adopted daughter. He struggled with himself some time, and only his clenched fists showed how severe was the struggle within him. "I have revered the gods so far," said he, "but at this moment I think that not they are over the world, but one mad, malicious monster named Nero." "Aulus," said Pomponia. "Nero is only a handful of rotten dust before God." But Aulus began to walk with long steps over the mosaic of the Pinacotheca. In his life there had been great deeds, but no great misfortunes, hence he was unused to them. The old soldier had grown more attached to Lygia than he himself had been aware of, and now he could not be reconciled to the thought that he had lost her. Besides, he felt humiliated. A hand was weighing on him which he despised, and at the same time he felt that before its power his power was as nothing. But when at last he stifled in himself the anger which disturbed his thoughts, he said, "I judge that Petronius has not taken her from us for Caesar, since he would not offend Poppaea. Therefore he took her either for himself or Vinicius. Today I will discover this." And after a while the litter bore him in the direction of the Palatine. Pomponia, when left alone, went to little Aulus, who did not cease crying for his sister, or threatening Caesar. Chapter 5. Aulus had judged rightly that he would not be admitted to Nero's presence. They told him that Caesar was occupied in singing with the lute player, Terpnos, and that in general he did not receive those whom he himself had not summoned. In other words, that Aulus must not attempt in future to see him. Seneca, though ill with a fever, received the old general with due honor. But when he had heard what the question was, he laughed bitterly, and said, "I can render thee only one service, noble Plautius, not to show Caesar at any time that my heart feels thy pain, or that I should like to aid thee. For should Caesar have the least suspicion on this head, know that he would not give thee back Lygia, though for no other reason than to spite me." He did not advise him, either, to go to Tigellinus or Vatinius or Vitellius. It might be possible to do something with them through money. Perhaps, also, they would like to do evil to Petronius, whose influence they were trying to undermine, but most likely they would disclose before Nero how dear Lygia was to Plautius, and then Nero would all the more resolve not to yield her to him. Here the old sage began to speak with a biting irony, which he turned against himself. "Thou hast been silent, Plautius, thou hast been silent for whole years, and Caesar does not like those who are silent. How couldst thou help being carried away by his beauty, his virtue, his singing, his declamation, his chariot driving, and his verses? Why didst thou not glorify the death of Britannicus, and repeat panegyrics in honor of the mother-slayer, and not offer congratulations after the stifling of Octavia? Thou art lacking in foresight, Aulus, which we who live happily at the court possess in proper measure." Thus speaking, he raised a goblet which he carried at his belt, took water from a fountain at the impluvium, freshened his burning lips, and continued, "Ah, Nero has a grateful heart. He loves thee because thou hast served Rome and glorified its name at the ends of the earth. He loves me because I was his master in youth. Therefore, sayest thou, I know that this water is not poisoned, and I drink it in peace. Wine in my own house would be less reliable. If thou art thirsty, drink boldly of this water. The aqueducts bring it from beyond the Alban hills, and any one wishing to poison it would have to poison every fountain in Rome. As thou sayest, it is possible yet to be safe in this world and to have a quiet old age. I am sick, it is true, but rather in soul than in body." This was true. Seneca lacked the strength of soul which Cornutus possessed, for example, or Thracia. Hence his life was a series of concessions to crime. He felt this himself. He understood that an adherent of the principles of Zeno, of Citium, should go by another road, and he suffered more from that cause than from the fear of death itself. But the general interrupted these reflections full of grief. "Noble Aeneas," said he, "I know how Caesar rewarded thee for the care with which thou didst surround his years of youth. But the author of the removal of Lygia is Petronius. Indicate to me a method against him, indicate the influences to which he yields, and use besides with him all the eloquence with which friendship for me of long standing can inspire thee." "Petronius and I," answered Seneca, "are men of two opposite camps. I know of no method against him, he yields to no man's influence. Perhaps with all his corruption he is worthier than those scoundrels with whom Nero surrounds himself at present. But to show him that he has done an evil deed is to lose time simply. Petronius has lost long since that faculty which distinguishes good from evil. Show him that his act is ugly, he will be ashamed of it. When I see him, I will say, thy act is worthy of a freedman. If that will not help thee, nothing can." "Thanks for that, even," answered the general. Then he gave command to carry him to the house of Vinicius, whom he found at sword practice with his domestic trainer. Aulus was borne away by terrible anger at sight of the young man occupied calmly with fencing during the attack on Lygia. And barely had the curtain dropped behind the trainer when this anger burst forth in a torrent of bitter reproaches and injuries. But Vinicius, when he learned that Lygia had been carried away, grew so terribly pale that Aulus could not for even an instant suspect him of sharing in the deed. The young man's forehead was covered with sweat. The blood, which had rushed to his heart for a moment, returned to his face in a burning wave, his eyes began to shoot sparks, his mouth to hurl disconnected questions. Jealousy and rage tossed him in turn, like a tempest. It seemed to him that Lygia, once she had crossed the threshold of Caesar's house, was lost to him absolutely. When Aulus pronounced the name of Petronius, suspicion flew like a lightning flash through the young soldier's mind, that Petronius had made sport of him, and either wanted to win new favor from Nero by the gift of Lygia, or keep her for himself. That anyone who had seen Lygia would not desire her at once, did not find a place in his head. Impetuousness, inherited in his family, carried him away like a wild horse, and took from him presence of mind. "General," said he, with a broken voice, "return home and wait for me. Know that if Petronius were my own father, I would avenge on him the wrong done to Lygia. Return home and wait for me. Neither Petronius nor Caesar will have her." Then he went with clenched fists to the waxed masks standing clothed in the atrium, and burst out, "By those mortal masks! I would rather kill her and myself." When he had said this, he sent another, "Wait for me," after Aulus, then ran forth like a madman from the atrium, and flew to Petronius's house, thrusting pedestrians aside on the way. Aulus returned home with a certain encouragement. He judged that if Petronius had persuaded Caesar to take Lygia to give her to Vinicius, Vinicius would bring her to their house. Finally, the thought was no little consolation to him, that should Lygia not be rescued she would be avenged and protected by death from disgrace. He believed that Vinicius would do everything that he had promised. He had seen his rage, and he knew the excitability innate in the whole family. He himself, though he loved Lygia as her own father, would rather kill her than give her to Caesar. And had he not regarded his son, the last descendant of his stock, he would doubtless have done so. Aulus was a soldier. He had hardly heard of the Stoics, but in character he was not far from their ideas. Death was more acceptable to his pride than disgrace. When he returned home, he pacified Pomponia, gave her the consolation that he had, and both began to await news from Vinicius. At moments when the steps of some of the slaves were heard in the atrium, they thought that perhaps Vinicius was bringing their beloved child to them, and they were ready in the depth of their souls to bless both. Time passed, however, and no news came. Only in the evening was the hammer heard on the gate. After a while a slave entered and handed Aulus a letter. The old general, though he liked to show command over himself, took it with a somewhat trembling hand, and began to read as hastily as if it were a question of his whole house. All at once his face darkened, as if a shadow from a passing cloud had fallen on it. "Read," said he, turning to Pomponia. Pomponia took the letter and read as follows. Marcus Vinicius to Aulus Plautius greeting. What has happened by the will of Caesar, before which incline your heads, as I and Petronius incline ours. A long silence followed. Chapter 6. Petronius was at home. The doorkeeper did not dare to stop Vinicius, who burst into the atrium like a storm, and, learning that the master of the house was in the library, he rushed into the library with the same impetus. Finding Petronius writing, he snatched the reed from his hand, broke it, trampled the reed on the floor, then fixed his fingers into his shoulder, and, approaching his face to that of his uncle, asked, with a hoarse voice. What hast thou done with her? Where is she? Suddenly an amazing thing happened. That slender and effeminate Petronius seized the hand of the youthful athlete, which was grasping his shoulder, then seized the other, and, holding them both in his one hand with the grip of an iron vice, he said. I am incapable only in the morning. In the evening I regain my former strength. Try to escape. A weaver must have taught thee gymnastics, and a blacksmith thy manners. On his face not even anger was evident, but in his eyes there was a certain pale reflection of energy and daring. After a while he let the hands of Vinicius drop. Vinicius stood before him shamefaced and enraged. Thou hast a steel hand, said he. But if thou hast betrayed me, I swear, by all the infernal gods, that I will thrust a knife into thy body, though thou be in the chambers of Caesar. Let us talk calmly, said Petronius. Steel is stronger, as thou sayest, than iron. Hence, though out of one of thy arms two as large as mine might be made, I have no need to fear thee. On the contrary, I grieve over thy rudeness, and if the ingratitude of men could astonish me yet, I should be astonished at thy ingratitude. Where is Lygia? In a brothel, that is, in the house of Caesar. Petronius. Calm thyself, and be seated. I asked Caesar for two things, which he promised me, first, to take Lygia from the house of Aulus, and second to give her to thee. Hast thou not a knife there under the folds of thy toga? Perhaps thou wilt stab me. But I advise thee to wait a couple of days, for thou wouldst be taken to prison, and meanwhile Lygia would be wearied in thy house. Silence followed. Vinicius looked for some time with astonished eyes on Petronius, then he said, Pardon me, I love her, and love is disturbing my faculties. Look at me, Marcus. The day before yesterday I spoke to Caesar as follows, My sister's son, Vinicius, has so fallen in love with a lean little girl who is being reared with the Auluses that his house is turned into a steam bath from size. Neither thou, O Caesar, nor I, we who know, each of us, what true beauty is, would give 1,000 sesterces for her, but that lad has ever been as dull as a tripod, and now he has lost all the wit that was in him. Petronius. If thou understand not that I said this to ensure Lygia's safety, I am ready to believe that I told the truth. I persuaded Bronzebeard that a man of his aesthetic nature could not consider such a girl beautiful. And Nero, who so far has not dared to look otherwise than through my eyes, will not find in her beauty, and, not finding it, will not desire her. It was necessary to insure ourselves against the monkey and take him on a rope. Not he, but Poppaea, will value Lygia now, and Poppaea will strive, of course, to send the girl out of the palace at the earliest. I said further to Bronzebeard, in passing, take Lygia and give her to Vinicius. Thou hast the right to do so, for she is a hostage, and if thou take her, thou wilt inflict pain on Aulus. He agreed. He had not the least reason not to agree, all the more since I gave him a chance to annoy decent people. They will make thee official guardian of the hostage, and give into thy hands that Lygian treasure. Thou, as a friend of the valiant Lygians, and also a faithful servant of Caesar, wilt not waste any of the treasure, but wilt strive to increase it. Caesar, to preserve appearances, will keep her a few days in his house, and then send her to thy insula. Lucky man! Is this true? Does nothing threaten her there in Caesar's house? If she had to live there permanently, Poppaea would talk about her to Locusta, but for a few days there is no danger. 10,000 people live in it. Nero will not see her, perhaps, all the more since he left everything to me, to the degree that just now the centurion was here with information that he had conducted the maiden to the palace and committed her to act. She is a good soul, that act. Hence I gave command to deliver Lygia to her. Clearly Pomponia Graecina is of that opinion too, for she wrote to act. Tomorrow there is a feast at Nero's. I have requested a place for thee at the side of Lygia. Pardon me, Caius, my hastiness. I judged that thou hadst given command to take her for thyself or for Caesar. I can forgive thy hastiness, but it is more difficult to forgive rude gestures, vulgar shouts, and a voice reminding one of players at Mora. I do not like that style, Marcus, and do thou guard against it. Know that Tigellinus is Caesar's pander, but know also that if I wanted the girl for myself now, looking thee straight in the eyes, I would say, Vinicius. I take Lygia from thee and I will keep her till I am tired of her. Thus speaking, he began to look with his hazel eyes straight into the eyes of Vinicius with a cold and insolent stare. The young man lost himself completely. The fault is mine, said he. Thou art kind and worthy. I thank thee from my whole soul. Permit me only to put one more question, why didst thou not have Lygia sent directly to my house? Because Caesar wishes to preserve appearances. People in Rome will talk about this, that we removed Lygia as a hostage. While they are talking, she will remain in Caesar's palace. Afterward she will be removed quietly to thy house, and that will be the end. Bronzebeard is a cowardly cur. He knows that his power is unlimited, and still he tries to give specious appearances to every act. Hast thou recovered to the degree of being able to philosophize a little? More than once have I thought, why does crime, even when as powerful as Caesar, and assured of being beyond punishment, strive always for the appearances of truth, justice, and virtue? Why does it take the trouble? I consider that to murder a brother, a mother, a wife, is a thing worthy of some petty Asiatic king, not a Roman Caesar, but if that position were mine, I should not write justifying letters to the Senate. But Nero writes. Nero is looking for appearances, for Nero is a coward. But Tiberius was not a coward, still he justified every step he took. Why is this? What a marvelous, involuntary homage paid to virtue by evil! And knowest thou what strikes me? This, that it is done because transgression is ugly and virtue is beautiful. Therefore a man of genuine aesthetic feeling is also a virtuous man. Hence I am virtuous. Today I must pour out a little wine to the shades of Protagoras, Prodicus, and Gorgias. It seems that sophists too can be of service. Listen, for I am speaking yet. I took Lygia from Aulus to give her to thee. Well. But Lysippus would have made wonderful groups of her and thee. Ye are both beautiful, therefore my act is beautiful, and being beautiful it cannot be bad. Marcus, here sitting before thee is virtue incarnate in Caius Petronius. If Aristides were living, it would be his duty to come to me and offer 100 minae for a short treatise on virtue. But Vinicius, as a man more concerned with reality than with treatises on virtue, replied, Tomorrow I shall see Lygia, and then have her in my house daily, always, and till death. Thou wilt have Lygia, and I shall have Aulus on my head. He will summon the vengeance of all the infernal gods against me. And if the beast would take at least a preliminary lesson in good declamation. He will blame me, however, as my former doorkeeper blamed my clients but him I sent to prison in the country. Aulus has been at my house. I promise to give him news of Lygia. Write to him that the will of the divine Caesar is the highest law, and that thy first son will bear the name Aulus. It is necessary that the old man should have some consolation. I am ready to pray Bronzebeard to invite him tomorrow to the feast. Let him see thee in the triclinium next to Lygia. Do not do that. I am sorry for them, especially for Pomponia. And he sat down to write that letter which took from the old general the remnant of his hope. Chapter 7 Once the highest heads in Rome inclined before Act, the former favorite of Nero. But even at that period she showed no desire to interfere in public questions, and if on any occasion she used her influence over the young ruler, it was only to implore mercy for someone. Quiet and unassuming, she won the gratitude of many, and made no one her enemy. Even Octavia was unable to hate her. To those who envied her she seemed exceedingly harmless. It was known that she continued to love Nero with a sad and pained love, which lived not in hope, but only in memories of the time in which that Nero was not only younger and loving, but better. It was known that she could not tear her thoughts and soul from those memories, but expected nothing, since there was no real fear that Nero would return to her. She was looked upon as a person wholly inoffensive, and hence was left in peace. Poppaea considered her merely as a quiet servant, so harmless that she did not even try to drive her from the palace. But since Caesar had loved her once and dropped her without offense in a quiet and to some extent friendly manner, a certain respect was retained for her. Nero, when he had freed her, let her live in the palace, and gave her special apartments with a few servants. And as in their time Pallas and Narcissus, though freedmen of Claudius, not only sat at feasts with Claudius, but also held places of honor as powerful ministers, so she too was invited at times to Caesar's table. This was done perhaps because her beautiful form was a real ornament to a feast. Caesar for that matter had long since ceased to count with any appearances in his choice of company. At his table the most varied medley of people of every position and calling found places. Among them were senators, but mainly those who were content to be jesters as well. There were patricians, old and young, eager for luxury, excess, and enjoyment. There were women with great names, who did not hesitate to put on a yellow wig of an evening and seek adventures on dark streets for amusement's sake. There were also high officials, and priests who at full goblets were willing to jeer at their own gods. At the side of these was a rabble of every sort, singers, mimes, musicians, dancers of both sexes. Poets who, while declaiming, were thinking of the sesterces which might fall to them for praise of Caesar's verses, hungry philosophers following the dishes with eager eyes. Finally, noted charioteers, tricksters, miracle-wrights, tale-tellers, jesters, and the most varied adventurers brought through fashion or folly to a few days' notoriety. Among these were not lacking even men who covered with long hair their ears pierced in sign of slavery. The most noted sat directly at the tables. The lesser served to amuse in time of eating, and waited for the moment in which the servants would permit them to rush at the remnants of food and drink. Guests of this sort were furnished by Tigellinus, Vatinius, and Vitellius. For these guests they were forced more than once to find clothing befitting the chambers of Caesar, who, however, liked their society, through feeling most free in it. The luxury of the court gilded everything, and covered all things with glitter. High and low, the descendants of great families, and the needy from the pavements of the city, great artists, and vile scrapings of talent, thronged to the palace to sate their dazzled eyes with a splendor almost surpassing human estimate. And to approach the giver of every favor, wealth, and property, whose single glance might abase, it is true, but might also exalt beyond measure. That day Lygia too had to take part in such a feast. Fear, uncertainty, and a dazed feeling, not to be wondered at after the sudden change, were struggling in her with a wish to resist. She feared Nero. She feared the people and the palace whose uproar deprived her of presence of mind. She feared the feasts of whose shamelessness she had heard from Aulus, Pomponia Graecina, and their friends. Though young, she was not without knowledge, for knowledge of evil in those times reached even children's ears early. She knew, therefore, that ruin was threatening her in the palace. Pomponia, moreover, had warned her of this at the moment of parting. But having a youthful spirit, unacquainted with corruption, and confessing a lofty faith, implanted in her by her foster mother, she had promised to defend herself against that ruin. She had promised her mother, herself and also that divine teacher in whom she not only believed, but whom she had come to love with her half-childlike heart for the sweetness of his doctrine, the bitterness of his death, and the glory of his resurrection. She was confident too that now neither Aulus nor Pomponia would be answerable for her actions. She was thinking therefore whether it would not be better to resist and not go to the feast. On the one hand fear and alarm spoke audibly in her soul. On the other the wish rose in her to show courage in suffering, in exposure to torture and death. The divine teacher had commanded to act thus. He had given the example himself. Pomponia had told her that the most earnest among the adherents desire with all their souls such a test, and pray for it. And Lygia, when still in the house of Aulus, had been mastered at moments by a similar desire. She had seen herself as a martyr, with wounds on her feet and hands, white as snow, beautiful with a beauty not of earth, and borne by equally white angels into the azure sky, and her imagination admired such a vision. There was in it much childish brooding, but there was in it also something of delight in herself, which Pomponia had reprimanded. But now, when opposition to Caesar's will might draw after it some terrible punishment, and the martyrdom scene of imagination become a reality, there was added to the beautiful visions and to the delight a kind of curiosity mingled with dread. As to how they would punish her, and what kind of torments they would provide. And her soul, half childish yet, was hesitating on two sides. But Act, hearing of these hesitations, looked at her with astonishment as if the maiden were talking in a fever. To oppose Caesar's will, expose oneself from the first moment to his anger. To act thus one would need to be a child that knows not what it says. From Lygia's own words it appears that she is, properly speaking, not really a hostage, but a maiden forgotten by her own people. No law of nations protects her, and even if it did, Caesar is powerful enough to trample on it in a moment of anger. It has pleased Caesar to take her, and he will dispose of her. Thenceforth she is at his will, above which there is not another on earth. So it is, continued Act. I too have read the letters of Paul of Tarsus, and I know that above the earth is God, and the Son of God, who rose from the dead, but on the earth there is only Caesar. Think of this, Lygia. I know too that thy doctrine does not permit thee to be what I was, and that to you as to the Stoics, of whom Epictetus has told me, when it comes to a choice between shame and death, it is permitted to choose only death. But canst thou say that death awaits thee and not shame too? Hast thou heard of the daughter of Sejanus, a young maiden, who at command of Tiberius had to pass through shame before her death, so as to respect a law which prohibits the punishment of virgins with death? Lygia, Lygia, do not irritate Caesar. If the decisive moment comes when thou must choose between disgrace and death, thou wilt act as thy faith commands, but seek not destruction thyself, and do not irritate for a trivial cause an earthly and at the same time a cruel divinity. Act spoke with great compassion, and even with enthusiasm, and being a little short-sighted, she pushed her sweet face up to Lygia's as if wishing to see surely the effect of her words. But Lygia threw her arms around Act's neck with childish trustfulness and said, Thou art kind, Act. Act, pleased by the praise and confidence, pressed her to her heart. And then disengaging herself from the arms of the maiden, answered, My happiness has passed and my joy is gone, but I am not wicked. Then she began to walk with quick steps through the room and to speak to herself, as if in despair. No. And he was not wicked. He thought himself good at that time, and he wished to be good. I know that best. All his change came later, when he ceased to love. Others made him what he is, yes, others, and Poppaea. Here her eyelids filled with tears. Lygia followed her for some time with her blue eyes, and asked at last, Art thou sorry for him, Act? I am sorry for him, answered the Grecian, with a low voice. And again she began to walk, her hands clenched as if in pain, and her face without hope. Dost thou love him yet, Act? Asked Lygia, timidly. I love him. And after a while she added, No one loves him but me. Silence followed, during which Act strove to recover her calmness, disturbed by memories, and when at length her face resumed its usual look of calm sorrow, she said. Let us speak of thee, Lygia. Do not even think of opposing Caesar. That would be madness. And be calm. I know this house well, and I judge that on Caesar's part nothing threatens thee. If Nero had given command to take thee away for himself, he would not have brought thee to the Palatine. Here Poppaea rules. And Nero, since she bore him a daughter, is more than ever under her influence. No, Nero gave command, it is true, that thou shouldst be at the feast, but he has not seen thee yet, he has not inquired about thee, hence he does not care about thee. Maybe he took thee from Aulus and Pomponia only through anger at them. Petronius wrote me to have care of thee, and since Pomponia too wrote, as thou knowest, maybe they had an understanding. Maybe he did that at her request. If this be true, if he at the request of Pomponia will occupy himself with thee, nothing threatens thee, and who knows if Nero may not send thee back to Aulus at his persuasion. I know not whether Nero loves him overmuch, but I know that rarely has he the courage to be of an opinion opposite to his. Ah, act, answered Lygia. Petronius was with us before they took me, and my mother was convinced that Nero demanded my surrender at his instigation. That would be bad, said Act. But she stopped for a while, and then said, perhaps Petronius only said, in Nero's presence at some supper, that he saw a hostage of the Lygians at Aulus's, and Nero, who is jealous of his own power, demanded thee only because hostages belong to Caesar. But he does not like Aulus and Pomponia. No. It does not seem to me that if Petronius wished to take thee from Aulus he would use such a method. I do not know whether Petronius is better than others of Caesar's court, but he is different. Maybe too thou wilt find someone else who would be willing to intercede for thee. Hast thou not seen at Aulus's someone who is near Caesar? I have seen Vespasian and Titus. Caesar does not like them. And Seneca. If Seneca advised something, that would be enough to make Nero act otherwise. The bright face of Lygia was covered with a blush. And Vinicius dash. I do not know him. He is a relative of Petronius, and returned not long since from Armenia. Dost thou think that Nero likes him? All like Vinicius. And would he intercede for thee? He would. Act smiled tenderly, and said, then thou wilt see him surely at the feast. Thou must be there, first, because thou must, only such a child as thou could think otherwise. Second, if thou wish to return to the house of Aulus, thou wilt find means of beseeching Petronius and Vinicius to gain for thee by their influence the right to return. If they were here, both would tell thee as I do, that it would be madness and ruin to try resistance. Caesar might not notice thy absence, it is true. But if he noticed it and thought that thou hadst the daring to oppose his will, here would be no salvation for thee. Go, Lygia. Dost thou hear the noise in the palace? The sun is near setting, guests will begin to arrive soon. Thou art right, answered Lygia, and I will follow thy advice. How much desire to see Vinicius and Petronius there was in this resolve, how much of woman's curiosity there was to see such a feast once in life, and to see at it Caesar, the court, the renowned Poppaea and other beauties. And all that unheard-of splendor, of which wonders were narrated in Rome, Lygia could not give account to herself of a certainty. But Act was right, and Lygia felt this distinctly. There was need to go, therefore, when necessity and simple reason supported the hidden temptation, she ceased to hesitate. Act conducted her to her own unctorium to anoint and dress her. And though there was no lack of slave women in Caesar's house, and Act had enough of them for her personal service, still, through sympathy for the maiden whose beauty and innocence had caught her heart, she resolved to dress her herself. It became clear at once that in the young Grecian, in spite of her sadness and her perusal of the letters of Paul of Tarsus, there was yet much of the ancient Hellenic spirit, to which physical beauty spoke with more eloquence than aught else on earth. When she had undressed Lygia, she could not restrain an exclamation of wonder at sight of her form, at once slender and full, created, as it were, from pearl and roses. And stepping back a few paces, she looked with delight on that matchless, spring-like form. Lygia, exclaimed she at last, thou art 100 times more beautiful than Poppaea. But, reared in the strict house of Pomponia, where modesty was observed, even when women were by themselves, the maiden, wonderful as a wonderful dream, harmonious as a work of Praxiteles or as a song, stood alarmed, blushing from modesty. With knees pressed together, with her hands on her bosom, and downcast eyes. At last, raising her arms with sudden movement, she removed the pins which held her hair, and in one moment, with one shake of her head, she covered herself with it as with a mantle. Act, approaching her and touching her dark tresses, said, "Oh, what hair thou hast! I will not sprinkle golden powder on it, it gleams of itself in one place and another with gold, where it waves. I will add, perhaps, barely a sprinkle here and there, but lightly, lightly, as if a sun ray had freshened it. Wonderful must thy Lygian country be where such maidens are born." "I do not remember it," answered Lygia. "But Ursus has told me that with us it is forests, forests, and forests." "But flowers bloom in those forests," said Act, dipping her hand in a vase filled with verbena, and moistening Lygia's hair with it. When she had finished this work, Act anointed her body lightly with odoriferous oils from Arabia, and then dressed her in a soft gold-colored tunic without sleeves, over which was to be put a snow-white peplus. But since she had to dress Lygia's hair first, she put on her meanwhile a kind of roomy dress called synthesis, and, seating her in an armchair, gave her for a time into the hands of slave women, so as to stand at a distance herself and follow the hairdressing. 2 other slave women put on Lygia's feet white sandals, embroidered with purple, fastening them to her alabaster ankles with golden lacings drawn crosswise. When at last the hairdressing was finished, they put a peplus on her in very beautiful, light folds. Then Act fastened pearls to her neck, and touching her hair at the folds with gold dust, gave command to the women to dress her, following Lygia with delighted eyes meanwhile. But she was ready soon. And when the first litters began to appear before the main gate, both entered the side portico from which were visible the chief entrance, the interior galleries, and the courtyard surrounded by a colonnade of Numidian marble. Gradually people passed in greater and greater numbers under the lofty arch of the entrance, over which the splendid quadrigi of Lysias seemed to bear Apollo and Diana into space. Lygia's eyes were struck by that magnificence, of which the modest house of Aulus could not have given her the slightest idea. It was sunset. The last rays were falling on the yellow Numidian marble of the columns, which shone like gold in those gleams and changed into rose color also. Among the columns, at the side of white statues of the Danaides and others, representing gods or heroes, crowds of people flowed past, men and women. Resembling statues also, for they were draped in togas, pepluses, and robes, falling with grace and beauty toward the earth in soft folds, on which the rays of the setting sun were expiring. A gigantic Hercules, with head in the light yet, from the breast down sunk in shadow cast by the columns, looked from above on that throng. Act showed Lygia senators in wide-bordered togas, in colored tunics, in sandals with crescents on them, and knights, and famed artists. She showed her Roman ladies, in Roman, in Grecian, in fantastic oriental costume, with hair dressed in towers or pyramids, or dressed like that of the statues of goddesses, low on the head, and adorned with flowers. Many men and women did Act call by name, adding to their names histories, brief and sometimes terrible, which pierced Lygia with fear, amazement, and wonder. For her this was a strange world, whose beauty intoxicated her eyes, but whose contrasts her girlish understanding could not grasp. In those twilights of the sky, in those rows of motionless columns vanishing in the distance, and in those statuesque people, there was a certain lofty repose. It seemed that in the midst of those marbles of simple lines demigods might live free of care, at peace and in happiness. Meanwhile the low voice of Act disclosed, time after time, a new and dreadful secret of that palace and those people. See, there at a distance is the covered portico on whose columns and floor are still visible red stains from the blood with which Caligula sprinkled the white marble when he fell beneath the knife of Cassius Chaerea. There his wife was slain. There his child was dashed against a stone. Under that wing is the dungeon in which the younger Drusus gnawed his hands from hunger. There the elder Drusus was poisoned. There Gemellus quivered in terror, and Claudius in convulsions. There Germanicus suffered. Everywhere those walls had heard the groans and death rattle of the dying, and those people hurrying now to the feast in togas, in colored tunics, in flowers, and in jewels, may be the condemned of tomorrow. On more than one face, perhaps, a smile conceals terror, alarm, the uncertainty of the next day, perhaps feverishness, greed, envy are gnawing at this moment into the hearts of those crowned demigods, who in appearance are free of care. Lygia's frightened thoughts could not keep pace with Act's words. And when that wonderful world attracted her eyes with increasing force, her heart contracted within her from fear, and in her soul she struggled with an immense, inexpressible yearning for the beloved Pomponia Graecina, and the calm house of Aulus, in which love, and not crime, was the ruling power. Meanwhile new waves of guests were flowing in from the Vicus Apollinis. From beyond the gates came the uproar and shouts of clients, escorting their patrons. The courtyard and the colonnades were swarming with the multitude of Caesar's slaves, of both sexes, small boys, and praetorian soldiers, who kept guard in the palace. Here and there among dark or swarthy visages was the black face of a Numidian, in a feathered helmet, and with large gold rings in his ears. Some were bearing lutes and citharas, hand lamps of gold, silver, and bronze, and bunches of flowers, reared artificially despite the late autumn season. Louder and louder the sound of conversation was mingled with the splashing of the fountain, the rosy streams of which fell from above on the marble and were broken, as if in sobs. Act had stopped her narration. But Lygia gazed at the throng, as if searching for someone. All at once her face was covered with a blush, and from among the columns came forth Vinicius with Petronius. They went to the great triclinium, beautiful, calm, like white gods, in their togas. It seemed to Lygia, when she saw those two known and friendly faces among strange people, and especially when she saw Vinicius, that a great weight had fallen from her heart. She felt less alone. That measureless yearning for Pomponia and the house of Aulus, which had broken out in her a little while before, ceased at once to be painful. The desire to see Vinicius and to talk with him drowned in her other voices. In vain did she remember all the evil which she had heard of the house of Caesar, the words of Act, the warnings of Pomponia. In spite of those words and warnings, she felt all at once that not only must she be at that feast, but that she wished to be there. At the thought that soon she would hear that dear and pleasant voice, which had spoken of love to her and of happiness worthy of the gods, and which was sounding like a song in her ears yet, delight seized her straightway. But the next moment she feared that delight. It seemed to her that she would be false to the pure teaching in which she had been reared, false to Pomponia, and false to herself. It is one thing to go by constraint, and another to delight in such a necessity. She felt guilty, unworthy, and ruined. Despair swept her away, and she wanted to weep. Had she been alone, she would have knelt down and beaten her breast, saying, "Mea culpa. Mea culpa." Act, taking her hand at that moment, led her through the interior apartments to the grand triclinium, where the feast was to be. Darkness was in her eyes, and a roaring in her ears from internal emotion, the beating of her heart stopped her breath. As in a dream, she saw thousands of lamps gleaming on the tables and on the walls. As in a dream, she heard the shout with which the guests greeted Caesar, as through a mist, she saw Caesar himself. The shout deafened her, the glitter dazzled, the odors intoxicated. And, losing the remnant of her consciousness, she was barely able to recognize Act, who seated her at the table and took a place at her side. But after a while a low and known voice was heard at the other side, a greeting, most beautiful of maidens on earth and of stars in heaven. A greeting to thee, divine Paulina. Lygia, having recovered somewhat, looked up. At her side was Vinicius. He was without a toga, for convenience and custom had enjoined to cast aside the toga at feasts. His body was covered with only a sleeveless scarlet tunic embroidered in silver palms. His bare arms were ornamented in Eastern fashion with two broad golden bands fastened above the elbow, below they were carefully stripped of hair. They were smooth, but too muscular, real arms of a soldier, they were made for the sword and the shield. On his head was a garland of roses. With brows joining above the nose, with splendid eyes and a dark complexion, he was the impersonation of youth and strength, as it were. To Lygia he seemed so beautiful that though her first amazement had passed, she was barely able to answer, "A greeting, Marcus." "Happy," said he, "are my eyes, which see thee. Happy my ears, which hear thy voice, dearer to me than the sound of lutes or citharas. Were it commanded me to choose who was to rest here by my side at this feast, thou, Lygia, or Venus, I would choose thee, divine one." And he looked at the maiden as if he wished to sate himself with the sight of her, to burn her eyes with his eyes. His glance slipped from her face to her neck and bare arms, fondled her shapely outlines, admired her, embraced her, devoured her. But besides desire, there was gleaming in him happiness, admiration, and ecstasy beyond limit. "I knew that I should see thee in Caesar's house," continued he. "But still, when I saw thee, such delight shook my whole soul, as if a happiness entirely unexpected had met me." Lygia, having recovered herself and feeling that in that throng and in that house he was the only being who was near to her, began to converse with him, and ask about everything which she did not understand and which filled her with fear. Whence did he know that he would find her in Caesar's house? Why is she there? Why did Caesar take her from Pomponia? She is full of fear where she is, and wishes to return to Pomponia. She would die from alarm and grief were it not for the hope that Petronius and he will intercede for her before Caesar. Vinicius explained that he learned from Aulus himself that she had been taken. Why she is there, he knows not. Caesar gives account to no one of his orders and commands. But let her not fear. He, Vinicius, is near her and will stay near her. He would rather lose his eyes than not see her, he would rather lose his life than desert her. She is his soul, and hence he will guard her as his soul. In his house he will build to her, as to a divinity, an altar on which he will offer myrrh and aloes, and in spring saffron and apple blossoms. And since she has a dread of Caesar's house, he promises that she shall not stay in it. And though he spoke evasively and at times invented, truth was to be felt in his voice, because his feelings were real. Genuine pity possessed him, too, and her words went to his soul so thoroughly that when she began to thank him and assure him that Pomponia would love him for his goodness, and that she herself would be grateful to him all her life, he could not master his emotion, and it seemed to him that he would never be able in life to resist her prayer. The heart began to melt in him. Her beauty intoxicated his senses, and he desired her, but at the same time he felt that she was very dear to him, and that in truth he might do homage to her, as to a divinity. He felt also irresistible need of speaking of her beauty and of his own homage. As the noise at the feast increased, he drew nearer to her, whispered kind, sweet words flowing from the depth of his soul, words as resonant as music and intoxicating as wine. And he intoxicated her. Amid those strange people he seemed to her ever nearer, ever dearer, altogether true, and devoted with his whole soul. He pacified her, he promised to rescue her from the house of Caesar. He promised not to desert her, and said that he would serve her. Besides, he had spoken before at Aulus's only in general about love and the happiness which it can give. But now he said directly that he loved her, and that she was dear and most precious to him. Lygia heard such words from a man's lips for the first time. And as she heard them it seemed to her that something was wakening in her as from a sleep, that some species of happiness was embracing her in which immense delight was mingled with immense alarm. Her cheeks began to burn, her heart to beat, her mouth opened as in wonder. She was seized with fear because she was listening to such things, still she did not wish for any cause on earth to lose one word. At moments she dropped her eyes. Then again she raised her clear glance to Vinicius, timid and also inquiring, as if she wished to say to him, "Speak on." The sound of the music, the odor of flowers and of Arabian perfumes, began to daze her. In Rome it was the custom to recline at banquets, but at home Lygia occupied a place between Pomponia and little Aulus. Now Vinicius was reclining near her, youthful, immense, in love, burning. And she, feeling the heat that issued from him, felt both delight and shame. A kind of sweet weakness, a kind of faintness and forgetfulness seized her, it was as if drowsiness tortured her. But her nearness to him began to act on Vinicius also. His nostrils dilated, like those of an eastern steed. The beating of his heart with unusual throb was evident under his scarlet tunic, his breathing grew short, and the expressions that fell from his lips were broken. For the first time, too, he was so near her. His thoughts grew disturbed, he felt a flame in his veins which he tried in vain to quench with wine. Not wine, but her marvelous face, her bare arms, her maiden breast heaving under the golden tunic, and her form hidden in the white folds of the peplus, intoxicated him more and more. Finally, he seized her arm above the wrist, as he had done once at Aulus's, and drawing her toward him whispered, with trembling lips, "I love thee, Paulina, divine one." "Let me go, Marcus," said Lygia. But he continued, his eyes mist-covered, "Love me, my goddess." But at that moment was heard the voice of Act, who was reclining on the other side of Lygia. "Caesar is looking at you both." Vinicius was carried away by sudden anger at Caesar and at Act. Her words had broken the charm of his intoxication. To the young man even a friendly voice would have seemed repulsive at such a moment, but he judged that Act wished purposely to interrupt his conversation with Lygia. So, raising his head and looking over the shoulder of Lygia at the young freedwoman, he said with malice, "The hour has passed, Act, when thou didst recline near Caesar's side at banquets, and they say that blindness is threatening thee. How then canst thou see him?" But she answered as if in sadness, "Still I see him. He, too, has short sight, and is looking at thee through an emerald." Everything that Nero did roused attention, even in those nearest him. Hence Vinicius was alarmed. He regained self-control, and began imperceptibly to look toward Caesar. Lygia, who, embarrassed at the beginning of the banquet, had seen Nero as in a mist, and afterward, occupied by the presence and conversation of Vinicius, had not looked at him at all, turned to him eyes at once curious and terrified. Act spoke truly. Caesar had bent over the table, half-closed one eye, and holding before the other a round polished emerald, which he used, was looking at them. For a moment his glance met Lygia's eyes, and the heart of the maiden was straitened with terror. When still a child on Aulus's Sicilian estate, an old Egyptian slave had told her of dragons which occupied dens in the mountains, and it seemed to her now that all at once the greenish eye of such a monster was gazing at her. She caught at Vinicius' hand as a frightened child would, and disconnected, quick impressions pressed into her head, was not that he, the terrible, the all-powerful? She had not seen him hitherto, and she thought that he looked differently. She had imagined some kind of ghastly face, with malignity petrified in its features. Now she saw a great head, fixed on a thick neck, terrible, it is true, but almost ridiculous, for from a distance it resembled the head of a child. A tunic of amethyst color, forbidden to ordinary mortals, cast a bluish tinge on his broad and short face. He had dark hair, dressed, in the fashion introduced by Otho, in 4 curls. He had no beard, because he had sacrificed it recently to Jove, for which all Rome gave him thanks, though people whispered to each other that he had sacrificed it because his beard, like that of his whole family, was red. In his forehead, projecting strongly above his brows, there remained something Olympian. In his contracted brows the consciousness of supreme power was evident. But under that forehead of a demigod was the face of a monkey, a drunkard, and a comedian, vain, full of changing desires, swollen with fat, notwithstanding his youth. Besides, it was sickly and foul. To Lygia he seemed ominous, but above all repulsive. After a while he laid down the emerald and ceased to look at her. Then she saw his prominent blue eyes, blinking before the excess of light, glassy, without thought, resembling the eyes of the dead. "Is that the hostage with whom Vinicius is in love?" asked he, turning to Petronius. "That is she," answered Petronius. "What are her people called?" "The Lygians." "Does Vinicius think her beautiful?" "Array a rotten olive trunk in the peplus of a woman, and Vinicius will declare it beautiful. But on thy countenance, incomparable judge, I read her sentence already. Thou hast no need to pronounce it. The sentence is true, she is too dry, thin, a mere blossom on a slender stalk, and thou, O divine aesthete, esteemest the stalk in a woman. Thrice and 4 times art thou right. The face alone does not signify. I have learned much in thy company, but even now I have not a perfect cast of the eye. But I am ready to lay a wager with Tullius Senecio concerning his mistress, that, although at a feast, when all are reclining, it is difficult to judge the whole form, thou hast said in thy mind already, too narrow in the hips. Too narrow in the hips, answered Nero, blinking. On Petronius's lips appeared a scarcely perceptible smile. But Tullius Senecio, who till that moment was occupied in conversing with Vestinius, or rather in reviling dreams, while Vestinius believed in them, turned to Petronius, and though he had not the least idea touching that of which they were talking, he said, Thou art mistaken. I hold with Caesar. Very well, answered Petronius. I have just maintained that thou hast a glimmer of understanding, but Caesar insists that thou art an ass pure and simple. Habit. Said Caesar, laughing, and turning down the thumb, as was done in the circus, in sign that the gladiator had received a blow and was to be finished. But Vestinius, thinking that the question was of dreams, exclaimed, But I believe in dreams, and Seneca told me on a time that he believes too. Last night I dreamt that I had become a Vestal Virgin, said Calvia Crispinilla, bending over the table. At this Nero clapped his hands, other followed, and in a moment clapping of hands was heard all around, for Crispinilla had been divorced a number of times, and was known throughout Rome for her fabulous debauchery. But she, not disconcerted in the least, said, Well, they are all old and ugly. Rubria alone has a human semblance, and so there would be 2 of us, though Rubria gets freckles in summer. But admit, purest Calvia, said Petronius, that thou couldst become a Vestal only in dreams. But if Caesar commanded, I should believe that even the most impossible dreams might come true. But they do come true, said Vestinius. I understand those who do not believe in the gods, but how is it possible not to believe in dreams? But predictions? Inquired Nero. It was predicted once to me, that Rome would cease to exist, and that I should rule the whole Orient. Predictions and dreams are connected, said Vestinius. Once a certain proconsul, a great disbeliever, sent a slave to the temple of Mopsus with a sealed letter which he would not let anyone open. He did this to try if the god could answer the question contained in the letter. The slave slept a night in the temple to have a prophetic dream. He returned then and said, I saw a youth in my dreams. He was as bright as the sun, and spoke only one word, black. The proconsul, when he heard this, grew pale, and turning to his guests, disbelievers like himself, said, Do ye know what was in the letter? Here Vestinius stopped, and, raising his goblet with wine, began to drink. What was in the letter? Asked Senecio. In the letter was the question, What is the color of the bull which I am to sacrifice, white or black? But the interest roused by the narrative was interrupted by Vitellius, who, drunk when he came to the feast, burst forth on a sudden and without cause in senseless laughter. What is that keg of tallow laughing at? Asked Nero. Laughter distinguishes men from animals, said Petronius, and he has no other proof that he is not a wild boar. Vitellius stopped halfway in his laughter, and smacking his lips, shining from fat and sauces, looked at those present with as much astonishment as if he had never seen them before. Then he raised his 2 hands, which were like cushions, and said in a hoarse voice, The ring of a knight has fallen from my finger, and it was inherited from my father. Who was a tailor, added Nero. But Vitellius burst forth again in unexpected laughter, and began to search for his ring in the peplus of Calvia Crispinilla. Hereupon Vestinius fell to imitating the cries of a frightened woman. Nigidia, a friend of Calvia, a young widow with the face of a child and the eyes of a wanton, said aloud, He is seeking what he has not lost. And which will be useless to him if he finds it, finished the poet Lucan. The feast grew more animated. Crowds of slaves bore around successive courses, from great vases filled with snow and garlanded with ivy, smaller vessels with various kinds of wine were brought forth unceasingly. All drank freely. On the guests, roses fell from the ceiling at intervals. Petronius entreated Nero to dignify the feast with his song before the guests drank too deeply. A chorus of voices supported his words, but Nero refused at first. It was not a question of courage alone, he said, though that failed him always. The gods knew what efforts every success cost him. He did not avoid them, however, for it was needful to do something for art. And besides, if Apollo had gifted him with a certain voice, it was not proper to let divine gifts be wasted. He understood, even, that it was his duty to the state not to let them be wasted. But that day he was really hoarse. In the night he had placed leaden weights on his chest, but that had not helped in any way. He was thinking even to go to Antium, to breathe the sea air. Lucan implored him in the name of art and humanity. All knew that the divine poet and singer had composed a new hymn to Venus, compared with which Lucretius's hymn was as the howl of a yearling wolf. Let that feast be a genuine feast. So kind a ruler should not cause such tortures to his subjects. Be not cruel, O Caesar. Be not cruel, repeated all who were sitting near. Nero spread his hands in sign that he had to yield. All faces assumed then an expression of gratitude, and all eyes were turned to him. But he gave command first to announce to Poppaea that he would sing. He informed those present that she had not come to the feast, because she did not feel in good health. But since no medicine gave her such relief as his singing, he would be sorry to deprive her of this opportunity. In fact, Poppaea came soon. Hitherto she had ruled Nero as if he had been her subject, but she knew that when his vanity as a singer, a charioteer, or a poet was involved, there was danger in provoking it. She came in therefore, beautiful as a divinity, arrayed, like Nero, in robes of amethyst color, and wearing a necklace of immense pearls, stolen on a time from Massinissa. She was golden-haired, sweet, and though divorced from 2 husbands she had the face and the look of a virgin. She was greeted with shouts, and the appellation, Divine Augusta. Lygia had never seen anyone so beautiful, and she could not believe her own eyes, for she knew that Poppaea Sabina was one of the vilest women on earth. She knew from Pomponia that she had brought Caesar to murder his mother and his wife. She knew her from accounts given by Aulus's guests and the servants. She had heard that statues to her had been thrown down at night in the city. She had heard of inscriptions, the writers of which had been condemned to severest punishment, but which still appeared on the city walls every morning. Yet at sight of the notorious Poppaea, considered by the confessors of Christ as crime and evil incarnate, it seemed to her that angels or spirits of heaven might look like her. She was unable simply to take her eyes from Poppaea. And from her lips was wrested involuntarily the question, "Ah, Marcus, can it be possible?" But he, roused by wine, and as it were impatient that so many things had scattered her attention, and taken her from him and his words, said, "Yes, she is beautiful, but thou art 100 times more beautiful. Thou dost not know thyself, or thou wouldst be in love with thyself, as Narcissus was. She bathes in ass's milk, but Venus bathed thee in her own milk. Thou dost not know thyself, O sell me. Look not at her. Turn thy eyes to me, O sell me. Touch this goblet of wine with thy lips, and I will put mine on the same place." And he pushed up nearer and nearer, and she began to withdraw toward act. But at that moment silence was enjoined because Caesar had risen. The singer Diodorus had given him a lute of the kind called Delta. Another singer named Terpnos, who had to accompany him in playing, approached with an instrument called the Nablium. Nero, resting the Delta on the table, raised his eyes. And for a moment silence reigned in the triclinium, broken only by a rustle, as roses fell from the ceiling. Then he began to chant, or rather to declaim, singingly and rhythmically, to the accompaniment of the 2 lutes, his own hymn to Venus. Neither the voice, though somewhat injured, nor the verses were bad, so that reproaches of conscience took possession of Lygia again. For the hymn, though glorifying the impure pagan Venus, seemed to her more than beautiful, and Caesar himself, with a laurel crown on his head and uplifted eyes, nobler, much less terrible, and less repulsive than at the beginning of the feast. The guests answered with a thunder of applause. Cries of, "Oh, heavenly voice, were heard round about. Some of the women raised their hands, and held them thus, as a sign of delight, even after the end of the hymn. Others wiped their tearful eyes. The whole hall was seething as in a beehive. Poppaea, bending her golden-haired head, raised Nero's hand to her lips, and held it long in silence. Pythagoras, a young Greek of marvelous beauty, the same to whom later the half-insane Nero commanded the Flamens to marry him, with the observance of all rites, knelt now at his feet. But Nero looked carefully at Petronius, whose praises were desired by him always before every other, and who said, "If it is a question of music, Orpheus must at this moment be as yellow from envy as Lucan, who is here present. And as to the verses, I am sorry that they are not worse. If they were I might find proper words to praise them." Lucan did not take the mention of envy evil of him. On the contrary, he looked at Petronius with gratitude, and, affecting ill humor, began to murmur, "Cursed fate, which commanded me to live contemporary with such a poet. One might have a place in the memory of man, and on Parnassus. But now one will quench, as a candle in sunlight." Petronius, who had an amazing memory, began to repeat extracts from the hymn and cite single verses, exalt, and analyze the more beautiful expressions. Lucan, forgetting as it were his envy before the charm of the poetry, joined his ecstasy to Petronius's words. On Nero's face were reflected delight and fathomless vanity, not only nearing stupidity, but reaching it perfectly. He indicated to them verses which he considered the most beautiful. And finally he began to comfort Lucan, and tell him not to lose heart, for though whatever a man is born that he is, the honor which people give Jove does not exclude respect for other divinities. Then he rose to conduct Poppaea, who, being really in ill health, wished to withdraw. But he commanded the guests who remained to occupy their places anew, and promised to return. In fact, he returned a little later, to stupefy himself with the smoke of incense, and gaze at further spectacles which he himself, Petronius, or Tigellinus had prepared for the feast. Again verses were read or dialogues listened to in which extravagance took the place of wit. After that Paris, the celebrated mime, represented the adventures of Io, the daughter of Inachus. To the guests, and especially to Lygia, unaccustomed to such scenes, it seemed that they were gazing at miracles and enchantment. Paris, with motions of his hands and body, was able to express things apparently impossible in a dance. His hands dimmed the air, creating a cloud, bright, living, quivering, voluptuous, surrounding the half-fainting form of a maiden shaken by a spasm of delight. That was a picture, not a dance. An expressive picture, disclosing the secrets of love, bewitching and shameless. And when at the end of it Carabantes rushed in and began a Bacchic dance with girls of Syria to the sounds of cithara, lutes, drums, and cymbals, a dance filled with wild shouts and still wilder license. It seemed to Lygia that living fire was burning her, and that a thunderbolt ought to strike that house, or the ceiling fall on the heads of those feasting there. But from the golden net fastened to the ceiling only roses fell, and the now half-drunken Vinicius said to her, "I saw thee in the house of Aulus, at the fountain. It was daylight, and thou didst think that no one saw thee, but I saw thee. And I see thee thus yet, though that Peplus hides thee. Cast aside the Peplus, like Crispinilla. See, gods and men seek love. There is nothing in the world but love. Lay thy head on my breast and close thy eyes." The pulse beat oppressively in Lygia's hands and temples. A feeling seized her that she was flying into some abyss, and that Vinicius, who before had seemed so near and so trustworthy, instead of saving was drawing her toward it. And she felt sorry for him. She began again to dread the feast and him and herself. Some voice, like that of Pomponia, was calling yet in her soul, "O Lygia, save thyself." But something told her also that it was too late. That the one whom such a flame had embraced as that which had embraced her, the one who had seen what was done at that feast and whose heart had beaten as hers had on hearing the words of Vinicius. The one through whom such a shiver had passed as had passed through her when he approached, was lost beyond recovery. She grew weak. It seemed at moments to her that she would faint, and then something terrible would happen. She knew that, under penalty of Caesar's anger, it was not permitted anyone to rise till Caesar rose. But even were that not the case, she had not strength now to rise. Meanwhile it was far to the end of the feast yet. Slaves brought new courses, and filled the goblets unceasingly with wine. Before the table, on a platform open at one side, appeared two athletes to give the guests a spectacle of wrestling. They began the struggle at once, and the powerful bodies, shining from olive oil, formed one mass. Bones cracked in their iron arms, and from their set jaws came an ominous gritting of teeth. At moments was heard the quick, dull thump of their feet on the platform strewn with saffron. Again they were motionless, silent, and it seemed to the spectators that they had before them a group chiseled out of stone. Roman eyes followed with delight the movement of tremendously exerted backs, thighs, and arms. But the struggle was not too prolonged, for Croton, a master, and the founder of a school of gladiators, did not pass in vain for the strongest man in the empire. His opponent began to breathe more and more quickly, next a rattle was heard in his throat, then his face grew blue, finally he threw blood from his mouth and fell. A thunder of applause greeted the end of the struggle, and Croton, resting his foot on the breast of his opponent, crossed his gigantic arms on his breast, and cast the eyes of a victor around the hall. Next appeared men who mimicked beasts and their voices, ball-players and buffoons. Only a few persons looked at them, however, since wine had darkened the eyes of the audience. The feast passed by degrees into a drunken revel and a dissolute orgy. The Syrian damsels, who appeared at first in the Bacchic dance, mingled now with the guests. The music changed into a disordered and wild outburst of citharas, lutes, Armenian cymbals, Egyptian sistra, trumpets, and horns. As some of the guests wished to talk, they shouted at the musicians to disappear. The air, filled with the odor of flowers and the perfume of oils with which beautiful boys had sprinkled the feet of the guests during the feast, permeated with saffron and the exhalations of people, became stifling, lamps burned with a dim flame. The wreaths dropped sidewise on the heads of guests, faces grew pale and were covered with sweat. Vitellius rolled under the table. Nigidia, stripping herself to the waist, dropped her drunken childlike head on the breast of Lucan, who, drunk in like degree, fell to blowing the golden powder from her hair, and raising his eyes with immense delight. Vestinius, with the stubbornness of intoxication, repeated for the 10th time the answer of Mopsus to the sealed letter of the proconsul. Tullius, who reviled the gods, said, with a drawling voice broken by hiccups, "If the spheros of Xenophanes is round, then consider, such a god might be pushed along before one with the foot, like a barrel." But Domitius Afer, a hardened criminal and informer, was indignant at the discourse, and through indignation spilled Falernian over his whole tunic. He had always believed in the gods. People say that Rome will perish, and there are some even who contend that it is perishing already. And surely. But if that should come, it is because the youth are without faith, and without faith there can be no virtue. People have abandoned also the strict habits of former days, and it never occurs to them that Epicureans will not stand against barbarians. As for him, he was sorry that he had lived to such times, and that he must seek in pleasures a refuge against griefs which, if not met, would soon kill him. When he had said this, he drew toward him a Syrian dancer, and kissed her neck and shoulders with his toothless mouth. Seeing this, the consul Memmius Regulus laughed, and, raising his bald head with wreath awry, exclaimed, "Who says that Rome is perishing? What folly! I, a consul, know better. Vidient consuls. 30 legions are guarding our Pax Romana." Here he put his fists to his temples and shouted, in a voice heard throughout the triclinium, 30 legions. 30 legions. From Britain to the Parthian boundaries. But he stopped on a sudden, and, putting a finger to his forehead, said, "As I live, I think there are 32. He rolled under the table, and began soon to send forth flamingo tongues, roast and chilled mushrooms, locusts in honey, fish, meat, and everything which he had eaten or drunk. But the number of the legions guarding Roman peace did not pacify Domitius. No, no. Rome must perish, for faith in the gods was lost, and so were strict habits. Rome must perish, and it was a pity, for still life was pleasant there. Caesar was gracious, wine was good. Oh, what a pity! And hiding his head on the arm of a Syrian bacchanal, he burst into tears. What is a future life? Achilles was right, better be a slave in the world beneath the sun than a king in Cimmerian regions. And still the question whether there are any gods, since it is unbelief, is destroying the youth. Lucan meanwhile had blown all the gold powder from Nigidia's hair, and she being drunk had fallen asleep. Next he took wreaths of ivy from the vase before him, put them on the sleeping woman, and when he had finished looked at those present with a delighted and inquiring glance. He arrayed himself in ivy too, repeating, in a voice of deep conviction, I am not a man at all, but a faun. Petronius was not drunk. But Nero, who drank little at first, out of regard for his heavenly voice, emptied goblet after goblet toward the end, and was drunk. He wanted even to sing more of his verses, this time in Greek, but he had forgotten them, and by mistake sang an ode of Anacreon. Pythagoras, Diodorus, and Terpnos accompanied him, but failing to keep time, they stopped. Nero as a judge and an aesthete was enchanted with the beauty of Pythagoras, and fell to kissing his hands in ecstasy. Such beautiful hands I have seen only once, and whose were they? Then placing his palm on his moist forehead, he tried to remember. After a while terror was reflected on his face. Ah! His mother's, Agrippina's. And a gloomy vision seized him forthwith. They say, said he, that she wanders by moonlight on the sea around Baiae and Bali. She merely walks as if seeking for something. When she comes near a boat, she looks at it and goes away. But the fisherman on whom she has fixed her eye dies. Not a bad theme, said Petronius. But Vestinius, stretching his neck like a stork, whispered mysteriously, I do not believe in the gods, but I believe in spirits, oi. Nero paid no attention to their words, and continued, I celebrated the Lemuria, and have no wish to see her. This is the 5th year, I had to condemn her, for she sent assassins against me. And, had I not been quicker than she, ye would not be listening tonight to my song. Thanks be to Caesar, in the name of the city and the world, cried Domitius Afer. Wine! And let them strike the tympans. The uproar began anew. Lucan, all in ivy, wishing to outshout him, rose and cried, I am not a man, but a faun, and I dwell in the forest. Evo! Caesar drank himself drunk at last, men were drunk, and women were drunk. Vinicius was not less drunk than others. And in addition there was roused in him, besides desire, a wish to quarrel, which happened always when he passed the measure. His dark face became paler, and his tongue stuttered when he spoke, in a voice now loud and commanding, give me thy lips. Today, tomorrow, it is all one. Enough of this. Caesar took thee from Aulus to give thee to me, dost understand? Tomorrow, about dusk, I will send for thee, dost understand? Caesar promised thee to me before he took thee. Thou must be mine. Give me thy lips. I will not wait for tomorrow, give thy lips quickly. And he moved to embrace her, but Act began to defend her, and she defended herself with the remnant of her strength, for she felt that she was perishing. But in vain did she struggle with both hands to remove his hairless arm, in vain, with a voice in which terror and grief were quivering, did she implore him not to be what he was, and to have pity on her. Sated with wine, his breath blew around her nearer and nearer, and his face was there near her face. He was no longer the former kind Vinicius, almost dear to her soul, he was a drunken, wicked satyr, who filled her with repulsion and terror. But her strength deserted her more and more. In vain did she bend and turn away her face to escape his kisses. He rose to his feet, caught her in both arms, and drawing her head to his breast, began, panting, to press her pale lips with his. But at this instant a tremendous power removed his arms from her neck with as much ease as if they had been the arms of a child, and pushed him aside, like a dried limb or a withered leaf. What had happened? Vinicius rubbed his astonished eyes, and saw before him the gigantic figure of the Lygian, called Ursus, whom he had seen at the house of Aulus. Ursus stood calmly, but looked at Vinicius so strangely with his blue eyes that the blood stiffened in the veins of the young man. Then the giant took his queen on his arm, and walked out of the triclinium with an even, quiet step. Act in that moment went after him. Vinicius sat for the twinkle of an eye as if petrified, then he sprang up and ran toward the entrance crying, Lygia! Lygia! But desire, astonishment, rage, and wine cut the legs from under him. He staggered once and a second time, seized the naked arm of one of the bacchanals, and began to inquire, with blinking eyes, what had happened. She, taking a goblet of wine, gave it to him with a smile in her mist-covered eyes. "Drink," said she. Vinicius drank, and fell to the floor. The greater number of the guests were lying under the table. Others were walking with tottering tread through the triclinium, while others were sleeping on couches at the table, snoring, or giving forth the excess of wine. Meanwhile, from the golden network, roses were dropping and dropping on those drunken consuls and senators, on those drunken knights, philosophers, and poets, on those drunken dancing damsels and patrician ladies. On that society all dominant as yet but with the soul gone from it, on that society garlanded and ungirdled but perishing. Dawn had begun out of doors. Chapter 8. No one stopped Ursus, no one inquired even what he was doing. Those guests who were not under the table had not kept their own places. Hence the servants, seeing a giant carrying a guest on his arm, thought him some slave bearing out his intoxicated mistress. Moreover, Act was with them, and her presence removed all suspicion. In this way they went from the triclinium to the adjoining chamber, and thence to the gallery leading to Act's apartments. To such a degree had her strength deserted Lygia, that she hung as if dead on the arm of Ursus. But when the cool, pure breeze of morning beat around her, she opened her eyes. It was growing clearer and clearer in the open air. After they had passed along the colonnade a while, they turned to a side portico, coming out, not in the courtyard, but the palace gardens, where the tops of the pines and cypresses were growing ruddy from the light of morning. That part of the building was empty, so that echoes of music and sounds of the feast came with decreasing distinctness. It seemed to Lygia that she had been rescued from hell, and borne into God's bright world outside. There was something, then, besides that disgusting triclinium. There was the sky, the dawn, light, and peace. Sudden weeping seized the maiden, and, taking shelter on the arm of the giant, she repeated, with sobbing, "Let us go home, Ursus. Home, to the house of Aulus." "Let us go," answered Ursus. They found themselves now in the small atrium of Act's apartments. Ursus placed Lygia on a marble bench at a distance from the fountain. Act strove to pacify her. She urged her to sleep, and declared that for the moment there was no danger. After the feast the drunken guests would sleep till evening. For a long time Lygia could not calm herself, and, pressing her temples with both hands, she repeated like a child, "Let us go home, to the house of Aulus." Ursus was ready. At the gates stood praetorians, it is true, but he would pass them. The soldiers would not stop outgoing people. The space before the arch was crowded with litters. Guests were beginning to go forth in throngs. No one would detain them. They would pass with the crowd and go home directly. For that matter, what does he care? As the queen commands, so must it be. He is there to carry out her orders. "Yes, Ursus," said Lygia, "let us go." Act was forced to find reason for both. They would pass out, true, no one would stop them. But it is not permitted to flee from the house of Caesar, whoso does that offends Caesar's majesty. They may go, but in the evening a centurion at the head of soldiers will take a death sentence to Aulus and Pomponia Graecina. They will bring Lygia to the palace again, and then there will be no rescue for her. Should Aulus and his wife receive her under their roof, death awaits them to a certainty. Lygia's arms dropped. There was no other outcome. She must choose her own ruin or that of Plautius. In going to the feast, she had hoped that Vinicius and Petronius would win her from Caesar, and return her to Pomponia. Now she knew that it was they who had brought Caesar to remove her from the house of Aulus. There was no help. Only a miracle could save her from the abyss, a miracle and the might of God. Act, said she, in despair, didst thou hear Vinicius say that Caesar had given me to him, and that he will send slaves here this evening to take me to his house? I did, answered Act, and, raising her arms from her side, she was silent. The despair with which Lygia spoke found in her no echo. She herself had been Nero's favorite. Her heart, though good, could not feel clearly the shame of such a relation. A former slave, she had grown too much inured to the law of slavery. And, besides, she loved Nero yet. If he returned to her, she would stretch her arms to him, as to happiness. Comprehending clearly that Lygia must become the mistress of the youthful and stately Vinicius, or expose Aulus and Pomponia to ruin, she failed to understand how the girl could hesitate. In Caesar's house, said she, after a while, it would not be safer for thee than in that of Vinicius. And it did not occur to her that, though she told the truth, her words meant, be resigned to fate and become the concubine of Vinicius. As to Lygia, who felt on her lips yet his kisses, burning as coals and full of beastly desire, the blood rushed to her face with shame at the mere thought of them. Never, cried she, with an outburst, will I remain here, or at the house of Vinicius, never. But, inquired Act, is Vinicius hateful to thee? Lygia was unable to answer, for weeping seized her anew. Act gathered the maiden to her bosom, and strove to calm her excitement. Ursus breathed heavily, and balled his giant fists, for, loving his queen with the devotion of a dog, he could not bear the sight of her tears. In his half-wild Lygian heart was the wish to return to the triclinium, choke Vinicius, and, should the need come, Caesar himself. But he feared to sacrifice thereby his mistress, and was not certain that such an act, which to him seemed very simple, would befit a confessor of the crucified Lamb. But Act, while caressing Lygia, asked again, is he so hateful to thee? No, said Lygia, it is not permitted me to hate, for I am a Christian. I know, Lygia. I know also from the letters of Paul of Tarsus, that it is not permitted to defile oneself, nor to fear death more than sin. But tell me if thy teaching permits one person to cause the death of others? No. Then how canst thou bring Caesar's vengeance on the house of Aulus? A moment of silence followed. A bottomless abyss yawned before Lygia again. I ask, continued the young freedwoman, for I have compassion on thee, and I have compassion on the good Pomponia and Aulus, and on their child. It is long since I began to live in this house, and I know what Caesar's anger is. No. Thou art not at liberty to flee from here. One way remains to thee, implore Vinicius to return thee to Pomponia. But Lygia dropped on her knees to implore someone else. Ursus knelt down after a while, too, and both began to pray in Caesar's house at the morning dawn. Act witnessed such a prayer for the first time, and could not take her eyes from Lygia, seen by her in profile, with raised hands, and face turned heavenward, seemed to implore rescue. The dawn, casting light on her dark hair and white peplus, was reflected in her eyes. Entirely in the light, she seemed herself like light. In that pale face, in those parted lips, in those raised hands and eyes, a kind of superhuman exaltation was evident. Act understood then why Lygia could not become the concubine of any man. Before the face of Nero's former favorite was drawn aside, as it were, a corner of that veil which hides a world altogether different from that to which she was accustomed. She was astonished by prayer in that abode of crime and infamy. A moment earlier it had seemed to her that there was no rescue for Lygia, now she began to think that something uncommon would happen, that some aid would come, aid so mighty that Caesar himself would be powerless to resist it. That some winged army would descend from the sky to help that maiden, or that the sun would spread its rays beneath her feet and draw her up to itself. She had heard of many miracles among Christians, and she thought now that everything said of them was true, since Lygia was praying. Lygia rose at last, with a face serene with hope. Ursus rose too, and, holding to the bench, looked at his mistress, waiting for her words. But it grew dark in her eyes, and after a time 2 great tears rolled down her cheeks slowly. "May God bless Pomponia and Aulus," said she. "It is not permitted me to bring ruin on them, therefore I shall never see them again." Then turning to Ursus she said that he alone remained to her in the world, that he must be to her as a protector and a father. They could not seek refuge in the house of Aulus, for they would bring on it the anger of Caesar. But neither could she remain in the house of Caesar or that of Vinicius. Let Ursus take her then, let him conduct her out of the city. Let him conceal her in some place where neither Vinicius nor his servants could find her. She would follow Ursus anywhere, even beyond the sea, even beyond the mountains, to the barbarians, where the Roman name was not heard, and whither the power of Caesar did not reach. Let him take her and save her, for he alone had remained to her. The Lygian was ready, and in sign of obedience he bent to her feet and embraced them. But on the face of Act, who had been expecting a miracle, disappointment was evident. Had the prayer effected only that much? To flee from the house of Caesar is to commit an offense against majesty which must be avenged, and even if Lygia succeeded in hiding, Caesar would avenge himself on Aulus and Pomponia. If she wishes to escape, let her escape from the house of Vinicius. Then Caesar, who does not like to occupy himself with the affairs of others, may not wish even to aid Vinicius in the pursuit. In every case it will not be a crime against majesty. But Lygia's thoughts were just the following: Aulus would not even know where she was, Pomponia herself would not know. She would escape not from the house of Vinicius, however, but while on the way to it. When drunk, Vinicius had said that he would send his slaves for her in the evening. Beyond doubt he had told the truth, which he would not have done had he been sober. Evidently he himself, or perhaps he and Petronius, had seen Caesar before the feast, and won from him the promise to give her on the following evening. And if they forgot that day, they would send for her on the morrow. But Ursus will save her. He will come, he will bear her out of the litter as he bore her out of the triclinium, and they will go into the world. No one could resist Ursus, not even that terrible athlete who wrestled at the feast yesterday. But as Vinicius might send a great number of slaves, Ursus would go at once to Bishop Linus for aid and counsel. The bishop will take compassion on her, will not leave her in the hands of Vinicius. He will command Christians to go with Ursus to rescue her. They will seize her and bear her away, then Ursus can take her out of the city and hide her from the power of Rome. And her face began to flush and smile. Consolation entered her anew, as if the hope of rescue had turned to reality. She threw herself on Act's neck suddenly, and, putting her beautiful lips to Act's cheek, she whispered. "Thou wilt not betray, Act, wilt thou?" "By the shade of my mother," answered the freed woman, "I will not, but pray to thy God that Ursus be able to bear thee away." The blue, childlike eyes of the giant were gleaming with happiness. He had not been able to frame any plan, though he had been breaking his poor head, but a thing like this he could do, and whether in the day or in the night it was all one to him. He would go to the bishop, for the bishop can read in the sky what is needed and what is not. Besides, he could assemble Christians himself. Are his acquaintances few among slaves, gladiators, and free people, both in the Subura and beyond the bridges? He can collect a couple of thousand of them. He will rescue his lady, and take her outside the city, and he can go with her. They will go to the end of the world, even to that place from which they had come, where no one has heard of Rome. Here he began to look forward, as if to see things in the future and very distant. To the forest? What a forest, what a forest! But after a while he shook himself out of his visions. Well, he will go to the bishop at once, and in the evening will wait with something like 100 men for the litter. And let not slaves, but even praetorians, take her from him. Better for any man not to come under his fist, even though in iron armor, for is iron so strong? When he strikes iron earnestly, the head underneath will not survive. But Lygia raised her finger with great and also childlike seriousness. Ursus, do not kill, said she. Ursus put his fist, which was like a maul, to the back of his head, and, rubbing his neck with great seriousness, began to mutter. But he must rescue his light. She herself had said that his turn had come. He will try all he can. But if something happens in spite of him? In every case he must save her. But should anything happen, he will repent, and so entreat the innocent lamb that the crucified lamb will have mercy on him, poor fellow. He has no wish to offend the lamb, but then his hands are so heavy. Great tenderness was expressed on his face, but wishing to hide it, he bowed and said, "Now I will go to the holy bishop." Act put her arms around Lygia's neck, and began to weep. Once more the freedwoman understood that there was a world in which greater happiness existed, even in suffering, than in all the excesses and luxury of Caesar's house. Once more a kind of door to the light was opened a little before her, but she felt at once that she was unworthy to pass through it. Chapter 9. Lygia was grieved to lose Pomponia Graecina, whom she loved with her whole soul, and she grieved for the household of Aulus. Still her despair passed away. She felt a certain delight even in the thought that she was sacrificing plenty and comfort for her truth, and was entering on an unknown and wandering existence. Perhaps there was in this a little also of childish curiosity as to what that life would be, off somewhere in remote regions, among wild beasts and barbarians. But there was still more a deep and trusting faith, that by acting thus she was doing as the divine master had commanded, and that henceforth he himself would watch over her, as over an obedient and faithful child. In such a case what harm could meet her? If sufferings come, she will endure them in his name. If sudden death comes, he will take her, and some time, when Pomponia dies, they will be together for all eternity. More than once when she was in the house of Aulus, she tortured her childish head because she, a Christian, could do nothing for that crucified, of whom Ursus spoke with such tenderness. But now the moment had come. Lygia felt almost happy, and began to speak of her happiness to Act, who could not understand her, however. To leave everything, to leave house, wealth, the city, gardens, temples, porticos, everything that is beautiful. Leave a sunny land and people near to one, and for what purpose? To hide from the love of a young and stately knight. In Act's head these things could not find place. At times she felt that Lygia's action was right, that there must be some immense mysterious happiness in it. But she could not give a clear account to herself of the matter, especially since an adventure was before Lygia which might have an evil ending, an adventure in which she might lose her life simply. Act was timid by nature, and she thought with dread of what the coming evening might bring. But she was loath to mention her fears to Lygia. Meanwhile, as the day was clear and the sun looked into the atrium, she began to persuade her to take the rest needed after a night without sleep. Lygia did not refuse. And both went to the cubiculum, which was spacious and furnished with luxury because of Act's former relations with Caesar. There they lay down side by side, but in spite of her weariness Act could not sleep. For a long time she had been sad and unhappy, but now she was seized by a certain uneasiness which she had never felt before. So far life had seemed to her simply grievous and deprived of a morrow, now all at once it seemed to her dishonorable. Increasing chaos rose in her head. Again the door to light began to open and close. But in the moment when it opened, that light so dazzled her that she could see nothing distinctly. She divined, merely, that in that light there was happiness of some kind, happiness beyond measure, in presence of which every other was nothing, to such a degree that if Caesar, for example, were to set aside Poppaea, and love her, Act, again, it would be vanity. Suddenly the thought came to her that Caesar whom she loved, whom she held involuntarily as a kind of demigod, was as pitiful as any slave, and that palace, with columns of Numidian marble, no better than a heap of stones. At last, however, those feelings which she had not power to define began to torment her. She wanted to sleep, but being tortured by alarm she could not. Thinking that Lygia, threatened by so many perils and uncertainties, was not sleeping either, she turned to her to speak of her flight in the evening. But Lygia was sleeping calmly. Into the dark cubiculum, past the curtain which was not closely drawn, came a few bright rays, in which golden dust motes were playing. By the light of these rays Act saw her delicate face, resting on her bare arm, her closed eyes, and her mouth slightly open. She was breathing regularly, but as people breathe while asleep. She sleeps, she is able to sleep, thought Act. She is a child yet. Still, after a while it came to her mind that that child chose to flee rather than remain the beloved of Vinicius. She preferred one to shame, wandering to a lordly house, to robes, jewels, and feasts, to the sound of lutes and citharas. Why? And she gazed at Lygia, as if to find an answer in her sleeping face. She looked at her clear forehead, at the calm arch of her brows, at her dark tresses, at her parted lips, at her virgin bosom moved by calm breathing, then she thought again, how different from me. Lygia seemed to her a miracle, a sort of divine vision, something beloved of the gods, 100 times more beautiful than all the flowers in Caesar's garden, than all the statues in his palace. But in the Greek woman's heart there was no envy. On the contrary, at thought of the dangers which threatened the girl, great pity seized her. A certain motherly feeling rose in the woman. Lygia seemed to her not only as a beautiful vision, but also very dear, and, putting her lips to her dark hair, she kissed it. But Lygia slept on calmly, as if at home, under the care of Pomponia Graecina. And she slept rather long. Midday had passed when she opened her blue eyes and looked around the cubiculum in astonishment. Evidently she wondered that she was not in the house of Aulus. "That is thou, Act," said she at last, seeing in the darkness the face of the Greek. "I, Lygia. Is it evening?" "No, child, but midday has passed." "And has Ursus not returned?" "Ursus did not say that he would return, he said that he would watch in the evening, with Christians, for the litter." "True." Then they left the cubiculum and went to the bath, where Act bathed Lygia. Then she took her to breakfast and afterward to the gardens of the palace, in which no dangerous meeting might be feared, since Caesar and his principal courtiers were sleeping yet. For the first time in her life Lygia saw those magnificent gardens, full of pines, cypresses, oaks, olives, and myrtles, among which appeared white here and there a whole population of statues. The mirror of ponds gleamed quietly. Groves of roses were blooming, watered with the spray of fountains. Entrances to charming grottos were encircled with a growth of ivy or woodbine, silver-colored swans were sailing on the water. Amidst statues and trees wandered tame gazelles from the deserts of Africa, and rich-colored birds from all known countries on earth. The gardens were empty, but here and there slaves were working, spade in hand, singing in an undertone. Others, to whom was granted a moment of rest, were sitting by ponds or in the shade of groves, in trembling light produced by sunrays breaking in between leaves, others were watering roses or the pale lily-colored blossoms of the saffron. Act and Lygia walked rather long, looking at all the wonders of the gardens, and though Lygia's mind was not at rest, she was too much a child yet to resist pleasure, curiosity, and wonder. It occurred to her, even, that if Caesar were good, he might be very happy in such a palace, in such gardens. But at last, tired somewhat, the two women sat down on a bench hidden almost entirely by dense cypresses and began to talk of that which weighed on their hearts most, that is, of Lygia's escape in the evening. Act was far less at rest than Lygia touching its success. At times it seemed to her even a mad project, which could not succeed. She felt a growing pity for Lygia. It seemed to her that it would be 100 times safer to try to act on Vinicius. After a while she inquired of Lygia how long she had known him, and whether she did not think that he would let himself be persuaded to return her to Pomponia. But Lygia shook her dark head in sadness. No. In Aulus's house, Vinicius had been different, he had been very kind, but since yesterday's feast she feared him, and would rather flee to the Lygians. But in Aulus's house, inquired Act, he was dear to thee, was he not? He was, answered Lygia, inclining her head. And thou wert not a slave, as I was, said Act, after a moment's thought. Vinicius might marry thee. Thou art a hostage, and a daughter of the Lygian king. Aulus and Pomponia love thee as their own child, I am sure that they are ready to adopt thee. Vinicius might marry thee, Lygia. But Lygia answered calmly, and with still greater sadness, I would rather flee to the Lygians. Lygia, dost thou wish me to go directly to Vinicius, rouse him, if he is sleeping, and tell him what I have told thee? Yes, my precious one, I will go to him and say, Vinicius, this is a king's daughter, and a dear child of the famous Aulus. If thou love her, return her to Aulus and Pomponia, and take her as wife from their house. But the maiden answered with a voice so low that Act could barely hear it. I would rather flee to the Lygians. And 2 tears were hanging on her drooping lids. Further conversation was stopped by the rustle of approaching steps, and before Act had time to see who was coming, Poppaea Sabina appeared in front of the bench with a small retinue of slave women. 2 of them held over her head bunches of ostrich feathers fixed to golden wires, with these they fanned her lightly, and at the same time protected her from the autumn sun, which was hot yet. Before her a woman from Egypt, black as ebony, and with bosom swollen as if from milk, bore in her arms an infant wrapped in purple fringed with gold. Act and Lygia rose, thinking that Poppaea would pass the bench without turning attention to either, but she halted before them and said, Act, the bells sent by thee for the doll were badly fastened. The child tore off one and put it to her mouth. Luckily Lilith saw it in season. Pardon, divinity, answered Act, crossing her arms on her breast and bending her head. But Poppaea began to gaze at Lygia. What slave is this? Asked she, after a pause. She is not a slave, divine Augusta, but a foster child of Pomponia Graecina, and a daughter of the Lygian king given by him as hostage to Rome. And has she come to visit thee? No, Augusta. She is dwelling in the palace since the day before yesterday. Was she at the feast last night? She was, Augusta. At whose command? At Caesar's command. Poppaea looked still more attentively at Lygia, who stood with bowed head, now raising her bright eyes to her with curiosity, now covering them with their lids. Suddenly a frown appeared between the brows of the Augusta. Jealous of her own beauty and power, she lived in continual alarm lest at some time a fortunate rival might ruin her, as she had ruined Octavia. Hence every beautiful face in the palace roused her suspicion. With the eye of a critic she took in at once every part of Lygia's form, estimated every detail of her face, and was frightened. That is simply a nymph, thought she, and 'twas Venus who gave birth to her. On a sudden this came to her mind which had never come before at sight of any beauty, that she herself had grown notably older. Wounded vanity quivered in Poppaea, alarm seized her, and various fears shot through her head. Perhaps Nero has not seen the girl, or, seeing her through the emerald, has not appreciated her. But what would happen should he meet such a marvel in the daytime, in sunlight? Moreover, she is not a slave, she is the daughter of a king of barbarians, it is true, but a king. Immortal gods. She is as beautiful as I am, but younger. The wrinkle between her brows increased, and her eyes began to shine under their golden lashes with a cold gleam. Hast thou spoken with Caesar? No, Augusta. Why dost thou choose to be here rather than in the house of Aulus? I do not choose, lady. Petronius persuaded Caesar to take me from Pomponia. I am here against my will. And wouldst thou return to Pomponia? This last question Poppaea gave with a softer and milder voice. Hence a sudden hope rose in Lygia's heart. Lady, said she, extending her hand to her, Caesar promised to give me as a slave to Vinicius, but do thou intercede and return me to Pomponia. Then Petronius persuaded Caesar to take thee from Aulus, and give thee to Vinicius? True, lady. Vinicius is to send for me today, but thou art good, have compassion on me. When she had said this, she inclined, and, seizing the border of Poppaea's robe, waited for her word with beating heart. Poppaea looked at her for a while, with a face lighted by an evil smile, and said, Then I promise that thou wilt become the slave of Vinicius this day. And she went on, beautiful as a vision, but evil. To the ears of Lygia and Act came only the wail of the infant, which began to cry, it was unknown for what reason. Lygia's eyes too were filled with tears, but after a while she took Act's hand and said, "Let us return. Help is to be looked for only whence it can come." And they returned to the atrium, which they did not leave till evening. When darkness had come and slaves brought in tapers with great flames, both women were very pale. Their conversation failed every moment. Both were listening to hear if someone were coming. Lygia repeated again and again that, though grieved to leave Act, she preferred that all should take place that day, as Ursus must be waiting in the dark for her then. But her breathing grew quicker from emotion, and louder. Act collected feverishly such jewels as she could, and, fastening them in a corner of Lygia's peplus, implored her not to reject that gift and means of escape. At moments came a deep silence full of deceptions for the ear. It seemed to both that they heard at one time a whisper beyond the curtain, at another the distant weeping of a child, at another the barking of dogs. Suddenly the curtain of the entrance moved without noise, and a tall, dark man, his face marked with smallpox, appeared like a spirit in the atrium. In one moment Lygia recognized Atacinus, a freedman of Vinicius, who had visited the house of Aulus. Act screamed. But Atacinus bent low and said, "A greeting, divine Lygia, from Marcus Vinicius, who awaits thee with a feast in his house which is decked in green." The lips of the maiden grew pale. "I go," said she. Then she threw her arms around Act's neck in farewell. Chapter 10. The house of Vinicius was indeed decked in the green of myrtle and ivy, which had been hung on the walls and over the doors. The columns were wreathed with grapevine. In the atrium, which was closed above by a purple woolen cloth as protection from the night cold, it was as clear as in daylight. 8 and 12 flamed lamps were burning. These were like vessels, trees, animals, birds, or statues, holding cups filled with perfumed olive oil, lamps of alabaster, marble, or gilded Corinthian bronze. Not so wonderful as that famed candlestick used by Nero and taken from the temple of Apollo, but beautiful and made by famous masters. Some of the lights were shaded by Alexandrian glass, or transparent stuffs from the Indus, of red, blue, yellow, or violet color, so that the whole atrium was filled with many-colored rays. Everywhere was given out the odor of nard, to which Vinicius had grown used, and which he had learned to love in the Orient. The depths of the house, in which the forms of male and female slaves were moving, gleamed also with light. In the triclinium a table was laid for 4 persons. At the feast were to sit, besides Vinicius and Lygia, Petronius and Chrysothemis. Vinicius had followed in everything the words of Petronius, who advised him not to go for Lygia, but to send Atacinus with the permission obtained from Caesar, to receive her himself in the house. Receive her with friendliness and even with marks of honor. "Thou wert drunk yesterday," said he, "I saw thee. Thou didst act with her like a quarryman from the Alban hills. Be not over-insistent, and remember that one should drink good wine slowly. Know too that it is sweet to desire, but sweeter to be desired." Chrysothemis had her own and a somewhat different opinion on this point. But Petronius, calling her his vestal and his dove, began to explain the difference which must exist between a trained charioteer of the circus and the youth who sits on the quadriga for the first time. Then, turning to Vinicius, he continued, "Win her confidence, make her joyful, be magnanimous. I have no wish to see a gloomy feast. Swear to her, by Hades even, that thou wilt return her to Pomponia, and it will be thy affair that tomorrow she prefers to stay with thee." Then pointing to Chrysothemis, he added, "For 5 years I have acted thus more or less with this timid dove, and I cannot complain of her harshness." Chrysothemis struck him with her fan of peacock feathers, and said, "But I did not resist, thou satyr. Out of consideration for my predecessor. But wert thou not at my feet? Yes, to put rings on thy toes." Chrysothemis looked involuntarily at her feet, on the toes of which diamonds were really glittering, and she and Petronius began to laugh. But Vinicius did not give ear to their bantering. His heart was beating unquietly under the robes of a Syrian priest, in which he had arrayed himself to receive Lygia. "They must have left the palace," said he, as if in a monologue. "They must," answered Petronius. "Meanwhile I may mention the predictions of Apollonius of Tyana, or that history of Rufinus which I have not finished, I do not remember why." But Vinicius cared no more for Apollonius of Tyana than for the history of Rufinus. His mind was with Lygia. And though he felt that it was more appropriate to receive her at home than to go in the role of a myrmidon to the palace, he was sorry at moments that he had not gone, for the single reason that he might have seen her sooner. And sat near her in the dark, in the double litter. Meanwhile slaves brought in a tripod ornamented with rams' heads, bronze dishes with coals, on which they sprinkled bits of myrrh and nard. "Now they are turning toward the Carini," said Vinicius, again. "He cannot wait. He will run to meet the litter, and is likely to miss them," exclaimed Chrysothemis. Vinicius smiled without thinking, and said, "On the contrary, I will wait." But he distended his nostrils and panted. Seeing which, Petronius shrugged his shoulders, and said, "There is not in him a philosopher to the value of 1 sestertium, and I shall never make a man of that son of Mars." They are now in the Carini. In fact, they were turning toward the Carini. The slaves called Lapidarii were in front, others called Petasequi, were on both sides of the litter. Atacinus was right behind, overseeing the advance. But they moved slowly, for lamps showed the way badly in a place not lighted at all. The streets near the palace were empty, here and there only some man moved forward with a lantern, but farther on the place was uncommonly crowded. From almost every alley people were pushing out in 3s and 4s, all without lamps, all in dark mantles. Some walked on with the procession, mingling with the slaves, others in greater numbers came from the opposite direction. Some staggered as if drunk. At moments the advance grew so difficult that the Lapidarii cried, "Give way to the noble tribune, Marcus Vinicius." Lygia saw those dark crowds through the curtains which were pushed aside, and trembled with emotion. She was carried away at one moment by hope, at another by fear. "That is he, that is Ursus and the Christians. Now it will happen quickly," said she, with trembling lips. "O Christ, aid! O Christ, save!" Atacinus himself, who at first did not notice the uncommon animation of the street, began at last to be alarmed. There was something strange in this. The Lapidarii had to cry oftener and oftener, "Give way to the litter of the noble tribune." From the sides unknown people crowded up to the litter so much that Atacinus commanded the slaves to repulse them with clubs. Suddenly a cry was heard in front of the procession. In one instant all the lights were extinguished. Around the litter came a rush, an uproar, a struggle. Atacinus saw that this was simply an attack, and when he saw it he was frightened. It was known to all that Caesar with a crowd of attendants made attacks frequently for amusement in the Subura and in other parts of the city. It was known that even at times he brought out of these night adventures black and blue spots. But whoso defended himself went to his death, even if a senator. The house of the guards, whose duty it was to watch over the city, was not very far, but during such attacks the guards feigned to be deaf and blind. Meanwhile there was an uproar around the litter. People struck, struggled, threw, and trampled one another. The thought flashed on Atacinus to save Lygia and himself, above all, and leave the rest to their fate. So, drawing her out of the litter, he took her in his arms and strove to escape in the darkness. But Lygia called, "Ursus! Ursus!" She was dressed in white, hence it was easy to see her. Atacinus, with his other arm, which was free, was throwing his own mantle over her hastily, when terrible claws seized his neck, and on his head a gigantic, crushing mass fell like a stone. He dropped in one instant, as an ox felled by the back of an axe before the altar of Jove. The slaves for the greater part were either lying on the ground, or had saved themselves by scattering in the thick darkness, around the turns of the walls. On the spot remained only the litter, broken in the onset. Ursus bore away Lygia to the Subura, his comrades followed him, dispersing gradually along the way. The slaves assembled before the house of Vinicius, and took counsel. They had not courage to enter. After a short deliberation they returned to the place of conflict, where they found a few corpses, and among them Atacinus. He was quivering yet. But, after a moment of more violent convulsion, he stretched and was motionless. They took him then, and, returning, stopped before the gate a second time. But they must declare to their lord what had happened. "Let Gullo declare it," whispered some voices. "Blood is flowing from his face as from ours, and the master loves him. It is safer for Gullo than for others." Gullo, a German, an old slave, who had nursed Vinicius, and was inherited by him from his mother, the sister of Petronius, said, "I will tell him, but do ye all come. Do not let his anger fall on my head alone." Vinicius was growing thoroughly impatient. Petronius and Chrysothemis were laughing, but he walked with quick step up and down the atrium. "They ought to be here. They ought to be here." He wished to go out to meet the litter, but Petronius and Chrysothemis detained him. Steps were heard suddenly in the entrance. The slaves rushed into the atrium in a crowd, and, halting quickly at the wall, raised their hands, and began to repeat with groaning, "A. Vinicius sprang toward them. "Where is Lygia?" cried he, with a terrible and changed voice. "A." Then Gullo pushed forward with his bloody face, and exclaimed, in haste and pitifully, "See our blood, Lord! We fought. See our blood! See our blood!" But he had not finished when Vinicius seized a bronze lamp, and with one blow shattered the skull of the slave. Then, seizing his own head with both hands, he drove his fingers into his hair, repeating hoarsely, "Me miserum! Me miserum!" His face became blue, his eyes turned in his head, foam came out on his lips. "Whips," roared he at last, with an unearthly voice. "Lord! A. Take pity," groaned the slaves. Petronius stood up with an expression of disgust on his face. "Come, Chrysothemis," said he. "If 'tis thy wish to look on raw flesh, I will give command to open a butcher's stall on the Corinne." And he walked out of the atrium. But through the whole house, ornamented in the green of ivy and prepared for a feast, were heard, from moment to moment, groans and the whistling of whips, which lasted almost till morning. Chapter 11. Vinicius did not lie down that night. Some time after the departure of Petronius, when the groans of his flogged slaves could allay neither his rage nor his pain, he collected a crowd of other servants, and, though the night was far advanced, rushed forth at the head of these to look for Lygia. He visited the district of the Esquiline, then the Subura, Vicus Celeratus, and all the adjoining alleys. Passing next around the capital, he went to the island over the bridge of Fabricius. After that he passed through a part of the Trans-Tiber. But that was a pursuit without object, for he himself had no hope of finding Lygia, and if he sought her it was mainly to fill out with something a terrible night. In fact he returned home about daybreak, when the carts and mules of dealers in vegetables began to appear in the city, and when bakers were opening their shops. On returning he gave command to put away Gullo's corpse, which no one had ventured to touch. The slaves from whom Lygia had been taken he sent to rural prisons, a punishment almost more dreadful than death. Throwing himself at last on a couch in the atrium, he began to think confusedly of how he was to find and seize Lygia. To resign her, to lose her, not to see her again, seemed to him impossible, and at this thought alone frenzy took hold of him. For the first time in life the imperious nature of the youthful soldier met resistance, met another unbending will, and he could not understand simply how any one could have the daring to thwart his wishes. Vinicius would have chosen to see the world and the city sink in ruins rather than fail of his purpose. The cup of delight had been snatched from before his lips almost. Hence it seemed to him that something unheard of had happened, something crying to divine and human laws for vengeance. But, first of all, he was unwilling and unable to be reconciled with fate, for never in life had he so desired anything as Lygia. It seemed to him that he could not exist without her. He could not tell himself what he was to do without her on the morrow, how he was to survive the days following. At moments he was transported by a rage against her, which approached madness. He wanted to have her, to beat her, to drag her by the hair to the cubiculum, and gloat over her. Then, again, he was carried away by a terrible yearning for her voice, her form, her eyes, and he felt that he would be ready to lie at her feet. He called to her, gnawed his fingers, clasped his head with his hands. He strove with all his might to think calmly about searching for her, and was unable. 1,000 methods and means flew through his head, but one wilder than another. At last the thought flashed on him that no one else had intercepted her but Aulus, that in every case Aulus must know where she was hiding. And he sprang up to run to the house of Aulus. If they will not yield her to him, if they have no fear of his threats, he will go to Caesar, accuse the old general of disobedience, and obtain a sentence of death against him, but before that, he will gain from them a confession of where Lygia is. If they give her, even willingly, he will be revenged. They received him, it is true, in their house and nursed him, but that is nothing. With this one injustice they have freed him from every debt of gratitude. Here his vengeful and stubborn soul began to take pleasure at the despair of Pomponia Graecina, when the centurion would bring the death sentence to old Aulus. He was almost certain that he would get it. Petronius would assist him. Moreover, Caesar never denies anything to his intimates, the Augustans, unless personal dislike or desire enjoins a refusal. Suddenly his heart almost died within him, under the influence of this terrible supposition, but if Caesar himself has taken Lygia? All knew that Nero from tedium sought recreation in night attacks. Even Petronius took part in these amusements. Their main object was to seize women and toss each on a soldier's mantle till she fainted. Even Nero himself on occasions called these expeditions pearl hunts, for it happened that in the depth of districts occupied by a numerous and needy population they caught a real pearl of youth and beauty sometimes. Then the segatio, as they termed the tossing, was changed into a genuine carrying away, and the pearl was sent either to the Palatine or to one of Caesar's numberless villas, or finally Caesar yielded it to one of his intimates. So might it happen also with Lygia. Caesar had seen her during the feast, and Vinicius doubted not for an instant that she must have seemed to him the most beautiful woman he had seen yet. How could it be otherwise? It is true that Lygia had been in Nero's own house on the Palatine, and he might have kept her openly. But, as Petronius said truly, Caesar had no courage in crime, and, with power to act openly, he chose to act always in secret. This time fear of Poppaea might incline him also to secrecy. It occurred now to the young soldier that Aulus would not have dared, perhaps, to carry off forcibly a girl given him, Vinicius, by Caesar. Besides, who would dare? Would that gigantic blue-eyed Lygian, who had the courage to enter the triclinium and carry her from the feast on his arm? But where could he hide with her, whither could he take her? No. A slave would not have ventured that far. Hence no one had done the deed except Caesar. At this thought it grew dark in his eyes, and drops of sweat covered his forehead. In that case Lygia was lost to him forever. It was possible to wrest her from the hands of any one else, but not from the hands of Caesar. Now, with greater truth than ever, could he exclaim, Vi misero mihi. His imagination represented Lygia in Nero's arms, and, for the first time in life, he understood that there are thoughts which are simply beyond man's endurance. He knew then, for the first time, how he loved her. As his whole life flashes through the memory of a drowning man, so Lygia began to pass through his. He saw her, heard every word of hers, saw her at the fountain, saw her at the house of Aulus, and at the feast. Felt her near him, felt the odor of her hair, the warmth of her body, the delight of the kisses which at the feast he had pressed on her innocent lips. She seemed to him 100 times sweeter, more beautiful, more desired than ever, 100 times more the only one, the one chosen from among all mortals and divinities. And when he thought that all this which had become so fixed in his heart, which had become his blood and life, might be possessed by Nero, a pain seized him, which was purely physical. And so piercing that he wanted to beat his head against the wall of the atrium, until he should break it. He felt that he might go mad, and he would have gone mad beyond doubt, had not vengeance remained to him. But as hitherto he had thought that he could not live unless he got Lygia, he thought now that he would not die till he had avenged her. This gave him a certain kind of comfort. "I will be thy Cassius Chaerea, the slayer of Caligula," said he to himself in thinking of Nero. After a while, seizing earth in his hands from the flower vases surrounding the impluvium, he made a dreadful vow to Erebus, Hecate, and his own household Lares, that he would have vengeance. And he received a sort of consolation. He had at least something to live for and something with which to fill his nights and days. Then, dropping his idea of visiting Aulus, he gave command to bear him to the Palatine. Along the way he concluded that if they would not admit him to Caesar, or if they should try to find weapons on his person, it would be a proof that Caesar had taken Lygia. He had no weapons with him. He had lost presence of mind in general. But as is usual with persons possessed by a single idea, he preserved it in that which concerned his revenge. He did not wish his desire of revenge to fall away prematurely. He wished above all to see act, for he expected to learn the truth from her. At moments the hope flashed on him that he might see Lygia also, and at that thought he began to tremble. For if Caesar had carried her away without knowledge of whom he was taking, he might return her that day. But after a while he cast aside this supposition. Had there been a wish to return her to him, she would have been sent yesterday. Act was the only person who could explain everything, and there was need to see her before others. Convinced of this, he commanded the slaves to hasten, and along the road he thought without order, now of Lygia, now of revenge. He had heard that Egyptian priests of the goddess Pasht could bring disease on whomever they wished, and he determined to learn the means of doing this. In the Orient they had told him, too, that Jews have certain invocations by which they cover their enemies' bodies with ulcers. He had a number of Jews among his domestic slaves. Hence he promised himself to torture them on his return till they divulged the secret. He found most delight, however, in thinking of the short Roman sword which lets out a stream of blood such as had gushed from Caius Caligula and made ineffaceable stains on the columns of the portico. He was ready to exterminate all Rome. And had vengeful gods promised that all people should die except him and Lygia, he would have accepted the promise. In front of the arch he regained presence of mind, and thought when he saw the Praetorian Guard, if they make the least difficulty in admitting me, they will prove that Lygia is in the palace by the will of Caesar. But the chief centurion smiled at him in a friendly manner, then advanced a number of steps, and said, "A greeting, noble tribune. If thou desire to give an obeisance to Caesar, thou hast found an unfortunate moment. I do not think that thou wilt be able to see him." "What has happened?" inquired Vinicius. "The infant Augusta fell ill yesterday on a sudden. Caesar and the august Poppaea are attending her, with physicians whom they have summoned from the whole city." This was an important event. When that daughter was born to him, Caesar was simply wild from delight, and received her with extra humanum gaudium. Previously the Senate had committed the womb of Poppaea to the gods with the utmost solemnity. A votive offering was made at Antium, where the delivery took place, splendid games were celebrated, and besides a temple was erected to the two fortunes. Nero, unable to be moderate in anything, loved the infant beyond measure. To Poppaea the child was dear also, even for this, that it strengthened her position and made her influence irresistible. The fate of the whole empire might depend on the health and life of the infant Augusta. But Vinicius was so occupied with himself, his own case and his love, that without paying attention to the news of the centurion he answered, "I only wish to see Act." And he passed in. But Act was occupied also near the child, and he had to wait a long time to see her. She came only about midday, with a face pale and wearied, which grew paler still at sight of Vinicius. "Act!" cried Vinicius, seizing her hand and drawing her to the middle of the atrium. "Where is Lygia?" "I wanted to ask thee touching that," answered she, looking him in the eyes with reproach. But though he had promised himself to inquire of her calmly, he pressed his head with his hands again, and said, with a face distorted by pain and anger, "She is gone. She was taken from me on the way." After a while, however, he recovered, and thrusting his face up to Ax, said through his set teeth, Act. If life be dear to thee, if thou wish not to cause misfortunes which thou art unable even to imagine, answer me truly. Did Caesar take her? Caesar did not leave the palace yesterday. By the shade of thy mother, by all the gods, is she not in the palace? By the shade of my mother, Marcus, she is not in the palace, and Caesar did not intercept her. The infant Augusta is ill since yesterday, and Nero has not left her cradle. Vinicius drew breath. That which had seemed the most terrible ceased to threaten him. Ah, then, said he, sitting on the bench and clenching his fists, Aulus intercepted her, and in that case woe to him. Aulus Plautius was here this morning. He could not see me, for I was occupied with the child. But he inquired of Epaphroditus, and others of Caesar's servants, touching Lygia, and told them that he would come again to see me. He wished to turn suspicion from himself. If he knew not what happened, he would have come to seek Lygia in my house. He left a few words on a tablet, from which thou wilt see that, knowing Lygia to have been taken from his house by Caesar, at thy request and that of Petronius, he expected that she would be sent to thee, and this morning early he was at thy house. Where they told him what had happened. When she had said this, she went to the cubiculum and returned soon with the tablet which Aulus had left. Vinicius read the tablet, and was silent. Act seemed to read the thoughts on his gloomy face, for she said after a while, No, Marcus. That has happened which Lygia herself wished. It was known to thee that she wished to flee, burst out Vinicius. I knew that she would not become thy concubine. And she looked at him with her misty eyes almost sternly. And thou, what hast thou been all thy life? I was a slave, first of all. But Vinicius did not cease to be enraged. Caesar had given him Lygia, hence he had no need to inquire what she had been before. He would find her, even under the earth, and he would do what he liked with her. He would indeed. She should be his concubine. He would give command to flog her as often as he pleased. If she grew distasteful to him, he would give her to the lowest of his slaves, or he would command her to turn a handmill on his lands in Africa. He would seek her out now, and find her only to bend her, to trample on her, and conquer her. And, growing more and more excited, he lost every sense of measure, to the degree that even Act saw that he was promising more than he could execute, that he was talking because of pain and anger. She might have had even compassion on him, but his extravagance exhausted her patience, and at last she inquired why he had come to her. Vinicius did not find an answer immediately. He had come to her because he wished to come, because he judged that she would give him information, but really he had come to Caesar, and, not being able to see him, he came to her. Lygia, by fleeing, opposed the will of Caesar. Hence he would implore him to give an order to search for her throughout the city and the empire, even if it came to using for that purpose all the legions, and to ransacking in turn every house within Roman dominion. Petronius would support his prayer, and the search would begin from that day. Have a care, answered Act, lest thou lose her forever the moment she is found, at command of Caesar. Vinicius wrinkled his brows. What does that mean? Inquired he. Listen to me, Marcus. Yesterday Lygia and I were in the gardens here, and we met Poppaea, with the infant Augusta, born by an African woman, Lilith. In the evening the child fell ill, and Lilith insists that she was bewitched. That foreign woman whom they met in the garden bewitched her. Should the child recover, they will forget this, but in the opposite case Poppaea will be the first to accuse Lygia of witchcraft, and wherever she is found there will be no rescue for her. A moment of silence followed. Then Vinicius said, but perhaps she did bewitch her, and has bewitched me. Lilith repeats that the child began to cry the moment she carried her past us. And really the child did begin to cry. It is certain that she was sick when they took her out of the garden. Marcus, seek for Lygia whenever it may please thee, but till the infant Augusta recovers, speak not of her to Caesar, or thou wilt bring on her Poppaea's vengeance. Her eyes have wept enough because of thee already, and may all the gods guard her poor head. Dost thou love her, Act? inquired Vinicius, gloomily. Yes, I love her. And tears glittered in the eyes of the freedwoman. Thou lovest her because she has not repaid thee with hatred, as she has me. Act looked at him for a time as if hesitating, or as if wishing to learn if he spoke sincerely, then she said, O blind and passionate man, she loved thee. Vinicius sprang up under the influence of those words, as if possessed. It is not true. She hated him. How could Act know? Would Lygia make a confession to her after one day's acquaintance? What love is that which prefers wandering, the disgrace of poverty, the uncertainty of tomorrow, or a shameful death even, to a wreath-bedecked house, in which a lover is waiting with a feast? It is better for him not to hear such things, for he is ready to go mad. He would not have given that girl for all Caesar's treasures, and she fled. What kind of love is that which dreads delight and gives pain? Who can understand it? Who can fathom it? Were it not for the hope that he should find her, he would sink a sword in himself. Love surrenders, it does not take away. There were moments at the house of Aulus when he himself believed in near happiness, but now he knows that she hated him, that she hates him, and will die with hatred in her heart. But Act, usually mild and timid, burst forth in her turn with indignation. How had he tried to win Lygia? Instead of bowing before Aulus and Pomponia to get her, he took the child away from her parents by stratagem. He wanted to make, not a wife, but a concubine of her, the foster daughter of an honorable house, and the daughter of a king. He had her brought to this abode of crime and infamy, he defiled her innocent eyes with the sight of a shameful feast. He acted with her as with a wanton. Had he forgotten the house of Aulus and Pomponia Graecina, who had reared Lygia? Had he not sense enough to understand that there are women different from Nigidia or Calvia Crispinilla or Poppaea, and from all those whom he meets in Caesar's house? Did he not understand at once on seeing Lygia that she is an honest maiden, who prefers death to infamy? Whence does he know what kind of gods she worships, and whether they are not purer and better than the wanton Venus, or than Isis, worshipped by the profligate women of Rome? No. Lygia had made no confession to her, but she had said that she looked for rescue to him, to Vinicius. She had hoped that he would obtain for her permission from Caesar to return home, that he would restore her to Pomponia. And while speaking of this, Lygia blushed like a maiden who loves and trusts. Lygia's heart beat for him, but he, Vinicius, had terrified and offended her, had made her indignant. Let him seek her now with the aid of Caesar's soldiers, but let him know that should Poppaea's child die, suspicion will fall on Lygia, whose destruction will then be inevitable. Emotion began to force its way through the anger and pain of Vinicius. The information that he was loved by Lygia shook him to the depth of his soul. He remembered her in Aulus's garden, when she was listening to his words with blushes on her face and her eyes full of light. It seemed to him then that she had begun to love him, and all at once, at that thought, a feeling of certain happiness embraced him, 100 times greater than that which he desired. He thought that he might have won her gradually, and besides as one loving him. She would have wreathed his door, rubbed it with wolf's fat, and then sat as his wife by his hearth on the sheepskin. He would have heard from her mouth the sacramental, "Where thou art, Caius, there am I, Caia." And she would have been his forever. Why did he not act thus? True, he had been ready so to act. But now she is gone, and it may be impossible to find her, and should he find her, perhaps he will cause her death, and should he not cause her death, neither she nor Aulus nor Pomponia Graecina will favor him. Here anger raised the hair on his head again, but his anger turned now, not against the house of Aulus, or Lygia, but against Petronius. Petronius was to blame for everything. Had it not been for him, Lygia would not have been forced to wander. She would be his betrothed, and no danger would be hanging over her dear head. But now all is past, and it is too late to correct the evil which will not yield to correction. Too late. And it seemed to him that a gulf had opened before his feet. He did not know what to begin, how to proceed, whither to betake himself. Act repeated as an echo the words, "too late," which from another's mouth sounded like a death sentence. He understood one thing, however, that he must find Lygia, or something evil would happen to him. And wrapping himself mechanically in his toga, he was about to depart without taking farewell even of act, when suddenly the curtain separating the entrance from the atrium was pushed aside. And he saw before him the pensive figure of Pomponia Graecina. Evidently she too had heard of the disappearance of Lygia, and, judging that she could see act more easily than Aulus, had come for news to her. But, seeing Vinicius, she turned her pale, delicate face to him, and said, after a pause, "May God forgive thee the wrong, Marcus, which thou hast done to us and to Lygia." He stood with drooping head, with a feeling of misfortune and guilt, not understanding what God was to forgive him or could forgive him. Pomponia had no cause to mention forgiveness, she ought to have spoken of revenge. At last he went out with a head devoid of counsel, full of grievous thoughts, immense care, and amazement. In the court and under the gallery were crowds of anxious people. Among slaves of the palace were knights and senators who had come to inquire about the health of the infant, and at the same time to show themselves in the palace, and exhibit a proof of their anxiety, even in presence of Nero's slaves. News of the illness of the divine had spread quickly, it was evident, for new forms appeared in the gateway every moment, and through the opening of the arcade whole crowds were visible. Some of the newly arrived, seeing that Vinicius was coming from the palace, attacked him for news, but he hurried on without answering their questions, till Petronius, who had come for news too, almost struck his breast and stopped him. Beyond doubt Vinicius would have become enraged at sight of Petronius, and let himself do some lawless act in Caesar's palace, had it not been that when he had left act he was so crushed, so weighed down and exhausted, that for the moment even his innate irascibility had left him. He pushed Petronius aside and wished to pass, but the other detained him, by force almost. "How is the divine infant?" asked he. But this constraint angered Vinicius a second time, and roused his indignation in an instant. "May Hades swallow her and all this house," said he, gritting his teeth. "Silence, hapless man," said Petronius, and looking around he added hurriedly, "If thou wish to know something of Lygia, come with me, I will tell nothing here. Come with me. I will tell my thoughts in the litter." And putting his arm around the young tribune, he conducted him from the palace as quickly as possible. That was his main concern, for he had no news whatever. But being a man of resources, and having, in spite of his indignation of yesterday, much sympathy for Vinicius, and finally feeling responsible for all that had happened, he had undertaken something already, and when they entered the litter he said, "I have commanded my slaves to watch at every gate." I gave them an accurate description of the girl, and that giant who bore her from the feast at Caesar's, for he is the man, beyond doubt, who intercepted her. Listen to me, perhaps Aulus and Pomponia wish to secrete her in some estate of theirs. In that case we shall learn the direction in which they took her. If my slaves do not see her at some gate, we shall know that she is in the city yet, and shall begin this very day to search in Rome for her. "Aulus does not know where she is," answered Vinicius. "Art thou sure of that?" "I saw Pomponia. She too is looking for her. She could not leave the city yesterday, for the gates are closed at night. 2 of my people are watching at each gate. One is to follow Lygia and the giant, the other to return at once and inform me. If she is in the city, we shall find her, for that Lygian is easily recognized, even by his stature and his shoulders. Thou art lucky that it was not Caesar who took her, and I can assure thee that he did not, for there are no secrets from me on the Palatine." But Vinicius burst forth in sorrow still more than in anger, and in a voice broken by emotion told Petronius what he had heard from Act, and what new dangers were threatening Lygia. Dangers so dreadful that because of them there would be need to hide her from Poppaea most carefully, in case they discovered her. Then he reproached Petronius bitterly for his counsel. Had it not been for him, everything would have gone differently. Lygia would have been at the house of Aulus, and he, Vinicius, might have seen her every day, and he would have been happier at that moment than Caesar. And carried away as he went on with his narrative, he yielded more and more to emotion, till at last tears of sorrow and rage began to fall from his eyes. Petronius, who had not even thought that the young man could love and desire to such a degree, when he saw the tears of despair said to himself, with a certain astonishment, O mighty Lady of Cyprus, thou alone art ruler of gods and men. Chapter 12. When they alighted in front of the arbiter's house, the chief of the atrium answered them that of slaves sent to the gates none had returned yet. The atrienses had given orders to take food to them, and a new command, that under penalty of rods they were to watch carefully all who left the city. Thou sayest, said Petronius, that they are in Rome, beyond doubt, and in that case we shall find them. But command thy people also to watch at the gates, those, namely, who were sent for Lygia, as they will recognize her easily. I have given orders to send them to rural prisons, said Vinicius, but I will recall the orders at once, and let them go to the gates. And writing a few words on a wax-covered tablet, he handed it to Petronius, who gave directions to send it at once to the house of Vinicius. Then they passed into the interior portico, and, sitting on a marble bench, began to talk. The golden-haired Eunice and Iras pushed bronze footstools under their feet, and poured wine for them into goblets, out of wonderful narrow-necked pitchers from Palatine and Graecina. Hast thou among thy people anyone who knows that giant Lygian? Asked Petronius. Atacinus and Gullo knew him, but Atacinus fell yesterday at the litter, and Gullo I killed. I am sorry for him, said Petronius. He carried not only thee, but me, in his arms. I intended to free him, answered Vinicius. But do not mention him. Let us speak of Lygia. Rome is a sea dash. A sea is just the place where men fish for pearls. Of course we shall not find her today, or tomorrow, but we shall find her surely. Thou hast accused me just now of giving thee this method, but the method was good in itself, and became bad only when turned to bad. Thou hast heard from Aulus himself, that he intends to go to Sicily with his whole family. In that case the girl would be far from thee. I should follow them, said Vinicius, and in every case she would be out of danger, but now, if that child dies, Poppaea will believe, and will persuade Caesar, that she died because of Lygia. True. That alarmed me, too. But that little doll may recover. Should she die, we shall find some way of escape. Here Petronius meditated a while and added, Poppaea, it is said, follows the religion of the Jews, and believes in evil spirits. Caesar is superstitious. If we spread the report that evil spirits carried off Lygia, the news will find belief, especially as neither Caesar nor Aulus Plautius intercepted her escape was really mysterious. The Lygian could not have effected it alone, he must have had help. And where could a slave find so many people in the course of one day? Slaves help one another in Rome. Some person pays for that with blood at times. True, they support one another, but not some against others. In this case it was known that responsibility and punishment would fall on thy people. If thou give thy people the idea of evil spirits, they will say at once that they saw such with their own eyes, because that will justify them in thy sight. Ask one of them, as a test, if he did not see spirits carrying off Lygia through the air, he will swear at once by the aegis of Zeus that he saw them. Vinicius, who was superstitious also, looked at Petronius with sudden and great fear. If Ursus could not have men to help him, and was not able to take her alone, who could take her? Petronius began to laugh. See, said he, they will believe, since thou art half a believer thyself. Such is our society, which ridicules the gods. They, too, will believe, and they will not look for her. Meanwhile we shall put her away somewhere far off from the city, in some villa of mine or thine. But who could help her? Her co-religionists, answered Petronius. Who are they? What deity does she worship? I ought to know that better than thou. Nearly every woman in Rome honors a different one. It is almost beyond doubt that Pomponia reared her in the religion of that deity which she herself worships. What one she worships I know not. One thing is certain, that no person has seen her make an offering to our gods in any temple. They have accused her even of being a Christian, but that is not possible, a domestic tribunal cleared her of the charge. They say that Christians not only worship an ass's head, but are enemies of the human race, and permit the foulest crimes. Pomponia cannot be a Christian, as her virtue is known, and an enemy of the human race could not treat slaves as she does. In no house are they treated as at Aulus's, interrupted Vinicius. Ah! Pomponia mentioned to me some god, who must be one powerful and merciful. Where she has put away all the others is her affair. It is enough that Logos of hers cannot be very mighty, or rather he must be a very weak god, since he has had only 2 adherents, Pomponia and Lygia, and Ursus in addition. It must be that there are more of those adherents, and that they assisted Lygia. That faith commands forgiveness, said Vinicius. At Aix I met Pomponia, who said to me, "May God forgive thee the evil which thou hast done to us and to Lygia." Evidently their God is some curator who is very mild. Ha! Let him forgive thee, and in sign of forgiveness return thee the maiden. I would offer him a hecatomb tomorrow. I have no wish for food, or the bath, or sleep. I will take a dark lantern and wander through the city. Perhaps I shall find her in disguise. I am sick. Petronius looked at him with commiseration. In fact, there was blue under his eyes, his pupils were gleaming with fever, his unshaven beard indicated a dark strip on his firmly outlined jaws, his hair was in disorder, and he was really like a sick man. Iras and the golden-haired Eunice looked at him also with sympathy, but he seemed not to see them, and he and Petronius took no notice whatever of the slave women, just as they would not have noticed dogs moving around them. "Fever is tormenting thee," said Petronius. "It is." "Then listen to me. I know not what the doctor has prescribed to thee, but I know how I should act in thy place. Till this lost one is found I should seek in another that which for the moment has gone from me with her. I saw splendid forms at thy villa. Do not contradict me. I know what love is. And I know that when one is desired another cannot take her place. But in a beautiful slave it is possible to find even momentary distraction. I do not need it," said Vinicius. But Petronius, who had for him a real weakness, and who wished to soften his pain, began to meditate how he might do so. "Perhaps thine have not for thee the charm of novelty," said he, after a while, and here he began to look in turn at Iras and Eunice, and finally he placed his palm on the hip of the golden-haired Eunice. "Look at this grace. For whom some days since Fonteius Capitan the younger offered 3 wonderful boys from Clazomene. A more beautiful figure than hers even Scopas himself has not chiseled. I myself cannot tell why I have remained indifferent to her thus far, since thoughts of Chrysothemis have not restrained me. Well, I give her to thee, take her for thyself." When the golden-haired Eunice heard this, she grew pale in one moment, and, looking with frightened eyes on Vinicius, seemed to wait for his answer without breath in her breast. But he sprang up suddenly, and, pressing his temples with his hands, said quickly, like a man who is tortured by disease, and will not hear anything, "No, no. I care not for her. I care not for others. I thank thee, but I do not want her. I will seek that one through the city. Give command to bring me a Gallic cloak with a hood. I will go beyond the Tiber, if I could see even Ursus." And he hurried away. Petronius, seeing that he could not remain in one place, did not try to detain him. Taking, however, his refusal as a temporary dislike for all women save Lygia, and not wishing his own magnanimity to go for naught, he said, turning to the slave, "Eunice, thou wilt bathe and anoint thyself. Then dress, after that thou wilt go to the house of Vinicius." But she dropped before him on her knees, and with joined palms implored him not to remove her from the house. She would not go to Vinicius, she said. She would rather carry fuel to the hypocaustum in his house than be chief servant in that of Vinicius. She could not go, and she begged him to have pity on her. Let him give command to flog her daily, only not send her away. And trembling like a leaf with fear and excitement, she stretched her hands to him, while he listened with amazement. A slave who ventured to beg relief from the fulfillment of a command, who said, "I will not and I cannot," was something so unheard of in Rome that Petronius could not believe his own ears at first. Finally he frowned. He was too refined to be cruel. His slaves, especially in the department of pleasure, were freer than others, on condition of performing their service in an exemplary manner, and honoring the will of their master, like that of a god. In case they failed in these two respects, he was able not to spare punishment, to which, according to general custom, they were subject. Since, besides this, he could not endure opposition, nor anything which ruffled his calmness, he looked for a while at the kneeling girl, and then said, "Call Tiresias, and return with him." Eunice rose, trembling, with tears in her eyes, and went out. After a time she returned with the chief of the atrium, Tiresias, a Cretan. "Thou wilt take Eunice," said Petronius, "and give her 25 lashes, in such fashion, however, as not to harm her skin." When he had said this, he passed into the library, and, sitting down at a table of rose-colored marble, began to work on his Feast of Trimalchion. But the flight of Lygia and the illness of the infant Augusta had disturbed his mind so much that he could not work long. That illness, above all, was important. It occurred to Petronius that were Caesar to believe that Lygia had cast spells on the infant, the responsibility might fall on him also, for the girl had been brought at his request to the palace. But he could reckon on this, that at the first interview with Caesar he would be able in some way to show the utter absurdity of such an idea. He counted a little, too, on a certain weakness which Poppaea had for him, a weakness hidden carefully, it is true, but not so carefully that he could not divine it. After a while he shrugged his shoulders at these fears, and decided to go to the triclinium to strengthen himself, and then order the litter to bear him once more to the palace, after that to the Campus Martius, and then to Chrysothemis. But on the way to the triclinium at the entrance to the corridor assigned to servants, he saw unexpectedly the slender form of Eunice standing, among other slaves, at the wall. And forgetting that he had given Tiresias no order beyond flogging her, he wrinkled his brow again, and looked around for the Atriensis. Not seeing him among the servants, he turned to Eunice. "Hast thou received the lashes?" She cast herself at his feet a second time, pressed the border of his toga to her lips, and said, "Oh, yes, Lord, I have received them." "Oh, yes, Lord." In her voice were heard, as it were, joy and gratitude. It was clear that she looked on the lashes as a substitute for her removal from the house, and that now she might stay there. Petronius, who understood this, wondered at the passionate resistance of the girl. But he was too deeply versed in human nature not to know that love alone could call forth such resistance. "Dost thou love someone in this house?" asked he. She raised her blue, tearful eyes to him, and answered, in a voice so low that it was hardly possible to hear her, "Yes, Lord." And with those eyes, with that golden hair thrown back, with fear and hope in her face, she was so beautiful, she looked at him so entreatingly, that Petronius, who, as a philosopher, had proclaimed the might of love, and who, as a man of aesthetic nature, had given homage to all beauty, felt for her a certain species of compassion. "Whom of those dost thou love?" inquired he, indicating the servants with his head. There was no answer to that question. Eunice inclined her head to his feet and remained motionless. Petronius looked at the slaves, among whom were beautiful and stately youths. He could read nothing on any face, on the contrary, all had certain strange smiles. He looked then for a while on Eunice lying at his feet, and went in silence to the triclinium. After he had eaten, he gave command to bear him to the palace, and then to Chrysothemis, with whom he remained till late at night. But when he returned, he gave command to call Tiresias. "Did Eunice receive the flogging?" inquired he. "She did, Lord." "Thou didst not let the skin be cut, however." "Did I give no other command touching her?" "No, Lord," answered the Atriensis with alarm. "That is well. Whom of the slaves does she love?" "No one, Lord." "What dost thou know of her?" Tiresias began to speak in a somewhat uncertain voice. "At night Eunice never leaves the cubiculum in which she lives with old Acrisiana and Ifida, after thou art dressed she never goes to the bathrooms." Other slaves ridicule her, and call her Diana. Enough, said Petronius. My relative, Vinicius, to whom I offered her today, did not accept her, hence she may stay in the house. Thou art free to go. Is it permitted me to speak more of Eunice, Lord? I have commanded thee to say all thou knowest. The whole familia are speaking of the flight of the maiden who was to dwell in the house of the noble Vinicius. After thy departure, Eunice came to me and said that she knew a man who could find her. Ah! What kind of man is he? I know not, Lord, but I thought that I ought to inform thee of this matter. That is well. Let that man wait tomorrow in my house for the arrival of the tribune, whom thou wilt request in my name to meet me here. The Atriensis bowed and went out. But Petronius began to think of Eunice. At first it seemed clear to him that the young slave wished Vinicius to find Lygia for this reason only, that she would not be forced from his house. Afterward, however, it occurred to him that the man whom Eunice was pushing forward might be her lover, and all at once that thought seemed to him disagreeable. There was, it is true, a simple way of learning the truth, for it was enough to summon Eunice, but the hour was late. Petronius felt tired after his long visit with Chrysothemis, and was in a hurry to sleep. But on the way to the cubiculum he remembered, it is unknown why, that he had noticed wrinkles, that day, in the corners of Chrysothemis's eyes. He thought, also, that her beauty was more celebrated in Rome than it deserved. And that Fonteius Capitan, who had offered him 3 boys from Clazomene for Eunice, wanted to buy her too cheaply. Chapter 13. Next morning, Petronius had barely finished dressing in the unctorium when Vinicius came, called by Tiresias. He knew that no news had come from the gates. This information, instead of comforting him, as a proof that Lygia was still in Rome, weighed him down still more, for he began to think that Ursus might have conducted her out of the city immediately after her seizure. And hence before Petronius's slaves had begun to keep watch at the gates. It is true that in autumn, when the days become shorter, the gates are closed rather early, but it is true, also, that they are open for persons going out, and the number of these is considerable. It was possible, also, to pass the walls by other ways, well known, for instance, to slaves who wished to escape from the city. Vinicius had sent out his people to all roads leading to the provinces, to watchmen in the smaller towns, proclaiming a pair of fugitive slaves, with a detailed description of Ursus and Lygia, coupled with the offer of a reward for seizing them. But it was doubtful whether that pursuit would reach the fugitives, and even should it reach them, whether the local authorities would feel justified in making the arrest at the private instance of Vinicius, without the support of a praetor. Indeed, there had not been time to obtain such support. Vinicius himself, disguised as a slave, had sought Lygia the whole day before, through every corner of the city, but had been unable to find the least indication or trace of her. He had seen Aulus's servants, it is true, but they seemed to be seeking something also, and that confirmed him in the belief that it was not Aulus who had intercepted the maiden, and that the old general did not know what had happened to her. When Tiresias announced to him, then, that there was a man who would undertake to find Lygia, he hurried with all speed to the house of Petronius, and barely had he finished saluting his uncle, when he inquired for the man. "We shall see him at once, Eunice knows him," said Petronius. "She will come this moment to arrange the folds of my toga, and will give nearer information concerning him." "Oh! She whom thou hadst the wish to bestow on me yesterday? The one whom thou didst reject, for which I am grateful, for she is the best vestiplica in the whole city." In fact, the vestiplica came in before he had finished speaking, and taking the toga, laid on a chair inlaid with pearl, she opened the garment to throw it on Petronius's shoulder. Her face was clear and calm, joy was in her eyes. Petronius looked at her. She seemed to him very beautiful. After a while, when she had covered him with the toga, she began to arrange it, bending at times to lengthen the folds. He noticed that her arms had a marvelous pale rose color, and her bosom and shoulders the transparent reflections of pearl or alabaster. "Eunice," said he, "has the man come to Tiresias whom thou didst mention yesterday?" "He has, Lord." "What is his name?" Chilo Chilonis. Who is he? A physician, a sage, a soothsayer, who knows how to read people's fates and predict the future. Has he predicted the future to thee? Eunice was covered with a blush which gave a rosy color to her ears and her neck even. Yes, Lord. What has he predicted? That pain and happiness would meet me. Pain met thee yesterday at the hands of Tiresias. Hence happiness also should come. It has come, Lord, already. What? I remain, said she in a whisper. Petronius put his hand on her golden head. Thou hast arranged the folds well today, and I am satisfied with thee, Eunice. Under that touch her eyes were mist-covered in one instant from happiness, and her bosom began to heave quickly. Petronius and Vinicius passed into the atrium, where Chilo Chilonis was waiting. When he saw them, he made a low bow. A smile came to the lips of Petronius at thought of his suspicion of yesterday, that this man might be Eunice's lover. The man who was standing before him could not be anyone's lover. In that marvelous figure there was something both foul and ridiculous. He was not old, in his dirty beard and curly locks a grey hair shone here and there. He had a lank stomach and stooping shoulders, so that at the first cast of the eye he appeared to be hunchbacked. Above that hump rose a large head, with the face of a monkey and also of a fox. The eye was penetrating. His yellowish complexion was varied with pimples, and his nose, covered with them completely, might indicate too great a love for the bottle. His neglected apparel, composed of a dark tunic of goat's wool and a mantle of similar material with holes in it, showed real or simulated poverty. At sight of him, Homer's Thersites came to the mind of Petronius. Hence, answering with a wave of the hand to his bow, he said, "A greeting, divine Thersites. How are the lumps which Ulysses gave thee at Troy, and what is he doing himself in the Elysian fields?" "Noble lord," answered Chilo Chilonis, "Ulysses, the wisest of the dead, sends a greeting through me to Petronius, the wisest of the living, and the request to cover my lumps with a new mantle." "By Hecate Triformis!" exclaimed Petronius, "the answer deserves a new mantle." But further conversation was interrupted by the impatient Vinicius, who inquired directly, "Dost thou know clearly what thou art undertaking?" "When two households in two lordly mansions speak of naught else, and when half Rome is repeating the news, it is not difficult to know," answered Chilo. "The night before last a maiden named Lygia, but specially Paulina, and reared in the house of Aulus Plautius, was intercepted. Thy slaves were conducting her, O Lord, from Caesar's palace to thy insula, and I undertake to find her in the city, or, if she has left the city, which is little likely, to indicate to thee, noble tribune, whither she has fled and where she has hidden." "That is well," said Vinicius, who was pleased with the precision of the answer. "What means hast thou to do this?" Chilo smiled cunningly. "Thou hast the means, Lord, I have the wit only." Petronius smiled also, for he was perfectly satisfied with his guest. "That man can find the maiden," thought he. Meanwhile Vinicius wrinkled his joined brows, and said, "Wretch, in case thou deceive me for gain, I will give command to beat thee with clubs. I am a philosopher, Lord, and a philosopher cannot be greedy of gain, especially of such as thou hast just offered magnanimously." "Oh, art thou a philosopher?" inquired Petronius. "Eunice told me that thou art a physician and a soothsayer." "Whence knowest thou Eunice?" "She came to me for aid, for my fame struck her ears." "What aid did she want?" "Aid in love, Lord. She wanted to be cured of unrequited love." "Didst thou cure her?" "I did more, Lord. I gave her an amulet which secures mutuality. In Paphos, on the island of Cyprus, is a temple, O Lord, in which is preserved a zone of Venus. I gave her 2 threads from that zone, enclosed in an almond shell. And didst thou make her pay well for them? One can never pay enough for mutuality, and I, who lack 2 fingers on my right hand, am collecting money to buy a slave copyist to write down my thoughts, and preserve my wisdom for mankind. Of what school art thou, divine sage?" "I am a cynic, Lord, because I wear a tattered mantle, I am a Stoic, because I bear poverty patiently. I am a peripatetic, for, not owning a litter, I go on foot from one wine shop to another, and on the way teach those who promise to pay for a pitcher of wine. And at the pitcher thou dost become a reader? Heraclitus declares that all is fluid, and canst thou deny, Lord, that wine is fluid? And he declared that fire is a divinity, divinity, therefore, is blushing in thy nose. But the divine Diogenes from Apollonia declared that air is the essence of things, and the warmer the air the more perfect the beings it makes, and from the warmest come the souls of sages. And since the autumns are cold, a genuine sage should warm his soul with wine, and wouldst thou hinder, O Lord, a pitcher of even the stuff produced in Capua or Telesia from bearing heat to all the bones of a perishable human body? Chilo Chilonis, where is thy birthplace? On the Euxine Pontus. I come from Mesembria. O, Chilo, thou art great. And unrecognized, said the sage, pensively. But Vinicius was impatient again. In view of the hope which had gleamed before him, he wished Chilo to set out at once on his work, hence the whole conversation seemed to him simply a vain loss of time, and he was angry at Petronius. When wilt thou begin the search? Asked he, turning to the Greek. I have begun it already, answered Chilo. And since I am here, and answering thy affable question, I am searching yet. Only have confidence, honored tribune, and know that if thou wert to lose the string of thy sandal I should find it, or him who picked it up on the street. Hast thou been employed in similar services? Asked Petronius. The Greek raised his eyes. Today men esteem virtue and wisdom too low, for a philosopher not to be forced to seek other means of living. What are thy means? To know everything, and to serve those with news who are in need of it. And who pay for it? Ah, Lord, I need to buy a copyist. Otherwise my wisdom will perish with me. If thou hast not collected enough yet to buy a sound mantle, thy services cannot be very famous. Modesty hinders me. But remember, Lord, that today there are not such benefactors as were numerous formerly, and for whom it was as pleasant to cover service with gold as to swallow an oyster from Puteoli. No. My services are not small, but the gratitude of mankind is small. At times, when a valued slave escapes, who will find him, if not the only son of my father? When on the walls there are inscriptions against the divine Poppaea, who will indicate those who composed them? Who will discover at the bookstalls verses against Caesar? Who will declare what is said in the houses of knights and senators? Who will carry letters which the writers will not entrust to slaves? Who will listen to news at the doors of barbers? For whom have wine shops and bake shops no secret? In whom do slaves trust? Who can see through every house, from the atrium to the garden? Who knows every street, every alley and hiding place? Who knows what they say in the baths, in the circus, in the markets, in the fencing schools, in slave dealers' sheds, and even in the arenas? By the gods! Enough, noble sage, cried Petronius. We are drowning in thy services, thy virtue, thy wisdom, and thy eloquence. Enough. We wanted to know who thou art, and we know. But Vinicius was glad, for he thought that this man, like a hound, once put on the trail, would not stop till he had found out the hiding place. Well, said he, dost thou need indications? I need arms. Of what kind? Asked Vinicius, with astonishment. The Greek stretched out one hand, with the other he made the gesture of counting money. Such are the times, Lord, said he, with a sigh. Thou wilt be the ass, then, said Petronius, to win the fortress with bags of gold. I am only a poor philosopher, answered Chilo, with humility, ye have the gold. Vinicius tossed him a purse, which the Greek caught in the air, though 2 fingers were lacking on his right hand. He raised his head then, and said, I know more than thou thinkest. I have not come empty-handed. I know that Aulus did not intercept the maiden, for I have spoken with his slaves. I know that she is not on the Palatine, for all are occupied with the infant Augusta. And perhaps I may even divine why ye prefer to search for the maiden with my help rather than that of the city guards and Caesar's soldiers. I know that her escape was effected by a servant, a slave coming from the same country as she. He could not find assistance among slaves, for slaves all stand together, and would not act against thy slaves. Only a co-religionist would help him. Dost hear, Vinicius, broke in Petronius. Have I not said the same, word for word, to thee? That is an honor for me, said Chilo. The maiden, Lord, continued he, turning again to Vinicius, worships beyond a doubt the same divinity as that most virtuous of Roman ladies, that genuine matron, Pomponia. I have heard this, too, that Pomponia was tried in her own house for worshipping some kind of foreign god, but I could not learn from her slaves what god that is, or what his worshippers are called. If I could learn that, I should go to them, become the most devoted among them, and gain their confidence. But thou, Lord, who hast passed, as I know too, a number of days in the house of the noble Aulus, canst thou not give me some information thereon? I cannot, said Vinicius. Ye have asked me long about various things, noble lords, and I have answered the questions, permit me now to give one. Hast thou not seen, honored tribune, some statuette, some offering, some token, some amulet on Pomponia or thy divine Lygia? Hast thou not seen them making signs to each other, intelligible to them alone? Signs? Wait. Yes, I saw once that Lygia made a fish on the sand. A fish? Oh. Did she do that once, or a number of times? Only once. And art thou certain, Lord, that she outlined a fish? Oh. Yes, answered Vinicius, with roused curiosity. Dost thou divine what that means? Do I divine, exclaimed Chilo. And bowing in sign of farewell, he added, May fortune scatter on you both equally all gifts, worthy lords. Give command to bring thee a mantle, said Petronius to him at parting. Ulysses gives thee thanks for Thersites, said the Greek. And bowing a second time, he walked out. What wilt thou say of that noble sage? Inquired Petronius. This, that he will find Lygia, answered Vinicius, with delight. But I will say, too, that were there a kingdom of rogues he might be the king of it. Most certainly. I shall make a nearer acquaintance with this Stoic, meanwhile I must give command to perfume the atrium. But Chilo Chilonis, wrapping his new mantle about him, threw up on his palm, under its folds, the purse received from Vinicius, and admired both its weight and its jingle. Walking on slowly, and looking around to see if they were not looking at him from the house, he passed the portico of Livia, and, reaching the corner of the Clivus Verbius, turned toward the Subura. I must go to Sporus, said he to himself, and pour out a little wine to Fortuna. I have found at last what I have been seeking this long time. He is young, irascible, bounteous as mines in Cyprus, and ready to give half his fortune for that Lygian linnet. Just such a man have I been seeking this long time. It is needful, however, to be on one's guard with him, for the wrinkling of his brow forebodes no good. Ah! The wolf-whelps lord it over the world today. I should fear that Petronius less. O gods! But the trade of procurer pays better at present than virtue. Ah! She drew a fish on the sand. If I know what that means, may I choke myself with a piece of goat's cheese. But I shall know. Fish live under water, and searching under water is more difficult than on land, ergo he will pay me separately for this fish. Another such purse and I might cast aside the beggar's wallet and buy myself a slave. But what wouldst thou say, Chilo, were I to advise thee to buy not a male but a female slave? I know thee, I know that thou wouldst consent. If she were beautiful, like Eunice, for instance, thou thyself wouldst grow young near her, and at the same time wouldst have from her a good and certain income. I sold to that poor Eunice 2 threads from my old mantle. She is dull. But if Petronius were to give her to me, I would take her. Yes, Chilo Chilonis, thou hast lost father and mother, thou art an orphan, therefore by to console thee even a female slave. She must indeed live somewhere, therefore Vinicius will hire her a dwelling, in which thou too mayest find shelter. She must dress, hence Vinicius will pay for the dress, and must eat, hence he will support her. Ach! What a hard life! Where are the times in which for an obolus a man could buy as much pork and beans as he could hold in both hands, or a piece of goat's entrails as long as the arm of a boy 12 years old, and filled with blood? But here is that villain Sporus. In the wine shop it will be easier to learn something. Thus conversing, he entered the wine shop and ordered a pitcher of dark for himself. Seeing the skeptical look of the shopkeeper, he took a gold coin from his purse, and, putting it on the table, said, Sporus, I toiled today with Seneca from dawn till midday, and this is what my friend gave me at parting. The plump eyes of Sporus became plumper still at this sight, and the wine was soon before Chilo. Moistening his fingers in it, he drew a fish on the table, and said, Knowest what that means? A fish? Well, a fish, yes, that's a fish. Thou art dull, though thou dost add so much water to the wine that thou mightst find a fish in it. This is a symbol which, in the language of philosophers, means the smile of fortune. If thou hadst divined it, thou too mightst have made a fortune. Honor philosophy, I tell thee, or I shall change my wine shop, an act to which Petronius, my personal friend, has been urging me this long time. Chapter 14. For a number of days after the interview, Chilo did not show himself anywhere. Vinicius, since he had learned from Act that Lygia loved him, was 100 times more eager to find her, and began himself to search. He was unwilling, and also unable, to ask aid of Caesar, who was in great fear because of the illness of the infant Augusta. Sacrifices in the temples did not help, neither did prayers and offerings, nor the art of physicians, nor all the means of enchantment to which they turned finally. In a week the child died. Mourning fell upon the court and Rome. Caesar, who at the birth of the infant was wild with delight, was wild now from despair, and, confining himself in his apartments, refused food for 2 days. And though the palace was swarming with senators and Augustans, who hastened with marks of sorrow and sympathy, he denied audience to every one. The Senate assembled in an extraordinary session, at which the dead child was pronounced divine. It was decided to rear to her a temple and appoint a special priest to her service. New sacrifices were offered in other temples in honor of the deceased, statues of her were cast from precious metals. And her funeral was one immense solemnity, during which the people wondered at the unrestrained marks of grief which Caesar exhibited. They wept with him, stretched out their hands for gifts, and above all amused themselves with the unparalleled spectacle. That death alarmed Petronius. All knew in Rome that Poppaea ascribed it to enchantment. The physicians, who were thus enabled to explain the vanity of their efforts, supported her. The priests, whose sacrifices proved powerless, did the same, as well as the sorcerers, who were trembling for their lives, and also the people. Petronius was glad now that Lygia had fled, for he wished no evil to Aulus and Pomponia, and he wished good to himself and Vinicius. Therefore when the cypress, set out before the Palatine as a sign of mourning, was removed, he went to the reception appointed for the senators and Augustans to learn how far Nero had lent ear to reports of spells, and to neutralize results which might come from his belief. Knowing Nero, he thought, too, that though he did not believe in charms, he would feign belief, so as to magnify his own suffering, and take vengeance on some one, finally, to escape the suspicion that the gods had begun to punish him for crimes. Petronius did not think that Caesar could love really and deeply even his own child, though he loved her passionately. He felt certain, however, that he would exaggerate his suffering. He was not mistaken. Nero listened, with stony face and fixed eyes, to the consolation offered by knights and senators. It was evident that, even if he suffered, he was thinking of this: what impression would his suffering make upon others? He was posing as a Niobe, and giving an exhibition of parental sorrow, as an actor would give it on the stage. He had not the power even then to endure in his silent and as it were petrified sorrow, for at moments he made a gesture as if to cast the dust of the earth on his head, and at moments he groaned deeply. But seeing Petronius, he sprang up and cried in a tragic voice, so that all present could hear him, Eheu! And thou art guilty of her death. At thy advice the evil spirit entered these walls, the evil spirit which, with one look, drew the life from her breast. Woe is me! Would that my eyes had not seen the light of Helios. Woe is me! Eheu! Eheu! And raising his voice still more, he passed into a despairing shout, but Petronius resolved at that moment to put everything on one cast of the dice. Hence, stretching out his hand, he seized the silk kerchief which Nero wore around his neck always, and, placing it on the mouth of the imperator, said solemnly, Lord, Rome and the world are benumbed with pain. But do thou preserve thy voice for us. Those present were amazed, Nero himself was amazed for a moment. Petronius alone was unmoved, he knew too well what he was doing. He remembered, besides, that Terpnos and Diodorus had a direct order to close Caesar's mouth whenever he raised his voice too much and exposed it to danger. O Caesar! Continued he, with the same seriousness and sorrow, we have suffered an immeasurable loss, let even this treasure of consolation remain to us. Nero's face quivered, and after a while tears came from his eyes. All at once he rested his hands on Petronius's shoulders, and, dropping his head on his breast, began to repeat, amid sobs. Thou alone of all thought of this, thou alone, O Petronius. Thou alone. Tigellinus grew yellow from envy. But Petronius continued. Go to Antium. There she came to the world, their joy flowed in on thee, their solace will come to thee. Let the sea air freshen thy divine throat, let thy breast breathe the salt dampness. We, thy devoted ones, will follow thee everywhere, and when we assuage thy pain with friendship, thou wilt comfort us with song. True, answered Nero, sadly, I will write a hymn in her honor, and compose music for it. And then thou wilt find the warm sun in Baiae. And afterward, forgetfulness in Greece. In the birthplace of poetry and song. And his stony, gloomy state of mind passed away gradually, as clouds pass that are covering the sun. And then a conversation began which, though full of sadness, yet was full of plans for the future, touching a journey, artistic exhibitions, and even the receptions required at the promised coming of Tiridates, king of Armenia. Tigellinus tried, it is true, to bring forward again the enchantment, but Petronius, sure now of victory, took up the challenge directly. Tigellinus, said he, dost thou think that enchantments can injure the gods? Caesar himself has mentioned them, answered the courtier. Pain was speaking, not Caesar, but thou, what is thy opinion of the matter? The gods are too mighty to be subject to charms. Then wouldst thou deny divinity to Caesar and his family? Paractum est, muttered Eprius Marcellus, standing near, repeating that shout which the people gave always when a gladiator in the arena received such a blow that he needed no other. Tigellinus gnawed his own anger. Between him and Petronius there had long existed a rivalry touching Nero. Tigellinus had this superiority, that Nero acted with less ceremony, or rather with none whatever in his presence. While thus far Petronius overcame Tigellinus at every encounter with wit and intellect. So it happened now. Tigellinus was silent, and simply recorded in his memory those senators and knights who, when Petronius withdrew to the depth of the chamber, surrounded him straightway, supposing that after this incident he would surely be Caesar's first favorite. Petronius, on leaving the palace, betook himself to Vinicius, and described his encounter with Caesar and Tigellinus. Not only have I turned away danger, said he, from Aulus Plautius, Pomponia, and us, but even from Lygia, whom they will not seek, even for this reason, that I have persuaded Bronzebeard, the monkey, to go to Antium. And thence to Naples or Baiae, and he will go. I know that he has not ventured yet to appear in the theatre publicly, I have known this long time that he intends to do so at Naples. He is dreaming, moreover, of Greece, where he wants to sing in all the more prominent cities, and then make a triumphal entry into Rome, with all the crowns which the Greculi will bestow on him. During that time we shall be able to seek Lygia unhindered and secrete her in safety. But has not our noble philosopher been here yet? Thy noble philosopher is a cheat. No, he has not shown himself, and he will not show himself again. But I have a better understanding, if not of his honesty, of his wit. He has drawn blood once from thy purse, and will come even for this, to draw it a second time. Let him beware lest I draw his own blood. Draw it not. Have patience till thou art convinced surely of his deceit. Do not give him more money, but promise a liberal reward if he brings thee certain information. Wilt thou thyself undertake something? My 2 freedmen, Nymphidius and Demas, are searching for her with 60 men. Freedom is promised the slave who finds her. Besides, I have sent out special persons by all roads leading from Rome to inquire at every inn for the Lygian and the maiden. I course through the city myself day and night, counting on a chance meeting. Whenever thou hast tidings let me know, for I must go to Antium. I will do so. And if thou wake up some morning and say, it is not worth while to torment myself for one girl, and take so much trouble because of her, come to Antium. There will be no lack of women there, or amusement. Vinicius began to walk with quick steps. Petronius looked for some time at him, and said at last, tell me sincerely, not as a mad head, who talks something into his brain and excites himself. But as a man of judgment who is answering a friend, art thou concerned as much as ever about this Lygia? Vinicius stopped a moment, and looked at Petronius as if he had not seen him before, then he began to walk again. It was evident that he was restraining an outburst. At last, from a feeling of helplessness, sorrow, anger, and invincible yearning, 2 tears gathered in his eyes, which spoke with greater power to Petronius than the most eloquent words. Then, meditating for a moment, he said, it is not Atlas who carries the world on his shoulders, but woman, and sometimes she plays with it as with a ball. True, said Vinicius. And they began to take farewell of each other. But at that moment a slave announced that Chilo Chilonis was waiting in the antechamber, and begged to be admitted to the presence of the Lord. Vinicius gave command to admit him immediately, and Petronius said, Ah! Have I not told thee? By Hercules! Keep thy calmness, or he will command thee, not thou him. A greeting in honor to the noble tribune of the army, and to thee, Lord, said Chilo, entering. May your happiness be equal to your fame, and may your fame course through the world from the pillars of Hercules to the boundaries of the Arsacidae. A greeting, O lawgiver of virtue and wisdom, answered Petronius. But Vinicius inquired with affected calmness, what dost thou bring? The first time I came I brought thee hope, O Lord, at present, I bring certainty that the maiden will be found. That means that thou hast not found her yet? Yes, Lord. But I have found what that sign means which she made. I know who the people are who rescued her, and I know the God among whose worshippers to seek her. Vinicius wished to spring from the chair in which he was sitting. But Petronius placed his hand on his shoulder, and turning to Chilo said, Speak on. Art thou perfectly certain, Lord, that she drew a fish on the sand? Yes, burst out Vinicius. Then she is a Christian and Christians carried her away. A moment of silence followed. Listen, Chilo, said Petronius. My relative has predestined to thee a considerable sum of money for finding the girl, but a no less considerable number of rods if thou deceive him. In the first case thou wilt purchase not 1, but 3 scribes, in the second, the philosophy of all the 7 sages, with the addition of thy own, will not suffice to get the ointment. The maiden is a Christian, Lord, cried the Greek. Stop, Chilo. Thou art not a dull man. We know that Unia and Calvia Crispinilla accused Pomponia Graecina of confessing the Christian superstition, but we know too, that a domestic court acquitted her. Wouldst thou raise this again? Wouldst thou persuade us that Pomponia, and with her Lygia, could belong to the enemies of the human race, to the poisoners of wells and fountains, to the worshippers of an ass's head? To people who murder infants and give themselves up to the foulest license? Think, Chilo, if that thesis which thou art announcing to us will not rebound as an antithesis on thy own back. Chilo spread out his arms in sign that that was not his fault, and then said, Lord, utter in Greek the following sentence, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. Isis Christos, Theouios, Soter. Well, I have uttered it. What comes of that? Now take the first letters of each of those words and put them into one word. Fish, said Petronius with astonishment. Ichthys, the Greek word for fish. There, that is why fish has become the watchword of the Christians, answered Chilo, proudly. A moment of silence followed. But there was something so striking in the conclusions of the Greek that the two friends could not guard themselves from amazement. Vinicius, art thou not mistaken? Asked Petronius. Did Lygia really draw a fish for thee? By all the infernal gods, one might go mad, cried the young man, with excitement. If she had drawn a bird for me, I should have said a bird. Therefore she is a Christian, repeated Chilo. This signifies, said Petronius, that Pomponia and Lygia poison wells, murder children caught on the street, and give themselves up to dissoluteness. Folly. Thou, Vinicius, wert at their house for a time, I was there a little while. But I know Pomponia and Aulus enough, I know even Lygia enough, to say monstrous and foolish. If a fish is the symbol of the Christians, which it is difficult really to deny, and if those women are Christians, then, by Proserpina. Evidently Christians are not what we hold them to be. Thou speakest like Socrates, Lord, answered Chilo. Who has ever examined a Christian? Who has learned their religion? When I was traveling 3 years ago from Naples hither to Rome, oh, why did I not stay in Naples? A man joined me, whose name was Glaucus, of whom people said that he was a Christian. But in spite of that I convinced myself that he was a good and virtuous man. Was it not from that virtuous man that thou hast learned now what the fish means? Unfortunately, Lord, on the way, at an inn, some one thrust a knife into that honorable old man, and his wife and child were carried away by slave dealers. I lost in their defense these 2 fingers. Since, as people say, there is no lack among Christians of miracles, I hope that the fingers will grow out on my hand again. How is that? Hast thou become a Christian? Since yesterday, Lord, since yesterday. The fish made me a Christian. But see what a power there is in it. For some days I shall be the most zealous of the zealous, so that they may admit me to all their secrets, and when they admit me to their secrets, I shall know where the maiden is hiding. Perhaps then my Christianity will pay me better than my philosophy. I have made a vow also to Mercury, that if he helps me to find the maiden, I will sacrifice to him 2 heifers of the same size and color and will gild their horns. Then thy Christianity of yesterday and thy philosophy of long standing permit thee to believe in Mercury? I believe always in that in which I need to believe, that is my philosophy, which ought to please Mercury. Unfortunately, ye know, worthy lords, what a suspicious god he is, he does not trust the promises even of blameless philosophers, and prefers the heifers in advance, meanwhile this outlay is immense. Not every one is a Seneca, and I cannot afford the sacrifice, should the noble Vinicius, however, wish to give something, on account of that sum which he promised. Not an obolus, Chilo, said Petronius, not an obolus. The bounty of Vinicius will surpass thy expectations, but only when Lygia is found, that is, when thou shalt indicate to us her hiding place. Mercury must trust thee for the 2 heifers, though I am not astonished at him for not wishing to do so. In this I recognize his acuteness. Listen to me, worthy lords. The discovery which I have made is great, for though I have not found the maiden yet, I have found the way in which I must seek her. Ye have sent freedmen and slaves throughout the city and into the country, has any one given you a clue? No. I alone have given one. I tell you more. Among your slaves there may be Christians, of whom ye have no knowledge, for this superstition has spread everywhere, and they, instead of aiding, will betray you. It is unfortunate that they see me here. Do thou therefore, noble Petronius, enjoin silence on Eunice, and thou too, noble Vinicius, spread a report that I sell thee an ointment which ensures victory in the circus to horses rubbed with it. I alone will search for her, and single-handed I will find the fugitives. And do ye trust in me, and know that whatever I receive in advance will be for me simply an encouragement, for I shall hope always for more, and shall feel the greater certainty that the promised reward will not fail me. Ah, it is true. As a philosopher I despise money, though neither Seneca, nor even Musonius, nor Cornutus despises it, though they have not lost fingers in any one's defense, and are able themselves to write and leave their names to posterity. But, aside from the slave, whom I intend to buy, and besides Mercury, to whom I have promised the heifers, and ye know how dear cattle have become in these times, the searching itself involves much outlay. Only listen to me patiently. Well, for the last few days my feet are wounded from continual walking. I have gone to wine shops to talk with people, to bakeries, to butcher shops, to dealers in olive oil, and to fishermen. I have run through every street and alley. I have been in the hiding places of fugitive slaves, I have lost money, nearly 100 asses, in playing mora, I have been in laundries, in drying sheds, in cheap kitchens, I have seen mule drivers and carvers. I have seen people who cure bladder complaints and pull teeth, I have talked with dealers in dried figs, I have been at cemeteries, and do ye know why? This is why. So as to outline a fish everywhere, look people in the eyes, and hear what they would say of that sign. For a long time I was unable to learn anything, till at last I saw an old slave at a fountain. He was drawing water with a bucket, and weeping. Approaching him, I asked the cause of his tears. When we had sat down on the steps of the fountain, he answered that all his life he had been collecting sestertium after sestertium, to redeem his beloved son. But his master, a certain Pansa, when the money was delivered to him, took it, but kept the son in slavery. And so I am weeping, said the old man, for though I repeat, let the will of God be done, I, poor sinner, am not able to keep down my tears. Then, as if penetrated by a forewarning, I moistened my finger in the water and drew a fish for him. To this he answered, my hope, too, is in Christ. I asked him then, hast thou confessed to me by that sign? I have, said he, and peace be with thee. I began then to draw him out, and the honest old man told me everything. His master, that Pansa, is himself a freedman of the great Pansa. And he brings stones by the Tiber to Rome, where slaves and hired persons unload them from the boats, and carry them to buildings in the night time, so as not to obstruct movement in the streets during daylight. Among these people many Christians work, and also his son, as the work is beyond his son's strength, he wished to redeem him. But Pansa preferred to keep both the money and the slave. While telling me this, he began again to weep. And I mingled my tears with his, tears came to me easily because of my kind heart, and the pain in my feet, which I got from walking excessively. I began also to lament that as I had come from Naples only a few days since, I knew no one of the brotherhood, and did not know where they assembled for prayer. He wondered that Christians in Naples had not given me letters to their brethren in Rome, but I explained to him that the letters were stolen from me on the road. Then he told me to come to the river at night, and he would acquaint me with brethren who would conduct me to houses of prayer and to elders who govern the Christian community. When I heard this, I was so delighted that I gave him the sum needed to redeem his son, in the hope that the lordly Vinicius would return it to me twofold. Chilo, interrupted Petronius, in thy narrative falsehood appears on the surface of truth, as oil does on water. Thou hast brought important information, I do not deny that. I assert, even, that a great step is made toward finding Lygia. But do not cover thy news with falsehood. What is the name of that old man from whom thou hast learned that the Christians recognize each other through the sign of a fish? Eurytius. A poor, unfortunate old man. He reminded me of Glaucus, whom I defended from murderers, and he touched me mainly by this. I believe that thou didst discover him, and wilt be able to make use of the acquaintance, but thou hast given him no money. Thou hast not given him an as, dost understand me? Thou hast not given anything. But I helped him to lift the bucket, and I spoke of his son with the greatest sympathy. Yes, Lord, what can hide before the penetration of Petronius? Well, I did not give him money, or rather, I gave it to him, but only in spirit, in intention, which, had he been a real philosopher, should have sufficed him. I gave it to him because I saw that such an act was indispensable and useful. For think, Lord, how this act has won all the Christians at once to me, what access to them it has opened, and what confidence it has roused in them. True, said Petronius, and it was thy duty to do it. For this very reason I have come to get the means to do it. Petronius turned to Vinicius, give command to count out to him 5,000 sestertia, but in spirit, in intention. I will give thee a young man, said Vinicius, who will take the sum necessary. Thou wilt say to Euritius that the youth is thy slave, and thou wilt count out to the old man, in the youth's presence, this money. Since thou hast brought important tidings, thou wilt receive the same amount for thyself. Come for the youth and the money this evening. Thou art a real Caesar, said Chilo. Permit me, Lord, to dedicate my work to thee. But permit also that this evening I come only for the money, since Euritius told me that all the boats had been unloaded, and that new ones would come from Ostia only after some days. Peace be with you. Thus do Christians take farewell of one another. I will buy myself a slave woman, that is, I wanted to say a slave man. Fish are caught with a bait, and Christians with fish. Fax vobiscum. Pax. 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 Chapter 15. Petronius to Vinicius. I send to thee from Antium, by a trusty slave, this letter, to which, though thy hand is more accustomed to the sword and the javelin than the pen, I think that thou wilt answer through the same messenger without needless delay. I left thee on a good trail, and full of hope, hence I trust that thou hast either satisfied thy pleasant desires in the embraces of Lygia, or wilt satisfy them before the real wintry wind from the summits of Soract shall blow on the Campania. O, my Vinicius! May thy preceptress be the golden goddess of Cyprus, be thou, on thy part, the preceptor of that Lygian Aurora, who is fleeing before the sun of love. And remember always that marble, though most precious, is nothing of itself, and acquires real value only when the sculptor's hand turns it into a masterpiece. Be thou such a sculptor, Carissime. To love is not sufficient, one must know how to love. One must know how to teach love. Though the plebs, too, and even animals, experience pleasure, a genuine man differs from them in this especially, that he makes love in some way a noble art, and, admiring it, knows all its divine value, makes it present in his mind. Thus satisfying not his body merely, but his soul. More than once, when I think here of the emptiness, the uncertainty, the dreariness of life, it occurs to me that perhaps thou hast chosen better, and that not Caesar's court, but war and love are the only objects for which it is worth while to be born and to live. Thou wert fortunate in war, be fortunate also in love, and if thou art curious as to what men are doing at the court of Caesar, I will inform thee from time to time. We are living here at Antium, and nursing our heavenly voice. We continue to cherish the same hatred of Rome, and think of betaking ourselves to Baiae for the winter, to appear in public at Naples, whose inhabitants, being Greeks, will appreciate us better than that wolf brood on the banks of the Tiber. People will hasten thither from Baiae, from Pompeii, Puteoli, Cumae, and Stabia, neither applause nor crowns will be lacking, and that will be an encouragement for the proposed expedition to Achaia. But the memory of the infant Augusta? Yes. We are bewailing her yet. We are singing hymns of our own composition, so wonderful that the sirens have been hiding from envy in Amphitrite's deepest caves. But the dolphins would listen to us, were they not prevented by the sound of the sea. Our suffering is not allayed yet, hence we will exhibit it to the world in every form which sculpture can employ, and observe carefully if we are beautiful in our suffering and if people recognize this beauty. Oh, my dear! We shall die buffoons and comedians. All the Augustans are here, male and female, not counting 10,000 servants, and 500 she-asses, in whose milk Poppaea bathes. At times even it is cheerful here. Calvia Crispinilla is growing old. It is said that she has begged Poppaea to let her take the bath immediately after herself. Lucan slapped Nigidia on the face, because he suspected her of relations with a gladiator. Sporus lost his wife at dice to Senecio. Torquatus Silanus has offered me for Eunice for chestnut horses, which this year will win the prize beyond doubt. I would not accept. Thanks to thee, also, that thou didst not take her. As to Torquatus Silanus, the poor man does not even suspect that he is already more a shade than a man. His death is decided. And knowest what his crime is? He is the great-grandson of the deified Augustus. There is no rescue for him. Such is our world. As is known to thee, we have been expecting Tiridates here, meanwhile Vologeses has written an offensive letter. Because he has conquered Armenia, he asks that it be left to him for Tiridates. If not, he will not yield it in any case. Pure comedy. So we have decided on war. Corbulo will receive power such as Pompeius Magnus received in the war with pirates. There was a moment, however, when Nero hesitated. He seems afraid of the glory which Corbulo will win in case of victory. It was even thought to offer the chief command to Aulus. This was opposed by Poppaea, for whom evidently Pomponia's virtue is as salt in the eye. Vatinius described to us a remarkable fight of gladiators, which is to take place in Beneventum. See to what cobblers rise in our time, in spite of the saying, ne sutor ultra crepidam. Vitellius is the descendant of a cobbler. But Vatinius is the son of one. Perhaps he drew thread himself. The actor Aliturus represented Oedipus yesterday wonderfully. I asked him, by the way, as a Jew, if Christians and Jews were the same. He answered that the Jews have an eternal religion, but that Christians are a new sect risen recently in Judea. That in the time of Tiberius the Jews crucified a certain man, whose adherents increased daily, and that the Christians consider him as God. They refuse, it seems, to recognize other gods, ours especially. I cannot understand what harm it would do them to recognize these gods. Tigellinus shows me open enmity now. So far he is unequal to me. But he is superior in this, that he cares more for life, and is at the same time a greater scoundrel, which brings him nearer Ahenobarbus. These two will understand each other earlier or later, and then my turn will come. I know not when it will come, but I know this, that as things are it must come, hence let time pass. Meanwhile we must amuse ourselves. Life of itself would not be bad were it not for Bronzebeard. Thanks to him, a man at times is disgusted with himself. It is not correct to consider the struggle for his favor as a kind of rivalry in a circus, as a kind of game, as a struggle, in which victory flatters vanity. True, I explain it to myself in that way frequently, but still it seems to me sometimes that I am like Chilo, and better in nothing than he. When he ceases to be needful to thee, send him to me. I have taken a fancy to his edifying conversation. A greeting from me to thy divine Christian, or rather beg her in my name not to be a fish to thee. Inform me of thy health, inform me of thy love, know how to love, teach how to love, and farewell. Vinicius to Petronius. Lygia is not found yet. Were it not for the hope that I shall find her soon, thou wouldst not receive an answer, for when a man is disgusted with life, he has no wish to write letters. I wanted to learn whether Chilo was not deceiving me. And at night when he came to get the money for Euritius, I threw on a military mantle, and unobserved followed him and the slave whom I sent with him. When they reached the place, I watched from a distance, hidden behind a portico pillar, and convinced myself that Euritius was not invented. Below, a number of tens of people were unloading stones from a spacious barge, and piling them up on the bank. I saw Chilo approach them, and begin to talk with some old man, who after a while fell at his feet. Others surrounded them with shouts of admiration. Before my eyes the boy gave a purse to Euritius, who on seizing it began to pray with upraised hands, while at his side some second person was kneeling, evidently his son. Chilo said something which I could not hear, and blessed the two who were kneeling, as well as others, making in the air signs in the form of a cross, which they honor apparently, for all bent their knees. The desire seized me to go among them, and promised 3 such purses to him who would deliver to me Lygia, but I feared to spoil Chilo's work, and after hesitating a moment went home. This happened at least 12 days after thy departure. Since then Chilo has been a number of times with me. He says that he has gained great significance among the Christians. That if he has not found Lygia so far, it is because the Christians in Rome are innumerable, hence all are not acquainted with each person in their community, and cannot know everything that is done in it. They are cautious, too, and in general reticent. He gives assurance, however, that when he reaches the elders, who are called presbyters, he will learn every secret. He has made the acquaintance of a number of these already, and has begun to inquire of them, though carefully, so as not to rouse suspicion by haste, and not to make the work still more difficult. Though it is hard to wait, though patience fails, I feel that he is right, and I wait. He learned, too, that they have places of meeting for prayer, frequently outside the city, in empty houses and even in sandpits. There they worship Christ, sing hymns, and have feasts. There are many such places. Chilo supposes that Lygia goes purposely to different ones from Pomponia, so that the latter, in case of legal proceedings or an examination, might swear boldly that she knew nothing of Lygia's hiding place. It may be that the presbyters have advised caution. When Chilo discovers those places, I will go with him, and if the gods let me see Lygia, I swear to thee by Jupiter that she will not escape my hands this time. I am thinking continually of those places of prayer. Chilo is unwilling that I should go with him, he is afraid. But I cannot stay at home. I should know her at once, even in disguise or if veiled. They assemble in the night, but I should recognize her in the night even. I should know her voice and motions anywhere. I will go myself in disguise, and look at every person who goes in or out. I am thinking of her always, and shall recognize her. Chilo is to come tomorrow, and we shall go. I will take arms. Some of my slaves sent to the provinces have returned empty-handed. But I am certain now that she is in the city, perhaps not far away even. I myself have visited many houses under pretext of renting them. She will fare better with me 100 times, where she is, whole legions of poor people dwell. Besides, I shall spare nothing for her sake. Thou writest that I have chosen well. I have chosen suffering and sorrow. We shall go first to those houses which are in the city, then beyond the gates. Hope looks for something every morning, otherwise life would be impossible. Thou sayest that one should know how to love. I knew how to talk of love to Lygia. But now I only yearn, I do nothing but wait for Chilo. Life to me is unendurable in my own house. Farewell. Chapter 16. But Chilo did not appear for some time, and Vinicius knew not at last what to think of his absence. In vain he repeated to himself that searching, if continued to a certain and successful issue, must be gradual. His blood and impulsive nature rebelled against the voice of judgment. To do nothing, to wait, to sit with folded arms, was so repulsive to him that he could not be reconciled to it in any way. To search the alleys of the city in the dark garb of a slave, through this alone, that it was useless, seemed to him merely a mask for his own inefficiency, and could give no satisfaction. His freedmen, persons of experience, whom he commanded to search independently, turned out 100 times less expert than Chilo. Meanwhile there rose in him, besides his love for Lygia, the stubbornness of a player resolved to win. Vinicius had been always a person of this kind. From earliest youth he had accomplished what he desired with the passionateness of one who does not understand failure, or the need of yielding something. For a time military discipline had put his self-will within bounds, but also it had engrafted into him the conviction that every command of his to subordinates must be fulfilled. His prolonged stay in the Orient, among people pliant and inured to slavish obedience, confirmed in him the faith that for his "I wish" there were no limits. At present his vanity, too, was wounded painfully. There was, besides, in Lygia's opposition and resistance, and in her flight itself, which was to him incomprehensible, a kind of riddle. In trying to solve this riddle he racked his head terribly. He felt that act had told the truth, and that Lygia was not indifferent. But if this were true, why had she preferred wandering in misery to his love, his tenderness, and a residence in his splendid mansion? To this question he found no answer, and arrived only at a kind of dim understanding that between him and Lygia, between their ideas, between the world which belonged to him and Petronius, and the world of Lygia and Pomponia, there existed some sort of difference, some kind of misunderstanding as deep as an abyss, which nothing could fill up or make even. It seemed to him, then, that he must lose Lygia, and at this thought he lost the remnant of balance which Petronius wished to preserve in him. There were moments in which he did not know whether he loved Lygia or hated her. He understood only that he must find her, and he would rather that the earth swallowed her than that he should not see and possess her. By the power of imagination he saw her as clearly at times as if she had been before his face. He recalled every word which he had spoken to her, every word which he had heard from her. He felt her near, felt her on his bosom, in his arms, and then desire embraced him like a flame. He loved her and called to her. And when he thought that he was loved, that she might do with willingness all that he wished of her, sore and endless sorrow seized him, and a kind of deep tenderness flooded his heart, like a mighty wave. But there were moments, too, in which he grew pale from rage, and delighted in thoughts of the humiliation and tortures which he would inflict on Lygia when he found her. He wanted not only to have her, but to have her as a trampled slave. At the same time he felt that if the choice were left him, to be her slave or not to see her in life again, he would rather be her slave. There were days in which he thought of the marks which the lash would leave on her rosy body, and at the same time he wanted to kiss those marks. It came to his head also that he would be happy if he could kill her. In this torture, torment, uncertainty, and suffering, he lost health, and even beauty. He became a cruel and incomprehensible master. His slaves, and even his freedmen, approached him with trembling. And when punishments fell on them causelessly, punishments as merciless as undeserved, they began to hate him in secret, while he, feeling this, and feeling his own isolation, took revenge all the more on them. He restrained himself with Chilo alone, fearing lest he might cease his searches. The Greek, noting this, began to gain control of him, and grew more and more exacting. At first he assured Vinicius at each visit that the affair would proceed easily and quickly. Now he began to discover difficulties, and without ceasing, it is true, to guarantee the undoubted success of the searches, he did not hide the fact that they must continue yet for a good while. At last he came, after long days of waiting, with a face so gloomy that the young man grew pale at sight of him, and springing up had barely strength to ask, "Is she not among the Christians?" "She is, Lord," answered Chilo. "But I found Glaucus among them." "Of what art thou speaking, and who is Glaucus?" "Thou hast forgotten, Lord, it seems, that old man with whom I journeyed from Naples to Rome, and in whose defense I lost these 2 fingers, a loss which prevents me from writing. Robbers, who bore away his wife and child, stabbed him with a knife. I left him dying at an inn in Minturna, and bewailed him long. Alas! I have convinced myself that he is alive yet, and belongs in Rome to the Christian community." Vinicius, who could not understand what the question was, understood only that Glaucus was becoming a hindrance to the discovery of Lygia. Hence he suppressed his rising anger, and said, "If thou didst defend him, he should be thankful and help thee." "Ah! Worthy tribune, even gods are not always grateful, and what must the case be with men? True, he should be thankful. But, unhappily, he is an old man, of a mind weak and darkened by age and disappointment. For which reason, not only is he not grateful, but, as I learned from his co-religionists, he accuses me of having conspired with the robbers, and says that I am the cause of his misfortunes. That is the recompense for my fingers. Scoundrel! I am certain that it was as he says," replied Vinicius. "Then thou knowest more than he does, Lord, for he only surmises that it was so, which, however, would not prevent him from summoning the Christians, and from revenging himself on me cruelly. He would have done that undoubtedly, and others, with equal certainty, would have helped him, but fortunately he does not know my name, and in the house of prayer where we met, he did not notice me. I, however, knew him at once, and at the first moment wished to throw myself on his neck. Wisdom, however, and the habit of thinking before every step which I intend to take, restrained me. Therefore, on issuing from the house of prayer, I inquired concerning him, and those who knew him declared that he was the man who had been betrayed by his comrade on the journey from Naples. Otherwise I should not have known that he gives out such a story. How does this concern me? Tell what thou sawest in the house of prayer. It does not concern thee, Lord, but it concerns me just as much as my life. Since I wish that my wisdom should survive me, I would rather renounce the reward which thou hast offered, than expose my life for empty lucre, without which, I as a true philosopher shall be able to live and seek divine wisdom. But Vinicius approached him with an ominous countenance, and began in a suppressed voice, Who told thee that death would meet thee sooner at the hands of Glaucus than at mine? Whence knowest thou, dog, that I will not have thee buried right away in my garden? Chilo, who was a coward, looked at Vinicius, and in the twinkle of an eye understood that one more unguarded word and he was lost beyond redemption. I will search for her, Lord, and I will find her, cried he, hurriedly. Silence followed, during which were heard the quick breathing of Vinicius, and the distant song of slaves at work in the garden. Only after a while did the Greek resume his speech, when he noticed that the young patrician was somewhat pacified. Death passed me, but I looked on it with the calmness of Socrates. No, Lord, I have not said that I refuse to search for the maiden, I desired merely to tell thee that search for her is connected now with great peril to me. On a time thou didst doubt that there was a certain Euritius in the world, and though thou wert convinced by thine own eyes that the son of my father told the truth to thee, thou hast suspicions now that I have invented Glaucus. Ah! Would that he were only a fiction, that I might go among the Christians with perfect safety, as I went some time since. I would give up for that the poor old slave woman whom I bought, 3 days since, to care for my advanced age and maimed condition. But Glaucus is living, Lord. And if he had seen me once, thou wouldst not have seen me again, and in that case who would find the maiden? Here he was silent again, and began to dry his tears. But while Glaucus lives, continued he, how can I search for her? For I may meet him at any step, and if I meet him I shall perish, and with me will cease all my searching. What art thou aiming at? What help is there? What dost thou wish to undertake? Inquired Vinicius. Aristotle teaches us, Lord, that less things should be sacrificed for greater, and King Priam said frequently that old age was a grievous burden. Indeed, the burden of old age and misfortune weighs upon Glaucus this long time, and so heavily that death would be to him a benefit. For what is death, according to Seneca, but liberation? Play the fool with Petronius, not with me. Tell what thy desire is. If virtue is folly, may the gods permit me to be a fool all my life. I desire, Lord, to set aside Glaucus, for while he is living my life and searches are in continual peril. Hire men to beat him to death with clubs. I will pay them. They will rob thee, Lord, and afterward make profit of the secret. There are as many ruffians in Rome as grains of sand in the arena, but thou wilt not believe how dear they are when an honest man needs to employ their villainy. No, worthy tribune. But if watchmen catch the murderers in the act, they would tell, beyond doubt, who hired them, and then thou wouldst have trouble. They will not point to me, for I shall not give my name. Thou art doing ill not to trust in me, for, setting aside my keenness, remember that there is a question of 2 other things, of my life, and the reward which thou hast promised me. How much dost thou need? 1,000 sestertia, for turn attention to this, that I must find honest ruffians, men who when they have received earnest money, will not take it off without a trace. For good work there must be good pay. Something might be added, too, for my sake, to wipe away the tears which I shall shed out of pity for Glaucus. I take the gods to witness how I love him. If I receive 1,000 sestertia today, 2 days hence his soul will be in Hades. And then, if souls preserve memory and the gift of thought, he will know for the first time how I loved him. I will find people this very day, and tell them that for each day of the life of Glaucus I will withhold 100 sestertia. I have, besides, a certain idea, which seems to me infallible." Vinicius promised him once more the desired sum, forbidding him to mention Glaucus again. But asked what other news he brought, where he had been all the time, what he had seen, and what he had discovered. But Chilo was not able to tell much. He had been in 2 more houses of prayer, had observed each person carefully, especially the women, but had seen no one who resembled Lygia. The Christians, however, looked on him as one of their own sect, and, since he redeemed the son of Eurytius, they honored him as a man following in the steps of Christ. He had learned from them, also, that a great lawgiver of theirs, a certain Paul of Tarsus, was in Rome, imprisoned because of charges preferred by the Jews, and with this man he had resolved to become acquainted. But most of all was he pleased by this, that the supreme priest of the whole sect, who had been Christ's disciple, and to whom Christ had confided government over the whole world of Christians, might arrive in Rome any moment. All the Christians desired evidently to see him, and hear his teachings. Some great meetings would follow, at which he, Chilo, would be present, and what is more, since it is easy to hide in the crowd, he would take Vinicius to those meetings. Then they would find Lygia certainly. If Glaucus were once set aside, it would not be connected even with great danger. As to revenge, the Christians, too, would revenge, but in general they were peaceful people. Here Chilo began to relate, with a certain surprise, that he had never seen that they gave themselves up to debauchery, that they poisoned wells or fountains, that they were enemies of the human race, worshipped an ass, or ate the flesh of children. No, he had seen nothing of that sort. Certainly he would find among them even people who would hide away Glaucus for money, but their religion, as far as he knew, did not incite to crime, on the contrary, it enjoined forgiveness of offences. Vinicius remembered what Pomponia had said to him at Acts, and in general he listened to Chilo's words with pleasure. Though his feeling for Lygia assumed at times the seeming of hatred, he felt a relief when he heard that the religion which she and Pomponia confessed was neither criminal nor repulsive. But a species of undefined feeling rose in him that it was just that reverence for Christ, unknown and mysterious, which created the difference between himself and Lygia, hence he began at once to fear that religion and to hate it. Chapter 17. For Chilo, it was really important to set aside Glaucus, who, though advanced in years, was by no means decrepit. There was considerable truth in what Chilo had narrated to Vinicius. He had known Glaucus on a time, he had betrayed him, sold him to robbers, deprived him of family, of property, and delivered him to murder. But he bore the memory of these events easily, for he had thrown the man aside dying, not at an inn, but in a field near Minturna. This one thing he had not foreseen, that Glaucus would be cured of his wounds and come to Rome. When he saw him, therefore, in the house of prayer, he was in truth terrified, and at the first moment wished to discontinue the search for Lygia. But on the other hand, Vinicius terrified him still more. He understood that he must choose between the fear of Glaucus, and the pursuit and vengeance of a powerful patrician, to whose aid would come, beyond doubt, another and still greater, Petronius. In view of this, Chilo ceased to hesitate. He thought it better to have small enemies than great ones, and, though his cowardly nature trembled somewhat at bloody methods, he saw the need of killing Glaucus through the aid of other hands. At present the only question with him was the choice of people, and to this he was turning that thought of which he had made mention to Vinicius. Spending his nights in wine-shops most frequently, and lodging in them, among men without a roof, without faith or honor, he could find persons easily to undertake any task, and still more easily others who, if they sniffed coin on his person, would begin, but when they had received earnest money, would extort the whole sum by threatening to deliver him to justice. Besides, for a certain time past Chilo had felt a repulsion for nakedness, for those disgusting and terrible figures lurking about suspected houses in the Subura or in the Trans-Tiber. Measuring everything with his own measure, and not having fathomed sufficiently the Christians or their religion, he judged that among them, too, he could find willing tools. Since they seemed more reliable than others, he resolved to turn to them and present the affair in such fashion that they would undertake it, not for money's sake merely, but through devotion. In view of this, he went in the evening to Eurytius, whom he knew as devoted with whole soul to his person, and who, he was sure, would do all in his power to assist him. Naturally cautious, Chilo did not even dream of revealing his real intentions, which would be in clear opposition, moreover, to the faith which the old man had in his piety and virtue. He wished to find people who were ready for anything, and to talk with them of the affair only in such a way that, out of regard to themselves, they would guard it as an eternal secret. The old man Eurytius, after the redemption of his son, hired one of those little shops so numerous near the Circus Maximus, in which were sold olives, beans, unleavened paste, and water sweetened with honey, to spectators coming to the circus. Chilo found him at home arranging his shop, and when he had greeted him in Christ's name, he began to speak of the affair which had brought him. Since he had rendered them a service, he considered that they would pay him with gratitude. He needed 2 or 3 strong and courageous men, to ward off danger threatening not only him, but all Christians. He was poor, it was true, since he had given to Eurytius almost all that he owned. Still he would pay such men for their services if they would trust him and perform faithfully what he commanded. Eurytius and his son Quartus listened to him as their benefactor almost on their knees. Both declared that they were ready themselves to do all that he asked of them, believing that a man so holy could not ask for deeds inconsistent with the teaching of Christ. Chilo assured them that that was true, and, raising his eyes to heaven, he seemed to be praying. In fact, he was thinking whether it would not be well to accept their proposal, which might save him 1,000 sestertia. But after a moment of thought he rejected it. Eurytius was an old man, perhaps not so much weighted by years as weakened by care and disease. Quartus was 16 years of age. Chilo needed dexterous, and, above all, stalwart men. As to the 1,000 sestertia, he considered that, thanks to the plan which he had invented, he would be able in every case to spare a large part of it. They insisted for some time, but when he refused decisively they yielded. "I know the baker Demas," said Quartus, "in whose mills slaves and hired men are employed. One of those hired men is so strong that he would take the place, not of 2, but of 4. I myself have seen him lift stones from the ground which 4 men could not stir. If that is a God-fearing man, who can sacrifice himself for the brotherhood, make me acquainted with him," said Chilo. "He is a Christian, Lord," answered Quartus. "Nearly all who work for Demas are Christians. He has night as well as day laborers. This man is of the night laborers. Were we to go now to the mill, we should find them at supper, and thou mightest speak to him freely. Demas lives near the Emporium." Chilo consented most willingly. The Emporium was at the foot of the Aventine, hence not very far from the Circus Maximus. It was possible, without going around the hill, to pass along the river through the Porticus Aemilia, which would shorten the road considerably. "I am old," said Chilo, when they went under the colonnade, "at times I suffer effacement of memory." "Yes, though our Christ was betrayed by one of his disciples, the name of the traitor I cannot recall at this moment." "Judas, Lord, who hanged himself," answered Quartus, wondering a little in his soul how it was possible to forget that name. "Oh, yes, Judas." "I thank thee," said Chilo. And they went on some time in silence. When they came to the Emporium, which was closed, they passed it, and going around the storehouse, from which grain was distributed to the populace, they turned toward the left, to houses which stretched along the Via Ostiensis, up to the Mons Testatius and the Forum Pistorium. There they halted before a wooden building, from the interior of which came the noise of millstones. Quartus went in. But Chilo, who did not like to show himself to large numbers of people, and was in continual dread that some fate might bring him to meet Glaucus, remained outside. "I am curious about that Hercules who serves in a mill," said he to himself, looking at the brightly shining moon. "If he is a scoundrel and a wise man, he will cost me something. If a virtuous Christian and dull, he will do what I want without money." Further meditation was interrupted by the return of Quartus, who issued from the building with a second man, wearing only a tunic called exomus, cut in such fashion that the right arm and right breast were exposed. Such garments, since they left perfect freedom of movement, were used especially by laborers. Chilo, when he saw the man coming, drew a breath of satisfaction, for he had not seen in his life such an arm and such a breast. "Here, Lord," said Quartus, "is the brother whom it was thy wish to see." "May the peace of Christ be with thee," answered Chilo. "Do thou, Quartus, tell this brother whether I deserve faith and trust, and then return in the name of God. For there is no need that thy grey-haired father should be left in loneliness." "This is a holy man," said Quartus, "who gave all his property to redeem me from slavery, me, a man unknown to him. May our Lord the Saviour prepare him a heavenly reward therefor." The gigantic laborer, hearing this, bent down and kissed Chilo's hand. "What is thy name, brother?" inquired the Greek. "At holy baptism, father, the name Urban was given me." "Urban, my brother, hast thou time to talk with me freely? Our work begins at midnight, and only now are they preparing our supper. Then there is time sufficient. Let us go to the river, there thou wilt hear my words." They went, and sat on the embankment, in a silence broken only by the distant sound of the millstones and the plash of the onflowing river. Chilo looked into the face of the laborer, which, notwithstanding a somewhat severe and sad expression, such as was usual on faces of barbarians living in Rome, seemed to him kind and honest. "This is a good-natured, dull man who will kill Glaucus for nothing," thought Chilo. "Urban," inquired he then, "dost thou love Christ?" "I love him from the soul of my heart," said the laborer. "And thy brethren and sisters, and those who taught thee truth and faith in Christ?" "I love them, too, Father." "Then may peace be with thee." "And with thee, Father." Again silence set in, but in the distance the millstones were roaring, and the river was plashing below the two men. Chilo looked with fixed gaze into the clear moonlight, and with a slow, restrained voice began to speak of Christ's death. He seemed not as speaking to Urban, but as if recalling to himself that death, or some secret which he was confiding to the drowsy city. There was in this, too, something touching as well as impressive. The laborer wept. And when Chilo began to groan and complain that in the moment of the Saviour's passion there was no one to defend him, if not from crucifixion, at least from the insults of Jews and soldiers. The gigantic fists of the barbarian began to squeeze from pity and suppressed rage. The death only moved him, but at thought of that rabble reviling the Lamb nailed to the cross, the simple soul in him was indignant, and a wild desire of vengeance seized the man. "Urban, dost thou know who Judas was?" asked Chilo, suddenly. I know, but he hanged himself," exclaimed the laborer. And in his voice there was a kind of sorrow that the traitor had meted out punishment to himself, and that Judas could not fall into his hands. "But if he had not hanged himself," continued Chilo, "and if some Christian were to meet him on land or on sea, would it not be the duty of that Christian to take revenge for the torment, the blood, and the death of the Saviour? Who is there who would not take revenge, Father? Peace be with thee, faithful servant of the Lamb. True, it is permitted to forgive wrongs done ourselves, but who has the right to forgive a wrong done to God? But as a serpent engenders a serpent, as malice breeds malice, and treason breeds treason, so from the poison of Judas another traitor has come. And as that one delivered to Jews and Roman soldiers the Saviour, so this man who lives among us intends to give Christ's sheep to the wolves. And if no one will anticipate the treason, if no one will crush the head of the serpent in time, destruction is waiting for us all, and with us will perish the honor of the Lamb." The laborer looked at Chilo with immense alarm, as if not understanding what he had heard. But the Greek, covering his head with a corner of his mantle, began to repeat, with a voice coming as if from beneath the earth, "Woe to you, servants of the true God! Woe to you, Christian men and Christian women!" And again came silence, again were heard only the roar of the millstones, the deep song of the millers, and the sound of the river. "Father," asked the laborer at last, "what kind of traitor is that?" Chilo dropped his head. "What kind of traitor?" "A son of Judas, a son of his poison, a man who pretends to be a Christian, and goes to houses of prayer only to complain of the brotherhood to Caesar, declaring that they will not recognize Caesar as a god. That they poison fountains, murder children, and wish to destroy the city, so that one stone may not remain on another. Behold! In a few days a command will be given to the praetorians to cast old men, women, and children into prison, and lead them to death, just as they led to death the slaves of Pedanius Secundus. All this has been done by that second Judas. But if no one punished the first Judas, if no one took vengeance on him, if no one defended Christ in the hour of torment, who will punish this one, who will destroy the serpent before Caesar hears him, who will destroy him? Who will defend from destruction our brothers in the faith of Christ? Urban, who had been sitting thus far on a stone, stood up on a sudden, and said, I will, Father. Chilo rose also. He looked for a while on the face of the laborer, lighted up by the shining of the moon, then, stretching his arm, he put his hand slowly on his head. Go among Christians, said he, with solemnity. Go to the houses of prayer, and ask the brethren about Glaucus, and when they show him to thee, slay him at once in Christ's name. About Glaucus, repeated the laborer, as if wishing to fix that name in his memory. Dost thou know him? No, I do not. There are thousands of Christians in Rome, and they are not all known to one another. But tomorrow, in Austrianum, brethren and sisters will assemble in the night to the last soul, because a great apostle of Christ has come, who will teach them, and the brethren will point out to me Glaucus. In Austrianum, inquired Chilo. But that is outside the city gates. The brethren and all the sisters, at night? Outside the city gates, in Austrianum? Yes, Father, that is our cemetery, between the Vie Salaria and Nomentana. Is it not known to thee that the great apostle will teach there? I have been 2 days from home, hence I did not receive his epistle. And I do not know where Austrianum is, for I came here not long since from Corinth, where I govern a Christian community. But it is as thou sayest, there thou wilt find Glaucus among the brethren, and thou wilt slay him on the way home to the city. For this all thy sins will be forgiven. And now peace be with thee. Father. I listen to thee, servant of the Lamb. On the laborer's face perplexity was evident. Not long before he had killed a man, and perhaps 2, but the teaching of Christ forbids killing. He had not killed them in his own defense, for even that is not permitted. He had not killed them, Christ preserve. For profit. The bishop himself had given him brethren to assist, but had not permitted him to kill, he had killed inadvertently, for God had punished him with too much strength. And now he was doing grievous penance. Others sing when the millstones are grinding, but he, hapless man, is thinking of his sin, of his offense against the Lamb. How much has he prayed already and wept? How much has he implored the Lamb? And he feels that he has not done penance enough yet. But now he has promised again to kill a traitor, and done well. He is permitted to pardon only offenses against himself. Hence he will kill Glaucus, even before the eyes of all the brethren and sisters, in Austrianum tomorrow. But let Glaucus be condemned previously by the elders among the brethren, by the bishop, or by the apostle. To kill is not a great thing. To kill a traitor is even as pleasant as to kill a bear or a wolf. But suppose Glaucus to perish innocently? How take on his conscience a new murder, a new sin, a new offense against the Lamb? There is no time for a trial, my son, said Chilo. The traitor will hurry from Austrianum straightway to Caesar in Antium, or hide in the house of a certain patrician whom he is serving. I will give thee a sign. If thou show it after the death of Glaucus, the bishop and the great apostle will bless thy deed. Saying this, he took out a small coin, and began to search for a knife at his belt. Having found it, he scratched with the point on the sestertium the sign of the cross. This coin he gave to the laborer. Here is the sentence of Glaucus, and a sign for thee. If thou show this to the bishop after the death of Glaucus, he will forgive thee the killing which thou hast done without wishing it. The laborer stretched out his hand involuntarily for the coin. But having the first murder too freshly in his memory just then, he experienced a feeling of terror. "Father," said he with a voice almost of entreaty, "dost thou take this deed on thy conscience, and hast thou thyself heard Glaucus betraying his brethren?" Chilo understood that he must give proofs, mention names, otherwise doubt might creep into the heart of the giant. All at once a happy thought flashed through his head. "Listen, Urban," said he, "I dwell in Corinth, but I came from Kos. And here in Rome I instruct in the religion of Christ a certain serving maiden named Eunice. She serves as vestiplica in the house of a friend of Caesar, a certain Petronius. In that house I have heard how Glaucus has undertaken to betray all the Christians, and, besides, he has promised another informer of Caesar's, Vinicius, to find a certain maiden for him among the Christians." Here he stopped and looked with amazement at the laborer, whose eyes blazed suddenly like the eyes of a wild beast, and his face took on an expression of mad rage and threat. "What is the matter with thee?" asked Chilo, almost in fear. "Nothing, father, tomorrow I will kill Glaucus." The Greek was silent. After a while he took the arm of the laborer, turned him so that the light of the moon struck his face squarely, and examined him with care. It was evident that he was wavering in spirit whether to inquire further and bring everything out with clearness, or for that time to stop with what he had learned or surmised. At last, however, his innate caution prevailed. He breathed deeply once and a second time, then, placing his hand on the laborer's head again, he asked, in an emphatic and solemn voice, "But in holy baptism the name Urban was given thee?" "It was, father." "Then peace be with thee, Urban." Chapter 18. Petronius to Vinicius. "Thy case is a bad one, Carissime. It is clear that Venus has disturbed thy mind, deprived thee of reason and memory, as well as the power to think of aught else except love. Read sometime thy answer to my letter, and thou wilt see how indifferent thy mind is to all except Lygia, how exclusively it is occupied with her, how it returns to her always, and circles above her, as a falcon above chosen prey. By Pollux. Find her quickly, or that of thee which fire has not turned into ashes will become an Egyptian sphinx, which, enamored, as 'tis said, of pale Isis, grew deaf and indifferent to all things, waiting only for night, so as to gaze with stony eyes at the loved one. Run disguised through the city in the evening, even honor Christian houses of prayer in thy philosopher's company. Whatever excites hope and kills time is praiseworthy. But for my friendship's sake do this one thing: Ursus, Lygia's slave, is a man of uncommon strength, very likely, hire Croton, and go out 3 together, that will be safer and wiser. The Christians, since Pomponia and Lygia belong to them, are surely not such scoundrels as most people imagine. But when a lamb of their flock is in question they are no triflers, as they have shown by carrying away Lygia. When thou sayest Lygia thou wilt not restrain thyself, I am sure, and wilt try to bear her away on the spot. But how wilt thou and Chilonides do it? Croton would take care of himself, even though 10 like Ursus defended the maiden. Be not plundered by Chilo, but be not sparing of money on Croton. Of all counsels which I can give this is the best one. Here they have ceased to speak of the infant Augusta, or to say that she perished through witchcraft. Poppaea mentions her at times yet, but Caesar's mind is stuffed with something else. Moreover, if it be true that the divine Augusta is in a changed state again, the memory of that child will be blown away without trace. We have been in Naples for some days, or rather in Baiae. If thou art capable of any thought, echoes of our life must strike thy ear, for surely Rome talks of naught else. We went directly to Baiae, where at first memories of the mother attacked us, and reproaches of conscience. But dost thou know to what Ahenobarbus has gone already? To this, that for him even the murder of his mother is a mere theme for verses, and a reason for buffoonish tragic scenes. Formerly he felt real reproaches only in so far as he was a coward. Now, when he is convinced that the earth is under his feet as before, and that no god is taking vengeance, he feigns them only to move people by his fate. He springs up at night sometimes declaring that the Furies are hunting him. He rouses us, looks around, assumes the posture of an actor playing the role of Orestes, and the posture of a bad actor too, he declaims Greek verses, and looks to see if we are admiring him. We admire him apparently. And instead of saying to him, "Go to sleep, thou buffoon," we bring ourselves also to the tone of tragedy, and protect the great artist from the Furies. By Castor. This news at least must have reached thee, that he has appeared in public at Naples. They drove in from the city and the surrounding towns all the Greek ruffians, who filled the arena with such a vile odor of sweat and garlic that I thanked the gods that, instead of sitting in the first rows with the Augustans, I was behind the scenes with Ahenobarbus. And wilt thou believe it, he was afraid really. He took my hand and put it to his heart, which was beating with increased pulsation, his breath was short. And at the moment when he had to appear he grew as pale as a parchment, and his forehead was covered with drops of sweat. Still he saw that in every row of seats were praetorians, armed with clubs, to rouse enthusiasm if the need came. But there was no need. No herd of monkeys from the environs of Carthage could howl as did this rabble. I tell thee that the smell of garlic came to the stage, but Nero bowed, pressed his hand to his heart, sent kisses from his lips, and shed tears. Then he rushed in among us, who were waiting behind the scenes, like a drunken man, crying, "What were the triumphs of Julius compared with this triumph of mine?" But the rabble was howling yet and applauding, knowing that it would applaud to itself favors, gifts, banquets, lottery tickets, and a fresh exhibition by the imperial buffoon. I do not wonder that they applauded, for such a sight had not been seen till that evening. And every moment he repeated, "See what the Greeks are. See what the Greeks are." From that evening it has seemed to me that his hatred for Rome is increasing. Meanwhile special couriers were hurried to Rome announcing the triumph, and we expect thanks from the Senate one of these days. Immediately after Nero's first exhibition, a strange event happened here. The theater fell in on a sudden, but just after the audience had gone. I was there, and did not see even one corpse taken from the ruins. Many, even among the Greeks, see in this event the anger of the gods, because the dignity of Caesar was disgraced. He, on the contrary, finds in it favor of the gods, who have his song, and those who listen to it, under their evident protection. Hence there are offerings in all the temples, and great thanks. For Nero it is a great encouragement to make the journey to Achaia. A few days since he told me, however, that he had doubts as to what the Roman people might say. That they might revolt out of love for him, and fear touching the distribution of grain and touching the games, which might fail them in case of his prolonged absence. We are going, however, to Beneventum to look at the cobbler magnificence which Vatinius will exhibit, and thence to Greece, under the protection of the divine brothers of Helen. As to me, I have noted one thing, that when a man is among the mad he grows mad himself, and, what is more, finds a certain charm in mad pranks. Greece and the journey in 1,000 ships. A kind of triumphal advance of Bacchus among nymphs and bacchantes crowned with myrtle, vine, and honeysuckle. There will be women in tiger skins harnessed to chariots, flowers, thyrses, garlands, shouts of Evo, music, poetry, and applauding Hellas. All this is well, but we cherish besides more daring projects. We wish to create a species of Oriental Imperium, an empire of palm trees, sunshine, poetry, and reality turned into a dream, reality turned into the delight of life only. We want to forget Rome. To fix the balancing point of the world somewhere between Greece, Asia, and Egypt, to live the life not of men but of gods, not to know what commonness is, to wander in golden galleys under the shadow of purple sails along the archipelago. To be Apollo, Osiris, and Baal in one person, to be rosy with the dawn, golden with the sun, silver with the moon, to command, to sing, to dream. And wilt thou believe that I, who have still sound judgment to the value of a sestertium, and sense to the value of an as, let myself be borne away by these fantasies, and I do this for the reason that, if they are not possible, they are at least grandiose and uncommon. Such a fabulous empire would be a thing which, some time or other, after long ages, would seem a dream to mankind. Except when Venus takes the form of Lygia, or even of a slave Eunice, or when art beautifies it, life itself is empty, and many a time it has the face of a monkey. But Bronzebeard will not realize his plans, even for this cause, that in his fabulous kingdom of poetry and the Orient no place is given to treason, meanness, and death. And that in him with the poses of a poet sits a wretched comedian, a dull charioteer, and a frivolous tyrant. Meanwhile we are killing people whenever they displease us in any way. Poor Torquatus Silanus is now a shade. He opened his veins a few days since. Licanius and Licinus will enter on the consulate with terror. Old Thracia will not escape death, for he dares to be honest. Tigellinus is not able yet to frame a command for me to open my veins. I am still needed not only as elegantiae arbiter, but as a man without whose counsel and taste the expedition to Achaea might fail. More than once, however, I think that sooner or later it must end in opening my veins. And knowest thou what the question will be then with me, that Bronzebeard should not get my goblet, which thou knowest and admirest? Shouldst thou be near at the moment of my death, I will give it to thee. Shouldst thou be at a distance, I will break it. But meanwhile I have before me yet Beneventum of the cobblers in Olympian Greece, I have fate too, which, unknown and unforeseen, points out the road to every one. Be well, and engage Croton. Otherwise they will snatch Lygia from thee a second time. When Chilonide ceases to be needful, send him to me wherever I may be. Perhaps I shall make him a second Vatinius, and consuls and senators may tremble before him yet, as they trembled before that night Tretevka. It would be worth while to live to see such a spectacle. When thou hast found Lygia, let me know, so that I may offer for you both a pair of swans and a pair of doves in the round temple of Venus here. Once I saw Lygia in a dream, sitting on thy knee, seeking thy kisses. Try to make that dream prophetic. May there be no clouds on thy sky, or if there be, let them have the color and the odor of roses. Be in good health, and farewell. Chapter 19. Barely had Vinicius finished reading when Chilo pushed quietly into his library, unannounced by any one, for the servants had the order to admit him at every hour of the day or night. May the divine mother of thy magnanimous ancestor Aeneas be full of favor to thee, as the son of Maia was kind to me. What dost thou mean? Asked Vinicius, springing from the table at which he was sitting. Chilo raised his head and said, Eureka! The young patrician was so excited that for a long time he could not utter a word. Hast thou seen her? Asked he, at last. I have seen Ursus, Lord, and have spoken with him. Dost thou know where they are secreted? No, Lord. Another, through boastfulness, would have let the Lygian know that he divined who he was. Another would have tried to extort from him the knowledge of where he lived, and would have received either a stroke of the fist, after which all earthly affairs would have become indifferent to him. Or he would have roused the suspicion of the giant and caused this, that a new hiding-place would be found for the girl, this very night perhaps. I did not act thus. It suffices me to know that Ursus works near the Emporium, for a miller named Demas, the same name as that borne by thy freedman. Now any trusted slave of thine may go in the morning on his track, and discover their hiding-place. I bring thee merely the assurance that, since Ursus is here, the divine Lygia also is in Rome, and a second news that she will be in Austrianum tonight, almost certainly. In Austrianum? Where is that? Interrupted Vinicius, wishing evidently to run to the place indicated. An old hypogeum between the Valle Salaria and Nomentana. That Pontifex Maximus of the Christians, of whom I spoke to thee, and whom they expected somewhat later, has come, and tonight he will teach and baptize in that cemetery. They hide their religion, for, though there are no edicts to prohibit it as yet, the people hate them, so they must be careful. Ursus himself told me that all, to the last soul, would be in Austrianum tonight, for every one wishes to see and hear him who was the foremost disciple of Christ, and whom they call apostle. Since among them women hear instruction as well as men, Pomponia alone perhaps of women will not be there. She could not explain to Aulus, a worshipper of the ancient gods, her absence from home at night. But Lygia, Lord, who is under the care of Ursus and the Christian elders, will go undoubtedly with other women. Vinicius, who had lived hitherto in a fever, and upheld as it were, by hope alone, now that his hope seemed fulfilled felt all at once the weakness that a man feels after a journey which has proved beyond his strength. Chilo noticed this, and resolved to make use of it. The gates are watched, it is true, by thy people, and the Christians must know that. But they do not need gates. The Tiber, too, does not need them. And though it is far from the river to those roads, it is worth while to walk one road more to see the great apostle. Moreover, they may have 1,000 ways of going beyond the walls, and I know that they have. In Austrianum thou wilt find Lygia. And even should she not be there, which I will not admit, Ursus will be there, for he has promised to kill Glaucus. He told me himself that he would be there, and that he would kill him. Dost hear, noble tribune? Either thou wilt follow Ursus and learn where Lygia dwells, or thou wilt command thy people to seize him as a murderer, and, having him in thy hand, thou wilt make him confess where he has hidden Lygia. I have done my best. Another would have told thee that he had drunk 10 cantas of the best wine with Ursus before he wormed the secret out of him. Another would have told thee that he had lost 1,000 sestertia to him in scripto duodecim, or that he had bought the intelligence for 2,000. I know that thou wouldst repay me doubly, but in spite of that, once in my life, I mean, as always in my life, I shall be honest, for I think, as the magnanimous Petronius says, that thy bounty exceeds all my hopes and expectations. Vinicius, who was a soldier and accustomed not only to take counsel of himself in all cases, but to act, was overcome by a momentary weakness and said, Thou wilt not deceive thyself as to my liberality. But first thou wilt go with me to Austrianum. I, to Austrianum, inquired Chilo, who had not the least wish to go there. I, noble tribune, promised thee to point out Lygia, but I did not promise to take her away for thee. Think, Lord, what would happen to me if that Lygian bear, when he had torn Glaucus to pieces, should convince himself straightway that he had torn him not altogether justly? Would he not look on me, of course without reason, as the cause of the accomplished murder? Remember, Lord, that the greater philosopher a man is, the more difficult it is for him to answer the foolish questions of common people. What should I answer him were he to ask me why I calumniated Glaucus? But if thou suspect that I deceive thee, I say, pay me only when I point out the house in which Lygia lives. Show me today only a part of thy liberality, so that if thou, Lord, which may all the gods ward from thee, succumb to some accident, I shall not be entirely without recompense. Thy heart could not endure that. Vinicius went to a casket called Area, standing on a marble pedestal, and, taking out a purse, threw it to Chilo. There are scrupula, said he, when Lygia shall be in my house, thou wilt get the same full of aurii. Thou art Jove! Exclaimed Chilo. But Vinicius frowned. Thou wilt receive food here, said he, then thou mayest rest. Thou wilt not leave this house till evening, and when night falls thou wilt go with me to Austrianum. Fear and hesitation were reflected on the Greek's face for a time, but afterward he grew calm, and said, Who can oppose thee, Lord? Receive these my words as of good omen, just as our great hero received words like them in the temple of Ammon. As to me, these scruples, here he shook the purse, have outweighed mine, not to mention thy society, which for me is delight and happiness. Vinicius interrupted him impatiently, and asked for details of his conversation with Ursus. From them it seemed clear that either Lygia's hiding place would be discovered that night, or he would be able to seize her on the road back from Austrianum. At thought of this, Vinicius was borne away by wild delight. Now, when he felt clearly sure of finding Lygia, his anger against her, and his feeling of offense almost vanished. In return for that delight he forgave her every fault. He thought of her only as dear and desired, and he had the same impression as if she were returning after a long journey. He wished to summon his slaves and command them to deck the house with garlands. In that hour he had not a complaint against Ursus, even. He was ready to forgive all people everything. Chilo, for whom, in spite of his services, he had felt hitherto a certain repulsion, seemed to him for the first time an amusing and also an uncommon person. His house grew radiant, his eyes and his face became bright. He began again to feel youth and the pleasure of life. His former gloomy suffering had not given him yet a sufficient measure of how he loved Lygia. He understood this now for the first time, when he hoped to possess her. His desires woke in him, as the earth, warmed by the sun, wakes in spring, but his desires this time were less blind and wild, as it were, and more joyous and tender. He felt also within himself energy without bounds, and was convinced that should he but see Lygia with his own eyes, all the Christians on earth could not take her from him, nor could Caesar himself. Chilo, emboldened by the young tribune's delight, regained power of speech and began to give advice. According to him, it behooved Vinicius not to look on the affair as one, and to observe the greatest caution, without which all their work might end in nothing. He implored Vinicius not to carry off Lygia from Austrianum. They ought to go there with hoods on their heads, with their faces hidden, and restrict themselves to looking at all who were present from some dark corner. When they saw Lygia, it would be safest to follow her at a distance, see what house she entered, surround it next morning at daybreak, and take her away in open daylight. Since she was a hostage and belonged specially to Caesar, they might do that without fear of law. In the event of not finding her in Austrianum they could follow Ursus, and the result would be the same. To go to the cemetery with a crowd of attendants was impracticable, that might draw attention to them easily. Then the Christians need only put out the lights, as they did when she was intercepted, and scatter in the darkness, or betake themselves to places known to them only. But Vinicius and he should arm, and, still better, take a couple of strong, trusty men to defend them in case of need. Vinicius saw the perfect truth of what he said, and, recalling Petronius's counsel, commanded his slaves to bring Croton. Chilo, who knew everyone in Rome, was set at rest notably when he heard the name of the famous athlete, whose superhuman strength in the arena he had wondered at more than once, and he declared that he would go to Austrianum. The purse filled with great aurei seemed to him much easier of acquisition through the aid of Croton. Hence he sat down in good spirits at the table to which, after a time, he was called by the chief of the atrium. While eating, he told the slaves that he had obtained for their master a miraculous ointment. The worst horse, if rubbed on the hoofs with it, would leave every other far behind. A certain Christian had taught him how to prepare that ointment, for the Christian elders were far more skilled in enchantment and miracles than even the Thessalians, though Thessaly was renowned for its witches. The Christians had immense confidence in him. Why, anyone easily understands who knows what a fish means. While speaking he looked sharply at the eyes of the slaves, in the hope of discovering a Christian among them and informing Vinicius. But when the hope failed him, he fell to eating and drinking uncommon quantities, not sparing praises on the cook, and declaring that he would endeavor to buy him of Vinicius. His joyfulness was dimmed only by the thought that at night he must go to Austrianum. He comforted himself, however, as he would go in disguise, in darkness, and in the company of two men, one of whom was so strong that he was the idol of Rome. The other a patrician, a man of high dignity in the army. Even should they discover Vinicius, said he to himself, they will not dare to raise a hand on him. As to me, they will be wise if they see the tip of my nose even. He fell then to recalling his conversation with the laborer, and the recollection of that filled him again with delight. He had not the least doubt that that laborer was Ursus. He knew of the uncommon strength of the man, from the narratives of Vinicius, and those who had brought Lygia from Caesar's palace. When he inquired of Eurytius touching men of exceptional strength, there was nothing remarkable in this, that they pointed out Ursus. Then the confusion and rage of the laborer at mention of Vinicius and Lygia left him no doubt that those persons concerned him particularly. The laborer had mentioned also his penance for killing a man. Ursus had killed a Tacinus. Finally, the appearance of the laborer answered perfectly to the account which Vinicius had given of the Lygian. The change of name was all that could provoke doubt, but Chilo knew that frequently Christians took new names at baptism. Should Ursus kill Glaucus, said Chilo to himself, that will be better still, but should he not kill him, that will be a good sign, for it will show how difficult it is for Christians to murder. I described Glaucus as a real son of Judas, and a traitor to all Christians. I was so eloquent that a stone would have been moved, and would have promised to fall on the head of Glaucus. Still I hardly moved that Lygian bear to put his paw on him. He hesitated, was unwilling, spoke of his penance and compunction. Evidently murder is not common among them. Offences against one's self must be forgiven, and there is not much freedom in taking revenge for others. Ergo, stop. Think, Chilo, what can threaten thee? Glaucus is not free to avenge himself on thee. If Ursus will not kill Glaucus for such a great crime as the betrayal of all Christians, so much the more will he not kill thee for the small offense of betraying one Christian. Moreover, when I have once pointed out to this ardent wood-pigeon the nest of that turtle-dove, I will wash my hands of everything, and transfer myself to Naples. The Christians talk, also, of a kind of washing of the hands. That is evidently a method by which, if a man has an affair with them, he may finish it decisively. What good people these Christians are, and how ill men speak of them. O God! Such is the justice of this world. But I love that religion, since it does not permit killing, but if it does not permit killing, it certainly does not permit stealing, deceit, or false testimony, hence I will not say that it is easy. It teaches, evidently, not only to die honestly, as the Stoics teach, but to live honestly also. If ever I have property in a house, like this, and slaves in such numbers as Vinicius, perhaps I shall be a Christian as long as may be convenient. For a rich man can permit himself everything, even virtue. This is a religion for the rich, hence I do not understand how there are so many poor among its adherents. What good is it for them, and why do they let virtue tie their hands? I must think over this some time. Meanwhile praise to thee, Hermes, for helping me discover this badger. But if thou hast done so for the 2 white yearling heifers with gilded horns, I know thee not. Be ashamed, O slayer of Argos. Such a wise God as thou, and not foresee that thou wilt get nothing. I will offer thee my gratitude, and if thou prefer 2 beasts to it, thou art the 3rd beast thyself, and in the best event thou shouldst be a shepherd, not a god. Have a care, too, lest I, as a philosopher, prove to men that thou art non-existent, and then all will cease to bring thee offerings. It is safer to be on good terms with philosophers. Speaking thus to himself and to Hermes, he stretched on the sofa, put his mantle under his head, and was sleeping when the slave removed the dishes. He woke, or rather they roused him, only at the coming of Croton. He went to the atrium, then, and began to examine with pleasure the form of the trainer, an ex-gladiator, who seemed to fill the whole place with his immensity. Croton had stipulated as to the price of the trip, and was just speaking to Vinicius. By Hercules! It is well, Lord, said he, that thou hast sent today for me, since I shall start tomorrow for Beneventum, whither the noble Vatinius has summoned me to make a trial, in presence of Caesar, of a certain Syphax, the most powerful Negro that Africa has ever produced. Dost thou imagine, Lord, how his spinal column will crack in my arms, or how besides I shall break his black jaw with my fist? By Pollux! Croton, I am sure that thou wilt do that, answered Vinicius. And thou wilt act excellently, added Chilo. Yes, to break his jaw, besides. That's a good idea, and a deed which befits thee. But rub thy limbs with olive oil today, my Hercules, and gird thyself, for know this, you mayst meet a real Cacus. The man who is guarding that girl in whom the worthy Vinicius takes interest, has exceptional strength very likely. Chilo spoke thus only to rouse Croton's ambition. That is true, said Vinicius. I have not seen him, but they tell me that he can take a bull by the horns and drag him wherever he pleases. Oi! Exclaimed Chilo, who had not imagined that Ursus was so strong. But Croton laughed, from contempt. I undertake, worthy lord, said he, to bear away with this hand whomever thou shalt point out to me, and with this other defend myself against 7 such Lygians. And bring the maiden to thy dwelling though all the Christians in Rome were pursuing me like Calabrian wolves. If not, I will let myself be beaten with clubs in this impluvium. Do not permit that, Lord, cried Chilo. They will hurl stones at us, and what could his strength effect? Is it not better to take the girl from the house, not expose thyself or her to destruction. This is true, Croton, said Vinicius. I receive thy money, I do thy will. But remember, Lord, that tomorrow I go to Beneventum. I have 500 slaves in the city, answered Vinicius. He gave them a sign to withdraw, went to the library himself, and sitting down wrote the following words to Petronius. The Lygian has been found by Chilo. I go this evening with him and Croton to Austrianum, and shall carry her off from the house tonight or tomorrow. May the gods pour down on thee everything favorable. Be well, O Carissime. For joy will not let me write further. Laying aside the reed then, he began to walk with quick step, for besides delight, which was overflowing his soul, he was tormented with fever. He said to himself that tomorrow Lygia would be in that house. He did not know how to act with her, but felt that if she would love him he would be her servant. He recalled Act's assurance that he had been loved, and that moved him to the uttermost. Hence it would be merely a question of conquering a certain maiden modesty, and a question of certain ceremonies which Christian teaching evidently commanded. But if that were true, Lygia, when once in his house, would yield to persuasion or superior force, she would have to say to herself, it has happened, and then she would be amiable and loving. But Chilo appeared and interrupted the course of these pleasant thoughts. Lord, said the Greek, this is what has come to my head. Have not the Christians signs, passwords, without which no one will be admitted to Austrianum? I know that it is so in houses of prayer, and I have received those passwords from Euritius. Permit me then to go to him, Lord, to ask precisely, and receive the needful signs. Well, noble sage, answered Vinicius, gladly. Thou speakest as a man of forethought, and for that praise belongs to thee. Thou wilt go, then, to Euritius, or whithersoever it may please thee, but as security thou wilt leave on this table here that purse which thou hast received from me. Chilo, who always parted with money unwillingly, squirmed, still he obeyed the command and went out. From the Carini to the circus, near which was the little shop of Euritius, it was not very far, hence he returned considerably before evening. Here are the signs, Lord. Without them they would not admit us. I have inquired carefully about the road. I told Euritius that I needed the signs only for my friends, that I would not go myself, since it was too far for my advanced age. That, moreover, I should see the great apostle myself tomorrow, and he would repeat to me the choicest parts of his sermon. How? Thou wilt not be there. Thou must go, said Vinicius. I know that I must. But I will go well hooded, and I advise thee to go in like manner, or we may frighten the birds. In fact they began soon to prepare, for darkness had come on the world. They put on Gallic cloaks with hoods, and took lanterns. Vinicius, besides, armed himself and his companions with short, curved knives. Chilo put on a wig, which he obtained on the way from the old man's shop, and they went out, hurrying so as to reach the distant Nomentan gate before it was closed. Chapter 20. They went through the Vicus Patricius, along the Viminal to the former Viminal gate, near the plain on which Diocletian afterward built splendid baths. They passed the remains of the wall of Servius Tullius, and through places more and more deserted they reached the Via Nomentana. There, turning to the left, towards the Via Salaria, they found themselves among hills full of sandpits, and here and there they found graveyards. Meanwhile it had grown dark completely, and since the moon had not risen yet, it would have been rather difficult for them to find the road were it not that the Christians themselves indicated it, as Chilo foresaw. In fact, on the right, on the left, and in front, dark forms were evident, making their way carefully towards sandy hollows. Some of these people carried lanterns, covering them, however, as far as possible with mantles. Others, knowing the road better, went in the dark. The trained military eye of Vinicius distinguished, by their movements, younger men from old ones, who walked with canes, and from women, wrapped carefully in long mantles. The highway police, and villagers leaving the city, took those night wanderers, evidently, for laborers, going to sand pits, or grave diggers, who at times celebrated ceremonies of their own in the night time. In proportion, however, as the young patrician and his attendants pushed forward, more and more lanterns gleamed, and the number of persons grew greater. Some of them sang songs in low voices, which to Vinicius seemed filled with sadness. At moments a separate word or a phrase of the song struck his ear, as, for instance, "Awake, thou that sleepest," or "Rise from the dead." At times, again, the name of Christ was repeated by men and women. But Vinicius turned slight attention to the words, for it came to his head that one of those dark forms might be Lygia. Some, passing near, said, "Peace be with thee," or "Glory be to Christ." But disquiet seized him, and his heart began to beat with more life, for it seemed to him that he heard Lygia's voice. Forms or movements like hers deceived him in the darkness every moment, and only when he had corrected mistakes made repeatedly did he begin to distrust his own eyes. The way seemed long to him. He knew the neighborhood exactly, but could not fix places in the darkness. Every moment they came to some narrow passage, or piece of wall, or booths, which he did not remember as being in the vicinity of the city. Finally the edge of the moon appeared from behind a mass of clouds, and lighted the place better than dim lanterns. Something from afar began at last to glimmer like a fire, or the flame of a torch. Vinicius turned to Chilo. "Is that Austrianum?" asked he. Chilo, on whom night, distance from the city, and those ghost-like forms made a deep impression, replied in a voice somewhat uncertain, "I know not, Lord, I have never been in Austrianum. But they might praise God in some spot nearer the city." After a while, feeling the need of conversation, and of strengthening his courage, he added, "They come together like murderers. Still they are not permitted to murder, unless that Lygian has deceived me shamefully." Vinicius, who was thinking of Lygia, was astonished also by the caution and mysteriousness with which her co-religionists assembled to hear their highest priest. Hence he said, "Like all religions, this has its adherents in the midst of us. But the Christians are a Jewish sect. Why do they assemble here, when in the Trans-Tiber there are temples to which the Jews take their offerings in daylight? The Jews, Lord, are their bitterest enemies. I have heard that, before the present Caesar's time, it came to war, almost, between Jews and Christians. Those outbreaks forced Claudius Caesar to expel all the Jews, but at present that edict is abolished. The Christians, however, hide themselves from Jews, and from the populace, who, as is known to thee, accuse them of crimes and hate them." They walked on some time in silence, till Chilo, whose fear increased as he receded from the gates, said, "When returning from the shop of Eurytius, I borrowed a wig from a barber, and have put 2 beans in my nostrils. They must not recognize me. But if they do, they will not kill me. They are not malignant. They are even very honest. I esteem and love them." "Do not win them to thyself by premature praises," retorted Vinicius. They went now into a narrow depression, closed, as it were, by 2 ditches on the side, over which an aqueduct was thrown in one place. The moon came out from behind clouds, and at the end of the depression they saw a wall, covered thickly with ivy, which looked silvery in the moonlight. That was Austrianum. Vinicius' heart began to beat now with more vigor. At the gate 2 quarrymen took the signs from them. In a moment Vinicius and his attendants were in a rather spacious place enclosed on all sides by a wall. Here and there were separate monuments, and in the center was the entrance to the hypogeum itself, or crypt. In the lower part of the crypt, beneath the earth, were graves. Before the entrance a fountain was playing. But it was evident that no very large number of persons could find room in the hypogeum, hence Vinicius divined without difficulty that the ceremony would take place outside, in the space where a very numerous throng was soon gathered. As far as the eye could reach, lantern gleamed near lantern, but many of those who came had no light whatever. With the exception of a few uncovered heads, all were hooded, from fear of treason or the cold. And the young patrician thought with alarm that, should they remain thus, he would not be able to recognize Lygia in that crowd and in the dim light. But all at once, near the crypt, some pitch torches were ignited and put into a little pile. There was more light. After a while the crowd began to sing a certain strange hymn, at first in a low voice, and then louder. Vinicius had never heard such a hymn before. The same yearning which had struck him in the hymns murmured by separate persons on the way to the cemetery, was heard now in that, but with far more distinctness and power. And at last it became as penetrating and immense as if together with the people, the whole cemetery, the hills, the pits, and the region about, had begun to yearn. It might seem, also, that there was in it a certain calling in the night, a certain humble prayer for rescue in wandering in darkness. Eyes turned upward seemed to see some one far above, there on high, and outstretched hands seemed to implore him to descend. When the hymn ceased, there followed a moment as it were of suspense, so impressive that Vinicius and his companions looked unwittingly toward the stars, as if in dread that something uncommon would happen. And that someone would really descend to them. Vinicius had seen a multitude of temples of most various structure in Asia Minor, in Egypt, and in Rome itself. He had become acquainted with a multitude of religions, most varied in character, and had heard many hymns. But here, for the first time, he saw people calling on a divinity with hymns, not to carry out a fixed ritual, but calling from the bottom of the heart, with the genuine yearning which children might feel for a father or a mother. One had to be blind not to see that those people not merely honored their God, but loved him with the whole soul. Vinicius had not seen the like, so far, in any land, during any ceremony, in any sanctuary. For in Rome and in Greece those who still rendered honor to the gods did so to gain aid for themselves or through fear, but it had not even entered any one's head to love those divinities. Though his mind was occupied with Lygia, and his attention with seeking her in the crowd, he could not avoid seeing those uncommon and wonderful things which were happening around him. Meanwhile a few more torches were thrown on the fire, which filled the cemetery with ruddy light and darkened the gleam of the lanterns. That moment an old man, wearing a hooded mantle but with a bare head, issued from the hypogeum. This man mounted a stone which lay near the fire. The crowd swayed before him. Voices near Vinicius whispered, "Peter! Peter!" Some knelt, others extended their hands toward him. There followed a silence so deep that one heard every charred particle that dropped from the torches, the distant rattle of wheels on the Via Nomentana, and the sound of wind through the few pines which grew close to the cemetery. Chilo bent toward Vinicius and whispered, "This is he. The foremost disciple of Christ, a fisherman." The old man raised his hand, and with the sign of the cross blessed those present, who fell on their knees simultaneously. Vinicius and his attendants, not wishing to betray themselves, followed the example of others. The young man could not seize his impressions immediately, for it seemed to him that the form which he saw there before him was both simple and uncommon, and, what was more, the uncommonness flowed just from the simplicity. The old man had no mitre on his head, no garland of oak leaves on his temples, no palm in his hand, no golden tablet on his breast, he wore no white robe embroidered with stars. In a word, he bore no insignia of the kind worn by priests, Oriental, Egyptian, or Greek, or by Roman flamens. And Vinicius was struck by that same difference again which he felt when listening to the Christian hymns. For that fisherman, too, seemed to him, not like some high priest skilled in ceremonial, but as it were a witness, simple, aged, and immensely venerable, who had journeyed from afar to relate a truth which he had seen, which he had touched, which he believed as he believed in existence, and he had come to love this truth precisely because he believed it. There was in his face, therefore, such a power of convincing as truth itself has. And Vinicius, who had been a skeptic, who did not wish to yield to the charm of the old man, yielded, however, to a certain feverish curiosity to know what would flow from the lips of that companion of the mysterious Christus. And what that teaching was of which Lygia and Pomponia Graecina were followers. Meanwhile Peter began to speak, and he spoke from the beginning like a father instructing his children and teaching them how to live. He enjoined on them to renounce excess and luxury, to love poverty, purity of life, and truth, to endure wrongs and persecutions patiently, to obey the government and those placed above them, to guard against treason, deceit, and calumny. Finally, to give an example in their own society to each other, and even to pagans. Vinicius, for whom good was only that which could bring back to him Lygia, and evil everything which stood as a barrier between them, was touched and angered by certain of those counsels. It seemed to him that by enjoining purity in a struggle with desires the old man dared, not only to condemn his love, but to rouse Lygia against him and confirm her in opposition. He understood that if she were in the assembly listening to those words, and if she took them to heart, she must think of him as an enemy of that teaching and an outcast. Anger seized him at this thought. "What have I heard that is new?" thought he. "Is this the new religion? Every one knows this, every one has heard it. The Cynics enjoined poverty and a restriction of necessities, Socrates enjoined virtue as an old thing and a good one. The first Stoic one meets, even such a one as Seneca, who has 500 tables of lemon wood, praises moderation, enjoins truth, patience in adversity, endurance in misfortune, and all that is like stale, mouse-eaten grain. But people do not wish to eat it because it smells of age." And besides anger, he had a feeling of disappointment, for he expected the discovery of unknown, magic secrets of some kind, and thought that at least he would hear a reader astonishing by his eloquence. Meanwhile he heard only words which were immensely simple, devoid of every ornament. He was astonished only by the mute attention with which the crowd listened. But the old man spoke on to those people sunk in listening, told them to be kind, poor, peaceful, just, and pure. Not that they might have peace during life, but that they might live eternally with Christ after death, in such joy and such glory, in such health and delight, as no one on earth had attained at any time. And here Vinicius, though predisposed unfavorably, could not but notice that still there was a difference between the teaching of the old man and that of the Cynics, Stoics, and other philosophers. For they enjoin good and virtue as reasonable, and the only thing practical in life, while he promised immortality, and that not some kind of hapless immortality beneath the earth, in wretchedness, emptiness, and want, but a magnificent life, equal to that of the gods almost. He spoke meanwhile of it as of a thing perfectly certain, hence, in view of such a faith, virtue acquired a value simply measureless, and the misfortunes of this life became incomparably trivial. To suffer temporally for inexhaustible happiness is a thing absolutely different from suffering because such is the order of nature. But the old man said further that virtue and truth should be loved for themselves, since the highest eternal good and the virtue existing before ages is God. Whoso therefore loves them loves God, and by that same becomes a cherished child of his. Vinicius did not understand this well, but he knew previously, from words spoken by Pomponia Graecina to Petronius, that, according to the belief of Christians, God was one and almighty. When, therefore, he heard now again that he is all good and all just, he thought involuntarily that, in presence of such a demiurge, Jupiter, Saturn, Apollo, Juno, Vesta, and Venus would seem like some vain and noisy rabble, in which all were interfering at once, and each on his or her own account. But the greatest astonishment seized him when the old man declared that God was universal love also, hence he who loves man fulfills God's supreme command. But it is not enough to love men of one's own nation, for the God-man shed his blood for all, and found among pagans such elect of his as Cornelius the centurion. It is not enough either to love those who do good to us, for Christ forgave the Jews who delivered him to death, and the Roman soldiers who nailed him to the cross. We should not only forgive but love those who injure us, and return them good for evil. It is not enough to love the good, we must love the wicked also, since by love alone is it possible to expel from them evil. Chilo at these words thought to himself that his work had gone for nothing, that never in the world would Ursus dare to kill Glaucus, either that night or any other night. But he comforted himself at once by another inference from the teaching of the old man, namely, that neither would Glaucus kill him, though he should discover and recognize him. Vinicius did not think now that there was nothing new in the words of the old man, but with amazement he asked himself, what kind of God is this, what kind of religion is this, and what kind of people are these? All that he had just heard could not find place in his head simply. For him all was an unheard-of medley of ideas. He felt that if he wished, for example, to follow that teaching, he would have to place on a burning pile all his thoughts, habits, and character, his whole nature up to that moment, burn them into ashes. and then filled himself with a life altogether different, and an entirely new soul. To him the science or the religion which commanded a Roman to love Parthians, Syrians, Greeks, Egyptians, Gauls, and Britons, to forgive enemies, to return them good for evil, and to love them, seemed madness. At the same time he had a feeling that in that madness itself there was something mightier than all philosophies so far. He thought that because of its madness it was impracticable, but because of its impracticability it was divine. In his soul he rejected it, but he felt that he was parting as if from a field full of spikenard, a kind of intoxicating incense. When a man has once breathed of this he must, as in the land of the lotus-eaters, forget all things else ever after, and yearn for it only. It seemed to him that there was nothing real in that religion, but that reality in presence of it was so paltry that it deserved not the time for thought. Expanses of some kind, of which hitherto he had not had a suspicion, surrounded him, certain immensities, certain clouds. That cemetery began to produce on him the impression of a meeting place for madmen, but also of a place mysterious and awful, in which, as on a mystic bed, something was in progress of birth the like of which had not been in the world so far. He brought before his mind all that, which from the first moment of his speech, the old man had said touching life, truth, love, God. And his thoughts were dazed from the brightness, as the eyes are blinded from lightning flashes which follow each other unceasingly. As is usual with people for whom life has been turned into one single passion, Vinicius thought of all this through the medium of his love for Lygia. And in the light of those flashes he saw one thing distinctly, that if Lygia was in the cemetery, if she confessed that religion, obeyed and felt it, she never could and never would be his mistress. For the first time, then, since he had made her acquaintance at Aulus's, Vinicius felt that though now he had found her he would not get her. Nothing similar had come to his head so far, and he could not explain it to himself then, for that was not so much an express understanding as a dim feeling of irreparable loss and misfortune. There rose in him an alarm, which was turned soon into a storm of anger against the Christians in general, and against the old man in particular. That fisherman, whom at the first cast of the eye he considered a peasant, now filled him with fear almost, and seemed some mysterious power deciding his fate inexorably and therefore tragically. The quarryman again, unobserved, added torches to the fire, the wind ceased to sound in the pines, the flame rose evenly, with a slender point toward the stars, which were twinkling in a clear sky. Having mentioned the death of Christ, the old man talked now of him only. All held the breath in their breasts, and a silence set in which was deeper than the preceding one, so that it was possible almost to hear the beating of hearts. That man had seen. And he narrated as one in whose memory every moment had been fixed in such a way that were he to close his eyes he would see yet. He told, therefore, how on their return from the cross he and John had sat 2 days and nights in the supper chamber, neither sleeping nor eating, in suffering, in sorrow, in doubt, in alarm, holding their heads in their hands, and thinking that he had died. Oh, how grievous that was! The 3rd day had dawned and the light whitened the walls, but he and John were sitting in the chamber, without hope or comfort. How desire for sleep tortured them, for they had spent the night before the Passion without sleep. They roused themselves then, and began again to lament. But barely had the sun risen when Mary of Magdala, panting, her hair dishevelled, rushed in with the cry, "They have taken away the Lord." When they heard this, he and John sprang up and ran toward the sepulchre. But John, being younger, arrived first. He saw the place empty, and dared not enter. Only when there were 3 at the entrance did he, the person now speaking to them, enter, and find on the stone a shirt with a winding sheet. But the body he found not. Fear fell on them then, because they thought that the priests had borne away Christ, and both returned home in greater grief still. Other disciples came later and raised a lament, now in company, so that the Lord of hosts might hear them more easily, and now separately and in turn. The spirit died within them, for they had hoped that the Master would redeem Israel, and it was now the 3rd day since his death. Hence they did not understand why the Father had deserted the Son, and they preferred not to look at the daylight, but to die, so grievous was the burden. The remembrance of those terrible moments pressed even then from the eyes of the old man 2 tears, which were visible by the light of the fire, coursing down his grey beard. His hairless and aged head was shaking, and the voice died in his breast. "That man is speaking the truth and is weeping over it," said Vinicius in his soul. Sorrow seized by the throat the simple-hearted listeners also. They had heard more than once of Christ's sufferings, and it was known to them that joy succeeded sorrow, but since an apostle who had seen it told this, they wrung their hands under the impression, and sobbed or beat their breasts. But they calmed themselves gradually, for the wish to hear more gained the mastery. The old man closed his eyes, as if to see distant things more distinctly in his soul, and continued, "When the disciples had lamented in this way, Mary of Magdala rushed in a second time, crying that she had seen the Lord. Unable to recognize him, she thought him the gardener, but he said, 'Mary.' She cried, 'Rabboni,' and fell at his feet. He commanded her to go to the disciples, and vanished. But they, the disciples, did not believe her. And when she wept for joy, some upbraided her, some thought that sorrow had disturbed her mind, for she said, too, that she had seen angels at the grave, but they, running thither a second time, saw the grave empty. Later in the evening appeared Cleopas, who had come with another from Emmaus, and they returned quickly, saying, 'The Lord has indeed risen.' And they discussed with closed doors, out of fear of the Jews. Meanwhile he stood among them, though the doors had made no sound, and when they feared, he said, 'Peace be with you.' And I saw him, as did all, and he was like light, and like the happiness of our hearts, for we believed that he had risen from the dead, and that the seas will dry and the mountains turn to dust, but his glory will not pass." After 8 days Thomas Didymus put his finger in the Lord's wounds and touched his side. Thomas fell at his feet then, and cried, "My Lord and my God! Because thou hast seen me thou hast believed." "Blessed are they who have not seen and have believed," said the Lord. And we heard those words, and our eyes looked at him, for he was among us. Vinicius listened, and something wonderful took place in him. He forgot for a moment where he was. He began to lose the feeling of reality, of measure, of judgment. He stood in the presence of 2 impossibilities. He could not believe what the old man said. And he felt that it would be necessary either to be blind or renounce one's own reason, to admit that that man who said, "I saw," was lying. There was something in his movements, in his tears, in his whole figure, and in the details of the events which he narrated, which made every suspicion impossible. To Vinicius it seemed at moments that he was dreaming. But round about he saw the silent throng, the odor of lanterns came to his nostrils, at a distance the torches were blazing. And before him on the stone stood an aged man near the grave, with a head trembling somewhat, who, while bearing witness, repeated, "I saw." And he narrated to them everything up to the ascension into heaven. At moments he rested, for he spoke very circumstantially, but it could be felt that each minute detail had fixed itself in his memory, as a thing is fixed in a stone into which it has been engraved. Those who listened to him were seized by ecstasy. They threw back their hoods to hear him better, and not lose a word of those which for them were priceless. It seemed to them that some superhuman power had borne them to Galilee. That they were walking with the disciples through those groves and on those waters, that the cemetery was turned into the lake of Tiberias. That on the bank, in the mist of morning, stood Christ, as he stood when John, looking from the boat, said, "It is the Lord," and Peter cast himself in to swim, so as to fall the more quickly at the beloved feet. In the faces of those present were evident enthusiasm beyond bounds, oblivion of life, happiness, and love immeasurable. It was clear that during Peter's long narrative some of them had visions. When he began to tell how, at the moment of ascension, the clouds closed in under the feet of the Saviour, covered him, and hid him from the eyes of the apostles, all heads were raised toward the sky unconsciously. And a moment followed as it were of expectation, as if those people hoped to see him or as if they hoped that he would descend again from the fields of heaven, and see how the old apostle was feeding the sheep confided to him. And bless both the flock and him. Rome did not exist for those people, nor did the man Caesar, there were no temples of pagan gods, there was only Christ, who filled the land, the sea, the heavens, and the world. At the houses scattered here and there along the Via Nomentana, the cocks began to crow, announcing midnight. At that moment Chilo pulled the corner of Vinicius' mantle and whispered, "Lord, I see Urban over there, not far from the old man, and with him is a maiden." Vinicius shook himself, as if out of a dream, and, turning in the direction indicated by the Greek, he saw Lygia. Chapter 21. Every drop of blood quivered in the young patrician at sight of her. He forgot the crowd, the old man, his own astonishment at the incomprehensible things which he had heard. He saw only her. At last, after all his efforts, after long days of alarm, trouble, and suffering, he had found her. For the first time he realized that joy might rush at the heart, like a wild beast, and squeeze it till breath was lost. He, who had supposed hitherto that on Fortuna had been imposed a kind of duty to accomplish all his wishes, hardly believed his own eyes now and his own happiness. Were it not for that disbelief, his passionate nature might have urged him to some unconsidered step. But he wished to convince himself first that that was not the continuation of those miracles with which his head was filled, and that he was not dreaming. But there was no doubt, he saw Lygia, and an interval of barely a few steps divided them. She stood in perfect light, so that he could rejoice in the sight of her as much as he liked. The hood had fallen from her head and dishevelled her hair. Her mouth was open slightly, her eyes raised toward the apostle, her face fixed and listening and delighted. She was dressed in a dark woolen mantle, like a daughter of the people, but never had Vinicius seen her more beautiful. And notwithstanding all the disorder which had risen in him, he was struck by the nobility of that wonderful patrician head in distinction to the dress, almost that of a slave. Love flew over him like a flame, immense, mixed with a marvelous feeling of yearning, homage, honor, and desire. He felt the delight which the sight of her caused him, he drank of her as of life-giving water after long thirst. Standing near the gigantic Lygian, she seemed to him smaller than before, almost a child. He noticed, too, that she had grown more slender. Her complexion had become almost transparent, she made on him the impression of a flower, and a spirit. But all the more did he desire to possess that woman, so different from all women whom he had seen or possessed in Rome or the Orient. He felt that for her he would have given them all, and with them Rome and the world in addition. He would have lost himself in gazing, and forgotten himself altogether, had it not been for Chilo, who pulled the corner of his mantle, out of fear that he might do something to expose them to danger. Meanwhile the Christians began to pray and sing. After a while Maranatha thundered forth, and then the great apostle baptized with water from the fountain those whom the presbyters presented as ready for baptism. It seemed to Vinicius that that night would never end. He wished now to follow Lygia as soon as possible, and seize her on the road or at her house. At last some began to leave the cemetery, and Chilo whispered, "Let us go out before the gate, Lord, we have not removed our hoods, and people look at us." Such was the case, for during the discourse of the apostle all had cast aside their hoods so as to hear better, and they had not followed the general example. Chilo's advice seemed wise, therefore. Standing before the gate, they could look at all who passed, Ursus it was easy to recognize by his form and size. "Let us follow them," said Chilo, "we shall see to what house they go. Tomorrow, or rather today, thou wilt surround the entrances with slaves and take her." "No," said Vinicius. "What dost thou wish to do, Lord?" "We will follow her to the house and take her now, if thou wilt undertake that task, Croton." "I will," replied Croton, "and I will give myself to thee as a slave if I do not break the back of that bison who is guarding her." But Chilo fell to dissuading and entreating them by all the gods not to do so. Croton was taken only for defense against attack in case they were recognized, not to carry off the girl. To take her when there were only two of them was to expose themselves to death, and, what was worse, they might let her out of their hands, and then she would hide in another place or leave Rome. And what could they do? Why not act with certainty? Why expose themselves to destruction and the whole undertaking to failure? Though Vinicius restrained himself with the greatest effort from seizing Lygia in his arms at once, right there in the cemetery, he felt that the Greek was right, and would have lent ear, perhaps, to his counsels, had it not been for Croton. To whom reward was the question? "Lord, command that old goat to be silent," said he, "or let me drop my fist on his head. Once in Buccentum, whither Lucius Saturnius took me to a play, 7 drunken gladiators fell on me at an inn, and none of them escaped with sound ribs. I do not say to take the girl now from the crowd, for they might throw stones before our feet, but once she is at home I will seize her, carry her away, and take her whithersoever thou shalt indicate." Vinicius was pleased to hear those words, and answered, "Thus let it be, by Hercules. Tomorrow we may not find her at home, if we surprise them they will remove the girl surely." "This Lygian seems tremendously strong," groaned Chilo. "No one will ask thee to hold his hands," answered Croton. But they had to wait long yet, and the cocks had begun to crow before dawn when they saw Ursus coming through the gate, and with him Lygia. They were accompanied by a number of other persons. It seemed to Chilo that he recognized among them the great apostle. Next to him walked another old man, considerably lower in stature, 2 women who were not young, and a boy, who lighted the way with a lantern. After that handful followed a crowd, about 200 in number. Vinicius, Chilo, and Croton walked with these people. "Yes, Lord," said Chilo, "thy maiden is under powerful protection. That is the great apostle with her, for see how passing people kneel to him." People did in fact kneel before him, but Vinicius did not look at them. He did not lose Lygia from his eyes for a moment. He thought only of bearing her away and, accustomed as he had been in wars to stratagems of all sorts, he arranged in his head the whole plan of seizure with soldierly precision. He felt that the step on which he had decided was bold, but he knew well that bold attacks give success generally. The way was long, hence at moments he thought too of the gulf which that wonderful religion had dug between him and Lygia. Now he understood everything that had happened in the past, and why it had happened. He was sufficiently penetrating for that. Lygia he had not known hitherto. He had seen in her a maiden wonderful beyond others, a maiden toward whom his feelings were inflamed. He knew now that her religion made her different from other women, and his hope that feeling, desire, wealth, luxury would attract her he knew now to be a vain illusion. Finally he understood this, which he and Petronius had not understood, that the new religion engrafted into the soul something unknown to that world in which he lived, and that Lygia, even if she loved him, would not sacrifice any of her Christian truths for his sake, and that, if pleasure existed for her, it was a pleasure different altogether from that which he and Petronius and Caesar's court and all Rome were pursuing. Every other woman whom he knew might become his mistress, but that Christian would become only his victim. And when he thought of this, he felt anger and burning pain, for he felt that his anger was powerless. To carry off Lygia seemed to him possible. He was almost sure that he could take her, but he was equally sure that, in view of her religion, he himself with his bravery was nothing, that his power was nothing, and that through it he could effect nothing. That Roman military tribune, convinced that the power of the sword and the fist which had conquered the world, would command it forever, saw for the first time in life that beyond that power there might be something else. Hence he asked himself with amazement what it was. And he could not answer distinctly. Through his head flew merely pictures of the cemetery, the assembled crowd, and Lygia, listening with her whole soul to the words of the old man, as he narrated the passion, death, and resurrection of the God-man, who had redeemed the world, and promised it happiness on the other shore of the Styx. When he thought of this, chaos rose in his head. But he was brought out of this chaos by Chilo, who fell to lamenting his own fate. He had agreed to find Lygia. He had sought for her in peril of his life, and he had pointed her out. But what more do they want? Had he offered to carry the maiden away? Who could ask anything like this of a maimed man deprived of 2 fingers, an old man, devoted to meditation, to science, and virtue? What would happen were a lord of such dignity as Vinicius to meet some mishap while bearing the maiden away? It is true that the gods are bound to watch over their chosen ones, but have not such things happened more than once, as if the gods were playing games instead of watching what was passing in the world? Fortune is blindfold, as is well known, and does not see even in daylight. What must the case be at night? Let something happen, let that Lygian bear hurl a millstone at the noble Vinicius, or a keg of wine, or, still worse, water, who will give assurance that instead of a reward blame will not fall on the hapless Chilo. He, the poor sage, has attached himself to the noble Vinicius as Aristotle to Alexander of Macedon. If the noble lord should give him at least that purse which he had thrust into his girdle before leaving home, there would be something with which to invoke aid in case of need, or to influence the Christians. Oh, why not listen to the counsels of an old man, counsels dictated by experience and prudence? Vinicius, hearing this, took the purse from his belt, and threw it to the fingers of Chilo. Thou hast it, be silent. The Greek felt that it was unusually heavy, and gained confidence. My whole hope is in this, said he, that Hercules or Theseus performed deeds still more arduous. What is my personal, nearest friend, Croton, if not Hercules? Thee, worthy lord, I will not call a demigod, for thou art a full god, and in future thou wilt not forget a poor, faithful servant, whose needs it will be necessary to provide for from time to time, for once he is sunk in books. He thinks of nothing else. Some few stadia of garden land and a little house, even with the smallest portico, for coolness in summer, would befit such a donor. Meanwhile I shall admire thy heroic deeds from afar, and invoke Jove to befriend thee, and if need be I will make such an outcry that half Rome will be roused to thy assistance. What a wretched, rough road! The olive oil is burned out in the lantern, and if Croton, who is as noble as he is strong, would bear me to the gate in his arms, he would learn, to begin with, whether he will carry the maiden easily. Second, he would act like Aeneas, and win all the good gods to such a degree that touching the result of the enterprise I should be thoroughly satisfied. I should rather carry a sheep which died of mange a month ago, answered the gladiator. But give that purse, bestowed by the worthy tribune, and I will bear thee to the gate. Mayst thou knock the great toe from thy foot, replied the Greek. What profit hast thou from the teachings of that worthy old man, who described poverty and charity as the two foremost virtues? Has he not commanded thee expressly to love me? Never shall I make thee, I see, even a poor Christian. It would be easier for the sun to pierce the walls of the Mamertine prison than for truth to penetrate thy skull of a hippopotamus. Never fear, said Croton, who with the strength of a beast had no human feeling. I shall not be a Christian. I have no wish to lose my bread. But if thou knew even the rudiments of philosophy, thou wouldst know that gold is vanity. Come to me with thy philosophy. I will give thee one blow of my head in the stomach, we shall see then who wins. An ox might have said the same to Aristotle, retorted Chilo. It was growing grey in the world. The dawn covered with pale light the outlines of the walls. The trees along the wayside, the buildings, and the gravestones scattered here and there began to issue from the shade. The road was no longer quite empty. Marketmen were moving toward the gates, leading asses and mules laden with vegetables. Here and there moved creaking carts in which game was conveyed. On the road and along both sides of it was a light mist at the very earth, which promised good weather. People at some distance seemed like apparitions in that mist. Vinicius stared at the slender form of Lygia, which became more silvery as the light increased. Lord, said Chilo, I should offend thee were I to foresee the end of thy bounty, but now, when thou hast paid me, I may not be suspected of speaking for my own interest only. I advise thee once more to go home for slaves and a litter, when thou hast learned in what house the divine Lygia dwells. Listen not to that elephant trunk, Croton, who undertakes to carry off the maiden only to squeeze thy purse as if it were a bag of curds. I have a blow of the fist to be struck between the shoulders, which means that thou wilt perish, said Croton. I have a cask of Cephalonian wine, which means that I shall be well, answered Chilo. Vinicius made no answer, for he approached the gate, at which a wonderful sight struck his eyes. 2 soldiers knelt when the apostle was passing. Peter placed his hand on their iron helmets for a moment, and then made the sign of the cross on them. It had never occurred to the patrician before that there could be Christians in the army. With astonishment he thought that as fire in a burning city takes in more and more houses, so to all appearances that doctrine embraces new souls every day, and extends itself over all human understandings. This struck him also with reference to Lygia, for he was convinced that, had she wished to flee from the city, there would be guards willing to facilitate her flight. He thanked the gods then that this had not happened. After they had passed vacant places beyond the wall, the Christians began to scatter. There was need, therefore, to follow Lygia more from a distance, and more carefully, so as not to rouse attention. Chilo fell to complaining of wounds, of pains in his legs, and dropped more and more to the rear. Vinicius did not oppose this, judging that the cowardly and incompetent Greek would not be needed. He would even have permitted him to depart, had he wished, but the worthy sage was detained by circumspection. Curiosity pressed him evidently, since he continued behind, and at moments even approached with his previous counsels. He thought too that the old man accompanying the apostle might be Glaucus, were it not for his rather low stature. They walked a good while before reaching the Trans-Tiber, and the sun was near rising when the group surrounding Lygia dispersed. The apostle, an old woman, and a boy went up the river. The old man of lower stature, Ursus, and Lygia entered a narrow vicus, and, advancing still about 100 yards, went into a house in which were 2 shops, one for the sale of olives, the other for poultry. Chilo, who walked about 50 yards behind Vinicius and Croton, halted all at once, as if fixed to the earth, and, squeezing up to the wall, began to hiss at them to turn. They did so, for they needed to take counsel. "Go, Chilo," said Vinicius, "and see if this house fronts on another street." Chilo, though he had complained of wounds in his feet, sprang away as quickly as if he had had the wings of Mercury on his ankles, and returned in a moment. "No," said he, "there is but one entrance." Then, putting his hands together, he said, "I implore thee, Lord, by Jupiter, Apollo, Vesta, Cybele, Isis, Osiris, Mitrabal, and all the gods of the Orient and the Occident to drop this plan. Listen to me." But he stopped on a sudden, for he saw that Vinicius' face was pale from emotion, and that his eyes were glittering like the eyes of a wolf. It was enough to look at him to understand that nothing in the world would restrain him from the undertaking. Croton began to draw air into his Herculean breast, and to sway his undeveloped skull from side to side as bears do when confined in a cage, but on his face not the least fear was evident. "I will go in first," said he. "Thou wilt follow me," said Vinicius, in commanding tones. And after a while both vanished in the dark entrance. Chilo sprang to the corner of the nearest alley and watched from behind it, waiting for what would happen. Chapter 22. Only inside the entrance did Vinicius comprehend the whole difficulty of the undertaking. The house was large, of several stories, one of the kind of which thousands were built in Rome, in view of profit from rent. Hence, as a rule, they were built so hurriedly and badly that scarcely a year passed in which numbers of them did not fall on the heads of tenants. Real hives, too high and too narrow, full of chambers and little dens, in which poor people fixed themselves too numerously. In a city where many streets had no names, those houses had no numbers. The owners committed the collection of rent to slaves, who, not obliged by the city government to give names of occupants, were ignorant themselves of them frequently. To find someone by inquiry in such a house was often very difficult, especially when there was no gatekeeper. Vinicius and Croton came to a narrow, corridor-like passage walled in on 4 sides, forming a kind of common atrium for the whole house, with a fountain in the middle whose stream fell into a stone basin fixed in the ground. At all the walls were internal stairways, some of stone, some of wood, leading to galleries from which there were entrances to lodgings. There were lodgings on the ground, also. Some provided with wooden doors, others separated from the yard by woolen screens only. These, for the greater part, were worn, rent, or patched. The hour was early, and there was not a living soul in the yard. It was evident that all were asleep in the house except those who had returned from Austrianum. "What shall we do, Lord?" asked Croton, halting. "Let us wait here, some one may appear," replied Vinicius. "We should not be seen in the yard." At this moment, he thought Chilo's counsel practical. If there were some tens of slaves present, it would be easy to occupy the gate, which seemed the only exit, search all the lodgings simultaneously, and thus come to Lygia's. Otherwise Christians, who surely were not lacking in that house, might give notice that people were seeking her. In view of this, there was risk in inquiring of strangers. Vinicius stopped to think whether it would not be better to go for his slaves. Just then, from behind a screen hiding a remoter lodging, came a man with a sieve in his hand, and approached the fountain. At the first glance the young tribune recognized Ursus. "That is the Lygian," whispered Vinicius. "Am I to break his bones now?" "Wait a while." Ursus did not notice the two men, as they were in the shadow of the entrance, and he began quietly to sink in water vegetables which filled the sieve. It was evident that, after a whole night spent in the cemetery, he intended to prepare a meal. After a while the washing was finished, he took the wet sieve and disappeared behind the screen. Croton and Vinicius followed him, thinking that they would come directly to Lygia's lodgings. Their astonishment was great when they saw that the screen divided from the court, not lodgings, but another dark corridor, at the end of which was a little garden containing a few cypresses, some myrtle bushes, and a small house fixed to the windowless stone wall of another stone building. Both understood at once that this was for them a favoring circumstance. In the courtyard all the tenants might assemble, the seclusion of the little house facilitated the enterprise. They would set aside defenders, or rather Ursus, quickly, and would reach the street just as quickly with the captured Lygia, and there they would help themselves. It was likely that no one would attack them. If attacked, they would say that a hostage was fleeing from Caesar. Vinicius would declare himself then to the guards, and summon their assistance. Ursus was almost entering the little house, when the sound of steps attracted his attention. He halted, and, seeing two persons, put his sieve on the balustrade and turned to them. "What do you want here?" asked he. Said Vinicius. Then, turning to Croton, he said in a low, hurried voice, "Kill." Croton rushed at him like a tiger, and in one moment, before the Lygian was able to think or to recognize his enemies, Croton had caught him in his arms of steel. Vinicius was too confident in the man's preternatural strength to wait for the end of the struggle. He passed the two, sprang to the door of the little house, pushed it open and found himself in a room a trifle dark, lighted, however, by a fire burning in the chimney. A gleam of this fire fell on Lygia's face directly. A second person, sitting at the fire, was that old man who had accompanied the young girl and Ursus on the road from Ostrianum. Vinicius rushed in so suddenly that before Lygia could recognize him he had seized her by the waist, and, raising her, rushed toward the door again. The old man barred the way, it is true. But pressing the girl with one arm to his breast, Vinicius pushed him aside with the other, which was free. The hood fell from his head, and at sight of that face, which was known to her and which at that moment was terrible, the blood grew cold in Lygia from fright, and the voice died in her throat. She wished to summon aid, but had not the power. Equally vain was her wish to grasp the door, to resist. Her fingers slipped along the stone, and she would have fainted but for the terrible picture which struck her eyes when Vinicius rushed into the garden. Ursus was holding in his arms some man doubled back completely, with hanging head and mouth filled with blood. When he saw them, he struck the head once more with his fist, and in the twinkle of an eye sprang toward Vinicius like a raging wild beast. Death, thought the young patrician. Then he heard, as through a dream, the scream of Lygia, "Kill not." He felt that something, as it were a thunderbolt, opened the arms with which he held Lygia, then the earth turned round with him, and the light of day died in his eyes. Chilo, hidden behind the angle of the corner house, was waiting for what would happen, since curiosity was struggling with fear in him. He thought that if they succeeded in carrying off Lygia, he would fare well near Vinicius. He feared Urban no longer, for he also felt certain that Croton would kill him. And he calculated that in case a gathering should begin on the streets, which so far were empty, if Christians, or people of any kind, should offer resistance, he, Chilo, would speak to them as one representing authority. As an executor of Caesar's will, and if need came, call the guards to aid the young patrician against the street rabble, thus winning to himself fresh favor. In his soul he judged yet that the young tribune's method was unwise, considering, however, Croton's terrible strength. He admitted that it might succeed, and thought, if it go hard with him, Vinicius can carry the girl, and Croton clear the way. Delay grew wearisome, however, the silence of the entrance which he watched alarmed him. If they do not hit upon her hiding place, and make an uproar, they will frighten her. But this thought was not disagreeable. For Chilo understood that in that event he would be necessary again to Vinicius, and could squeeze afresh a goodly number of sestertia from the tribune. Whatever they do, said he to himself, they will work for me, though no one divines that. O gods! O gods! Only permit me dash. And he stopped suddenly, for it seemed to him that someone was bending forward through the entrance. Then, squeezing up to the wall, he began to look, holding the breath in his breast. And he had not deceived himself, for a head thrust itself half out of the entrance and looked around. After a while, however, it vanished. That is Vinicius, or Croton, thought Chilo. But if they have taken the girl, why does she not scream, and why are they looking out to the street? They must meet people anyhow, for before they reach the Carinae there will be movement in the city. What is that? By the immortal gods! And suddenly the remnant of his hair stood on end. In the door appeared Ursus, with the body of Croton hanging on his arm, and looking around once more, he began to run, bearing it along the empty street toward the river. Chilo made himself as flat against the wall as a bit of mud. I am lost if he sees me, thought he. But Ursus ran past the corner quickly, and disappeared beyond the neighboring house. Chilo, without further waiting, his teeth chattering from terror, ran along the cross street with a speed which even in a young man might have roused admiration. If he sees me from a distance when he is returning, he will catch and kill me, said he to himself. Save me, Zeus, save me, Apollo, save me, Hermes, save me, O God of the Christians. I will leave Rome, I will return to Mesembria, but save me from the hands of that demon. And that Lygian who had killed Croton seemed to him at that moment some superhuman being. While running, he thought that he might be some god who had taken the form of a barbarian. At that moment he believed in all the gods of the world, and in all myths, at which he jeered usually. It flew through his head, too, that it might be the god of the Christians who had killed Croton, and his hair stood on end again at the thought that he was in conflict with such a power. Only when he had run through a number of alleys, and saw some workmen coming toward him from a distance, was he calmed somewhat. Breath failed in his breast. So he sat on the threshold of a house and began to wipe, with a corner of his mantle, his sweat-covered forehead. I am old, and need calm, said he. The people coming toward him turned into some little side street, and again the place round about was empty. The city was sleeping yet. In the morning movement began earlier in the wealthier parts of the city, where the slaves of rich houses were forced to rise before daylight. In portions inhabited by a free population, supported at the cost of the state, hence unoccupied, they woke rather late, especially in winter. Chilo, after he had sat some time on the threshold, felt a piercing cold. So he rose, and, convincing himself that he had not lost the purse received from Vinicius, turned toward the river with a step now much slower. I may see Croton's body somewhere, said he to himself. O gods! That Lygian, if he is a man, might make millions of sestertia in the course of 1 year, for if he choked Croton, like a whelp, who can resist him? They would give for his every appearance in the arena as much gold as he himself weighs. He guards that maiden better than Cerberus does Hades. But may Hades swallow him, for all that. I will have nothing to do with him. He is too bony. But where shall I begin in this case? A dreadful thing has happened. If he has broken the bones of such a man as Croton, beyond a doubt the soul of Vinicius is puling above that cursed house now, awaiting his burial. By Castor. But he is a patrician, a friend of Caesar, a relative of Petronius, a man known in all Rome, a military tribune. His death cannot pass without punishment. Suppose I were to go to the praetorian camp, or the guards of the city, for instance. Here he stopped and began to think, but said after a while, Woe is me! Who took him to that house if not I? His freedmen and his slaves know that I came to his house, and some of them know with what object. What will happen if they suspect me of having pointed out to him purposely the house in which his death met him? Though it appear afterward, in the court, that I did not wish his death, they will say that I was the cause of it. Besides, he is a patrician, hence in no event can I avoid punishment. But if I leave Rome in silence, and go far away somewhere, I shall place myself under still greater suspicion. It was bad in every case. The only question was to choose the less evil. Rome was immense, still Chilo felt that it might become too small for him. Any other man might go directly to the prefect of the city guards and tell what had happened, and, though some suspicion might fall on him, await the issue calmly. But Chilo's whole past was of such character that every closer acquaintance with the prefect of the city or the prefect of the guard must cause him very serious trouble, and confirm also every suspicion which might enter the heads of officials. On the other hand, to flee would be to confirm Petronius in the opinion that Vinicius had been betrayed and murdered through conspiracy. Petronius was a powerful man, who could command the police of the whole empire, and who beyond doubt would try to find the guilty parties even at the ends of the earth. Still, Chilo thought to go straight to him, and tell what had happened. Yes. That was the best plan. Petronius was calm, and Chilo might be sure of this, at least, that he would hear him to the end. Petronius, who knew the affair from its inception, would believe in Chilo's innocence more easily than would the prefects. But to go to him, it was needful to know with certainty what had happened to Vinicius. Chilo did not know that. He had seen, it is true, the Lygians stealing with Croton's body to the river, but nothing more. Vinicius might be killed. But he might be wounded or detained. Now it occurred to Chilo for the first time, that surely the Christians would not dare to kill a man so powerful, a friend of Caesar, and a high military official, for that kind of act might draw on them a general persecution. It was more likely that they had detained him by superior force, to give Lygia means to hide herself a second time. This thought filled Chilo with hope. If that Lygian dragon has not torn him to pieces at the first attack, he is alive, and if he is alive he himself will testify that I have not betrayed him. And then not only does nothing threaten me, but, O Hermes, count again on 2 heifers, a fresh field is opening. I can inform one of the freedmen where to seek his lord. And whether he goes to the prefect or not is his affair, the only point being that I should not go. Also, I can go to Petronius, and count on a reward. I have found Lygia, now I shall find Vinicius, and then again Lygia. It is needful to know first whether Vinicius is dead or living. Here it occurred to him that he might go in the night to the baker Demas and inquire about Ursus. But he rejected that thought immediately. He preferred to have nothing to do with Ursus. He might suppose, justly, that if Ursus had not killed Glaucus he had been warned, evidently, by the Christian elder to whom he had confessed his design, warned that the affair was an unclean one, to which some traitor had persuaded him. In every case, at the mere recollection of Ursus, a shiver ran through Chilo's whole body. But he thought that in the evening he would send Eurytius for news to that house in which the thing had happened. Meanwhile he needed refreshment, a bath, and rest. The sleepless night, the journey to Austrianum, the flight from the Trans-Tiber, had wearied him exceedingly. One thing gave him permanent comfort: he had on his person 2 purses, that which Vinicius had given him at home, and that which he had thrown him on the way from the cemetery. In view of this happy circumstance, and of all the excitement through which he had passed, he resolved to eat abundantly, and drink better wine than he drank usually. When the hour for opening the wine shop came at last, he did so in such a marked measure that he forgot the bath. He wished to sleep, above all, and drowsiness overcame his strength so that he returned with tottering step to his dwelling in the Subura, where a slave woman, purchased with money obtained from Vinicius, was waiting for him. When he had entered a sleeping room, as dark as the den of a fox, he threw himself on the bed, and fell asleep in one instant. He woke only in the evening, or rather he was roused by the slave woman, who called him to rise, for someone was inquiring, and wished to see him on urgent business. The watchful Chilo came to himself in one moment, threw on his hooded mantle hastily, and, commanding the slave woman to stand aside, looked out cautiously. And he was benumbed. For he saw before the door of the sleeping room the gigantic form of Ursus. At that sight he felt his feet and head grow icy cold, the heart ceased to beat in his bosom, and shivers were creeping along his back. For a time he was unable to speak. Then with chattering teeth he said, or rather groaned. "Sire, I am not at home, I don't know that, good man dash." "I told him that thou wert at home, but asleep, lord," answered the girl. "He asked to rouse thee." "O gods! I will command that thou—" But Ursus, as if impatient of delay, approached the door of the sleeping room, and, bending, thrust in his head. "O Chilo Chilonis," said he. "Pax tecum." "Pax. Pax," answered Chilo. "O best of Christians." "Yes, I am Chilo, but this is a mistake, I do not know thee." "Chilo Chilonis," repeated Ursus, "thy lord, Vinicius, summons thee to go with me to him." Chapter 23. A piercing pain roused Vinicius. At the first moment he could not understand where he was, nor what was happening. He felt a roaring in his head, and his eyes were covered as if with mist. Gradually, however, his consciousness returned, and at last he beheld through that mist 3 persons bending over him. 2 he recognized, one was Ursus, the other the old man whom he had thrust aside when carrying off Lygia. The third, an utter stranger, was holding his left arm, and feeling it from the elbow upward as far as the shoulder blade. This caused so terrible a pain that Vinicius, thinking it a kind of revenge which they were taking, said through his set teeth, "Kill me." But they paid no apparent heed to his words, just as though they heard them not, or considered them the usual groans of suffering. Ursus, with his anxious and also threatening face of a barbarian, held a bundle of white cloth torn in long strips. The old man spoke to the person who was pressing the arm of Vinicius, "Glaucus, art thou certain that the wound in the head is not mortal?" "Yes, worthy Crispus," answered Glaucus. "While serving in the fleet as a slave, and afterward while living at Naples, I cured many wounds, and with the pay which came to me from that occupation I freed myself and my relatives at last. The wound in the head is slight. When this one," here he pointed to Ursus with his head, "took the girl from the young man, he pushed him against the wall, the young man while falling put out his arm evidently to save himself. He broke and disjointed it, but by so doing saved his head and his life. Thou hast had more than one of the brotherhood in thy care," added Crispus, "and hast the repute of a skillful physician, therefore I sent Ursus to bring thee." Ursus, who on the road confessed that yesterday he was ready to kill me. He confessed his intention earlier to me than to thee. But I, who know thee and thy love for Christ, explained to him that the traitor is not thou, but the unknown, who tried to persuade him to murder. That was an evil spirit, but I took him for an angel, said Ursus, with a sigh. Some other time thou wilt tell me, but now we must think of this wounded man. Thus speaking, he began to set the arm. Though Crispus sprinkled water on his face, Vinicius fainted repeatedly from suffering. That was, however, a fortunate circumstance, since he did not feel the pain of putting his arm into joint, nor of setting it. Glaucus fixed the limb between 2 strips of wood, which he bound quickly and firmly, so as to keep the arm motionless. When the operation was over, Vinicius recovered consciousness again and saw Lygia above him. She stood there at the bed holding a brass basin with water, in which from time to time Glaucus dipped a sponge and moistened the head of his patient. Vinicius gazed and could not believe his eyes. What he saw seemed a dream, or the pleasant vision brought by fever, and only after a long time could he whisper, "Lygia." The basin trembled in her hand at that sound, but she turned on him eyes full of sadness. "Peace be with thee," answered she, in a low voice. She stood there with extended arms, her face full of pity and sorrow. But he gazed, as if to fill his sight with her, so that after his lids were closed the picture might remain under them. He looked at her face, paler and smaller than it had been, at the tresses of dark hair, at the poor dress of a laboring woman. He looked so intently that her snowy forehead began to grow rose-colored under the influence of his look. And first he thought that he would love her always. And second, that paleness of hers and that poverty were his work, that it was he who had driven her from a house where she was loved, and surrounded with plenty and comfort, and thrust her into that squalid room. And clothed her in that poor robe of dark wool. He would have arrayed her in the costliest brocade, in all the jewels of the earth, hence astonishment, alarm, and pity seized him, and sorrow so great that he would have fallen at her feet had he been able to move. "Lygia," said he, "thou didst not permit my death." "May God return health to thee," she answered, with sweetness. For Vinicius, who had a feeling both of those wrongs which he had inflicted on her formerly, and those which he had wished to inflict on her recently, there was a real balsam in Lygia's words. He forgot at the moment that through her mouth Christian teaching might speak. He felt only that a beloved woman was speaking, and that in her answer there was a special tenderness, a goodness simply preterhuman, which shook him to the depth of his soul. As just before he had grown weak from pain, so now he grew weak from emotion. A certain faintness came on him, at once immense and agreeable. He felt as if falling into some abyss, but he felt that to fall was pleasant, and that he was happy. He thought at that moment of weakness that a divinity was standing above him. Meanwhile Glaucus had finished washing the wound in his head, and had applied a healing ointment. Ursus took the brass basin from Lygia's hands. She brought a cup of water and wine which stood ready on the table, and put it to the wounded man's lips. Vinicius drank eagerly, and felt great relief. After the operation the pain had almost passed, the wound and contusion began to grow firm. Perfect consciousness returned to him. "Give me another drink," said he. Lygia took the empty cup to the next room. Meanwhile Crispus, after a few words with Glaucus, approached the bed saying, "God has not permitted thee, Vinicius, to accomplish an evil deed, and has preserved thee in life so that thou shouldst come to thy mind. He, before whom man is but dust, delivered thee defenseless into our hands, but Christ, in whom we believe, commanded us to love even our enemies. Therefore we have dressed thy wounds, and, as Lygia has said, we will implore God to restore thy health, but we cannot watch over thee longer. Be in peace, then, and think whether it beseems thee to continue thy pursuit of Lygia. Thou hast deprived her of guardians, and us of a roof, though we return thee good for evil. Do ye wish to leave me?" inquired Vinicius. "We wish to leave this house, in which prosecution by the prefect of the city may reach us. Thy companion was killed, thou, who art powerful among thy own people, art wounded. This did not happen through our fault, but the anger of the law might fall on us. Have no fear of prosecution," replied Vinicius, "I will protect you." Crispus did not like to tell him that with them it was not only a question of the prefect and the police, but of him. They wished to secure Lygia from his further pursuit. "Lord," said he, "thy right arm is well. Here are tablets and a stylus. Write to thy servants to bring a litter this evening and bear thee to thy own house, where thou wilt have more comfort than in our poverty. We dwell here with a poor widow, who will return soon with her son, and this youth will take thy letter. As to us, we must all find another hiding place." Vinicius grew pale, for he understood that they wished to separate him from Lygia, and that if he lost her now he might never see her in life again. He knew indeed that things of great import had come between him and her, in virtue of which, if he wished to possess her, he must seek some new methods which he had not had time yet to think over. He understood too that whatever he might tell these people, though he should swear that he would return Lygia to Pomponia Graecina, they would not believe him, and were justified in refusing belief. Moreover, he might have done that before. Instead of hunting for Lygia, he might have gone to Pomponia and sworn to her that he renounced pursuit, and in that case Pomponia herself would have found Lygia and brought her home. No. He felt that such promises would not restrain them, and no solemn oath would be received, the more since, not being a Christian, he could swear only by the immortal gods, in whom he did not himself believe greatly, and whom they considered evil spirits. He desired desperately to influence Lygia and her guardians in some way, but for that there was need of time. For him it was all important to see her, to look at her for a few days even. As every fragment of a plank or an oar seems salvation to a drowning man, so to him it seemed that during those few days he might say something to bring him nearer to her, that he might think out something, that something favorable might happen. Hence he collected his thoughts and said, "Listen to me, Christians. Yesterday I was with you in Austrianum, and I heard your teaching, but though I did not know it, your deeds have convinced me that you are honest and good people. Tell that widow who occupies this house to stay in it yourselves, and let me stay. Let this man," here he turned to Glaucus, "who is a physician, or at least understands the care of wounds, tell whether it is possible to carry me from here today. I am sick, I have a broken arm, which must remain immovable for a few days even. Therefore I declare to you that I will not leave this house unless you bear me hence by force." Here he stopped, for breath failed in his breast, and Crispus said, "We will use no force against thee, Lord, we will only take away our own heads." At this the young man, unused to resistance, frowned and said, "Permit me to recover breath," and after a time he began again to speak, "Of Croton, whom Ursus killed, no one will inquire. He had to go today to Beneventum, whither he was summoned by Vatinius, therefore all will think that he has gone there. When I entered this house in company with Croton, no one saw us except a Greek who was with us in Austrianum. I will indicate to you his lodgings, bring that man to me. On him I will enjoin silence, he is paid by me. I will send a letter to my own house stating that I too went to Beneventum. If the Greek has informed the prefect already, I will declare that I myself killed Croton, and that it was he who broke my arm. I will do this, by my father's shade and by my mother's. Ye may remain in safety here. Not a hair will fall from the head of one of you. Bring hither, and bring in haste, the Greek whose name is Chilo Chilonis. Then Glaucus will remain with thee," said Crispus, "and the widow will nurse thee." "Consider, old man, what I say," said Vinicius, who frowned still more. "I owe thee gratitude, and thou seemest good and honest, but thou dost not tell me what thou hast in the bottom of thy soul. Thou art afraid lest I summon my slaves and command them to take Lygia. Is this true?" "It is," said Crispus, with sternness. "Then remember this, I shall speak before all to Chilo, and write a letter home that I have gone to Beneventum. I shall have no messengers hereafter but you. Remember this, and do not irritate me longer." Here he was indignant, and his face was contorted with anger. Afterward he began to speak excitedly. "Hast thou thought that I would deny that I wished to stay here to see her? A fool would have divined that, even had I denied it. But I will not try to take her by force any longer. I will tell thee more, if she will not stay here, I will tear the bandages with this sound hand from my arm, will take neither food nor drink, let my death fall on thee and thy brethren. Why hast thou nursed me? Why hast thou not commanded to kill me?" He grew pale from weakness and anger. Lygia, who had heard all from the other room and who was certain that Vinicius would do what he promised, was terrified. She would not have him die for anything. Wounded and defenseless, he roused in her compassion, not fear. Living from the time of her flight among people in continual religious enthusiasm, thinking only of sacrifices, offerings, and boundless charity, she had grown so excited herself through that new inspiration, that for her it took the place of house, family, lost happiness, and made her one of those Christian maidens who, later on, changed the former soul of the world. Vinicius had been too important in her fate, had been thrust too much on her, to let her forget him. She had thought of him whole days, and more than once had begged God for the moment in which, following the inspiration of religion, she might return good for his evil, mercy for his persecution, break him, win him to Christ, save him. And now it seemed to her that precisely that moment had come, and that her prayers had been heard. She approached Crispus therefore with a face as if inspired, and addressed him as though some other voice spoke through her, "Let him stay among us, Crispus, and we will stay with him till Christ gives him health." The old presbyter, accustomed to seek in all things the inspiration of God, beholding her exaltation, thought at once that perhaps a higher power was speaking through her, and, fearing in his heart, he bent his grey head, saying, "Let it be as thou sayest." On Vinicius, who the whole time had not taken his eyes from her, this ready obedience of Crispus produced a wonderful and pervading impression. It seemed to him that among the Christians Lygia was a kind of sibyl or priestess whom they surrounded with obedience and honor, and he yielded himself also to that honor. To the love which he felt was joined now a certain awe, in presence of which love itself became something almost insolent. He could not familiarize himself, however, with the thought that their relations had changed, that now not she was dependent on his will, but he on hers, that he was lying there sick and broken. That he had ceased to be an attacking, a conquering force, that he was like a defenseless child in her care. For his proud and commanding nature such relations with any other person would have been humiliating. Now, however, not only did he not feel humiliated, but he was thankful to her as to his sovereign. In him those were feelings unheard of, feelings which he could not have entertained the day before, and which would have amazed him even on that day had he been able to analyze them clearly. But he did not inquire at the moment why it was so, just as if the position had been perfectly natural, he merely felt happy because he remained there. And he wished to thank her with gratefulness, and still with a kind of feeling unknown to him in such a degree that he knew not what to call it, for it was simply submission. His previous excitement had so exhausted him that he could not speak, and he thanked her only with his eyes, which were gleaming from delight because he remained near her, and would be able to see her, tomorrow, next day, perhaps a long time. That delight was diminished only by the dread that he might lose what he had gained. So great was this dread that when Lygia gave him water a second time, and the wish seized him to take her hand, he feared to do so. He feared. He, that Vinicius who at Caesar's feast had kissed her lips in spite of her. He, that Vinicius who after her flight had promised himself to drag her by the hair to the cubiculum, or give command to flog her. Chapter 24. But he began also to fear that some outside force might disturb his delight. Chilo might give notice of his disappearance to the prefect of the city, or to his freedmen at home. And in such an event an invasion of the house by the city guards was likely. Through his head flew the thought, it is true, that in that event he might give command to seize Lygia and shut her up in his house, but he felt that he ought not to do so, and he was not capable of acting thus. He was tyrannical, insolent, and corrupt enough, if need be he was inexorable, but he was not Tigellinus or Nero. Military life had left in him a certain feeling of justice, and religion, and a conscience to understand that such a deed would be monstrously mean. He would have been capable, perhaps, of committing such a deed during an access of anger and while in possession of his strength, but at that moment he was filled with tenderness, and was sick. The only question for Vinicius at that time was that no one should stand between him and Lygia. He noticed, too, with astonishment, that from the moment when Lygia had taken his part, neither she herself nor Crispus asked from him any assurances, just as if they felt confident that, in case of need, some superhuman power would defend them. The young tribune, in whose head the distinction between things possible and impossible had grown involved and faint since the discourse of the apostle in Austrianum, was also not too far from supposing that that might take place. But considering things more soberly, he remembered what he had said of the Greek, and asked again that Chilo be brought to him. Crispus agreed, and they decided to send Ursus. Vinicius, who in recent days, before his visit to Austrianum, had sent slaves frequently to Chilo, though without result, indicated his lodgings accurately to the Lygian. Then writing a few words on the tablet, he said, turning to Crispus, I give a tablet, for this man is suspicious and cunning. Frequently when summoned by me, he gave directions to answer my people that he was not at home. He did so always when he had no good news for me, and feared my anger. If I find him, I will bring him, willing or unwilling, said Ursus. Then, taking his mantle, he went out hurriedly. To find anyone in Rome was not easy, even with the most accurate directions, but in those cases the instinct of a hunter aided Ursus, and also his great knowledge of the city. After a certain time, therefore, he found himself at Chilo's lodgings. He did not recognize Chilo, however. He had seen him but once in his life before, and moreover, in the night. Besides, that lofty and confident old man who had persuaded him to murder Glaucus was so unlike the Greek, bent double from terror, that no one could suppose the two to be one person. Chilo, noticing that Ursus looked at him as a perfect stranger, recovered from his first fear. The sight of the tablet, with the writing of Vinicius, calmed him still more. At least the suspicion that he would take him into an ambush purposely did not trouble him. He thought, besides, that the Christians had not killed Vinicius, evidently because they had not dared to raise hands on so noted a person. And then Vinicius will protect me in case of need, thought he. Of course he does not send to deliver me to death. Summoning some courage, therefore, he said, My good man, has not my friend the noble Vinicius sent a litter? My feet are swollen, I cannot walk so far. He has not, answered Ursus, we shall go on foot. But if I refuse? Do not, for thou wilt have to go. And I will go, but of my own will. No one could force me, for I am a free man, and a friend of the prefect of the city. As a sage, I have also means to overcome others, and I know how to turn people into trees and wild beasts. But I will go, I will go. I will only put on a mantle somewhat warmer, and a hood, lest the slaves of that quarter might recognize me, they would stop me every moment to kiss my hands. He put on a new mantle then, and let down a broad Gallic hood, lest Ursus might recognize his features on coming into clearer light. Where wilt thou take me? Asked he on the road. To the Trans-Tiber. I am not long in Rome, and I have never been there, but there too, of course, live men who love virtue. But Ursus, who was a simple man, and had heard Vinicius say that the Greek had been with him in Ostrianum, and had seen him with Croton enter the house in which Lygia lived, stopped for a moment and said, Speak no untruth, old man. For today thou wert with Vinicius in Ostrianum and under our gate. Ah, said Chilo, then is your house in the Trans-Tiber? I have not been long in Rome, and know not how the different parts are named. That is true, friend, I was under the gate, and implored Vinicius in the name of virtue not to enter. I was in Ostrianum, and dost thou know why? I am working for a certain time over the conversion of Vinicius, and wished him to hear the chief of the apostles. May the light penetrate his soul and thine. But thou art a Christian, and wishest truth to overcome falsehood. That is true, answered Ursus, with humility. Courage returned to Chilo completely. Vinicius is a powerful lord, said he, and a friend of Caesar. He listens often yet to the whisperings of the evil spirit, but if even a hair should fall from his head, Caesar would take vengeance on all the Christians. A higher power is protecting us. Surely, surely. But what do ye intend to do with Vinicius? Inquired Chilo, with fresh alarm. I know not. Christ commands mercy. Thou hast answered excellently. Think of this always, or thou wilt fry in hell like a sausage in a frying pan. Ursus sighed, and Chilo thought that he could always do what he liked with that man, who was terrible at the moment of his first outburst. So, wishing to know what happened at the seizing of Lygia, he asked further, in the voice of a stern judge, How did ye treat Croton? Speak, and do not prevaricate. Ursus sighed a second time. Vinicius will tell thee. That means that thou didst stab him with a knife, or kill him with a club. I was without arms. The Greek could not resist amazement at the superhuman strength of the barbarian. May Pluto, that is to say, may Christ pardon thee. They went on for some time in silence, then Chilo said. I will not betray thee, but have a care of the watches. I fear Christ, not the watches. And that is proper. There is no more grievous crime than murder. I will pray for thee. But I know not if even my prayer can be effective, unless thou make a vow never to touch any one in life with a finger. As it is, I have not killed purposely, answered Ursus. But Chilo, who desired to secure himself in every case, did not cease to condemn murder, and urge Ursus to make the vow. He inquired also about Vinicius. But the Lygian answered his inquiries unwillingly, repeating that from Vinicius himself he would hear what he needed. Speaking in this way, they passed at last the long road which separated the lodgings of the Greek from the Trans-Tiber, and found themselves before the house. Chilo's heart began to beat again unquietly. From dread it seemed to him that Ursus was beginning to look at him with a kind of greedy expression. It is small consolation to me, said he to himself, if he kills me unwillingly. I prefer in every case that paralysis should strike him, and with him all the Lygians, which do thou effect, O Zeus, if thou art able. Thus meditating, he wrapped himself more closely in his Gallic mantle, repeating that he feared the cold. Finally, when they had passed the entrance and the first court, and found themselves in the corridor leading to the garden of the little house, he halted suddenly and said, Let me draw breath. Or I shall not be able to speak with Vinicius and give him saving advice. He halted, for though he said to himself that no danger threatened, still his legs trembled under him at the thought that he was among those mysterious people whom he had seen in Austrianum. Meanwhile a hymn came to their ears from the little house. What is that? Inquired Chilo. Thou sayest that thou art a Christian, and knowest not that among us it is the custom after every meal to glorify our Saviour with singing, answered Ursus. Miriam and her son must have returned, and perhaps the apostle is with them, for he visits the widow and Crispus every day. Conduct me directly to Vinicius. Vinicius is in the same room with all, for that is the only large one. The others are very small chambers, to which we go only to sleep. Come in, thou wilt rest there. They entered. It was rather dark in the room, the evening was cloudy and cold, the flames of a few candles did not dispel the darkness altogether. Vinicius divined rather than recognized Chilo in the hooded man. Chilo, seeing the bed in the corner of the room, and on it Vinicius, moved toward him directly, not looking at the others, as if with the conviction that it would be safest near him. "O, Lord, why didst thou not listen to my counsels?" exclaimed he, putting his hands together. "Silence," said Vinicius, "and listen." Here he looked sharply into Chilo's eyes, and spoke slowly with emphasis, as if wishing the Greek to understand every word of his as a command, and to keep it forever in memory. "Croton threw himself on me to kill and rob me, dost understand? I killed him then, and these people dressed the wounds which I received in the struggle." Chilo understood in a moment that if Vinicius spoke in this way it must be in virtue of some agreement with the Christians, and in that case he wished people to believe him. He saw this, too, from his face. Hence in one moment, without showing doubt or astonishment, he raised his eyes and exclaimed, "That was a faith-breaking ruffian. But I warn thee, Lord, not to trust him." My teachings bounded from his head as dew peas when thrown against a wall. In all Hades there are not torments enough for him. He who cannot be honest must be a rogue. What is more difficult than for a rogue to become honest? But to fall on his benefactor, a lord so magnanimous, O gods! Here he remembered that he had represented himself to Ursus on the way as a Christian, and stopped. "Were it not for the Sicca, which I brought, he would have slain me," said Vinicius. "I bless the moment in which I advised thee to take a knife even." Vinicius turned an inquiring glance on the Greek, and asked, "What hast thou done today?" "How? What? Have I not told thee, Lord, that I made a vow for thy health? Nothing more. I was just preparing to visit thee, when this good man came and said that thou hadst sent for me. Here is a tablet. Thou wilt go with it to my house, thou wilt find my freedman and give it to him. It is written on the tablet that I have gone to Beneventum. Thou wilt tell Demas from thyself that I went this morning, summoned by an urgent letter from Petronius." Here he repeated with emphasis, "I have gone to Beneventum, dost understand? Thou hast gone, Lord. This morning I took leave of thee at the Porta Capena, and from the time of thy departure such sadness possesses me that if thy magnanimity will not soften it, I shall cry myself to death. Like the unhappy wife of Zethus, Eden turned into a nightingale, in grief for Idolos. Vinicius, though sick and accustomed to the Greek suppleness, could not repress a smile. He was glad, moreover, that Chilo understood in a flash, hence he said, "Therefore I will write that thy tears be wiped away. Give me the candle." Chilo, now pacified perfectly, rose, and, advancing a few steps toward the chimney, took one of the candles which was burning at the wall. But while he was doing this, the hood slipped from his head, and the light fell directly on his face. Glaucus sprang from his seat and, coming up quickly, stood before him. "Dost thou not recognize me, Cephas?" asked he. In his voice there was something so terrible that a shiver ran through all present. Chilo raised the candle, and dropped it to the earth almost the same instant. Then he bent nearly double and began to groan, "I am not he, I am not he. Mercy!" Glaucus turned toward the faithful, and said, "This is the man who betrayed, who ruined me and my family." That history was known to all the Christians and to Vinicius, who had not guessed who that Glaucus was, for this reason only, that he fainted repeatedly from pain during the dressing of his wound, and had not heard his name. But for Ursus that short moment, with the words of Glaucus, was like a lightning flash in darkness. Recognizing Chilo, he was at his side with one spring, and, seizing his arm, bent it back, exclaiming, "This is the man who persuaded me to kill Glaucus." "Mercy," groaned Chilo. "I will give you, O Lord," exclaimed he, turning his head to Vinicius, "save me. I trusted in thee, take my part. Thy letter, I will deliver it. O Lord, Lord." But Vinicius, who looked with more indifference than any one at what was passing, first because all the affairs of the Greek were more or less known to him, and second because his heart knew not what pity was, said, "Bury him in the garden. Some one else will take the letter." It seemed to Chilo that those words were his final sentence. His bones were shaking in the terrible hands of Ursus, his eyes were filled with tears from pain. "By your God, pity," cried he, "I am a Christian. Pax vobiscum. I am a Christian, and if ye do not believe me, baptize me again, baptize me twice, 10 times. Glaucus, that is a mistake. Let me speak, make me a slave. Do not kill me. Have mercy." His voice, stifled with pain, was growing weaker and weaker, when the Apostle Peter rose at the table. For a moment his white head shook, drooping toward his breast, and his eyes were closed. But he opened them then, and said amid silence, "The Saviour said this to us, if thy brother has sinned against thee, chastise him, but if he is repentant, forgive him. And if he has offended 7 times in the day against thee, and has turned to thee 7 times, saying, Have mercy on me, forgive him." Then came a still deeper silence. Glaucus remained a long time with his hands covering his face. At last he removed them and said, "Cephas, may God forgive thy offenses, as I forgive them in the name of Christ." Ursus, letting go the arms of the Greek, added at once, "May the Saviour be merciful to thee as I forgive thee." Chilo dropped to the ground, and, supported on it with his hands, turned his head like a wild beast caught in a snare, looking around to see whence death might come. He did not trust his eyes and ears yet, and dared not hope for forgiveness. Consciousness returned to him slowly, his blue lips were still trembling from terror. "Depart in peace," said the apostle, meanwhile. Chilo rose, but could not speak. He approached the bed of Vinicius, as if seeking protection in it still. For he had not time yet to think that that man, though he had used his services and was still his accomplice, condemned him, while those against whom he had acted forgave. This thought was to come to him later. At present simply astonishment and incredulity were evident in his look. Though he had seen that they forgave him, he wished to bear away his head at the earliest from among these incomprehensible people, whose kindness terrified him almost as much as their cruelty would have terrified. It seemed to him that should he remain longer, something unexpected would happen again, hence, standing above Vinicius, he said with a broken voice. "Give the letter, Lord, give the letter." And snatching the tablet which Vinicius handed him, he made one obeisance to the Christians, another to the sick man, pushed along sidewise by the very wall, and hurried out through the door. In the garden, when darkness surrounded him, fear raised the hair on his head again, for he felt sure that Ursus would rush out and kill him in the night. He would have run with all his might, but his legs would not move. Next moment they were perfectly uncontrollable, for Ursus stood near him really. Chilo fell with his face to the earth, and began to groan, "Urban, in Christ's name." But Urban said, "Fear not. The apostle commanded me to lead thee out beyond the gate, lest thou might go astray in the darkness, and, if strength failed thee, to conduct thee home." "What dost thou say?" asked Chilo, raising his face. "What? Thou wilt not kill me?" "No, I will not, and if I seized thee too roughly and harmed a bone in thee, pardon me." "Help me to rise," said the Greek. "Thou wilt not kill me. Thou wilt not. Take me to the street, I will go farther alone." Ursus raised him as he might a feather, and placed him on his feet, then he conducted him through the dark corridor to the second court. From there was a passage to the entrance and the street. In the corridor Chilo repeated again in his soul, "It is all over with me." Only when he found himself on the street did he recover and say, "I can go on alone. Peace be with thee. And with thee. And with thee. Let me draw a breath." And after Ursus had gone, he breathed with a full breast. He felt his waist and hips, as if to convince himself that he was living, and then moved forward with hurried step. "But why did they not kill me?" And in spite of all his talk with Eurytius about Christian teaching, in spite of his conversation at the river with Urban, and in spite of all that he had heard in Austrianum, he could find no answer to that question. Chapter 25. Neither could Vinicius discover the cause of what had happened, and in the bottom of his soul he was almost as much astonished as Chilo. That those people should treat him as they had, and, instead of avenging his attack, dress his wounds carefully, he ascribed partly to the doctrine which they confessed, more to Lygia, and a little, also, to his great significance. But their conduct with Chilo simply went beyond his understanding of man's power of forgiveness. And the question thrust itself into his mind, why did they not kill the Greek? They might have killed him with impunity. Ursus would have buried him in the garden, or borne him in the dark to the Tiber, which during that period of night murders, committed by Caesar himself even, cast up human bodies so frequently in the morning that no one inquired whence they came. To his thinking, the Christians had not only the power, but the right to kill Chilo. True, pity was not entirely a stranger to that world to which the young patrician belonged. The Athenians raised an altar to pity, and opposed for a long time the introduction of gladiatorial combats into Athens. In Rome itself the conquered received pardon sometimes, as, for instance, Callicratus, king of the Britons, who, taken prisoner in the time of Claudius, and provided for by him bountifully, dwelt in the city in freedom. But vengeance for a personal wrong seemed to Vinicius, as to all, proper and justified. The neglect of it was entirely opposed to his spirit. True, he had heard in Austrianum that one should love even enemies. That, however, he considered as a kind of theory without application in life. And now this passed through his head, that perhaps they had not killed Chilo because the day was among festivals, or was in some period of the moon during which it was not proper for Christians to kill a man. He had heard that there are days among various nations on which it is not permitted to begin war even. But why, in such a case, did they not deliver the Greek up to justice? Why did the apostle say that if a man offended 7 times, it was necessary to forgive him 7 times, and why did Glaucus say to Chilo, "May God forgive thee, as I forgive thee"? Chilo had done him the most terrible wrong that one man could do another. At the very thought of how he would act with a man who killed Lygia, for instance, the heart of Vinicius seethed up, as does water in a cauldron. There were no torments which he would not inflict in his vengeance. But Glaucus had forgiven. Ursus, too, had forgiven Ursus, who might in fact kill whomever he wished in Rome with perfect impunity, for all he needed was to kill the king of the grove in Nemi, and take his place. Could the gladiator holding that office to which he had succeeded only by killing the previous king, resist the man whom Croton could not resist? There was only one answer to all these questions, that they refrained from killing him through a goodness so great that the like of it had not been in the world up to that time, and through an unbounded love of man, which commands to forget one's self, one's wrongs, one's happiness and misfortune, and live for others. What reward those people were to receive for this, Vinicius heard in Austrianum, but he could not understand it. He felt, however, that the earthly life connected with the duty of renouncing everything good and rich for the benefit of others must be wretched. So in what he thought of the Christians at that moment, besides the greatest astonishment, there was pity, and as it were a shade of contempt. It seemed to him that they were sheep which earlier or later must be eaten by wolves. His Roman nature could yield no recognition to people who let themselves be devoured. This one thing struck him, however, that after Chilo's departure the faces of all were bright with a certain deep joy. The apostle approached Glaucus, placed his hand on his head, and said, "In thee Christ has triumphed." The other raised his eyes, which were full of hope, and as bright with joy as if some great unexpected happiness had been poured on him. Vinicius, who could understand only joy or delight born of vengeance, looked on him with eyes staring from fever, and somewhat as he would on a madman. He saw, however, and saw not without internal indignation, that Lygia pressed her lips of a queen to the hand of that man, who had the appearance of a slave, and it seemed to him that the order of the world was inverted utterly. Next Ursus told how he had conducted Chilo to the street, and had asked forgiveness for the harm which he might have done his bones. For this the apostle blessed him also. Crispus declared that it was a day of great victory. Hearing of this victory, Vinicius lost the thread of his thought altogether. But when Lygia gave him a cooling draught again, he held her hand for a moment, and asked, "Then must thou also forgive me? We are Christians. It is not permitted us to keep anger in the heart." "Lygia," said he, "whoever thy God is, I honor him only because he is thine." "Thou wilt honor him in thy heart when thou lovest him." "Only because he is thine," repeated Vinicius, in a fainter voice, and he closed his eyes, for weakness had mastered him again. Lygia went out, but returned after a time, and bent over him to learn if he were sleeping. Vinicius, feeling that she was near, opened his eyes and smiled. She placed her hand over them lightly, as if to incline him to slumber. A great sweetness seized him then. But soon he felt more grievously ill than before, and was very ill in reality. Night had come, and with it a more violent fever. He could not sleep, and followed Lygia with his eyes wherever she went. At times he fell into a kind of doze, in which he saw and heard everything which happened around him, but in which reality was mingled with feverish dreams. It seemed to him that in some old, deserted cemetery stood a temple, in the form of a tower, in which Lygia was priestess. He did not take his eyes from her, but saw her on the summit of the tower, with a lute in her hands, all in the light, like those priestesses who in the night-time sing hymns in honor of the moon, and whom he had seen in the Orient. He himself was climbing up winding steps, with great effort, to bear her away with him. Behind was creeping up Chilo, with teeth chattering from terror, and repeating, "Do not do that, Lord, she is a priestess, for whom he will take vengeance." Vinicius did not know who that he was, but he understood that he himself was going to commit some sacrilege, and he felt a boundless fear also. But when he went to the balustrade surrounding the summit of the tower, the apostle with his silvery beard stood at Lygia's side on a sudden, and said, "Do not raise a hand, she belongs to me." Then he moved forward with her, on a path formed by rays from the moon, as if on a path made to heaven. He stretched his hands toward them, and begged both to take him into their company. Here he woke, became conscious, and looked before him. The lamp on the tall staff shone more dimly, but still cast a light sufficiently clear. All were sitting in front of the fire warming themselves, for the night was chilly, and the chamber rather cold. Vinicius saw the breath coming as steam from their lips. In the midst of them sat the apostle, at his knees, on a low footstool, was Lygia. Farther on, Glaucus, Crispus, Miriam, and at the edge, on one side Ursus, on the other Miriam's son Nazarius, a youth with a handsome face, and long, dark hair reaching down to his shoulders. Lygia listened with eyes raised to the apostle, and every head was turned toward him, while he told something in an undertone. Vinicius gazed at Peter with a certain superstitious awe, hardly inferior to that terror which he felt during the fever dream. The thought passed through his mind that that dream had touched truth. That the grey-haired man there, freshly come from distant shores, would take Lygia from him really, and take her somewhere away by unknown paths. He felt sure also that the old man was speaking of him, perhaps telling how to separate him from Lygia, for it seemed to him impossible that anyone could speak of aught else. Hence, collecting all his presence of mind, he listened to Peter's words. But he was mistaken altogether, for the apostle was speaking of Christ again. They live only through that name, thought Vinicius. The old man was describing the seizure of Christ. A company came, and servants of the priest to seize him. When the Saviour asked whom they were seeking, they answered, Jesus of Nazareth. But when he said to them, I am he, they fell on the ground, and dared not raise a hand on him. Only after the second inquiry did they seize him. Here the apostle stopped, stretched his hands toward the fire and continued, the night was cold, like this one, but the heart in me was seething, so, drawing a sword to defend him, I cut an ear from the servant of the high priest. I would have defended him more than my own life had he not said to me, Put thy sword into the sheath, the cup which my Father has given me, shall I not drink it? Then they seized and bound him. When he had spoken thus far, Peter placed his palm on his forehead, and was silent, wishing before he went further to stop the crowd of his recollections. But Ursus, unable to restrain himself, sprang to his feet, trimmed the light on the staff till the sparks scattered in golden rain and the flame shot up with more vigor. Then he sat down, and exclaimed, No matter what happened. He stopped suddenly, for Lygia had put her finger to her lips. But he breathed loudly, and it was clear that a storm was in his soul, and though he was ready at all times to kiss the feet of the apostle, that act was one he could not accept. If some one in his presence had raised hands on the Redeemer, if he had been with him on that night, splinters would have shot from the soldiers, the servants of the priest, and the officials. Tears came to his eyes at the very thought of this, and because of his sorrow and mental struggle. For on the one hand he thought that he would not only have defended the Redeemer, but would have called Lygians to his aid, splendid fellows, and on the other, if he had acted thus he would have disobeyed the Redeemer, and hindered the salvation of man. For this reason he could not keep back his tears. After a while Peter took his palm from his forehead, and resumed the narrative. But Vinicius was overpowered by a new feverish, waking dream. What he heard now was in his mind mixed up with what the apostle had told the night previous in Ostrianum, of that day in which Christ appeared on the shore of the Sea of Tiberias. He saw a sheet of water broadly spread out. On it the boat of a fisherman, and in the boat Peter and Lygia. He himself was moving with all his might after that boat, but pain in his broken arm prevented him from reaching it. The wind hurled waves in his eyes, he began to sink, and called with entreating voice for rescue. Lygia knelt down then before the apostle, who turned his boat, and reached an oar, which Vinicius seized. With their assistance he entered the boat and fell on the bottom of it. It seemed to him, then, that he stood up, and saw a multitude of people sailing after them. Waves covered their heads with foam, in the whirl only the hands of a few could be seen. But Peter saved the drowning time after time, and gathered them into his boat, which grew larger, as if by a miracle. Soon crowds filled it, as numerous as those which were collected in Ostrianum, and then still greater crowds. Vinicius wondered how they could find place there, and he was afraid that they would sink to the bottom. But Lygia pacified him by showing him a light on the distant shore toward which they were sailing. These dream pictures of Vinicius were blended again with descriptions which he had heard in Ostrianum, from the lips of the apostle, as to how Christ had appeared on the lake once. So that he saw now in that light on the shore a certain form toward which Peter was steering, and as he approached it the weather grew calmer, the water grew smoother, the light became greater. The crowd began to sing sweet hymns. The air was filled with the odor of nard, the play of water formed a rainbow, as if from the bottom of the lake lilies and roses were looking, and at last the boat struck its breast safely against the sand. Lygia took his hand then, and said, "Come, I will lead thee," and she led him to the light. Vinicius woke again, but his dreaming ceased slowly, and he did not recover at once the sense of reality. It seemed for a time to him that he was still on the lake, and surrounded by crowds, among which, not knowing the reason himself, he began to look for Petronius, and was astonished not to find him. The bright light from the chimney, at which there was no one at that time, brought him completely to his senses. Olive sticks were burning slowly under the rosy ashes. But the splinters of pine, which evidently had been put there some moments before, shot up a bright flame, and in the light of this, Vinicius saw Lygia, sitting not far from his bedside. The sight of her touched him to the depth of his soul. He remembered that she had spent the night before in Ostrianum, and had busied herself the whole day in nursing him, and now when all had gone to rest, she was the only one watching. It was easy to divine that she must be wearied, for while sitting motionless her eyes were closed. Vinicius knew not whether she was sleeping or sunk in thought. He looked at her profile, at her drooping lashes, at her hands lying on her knees. And in his pagan head the idea began to hatch with difficulty that at the side of naked beauty, confident, and proud of Greek and Roman symmetry, there is another in the world, new, immensely pure, in which a soul has its dwelling. He could not bring himself so far as to call it Christian, but, thinking of Lygia, he could not separate her from the religion which she confessed. He understood, even, that if all the others had gone to rest, and she alone were watching, she whom he had injured, it was because her religion commanded her to watch. But that thought, which filled him with wonder for the religion, was disagreeable to him. He would rather that Lygia acted thus out of love for him, his face, his eyes, his statuesque form, in a word for reasons because of which more than one snow-white Grecian and Roman arms had been wound around his neck. Still he felt all at once, that, were she like other women, something would be lacking in her. He was amazed, and knew not what was happening in him. For he saw that new feelings of some kind were rising in him, new likings, strange to the world in which he had lived hitherto. She opened her eyes then, and, seeing that Vinicius was gazing at her, she approached him and said, "I am with thee." "I saw thy soul in a dream," replied he. Chapter 26. Next morning he woke up weak, but with a cool head and free of fever. It seemed to him that a whispered conversation had roused him, but when he opened his eyes, Lygia was not there. Ursus, stooping before the chimney, was raking apart the grey ashes, and seeking live coals beneath them. When he found some, he began to blow, not with his mouth, but as it were with the bellows of a blacksmith. Vinicius, remembering how that man had crushed Croton the day before, examined with attention befitting a lover of the arena his gigantic back, which resembled the back of a cyclops, and his limbs strong as columns. "Thanks to Mercury that my neck was not broken by him," thought Vinicius. By Pollux. If the other Lygians are like this one, the Danubian legions will have heavy work some time. But aloud he said, "Hey, slave." Ursus drew his head out of the chimney, and, smiling in a manner almost friendly, said, "God give thee a good day, Lord, and good health, but I am a free man, not a slave." On Vinicius, who wished to question Ursus touching Lygia's birthplace, these words produced a certain pleasant impression. For discourse with a free though a common man was less disagreeable to his Roman and patrician pride, than with a slave, in whom neither law nor custom recognized human nature. "Then thou dost not belong to Aulus?" asked he. "No, Lord, I serve Paulina, as I served her mother, of my own will." Here he hid his head again in the chimney, to blow the coals, on which he had placed some wood. When he had finished, he took it out and said, "With us there are no slaves." "Where is Lygia?" inquired Vinicius. "She has gone out, and I am to cook food for thee. She watched over thee the whole night." Why didst thou not relieve her? Because she wished to watch, and it is for me to obey. Here his eyes grew gloomy, and after a while he added. If I had disobeyed her, thou wouldst not be living. Art thou sorry for not having killed me? No, Lord. Christ has not commanded us to kill. But Atacinus and Croton. I could not do otherwise, muttered Ursus. And he looked with regret on his hands, which had remained pagan evidently, though his soul had accepted the cross. Then he put a pot on the crane, and fixed his thoughtful eyes on the fire. That was thy fault, Lord, said he at last. Why didst thou raise thy hand against her, a king's daughter? Pride boiled up, at the first moment, in Vinicius, because a common man and a barbarian had not merely dared to speak to him thus familiarly, but to blame him in addition. To those uncommon and improbable things which had met him since yesterday, was added another. But being weak and without his slaves, he restrained himself, especially since a wish to learn some details of Lygia's life gained the upper hand in him. When he had calmed himself, therefore, he inquired about the war of the Lygians against Vannius and the Suevi. Ursus was glad to converse, but could not add much that was new to what in his time Aulus Plautius had told. Ursus had not been in battle, for he had attended the hostages to the camp of Attilius Hister. He knew only that the Lygians had beaten the Suevi and the Yazygi, but that their leader and king had fallen from the arrows of the Yazygi. Immediately after they received news that the Semnones had set fire to forests on their boundaries, they returned in haste to avenge the wrong, and the hostages remained with Attilius, who ordered at first to give them kingly honors. Afterward Lygia's mother died. The Roman commander knew not what to do with the child. Ursus wished to return with her to their own country, but the road was unsafe because of wild beasts and wild tribes. When news came that an embassy of Lygians had visited Pomponius, offering him aid against the Marcomanni, Hister sent him with Lygia to Pomponius. When they came to him they learned, however, that no ambassadors had been there, and in that way they remained in the camp, whence Pomponius took them to Rome, and at the conclusion of his triumph he gave the king's daughter to Pomponia Graecina. Though only certain small details of this narrative had been unknown to Vinicius, he listened with pleasure, for his enormous pride of family was pleased that an eyewitness had confirmed Lygia's royal descent. As a king's daughter she might occupy a position at Caesar's court equal to the daughters of the very first families, all the more since the nation whose ruler her father had been, had not warred with Rome so far, and, though barbarian, it might become terrible. For, according to Attilius Hister himself, it possessed an immense force of warriors. Ursus, moreover, confirmed this completely. We live in the woods, said he, in answer to Vinicius, but we have so much land that no man knows where the end is, and there are many people on it. There are also wooden towns in the forest, in which there is great plenty. For what the Semnones, the Marcomanni, the Vandals, and the Quadi plunder through the world, we take from them. They dare not come to us, but when the wind blows from their side, they burn our forests. We fear neither them nor the Roman Caesar. The gods gave Rome dominion over the earth, said Vinicius severely. The gods are evil spirits, replied Ursus, with simplicity, and where there are no Romans, there is no supremacy. Here he fixed the fire, and said, as if to himself, when Caesar took Paulina to the palace, and I thought that harm might meet her, I wanted to go to the forest and bring Lygians to help the king's daughter. And Lygians would have moved toward the Danube, for they are virtuous people though pagan. There I should have given them good tidings. But as it is, if ever Paulina returns to Pomponia Graecina I will bow down to her for permission to go to them. For Christus was born far away, and they have not even heard of him. He knew better than I where he should be born, but if he had come to the world with us, in the forests, we would not have tortured him to death, that is certain. We would have taken care of the child, and guarded him, so that never should he want for game, mushrooms, beaver skins, or amber. And what we plundered from the Suevi and the Marcomanni we would have given him, so that he might have comfort and plenty. Thus speaking, he put near the fire the vessel with food for Vinicius, and was silent. His thoughts wandered evidently, for a time yet, through the Lygian wildernesses, till the liquid began to boil. Then he poured it into a shallow plate, and, cooling it properly, said, Glaucus advises thee, Lord, to move even thy sound arm as little as possible. Paulina has commanded me to give thee food. Lygia commanded. There was no answer to that. It did not even come to Vinicius' head to oppose her will, just as if she had been the daughter of Caesar or a goddess. He uttered not a word, therefore, and Ursus, sitting near his bed, took out the liquid with a small cup, and put it to his mouth. He did this so carefully, and with such a kindly smile, that Vinicius could not believe his own eyes, could not think him the same terrible Titan who the day before had crushed Croton, and, rushing on him like a storm, would have torn him to pieces but for Lygia's pity. The young patrician, for the first time in life, began to ponder over this, what can take place in the breast of a simple man, a barbarian, and a servant? But Ursus proved to be a nurse as awkward as painstaking. The cup was lost among his Herculean fingers so completely that there was no place left for the mouth of the sick man. After a few fruitless efforts the giant was troubled greatly, and said, It would be easier to lead an aurochs out of a snare. The anxiety of the Lygian amused Vinicius, but his remark did not interest him less. He had seen in circuses the terrible Urus, brought from wildernesses of the north, against which the most daring bestiarii went with dread, and which yielded only to elephants in size and strength. Hast thou tried to take such beasts by the horns? Inquired he, with astonishment. Till the 20th winter passed over me, I was afraid, answered Ursus, but after that it happened. And he began to feed Vinicius still more awkwardly than before. I must ask Miriam or Nazarius, said he. But now Lygia's pale face appeared from behind the curtain. I will assist directly, said she. And after a while she came from the cubiculum, in which she had been preparing to sleep, as it seemed, for she was in a single close tunic, called by the ancients capitium, covering the breast completely, and her hair was unbound. Vinicius, whose heart beat with more quickness at sight of her, began to upbraid her for not thinking of sleep yet, but she answered joyously, I was just preparing to sleep, but first I will take the place of Ursus. She took the cup, and, sitting on the edge of the bed, began to give food to Vinicius, who felt at once overcome and delighted. When she inclined toward him, the warmth of her body struck him, and her unbound hair fell on his breast. He grew pale from the impression, but in the confusion and impulse of desires he felt also that that was a head dear above all and magnified above all, in comparison with which the whole world was nothing. At first he had desired her. Now he began to love her with a full breast. Before that, as generally in life and in feeling, he had been, like all people of that time, a blind, unconditional egotist, who thought only of himself. At present he began to think of her. After a while, therefore, he refused further nourishment, and though he found inexhaustible delight in her presence and in looking at her, he said, Enough. Go to rest, my divine one. Do not address me in that way, answered Lygia. It is not proper for me to hear such words. She smiled at him, however, and said that sleep had fled from her, that she felt no toil, that she would not go to rest till Glaucus came. He listened to her words as to music. His heart rose with increasing delight, increasing gratitude, and his thought was struggling to show her that gratitude. Lygia, said he, after a moment of silence, I did not know thee hitherto. But I know now that I wished to attain thee by a false way, hence I say, return to Pomponia Graecina, and be assured that in future no hand will be raised against thee. Her face became sad on a sudden. I should be happy, answered she, could I look at her, even from a distance, but I cannot return to her now. Why? Inquired Vinicius, with astonishment. We Christians know, through act, what is done on the Palatine. Hast thou not heard that Caesar, soon after my flight and before his departure for Naples, summoned Aulus and Pomponia, and, thinking that they had helped me, threatened them with his anger? Fortunately Aulus was able to say to him, Thou knowest, Lord, that a lie has never passed my lips. I swear to thee now that we did not help her to escape, and we do not know, as thou dost not, what has happened to her. Caesar believed, and afterward forgot. By the advice of the elders I have never written to mother where I am, so that she might take an oath boldly at all times that she has no knowledge of me. Thou wilt not understand this, perhaps, O Vinicius. But it is not permitted us to lie, even in a question involving life. Such is the religion on which we fashion our hearts, therefore I have not seen Pomponia from the hour when I left her house. From time to time distant echoes barely reach her that I am alive and not in danger. Here a longing seized Lygia, and her eyes were moist with tears, but she calmed herself quickly, and said, I know that Pomponia, too, yearns for me. But we have consolation which others have not. Yes, answered Vinicius, Christ is your consolation, but I do not understand that. Look at us. For us there are no partings, no pains, no sufferings. Or if they come they are turned into pleasure. And death itself, which for you is the end of life, is for us merely its beginning, the exchange of a lower for a higher happiness, a happiness less calm for one calmer and eternal. Consider what must a religion be which enjoins on us love even for our enemies, forbids falsehood, purifies our souls from hatred, and promises happiness inexhaustible after death. I heard those teachings in Austrianum, and I have seen how ye acted with me and with Chilo. When I remember your deeds, they are like a dream, and it seems to me that I ought not to believe my ears or eyes. But answer me this question, art thou happy? I am, answered Lygia. One who confesses Christ cannot be unhappy. Vinicius looked at her, as though what she said passed every measure of human understanding. And hast thou no wish to return to Pomponia? I should like, from my whole soul, to return to her, and shall return, if such be God's will. I say to thee, therefore, return, and I swear by my Lares that I will not raise a hand against thee. Lygia thought for a moment, and answered, No, I cannot expose those near me to danger. Caesar does not like the Plautiuses. Should I return, thou knowest how every news is spread throughout Rome by slaves, my return would be noised about in the city. Nero would hear of it surely through his slaves, and punish Aulus and Pomponia, at least take me from them a second time. True, answered Vinicius, frowning, that would be possible. He would do so, even to show that his will must be obeyed. It is true that he only forgot thee, or would remember thee, because the loss was not his, but mine. Perhaps, if he took thee from Aulus and Pomponia, he would send thee to me and I could give thee back to them. Vinicius, wouldst thou see me again on the Palatine? Inquired Lygia. He set his teeth, and answered, No. Thou art right. I spoke like a fool. No. And all at once he saw before him a precipice, as it were without bottom. He was a patrician, a military tribune, a powerful man, but above every power of that world to which he belonged was a madman whose will and malignity it was impossible to foresee. Only such people as the Christians might cease to reckon with Nero or fear him, people for whom this whole world, with its separations and sufferings, was as nothing, people for whom death itself was as nothing. All others had to tremble before him. The terrors of the time in which they lived showed themselves to Vinicius in all their monstrous extent. He could not return Lygia to Aulus and Pomponia, then, through fear that the monster would remember her, and turn on her his anger. For the very same reason, if he should take her as wife, he might expose her, himself, and Aulus. A moment of ill humor was enough to ruin all. Vinicius felt, for the first time in life, that either the world must change and be transformed, or life would become impossible altogether. He understood also this, which a moment before had been dark to him, that in such times only Christians could be happy. But above all, sorrow seized him, for he understood, too, that it was he who had so involved his own life and Lygia's that out of the complication there was scarcely an outcome. And under the influence of that sorrow he began to speak. Dost thou know that thou art happier than I? Thou art in poverty, and in this one chamber, among simple people, thou hast thy religion and thy Christ. But I have only thee, and when I lacked thee I was like a beggar without a roof above him and without bread. Thou art dearer to me than the whole world. I sought thee, for I could not live without thee. I wished neither feasts nor sleep. Had it not been for the hope of finding thee, I should have cast myself on a sword. But I feared death, for if dead I could not see thee. I speak the pure truth in saying that I shall not be able to live without thee. I have lived so far only in the hope of finding and beholding thee. Dost thou remember our conversations at the house of Aulus? Once thou didst draw a fish for me on the sand, and I knew not what its meaning was. Dost thou remember how we played ball? I loved thee then above life, and thou hadst begun already to divine that I loved thee. Aulus came, frightened us with Libitina, and interrupted our talk. Pomponia, at parting, told Petronius that God is one, almighty and all-merciful, but it did not even occur to us that Christ was thy God and hers. Let him give thee to me and I will love him, though he seems to me a god of slaves, foreigners, and beggars. Thou sittest near me, and thinkest of him only. Think of me too, or I shall hate him. For me thou alone art a divinity. Blessed be thy father and mother, blessed the land which produced thee. I should wish to embrace thy feet and pray to thee, give thee honor, homage, offerings, thou thrice divine. Thou knowest not, or canst not know, how I love thee. Thus speaking, he placed his hand on his pale forehead and closed his eyes. His nature never knew bounds in love or anger. He spoke with enthusiasm, like a man who, having lost self-control, has no wish to observe any measure in words or feelings. But he spoke from the depth of his soul, and sincerely. It was to be felt that the pain, ecstasy, desire, and homage accumulated in his breast had burst forth at last in an irresistible torrent of words. To Lygia his words appeared blasphemous, but still her heart began to beat as if it would tear the tunic enclosing her bosom. She could not resist pity for him and his suffering. She was moved by the homage with which he spoke to her. She felt beloved and deified without bounds, she felt that that unbending and dangerous man belonged to her now, soul and body, like a slave, and that feeling of his submission and her own power filled her with happiness. Her recollections revived in one moment. He was for her again that splendid Vinicius, beautiful as a pagan god, he, who in the house of Aulus had spoken to her of love, and roused as if from sleep her heart half childlike at that time. He from whose embraces Ursus had wrested her on the Palatine, as he might have wrested her from flames. But at present, with ecstasy, and at the same time with pain in his eagle face, with pale forehead and imploring eyes, wounded, broken by love, loving, full of homage and submissive, he seemed to her such as she would have wished him. And such as she would have loved with her whole soul, therefore dearer than he had ever been before. All at once she understood that a moment might come in which his love would seize her and bear her away, as a whirlwind. And when she felt this, she had the same impression that he had a moment before, that she was standing on the edge of a precipice. Was it for this that she had left the house of Aulus? Was it for this that she had saved herself by flight? Was it for this that she had hidden so long in wretched parts of the city? Who was that Vinicius? An Augustan, a soldier, a courtier of Nero. Moreover he took part in his profligacy and madness, as was shown by that feast, which she could not forget. And he went with others to the temples, and made offerings to vile gods, in whom he did not believe, perhaps, but still he gave them official honor. Still more he had pursued her to make her his slave and mistress, and at the same time to thrust her into that terrible world of excess, luxury, crime, and dishonor which calls for the anger and vengeance of God. He seemed changed, it is true, but still he had just said to her that if she would think more of Christ than of him, he was ready to hate Christ. It seemed to Lygia that the very idea of any other love than the love of Christ was a sin against him and against religion. When she saw then that other feelings and desires might be roused in the depth of her soul, she was seized by alarm for her own future and her own heart. At this moment of internal struggle appeared Glaucus, who had come to care for the patient and study his health. In the twinkle of an eye, anger and impatience were reflected on the face of Vinicius. He was angry that his conversation with Lygia had been interrupted, and when Glaucus questioned him, he answered with contempt almost. It is true that he moderated himself quickly. But if Lygia had any illusions as to this, that what he had heard in Austrianum might have acted on his unyielding nature, those illusions must vanish. He had changed only for her. But beyond that single feeling there remained in his breast the former harsh and selfish heart, truly Roman and wolfish, incapable not only of the sweet sentiment of Christian teaching but even of gratitude. She went away at last filled with internal care and anxiety. Formerly in her prayers she had offered to Christ a heart calm, and really pure as a tear. Now that calmness was disturbed. To the interior of the flower a poisonous insect had come and began to buzz. Even sleep, in spite of the 2 nights passed without sleep, brought her no relief. She dreamed that at Austrianum Nero, at the head of a whole band of Augustans, Bacchantes, Carabans, and gladiators, was trampling crowds of Christians with his chariot wreathed in roses. And Vinicius seized her by the arm, drew her to the quadriga, and, pressing her to his bosom, whispered, "Come with us." Chapter 27. From that moment Lygia showed herself more rarely in the common chamber, and approached his couch less frequently. But peace did not return to her. She saw that Vinicius followed her with imploring glance. That he was waiting for every word of hers, as for a favor, that he suffered and dared not complain, lest he might turn her away from him, that she alone was his health and delight. And then her heart swelled with compassion. Soon she observed, too, that the more she tried to avoid him, the more compassion she had for him, and by this itself the more tender were the feelings which rose in her. Peace left her. At times she said to herself that it was her special duty to be near him always, first, because the religion of God commands return of good for evil, second, that by conversing with him, she might attract him to the faith. But at the same time conscience told her that she was tempting herself, that only love for him and the charm which he exerted were attracting her, nothing else. Thus she lived in a ceaseless struggle, which was intensified daily. At times it seemed that a kind of net surrounded her, and that in trying to break through it she entangled herself more and more. She had also to confess that for her the sight of him was becoming more needful, his voice was becoming dearer, and that she had to struggle with all her might against the wish to sit at his bedside. When she approached him, and he grew radiant, delight filled her heart. On a certain day she noticed traces of tears on his eyelids, and for the first time in life the thought came to her, to dry them with kisses. Terrified by that thought, and full of self-contempt, she wept all the night following. He was as enduring as if he had made a vow of patience. When at moments his eyes flashed with petulance, self-will, and anger, he restrained those flashes promptly, and looked with alarm at her, as if to implore pardon. This acted still more on her. Never had she such a feeling of being greatly loved as then, and when she thought of this, she felt at once guilty and happy. Vinicius, too, had changed essentially. In his conversations with Glaucus there was less pride. It occurred to him frequently that even that poor slave physician and that foreign woman, old Miriam, who surrounded him with attention, and Crispus, whom he saw absorbed in continual prayer, were still human. He was astonished at such thoughts, but he had them. After a time he conceived a liking for Ursus, with whom he conversed entire days, for with him he could talk about Lygia. The giant, on his part, was inexhaustible in narrative, and while performing the most simple services for the sick man, he began to show him also some attachment. For Vinicius, Lygia had been at all times a being of another order, higher 100 times than those around her. Nevertheless, he began to observe simple and poor people, a thing which he had never done before. And he discovered in them various traits the existence of which he had never suspected. Nazarius, however, he could not endure, for it seemed to him that the young lad had dared to fall in love with Lygia. He had restrained his aversion for a long time, it is true. But once when he brought her 2 quails, which he had bought in the market with his own earned money, the descendant of the Quirites spoke out in Vinicius, for whom one who had wandered in from a strange people had less worth than the meanest worm. When he heard Lygia's thanks, he grew terribly pale, and when Nazarius went out to get water for the birds, he said, "Lygia, canst thou endure that he should give thee gifts? Dost thou not know that the Greeks call people of his nation Jewish dogs? I do not know what the Greeks call them, but I know that Nazarius is a Christian and my brother." When she had said this she looked at Vinicius with astonishment and regret, for he had disaccustomed her to similar outbursts. And he set his teeth, so as not to tell her that he would have given command to beat such a brother with sticks, or would have sent him as a competitus, a man who labors with chained feet, to dig earth in his Sicilian vineyards. He restrained himself, however, throttled the anger within him, and only after a while did he say, "Pardon me, Lygia. For me thou art the daughter of a king and the adopted child of Plautius." And he subdued himself to that degree that when Nazarius appeared in the chamber again, he promised him, on returning to his villa, the gift of a pair of peacocks or flamingos, of which he had a garden full. Lygia understood what such victories over himself must have cost him, but the oftener he gained them the more her heart turned to him. His merit with regard to Nazarius was less, however, than she supposed. Vinicius might be indignant for a moment, but he could not be jealous of him. In fact the son of Miriam did not, in his eyes, mean much more than a dog. Besides, he was a child yet, who, if he loved Lygia, loved her unconsciously and servilely. Greater struggles must the young tribune have with himself to submit, even in silence, to that honor with which among those people the name of Christ and his religion was surrounded. In this regard wonderful things took place in Vinicius. That was in every case a religion which Lygia believed, hence for that single reason he was ready to receive it. Afterward, the more he returned to health, the more he remembered the whole series of events which had happened since that night at Austrianum, and the whole series of thoughts which had come to his head from that time. The more he was astonished at the superhuman power of that religion which changed the souls of men to their foundations. He understood that in it there was something uncommon, something which had not been on earth before, and he felt that could it embrace the whole world, could it engraft on the world its love and charity, an epoch would come recalling that in which not Jupiter, but Saturn had ruled. He did not dare either to doubt the supernatural origin of Christ, or his resurrection, or the other miracles. The eyewitnesses who spoke of them were too trustworthy and despised falsehood too much to let him suppose that they were telling things that had not happened. Finally, Roman skepticism permitted disbelief in the gods, but believed in miracles. Vinicius, therefore, stood before a kind of marvelous puzzle which he could not solve. On the other hand, however, that religion seemed to him opposed to the existing state of things, impossible of practice, and mad in a degree beyond all others. According to him, people in Rome and in the whole world might be bad, but the order of things was good. Had Caesar, for example, been an honest man, had the Senate been composed, not of insignificant libertines, but of men like Thrasea, what more could one wish? Nay, Roman peace and supremacy were good, distinction among people just and proper. But that religion, according to the understanding of Vinicius, would destroy all order, all supremacy, every distinction. What would happen then to the dominion and lordship of Rome? Could the Romans cease to rule, or could they recognize a whole herd of conquered nations as equal to themselves? That was a thought which could find no place in the head of a patrician. As regarded him personally, that religion was opposed to all his ideas and habits, his whole character and understanding of life. He was simply unable to imagine how he could exist were he to accept it. He feared and admired it. But as to accepting it, his nature shuddered at that. He understood, finally, that nothing save that religion separated him from Lygia, and when he thought of this, he hated it with all the powers of his soul. Still he acknowledged to himself that it had adorned Lygia with that exceptional, unexplained beauty which in his heart had produced, besides love, respect, besides desire, homage. And had made of that same Lygia a being dear to him beyond all others in the world. And then he wished anew to love Christ. And he understood clearly that he must either love or hate him, he could not remain indifferent. Meanwhile two opposing currents were as if driving him, he hesitated in thoughts, in feelings. He knew not how to choose, he bowed his head, however, to that God by him uncomprehended, and paid silent honor for this sole reason, that he was Lygia's God. Lygia saw what was happening in him. She saw how he was breaking himself, how his nature was rejecting that religion. And though this mortified her to the death, compassion, pity, and gratitude for the silent respect which he showed Christ inclined her heart to him with irresistible force. She recalled Pomponia Graecina and Aulus. For Pomponia a source of ceaseless sorrow and tears that never dried was the thought that beyond the grave she would not find Aulus. Lygia began now to understand better that pain, that bitterness. She too had found a being dear to her, and she was threatened by eternal separation from this dear one. At times, it is true, she was self-deceived, thinking that his soul would open itself to Christ's teaching. But these illusions could not remain. She knew and understood him too well. Vinicius a Christian, these two ideas could find no place together in her unenlightened head. If the thoughtful, discreet Aulus had not become a Christian under the influence of the wise and perfect Pomponia, how could Vinicius become one? To this there was no answer, or rather there was only one, that for him there was neither hope nor salvation. But Lygia saw with terror that that sentence of condemnation which hung over him instead of making him repulsive made him still dearer simply through compassion. At moments the wish seized her to speak to him of his dark future. But once, when she had sat near him and told him that outside Christian truth there was no life, he, having grown stronger at that time, rose on his sound arm and placed his head on her knees suddenly. "Thou art life," said he. And that moment breath failed in her breast, presence of mind left her, a certain quiver of ecstasy rushed over her from head to feet. Seizing his temples with her hands, she tried to raise him, but bent the while so that her lips touched his hair. And for a moment both were overcome with delight, with themselves, and with love, which urged them the one to the other. Lygia rose at last and rushed away, with a flame in her veins and a giddiness in her head. But that was the drop which overflowed the cup filled already to the brim. Vinicius did not divine how dearly he would have to pay for that happy moment, but Lygia understood that now she herself needed rescue. She spent the night after that evening without sleep, in tears and in prayer, with the feeling that she was unworthy to pray and could not be heard. Next morning she went from the cubiculum early, and, calling Crispus to the garden summer-house, covered with ivy and withered vines, opened her whole soul to him, imploring him at the same time to let her leave Miriam's house. Since she could not trust herself longer, and could not overcome her heart's love for Vinicius. Crispus, an old man, severe and absorbed in endless enthusiasm, consented to the plan of leaving Miriam's house, but he had no words of forgiveness for that love, to his thinking sinful. His heart swelled with indignation at the very thought that Lygia, whom he had guarded since the time of her flight, whom he had loved, whom he had confirmed in the faith, and on whom he looked now as a white lily grown up on the field of Christian teaching undefiled by any earthly breath, could have found a place in her soul for love other than heavenly. He had believed hitherto that nowhere in the world did there beat a heart more purely devoted to the glory of Christ. He wanted to offer her to him as a pearl, a jewel, the precious work of his own hands. Hence the disappointment which he felt filled him with grief and amazement. "Go and beg God to forgive thy fault," said he, gloomily. "Flee before the evil spirit who involved thee bring thee to utter fall, and before thou oppose the Saviour. God died on the cross to redeem thy soul with his blood, but thou hast preferred to love him who wished to make thee his concubine. God saved thee by a miracle of his own hands, but thou hast opened thy heart to impure desire, and hast loved the son of darkness. Who is he? The friend and servant of Antichrist, his copartner in crime and profligacy. Whither will he lead thee, if not to that abyss and to that Sodom in which he himself is living, but which God will destroy with the flame of his anger? But I say to thee, would thou hadst died, would the walls of this house had fallen on thy head before that serpent had crept into thy bosom and beslimed it with the poison of iniquity." And he was borne away more and more, for Lygia's fault filled him not only with anger but with loathing and contempt for human nature in general, and in particular for women, whom even Christian truth could not save from Eve's weakness. To him it seemed nothing that the maiden had remained pure, that she wished to flee from that love, that she had confessed it with compunction and penitence. Crispus had wished to transform her into an angel, to raise her to heights where love for Christ alone existed, and she had fallen in love with an Augustine. The very thought of that filled his heart with horror, strengthened by a feeling of disillusion and disappointment. No, no, he could not forgive her. Words of horror burned his lips like glowing coals. He struggled still with himself not to utter them, but he shook his emaciated hands over the terrified girl. Lygia felt guilty, but not to that degree. She had judged even that withdrawal from Miriam's house would be her victory over temptation, and would lessen her fault. Crispus rubbed her into the dust. Showed her all the misery and insignificance of her soul, which she had not suspected hitherto. She had judged even that the old presbyter, who from the moment of her flight from the Palatine had been to her as a father, would show some compassion, console her, give her courage, and strengthen her. "I offer my pain and disappointment to God," said he, "but thou hast deceived the Saviour also, for thou hast gone as it were to a quagmire which has poisoned thy soul with its miasma. Thou mightst have offered it to Christ as a costly vessel, and said to him, Fill it with grace, O Lord, but thou hast preferred to offer it to the servant of the evil one. May God forgive thee and have mercy on thee. For till thou cast out the serpent, I who held thee as chosen dash." But he ceased suddenly to speak, for he saw that they were not alone. Through the withered vines and the ivy, which was green alike in summer and winter, he saw two men, one of whom was Peter the Apostle. The other he was unable to recognize at once, for a mantle of coarse woolen stuff, called cilicium, concealed a part of his face. It seemed to Crispus for a moment that that was Chilo. They, hearing the loud voice of Crispus, entered the summer-house and sat on a stone bench. Peter's companion had an emaciated face, his head, which was growing bald, was covered at the sides with curly hair. He had reddened eyelids and a crooked nose. In the face, ugly and at the same time inspired, Crispus recognized the features of Paul of Tarsus. Lygia, casting herself on her knees, embraced Peter's feet, as if from despair, and, sheltering her tortured head in the fold of his mantle, remained thus in silence. "Peace to your souls," said Peter. And seeing the child at his feet he asked what had happened. Crispus began then to narrate all that Lygia had confessed to him, her sinful love, her desire to flee from Miriam's house, and his sorrow that a soul which he had thought to offer to Christ pure as a tear had defiled itself with earthly feelings for a sharer in all those crimes into which the pagan world had sunk, and which called for God's vengeance. Lygia during his speech embraced with increasing force the feet of the apostle, as if wishing to seek refuge near them, and to beg even a little compassion. But the apostle, when he had listened to the end, bent down and placed his aged hand on her head. Then he raised his eyes to the old presbyter, and said, "Crispus, hast thou not heard that our beloved master was in Cana, at a wedding, and blessed love between man and woman?" Crispus's hands dropped, and he looked with astonishment on the speaker, without power to utter one word. After a moment's silence Peter asked again, "Crispus, dost thou think that Christ, who permitted Mary of Magdala to lie at his feet, and who forgave the public sinner, would turn from this maiden, who is as pure as a lily of the field?" Lygia nestled up more urgently to the feet of Peter, with sobbing, understanding that she had not sought refuge in vain. The apostle raised her face, which was covered with tears, and said to her, "While the eyes of him whom thou lovest are not open to the light of truth, avoid him, lest he bring thee to sin, but pray for him. And know that there is no sin in thy love. And since it is thy wish to avoid temptation, this will be accounted to thee as a merit. Do not suffer, and do not weep, for I tell thee that the grace of the Redeemer has not deserted thee, and that thy prayers will be heard. After sorrow will come days of gladness." When he had said this, he placed both hands on her head, and, raising his eyes, blessed her. From his face there shone a goodness beyond that of earth. The penitent Crispus began humbly to explain himself. "I have sinned against mercy," said he, "but I thought that by admitting to her heart an earthly love she had denied Christ." "I denied him thrice," answered Peter, "and still he forgave me, and commanded me to feed his sheep." "And because," concluded Crispus, "Vinicius is an Augustine." "Christ softened harder hearts than his," replied Peter. Then Paul of Tarsus, who had been silent so far, placed his finger on his breast, pointing to himself, and said, I am he who persecuted and hurried servants of Christ to their death. I am he who during the stoning of Stephen kept the garments of those who stoned him. I am he who wished to root out the truth in every part of the inhabited earth, and yet the Lord predestined me to declare it in every land. I have declared it in Judea, in Greece, on the islands, and in this godless city, where first I resided as a prisoner. And now when Peter, my superior, has summoned me, I enter this house to bend that proud head to the feet of Christ, and cast a grain of seed in that stony field, which the Lord will fertilize, so that it may bring forth a bountiful harvest. And he rose. To Crispus that diminutive hunchback seemed then that which he was in reality, a giant, who was to stir the world to its foundations and gather in lands and nations. Chapter 28. Petronius to Vinicius, have pity, Carissime, imitate not in thy letters the Lacedaemonians or Julius Caesar. Couldst thou, like Julius, write Veni, Vidi, Vici, I came, I saw, I conquered, I might understand thy brevity. But thy letter means absolutely Veni, Vidi, Fugi, I came, I saw, I fled. Since such a conclusion of the affair is directly opposed to thy nature, since thou art wounded, and since, finally, uncommon things are happening to thee, thy letter needs explanation. I could not believe my eyes when I read that the Lygian giant killed Croton as easily as a Caledonian dog would kill a wolf in the defile of Hibernia. That man is worth as much gold as he himself weighs, and it depends on him alone to become a favorite of Caesar. When I return to the city, I must gain a nearer acquaintance with that Lygian, and have a bronze statue of him made for myself. Ahenobarbus will burst from curiosity, when I tell him that it is from nature. Bodies really athletic are becoming rarer in Italy and in Greece, of the Orient no mention need be made. The Germans, though large, have muscles covered with fat, and are greater in bulk than in strength. Learn from the Lygian if he is an exception, or if in his country there are more men like him. Should it happen sometime to thee or me to organize games officially, it would be well to know where to seek for the best bodies. But praise to the gods of the Orient and the Occident that thou hast come out of such hands alive. Thou hast escaped, of course, because thou art a patrician, and the son of a consul. But everything which has happened astonishes me in the highest degree, that cemetery where thou wert among the Christians, their treatment of thee, the subsequent flight of Lygia. Finally, that peculiar sadness and disquiet which breathes from thy short letter. Explain, for there are many points which I cannot understand. And if thou wish the truth, I will tell thee plainly, that I understand neither the Christians nor thee nor Lygia. Wonder not that I, who care for few things on earth except my own person, inquire of thee so eagerly. I have contributed to all this affair of thine, hence it is my affair so far. Write soon, for I cannot foresee surely when we may meet. In Bronzebeard's head plans change, as winds do in autumn. At present, while tarrying in Beneventum, he has the wish to go straightway to Greece, without returning to Rome. Tigellinus, however, advises him to visit the city even for a time, since the people, yearning overmuch for his person, read, for games and bread, may revolt. So I cannot tell how it will be. Should Achaia overbalance, we may want to see Egypt. I should insist with all my might on thy coming, for I think that in thy state of mind travelling and our amusements would be a medicine, but thou mightst not find us. Consider, then, whether in that case repose in thy Sicilian estates would not be preferable to remaining in Rome. Write me minutely of thyself, and farewell. I add no wish this time, except health, for, by Pollux, I know not what to wish thee. Vinicius, on receiving this letter, felt at first no desire to reply. He had a kind of feeling that it was not worth while to reply, that an answer would benefit no one in any way, that it would explain nothing. Discontent, and a feeling of the vanity of life, possessed him. He thought, moreover, that Petronius would not comprehend him in any case, and that something had happened which would remove them from each other. He could not come to an agreement with himself, even. When he returned from the Trans-Tiber to his splendid insula, he was exhausted, and found for the first days a certain satisfaction in rest and in the comfort and abundance about him. That satisfaction lasted but a short time, however. He felt soon that he was living in vanity, that all which so far had formed the interest of his life either had ceased to exist for him or had shrunk to proportions barely perceptible. He had a feeling as if those ties which hitherto had connected him with life had been cut in his soul, and that no new ones had been formed. At the thought that he might go to Beneventum and thence to Achaia, to swim in a life of luxury and wild excess, he had a feeling of emptiness. To what end? What shall I gain from it? These were the first questions which passed through his head. And for the first time in life, also, he thought that if he went, the conversation of Petronius, his wit, his quickness, his exquisite outlining of thought, and his choice of apt phrases for every idea might annoy him. But solitude, too, had begun to annoy him. All his acquaintances were with Caesar in Beneventum, so he had to stay at home alone, with a head full of thoughts, and a heart full of feelings which he could not analyze. He had moments, however, in which he judged that if he could converse with someone about everything that took place in him, perhaps he might be able to grasp it all somehow, bring it to order, and estimate it better. Under the influence of this hope, and after some days of hesitation, he decided to answer Petronius. And, though not certain that he would send the answer, he wrote it in the following words. "It is thy wish that I write more minutely, agreed then. Whether I shall be able to do it more clearly, I cannot tell, for there are many knots which I know not myself how to loosen. I described to thee my stay among the Christians, and their treatment of enemies, among whom they had a right to count both me and Chilo, finally, of the kindness with which they nursed me, and of the disappearance of Lygia. No, my dear friend, I was not spared because of being the son of a consul. Such considerations do not exist for them, since they forgave even Chilo, though I urged them to bury him in the garden. Those are people such as the world has not seen hitherto, and their teaching is of a kind that the world has not heard up to this time. I can say nothing else, and he errs who measures them with our measure. I tell thee that, if I had been lying with a broken arm in my own house, and if my own peoples, even my own family, had nursed me, I should have had more comforts, of course, but I should not have received half the care which I found among them. Know this, too, that Lygia is like the others. Had she been my sister or my wife, she could not have nursed me more tenderly. Delight filled my heart more than once, for I judged that love alone could inspire the like tenderness. More than once I saw love in her look, in her face, and, wilt thou believe me? Among those simple people then in that poor chamber, which was at once a culina and a triclinium, I felt happier than ever before. No. She was not indifferent to me, and today even I cannot think that she was. Still that same Lygia left Miriam's dwelling in secret because of me. I sit now whole days with my head on my hands, and think, why did she do so? Have I written thee that I volunteered to restore her to Aulus? True, she declared that to be impossible at present, because Aulus and Pomponia had gone to Sicily, and because news of her return going from house to house, through slaves, would reach the Palatine, and Caesar might take her from Aulus again. But she knew that I would not pursue her longer, that I had left the way of violence, that, unable to cease loving her or to live without her, I would bring her into my house through a wreathed door, and seat her on a sacred skin at my hearth. Still she fled. Why? Nothing was threatening her. Did she not love me, she might have rejected me. The day before her flight, I made the acquaintance of a wonderful man, a certain Paul of Tarsus, who spoke to me of Christ and his teachings, and spoke with such power that every word of his, without his willing it, turns all the foundations of our society into ashes. That same man visited me after her flight, and said, If God open thy eyes to the light, and take the beam from them as he took it from mine, thou wilt feel that she acted properly, and then, perhaps, thou wilt find her. And now I am breaking my head over these words, as if I had heard them from the mouth of the Pythoness at Delphi. I seem to understand something. Though they love people, the Christians are enemies of our life, our gods, and our crimes. Hence she fled from me, as from a man who belongs to our society, and with whom she would have to share a life counted criminal by Christians. Thou wilt say that since she might reject me, she had no need to withdraw. But if she loved me? In that case she desired to flee from love. At the very thought of this I wished to send slaves into every alley in Rome, and command them to cry throughout the houses, "Return, Lygia." But I ceased to understand why she fled. I should not have stopped her from believing in her Christ, and would myself have reared an altar to him in the atrium. What harm could one more God do me? Why might I not believe in him, I who do not believe overmuch in the old gods? I know with full certainty that the Christians do not lie, and they say that he rose from the dead. A man cannot rise from the dead. That Paul of Tarsus, who is a Roman citizen, but who, as a Jew, knows the old Hebrew writings, told me that the coming of Christ was promised by prophets for whole thousands of years. All these are uncommon things, but does not the uncommon surround us on every side? People have not ceased talking yet of Apollonius of Tyana. Paul's statement that there is one God, not a whole assembly of them, seems sound to me. Perhaps Seneca is of this opinion, and before him many others. Christ lived, gave himself to be crucified for the salvation of the world, and rose from the dead. All this is perfectly certain. I do not see, therefore, a reason why I should insist on an opposite opinion, or why I should not rear to him an altar, if I am ready to rear one to Serapis, for instance. It would not be difficult for me even to renounce other gods, for no reasoning mind believes in them at present. But it seems that all this is not enough yet for the Christians. It is not enough to honor Christ, one must also live according to his teachings, and here thou art on the shore of a sea which they command thee to wade through. If I promised to do so, they themselves would feel that the promise was an empty sound of words. Paul told me so openly. Thou knowest how I love Lygia, and knowest that there is nothing that I would not do for her. Still, even at her wish, I cannot raise Soracte or Vesuvius on my shoulders, or place Thrasymene Lake on the palm of my hand, or from black make my eyes blue, like those of the Lygians. If she so desired, I could have the wish, but the change does not lie in my power. I am not a philosopher, but also I am not so dull as I have seemed, perhaps, more than once to thee. I will state now the following: I know not how the Christians order their own lives, but I know that where their religion begins, Roman rule ends, Rome itself ends, our mode of life ends, the distinction between conquered and conqueror, between rich and poor, lord and slave, ends, government ends, Caesar ends, law and all the order of the world ends. And in place of those appear Christ, with a certain mercy not existent hitherto, and kindness, opposed to human and our Roman instincts. It is true that Lygia is more to me than all Rome and its lordship. And I would let society vanish could I have her in my house. But that is another thing. Agreement in words does not satisfy the Christians, a man must feel that their teaching is truth, and not have aught else in his soul. But that, the gods are my witnesses, is beyond me. Dost understand what that means? There is something in my nature which shudders at this religion. And were my lips to glorify it, were I to conform to its precepts, my soul and my reason would say that I do so through love for Lygia, and that apart from her there is to me nothing on earth more repulsive. And, a strange thing, Paul of Tarsus understands this, and so does that old Theurgus Peter, who in spite of all his simplicity and low origin is the highest among them, and was the disciple of Christ. And dost thou know what they are doing? They are praying for me, and calling down something which they call grace, but nothing descends on me, save disquiet, and a greater yearning for Lygia. I have written thee that she went away secretly. But when going she left me a cross which she put together from twigs of boxwood. When I woke up, I found it near my bed. I have it now in the lararium, and I approach it yet, I cannot tell why, as if there were something divine in it, that is, with awe and reverence. I love it because her hand bound it, and I hate it because it divides us. At times it seems to me that there are enchantments of some kind in all this affair, and that the Theurgus, Peter, though he declares himself to be a simple shepherd, is greater than Apollonius, and all who preceded him. And that he has involved us all, Lygia, Pomponia, and me, with them. Thou hast written that in my previous letter disquiet and sadness are visible. Sadness there must be, for I have lost her again, and there is disquiet because something has changed in me. I tell thee sincerely, that nothing is more repugnant to my nature than that religion, and still I cannot recognize myself since I met Lygia. Is it enchantment, or love? Circe changed people's bodies by touching them, but my soul has been changed. No one but Lygia could have done that, or rather Lygia through that wonderful religion which she professes. When I returned to my house from the Christians, no one was waiting for me. The slaves thought that I was in Beneventum, and would not return soon, hence there was disorder in the house. I found the slaves drunk, and a feast, which they were giving themselves, in my triclinium. They had more thought of seeing death than me, and would have been less terrified by it. Thou knowest with what a firm hand I hold my house, all to the last one dropped on their knees, and some fainted from terror. But dost thou know how I acted? At the first moment I wished to call for rods and hot iron, but immediately a kind of shame seized me, and, wilt thou lend belief? A species of pity for those wretched people. Among them are old slaves whom my grandfather, Marcus Vinicius, brought from the Rhine in the time of Augustus. I shut myself up alone in the library, and there came stranger thoughts still to my head. Namely, that after what I had heard and seen among the Christians, it did not become me to act with slaves as I had acted hitherto, that they too were people. For a number of days they moved about in mortal terror, in the belief that I was delaying so as to invent punishment the more cruel, but I did not punish, and did not punish because I was not able. Summoning them on the third day, I said, I forgive you, strive then with earnest service to correct your fault. They fell on their knees, covering their faces with tears, stretching forth their hands with groans, and called me Lord and Father. But I, with shame do I write this, was equally moved. It seemed to me that at that moment I was looking at the sweet face of Lygia, and her eyes filled with tears, thanking me for that act. And, pro pudor, I felt that my lips too were moist. Dost know what I will confess to thee? This, that I cannot do without her, that it is ill for me alone, that I am simply unhappy, and that my sadness is greater than thou wilt admit. But, as to my slaves, one thing arrested my attention. The forgiveness which they received not only did not make them insolent, not only did not weaken discipline, but never had fear roused them to such ready service as has gratitude. Not only do they serve, but they seem to vie with one another to divine my wishes. I mention this to thee because, when, the day before I left the Christians, I told Paul that society would fall apart because of his religion, as a cask without hoops, he answered, love is a stronger hoop than fear. And now I see that in certain cases his opinion may be right. I have verified it also with references to clients, who, learning of my return, hurried to salute me. Thou knowest that I have never been penurious with them. But my father acted haughtily with clients on principle, and taught me to treat them in like manner. But when I saw their worn mantles and hungry faces, I had a feeling something like compassion. I gave command to bring them food, and conversed besides with them, called some by name, some I asked about their wives and children, and again in the eyes before me I saw tears. Again it seemed to me that Lygia saw what I was doing, that she praised and was delighted. Is my mind beginning to wander, or is love confusing my feelings? I cannot tell. But this I do know. I have a continual feeling that she is looking at me from a distance, and I am afraid to do aught that might trouble or offend her. So it is, Caius. But they have changed my soul, and sometimes I feel well for that reason. At times again I am tormented with the thought, for I fear that my manhood and energy are taken from me, that, perhaps, I am useless, not only for counsel, for judgment, for feasts, but for war even. These are undoubted enchantments. And to such a degree am I changed that I tell thee this, too, which came to my head when I lay wounded, that if Lygia were like Nigidia, Poppaea, Crispinilla, and our divorced women, if she were as vile, as pitiless, and as cheap as they, I should not love her as I do at present. But since I love her for that which divides us, thou wilt divine what a chaos is rising in my soul, in what darkness I live, how it is that I cannot see certain roads before me, and how far I am from knowing what to begin. If life may be compared to a spring, in my spring disquiet flows instead of water. I live through the hope that I shall see her, perhaps, and sometimes it seems to me that I shall see her surely. But what will happen to me in a year or 2 years, I know not, and cannot divine. I shall not leave Rome. I could not endure the society of the Augustans. And besides, the one solace in my sadness and disquiet is the thought that I am near Lygia, that through Glaucus the physician, who promised to visit me, or through Paul of Tarsus, I can learn something of her at times. No. I would not leave Rome, even were ye to offer me the government of Egypt. Know also, that I have ordered the sculptor to make a stone monument for Gullo, whom I slew in anger. Too late did it come to my mind that he had carried me in his arms, and was the first to teach me how to put an arrow on a bow. I know not why it was that a recollection of him rose in me which was sorrow and reproach. If what I write astonish thee, I reply that it astonishes me no less, but I write pure truth. Farewell. Chapter 29. Vinicius received no answer to this letter. Petronius did not write, thinking evidently that Caesar might command a return to Rome any day. In fact, news of it was spread in the city, and roused great delight in the hearts of the rabble, eager for games with gifts of grain and olives, great supplies of which had been accumulated in Ostia. Helius, Nero's freedman, announced at last the return in the Senate. But Nero, having embarked with his court on ships at Misenum, returned slowly, disembarking at coast towns for rest, or exhibitions in theatres. He remained between 10 and 20 days in Minturna, and even thought to return to Naples and wait there for spring, which was earlier than usual, and warm. During all this time Vinicius lived shut up in his house, thinking of Lygia, and all those new things which occupied his soul, and brought to it ideas and feelings foreign to it thus far. He saw, from time to time, only Glaucus the physician, every one of whose visits delighted him, for he could converse with the man about Lygia. Glaucus knew not, it is true, where she had found refuge, but he gave assurance that the elders were protecting her with watchful care. Once too, when moved by the sadness of Vinicius, he told him that Peter had blamed Crispus for reproaching Lygia with her love. The young patrician, hearing this, grew pale from emotion. He had thought more than once that Lygia was not indifferent to him, but he fell into frequent doubt and uncertainty. Now for the first time he heard the confirmation of his desires and hopes from strange lips, and, besides, those of a Christian. At the first moment of gratitude he wished to run to Peter. When he learned, however, that he was not in the city, but teaching in the neighborhood, he implored Glaucus to accompany him thither, promising to make liberal gifts to the poor community. It seemed to him, too, that if Lygia loved him, all obstacles were thereby set aside, as he was ready at any moment to honor Christ. Glaucus, though he urged him persistently to receive baptism, would not venture to assure him that he would gain Lygia at once, and said that it was necessary to desire the religion for its own sake, through love of Christ, not for other objects. One must have a Christian soul, too, said he. And Vinicius, though every obstacle angered him, had begun to understand that Glaucus, as a Christian, said what he ought to say. He had not become clearly conscious that one of the deepest changes in his nature was this, that formerly he had measured people and things only by his own selfishness. But now he was accustoming himself gradually to the thought that other eyes might see differently, other hearts feel differently, and that justice did not mean always the same as personal profit. He wished often to see Paul of Tarsus, whose discourse made him curious and disturbed him. He arranged in his mind arguments to overthrow his teaching. He resisted him in thought, still he wished to see him and to hear him. Paul, however, had gone to Aricium, and, since the visits of Glaucus had become rarer, Vinicius was in perfect solitude. He began again to run through back streets adjoining the Subura, and narrow lanes of the Trans-Tiber, in the hope that even from a distance he might see Lygia. When even that hope failed him, weariness and impatience began to rise in his heart. At last the time came when his former nature was felt again mightily, like that onrush of a wave to the shore from which it had receded. It seemed to him that he had been a fool to no purpose, that he had stuffed his head with things which brought sadness, that he ought to accept from life what it gives. He resolved to forget Lygia, or at least to seek pleasure in the use of things aside from her. He felt that this trial, however, was the last, and he threw himself into it with all the blind energy of impulse peculiar to him. Life itself seemed to urge him to this course. The Appian Way. From the painting by G. Boulanger. The city, torpid and depopulated by winter, began to revive with hope of the near coming of Caesar. A solemn reception was in waiting for him. Meanwhile spring was there, the snow on the Alban hills had vanished under the breath of winds from Africa. Grass plots in the gardens were covered with violets. The forums and the campus martius were filled with people warmed by a sun of growing heat. Along the Appian Way, the usual place for drives outside the city, a movement of richly ornamented chariots had begun. Excursions were made to the Alban hills. Youthful women, under pretext of worshipping Juno in Lanuvium, or Diana in Aricia, left home to seek adventures, society, meetings, and pleasure beyond the city. Here Vinicius saw one day among lordly chariots the splendid car of Chrysothemis, preceded by 2 Molossian dogs. It was surrounded by a crowd of young men and by old senators, whose position detained them in the city. Chrysothemis, driving 4 Corsican ponies herself, scattered smiles round about, and light strokes of a golden whip. But when she saw Vinicius she reined in her horses, took him into her car, and then to a feast at her house, which lasted all night. At that feast Vinicius drank so much that he did not remember when they took him home. He recollected, however, that when Chrysothemis mentioned Lygia he was offended, and, being drunk, emptied a goblet of Falernian on her head. When he thought of this in soberness, he was angrier still. But a day later Chrysothemis, forgetting evidently the injury, visited him at his house, and took him to the Appian Way a second time. Then she supped at his house, and confessed that not only Petronius, but his lute player, had grown tedious to her long since, and that her heart was free now. They appeared together for a week, but the relation did not promise permanence. After the Falernian incident, however, Lygia's name was never mentioned, but Vinicius could not free himself from thoughts of her. He had the feeling always that her eyes were looking at his face, and that feeling filled him, as it were, with fear. He suffered, and could not escape the thought that he was saddening Lygia, or the regret which that thought roused in him. After the first scene of jealousy which Chrysothemis made because of 2 Syrian damsels whom he purchased, he let her go in rude fashion. He did not cease at once from pleasure and license, it is true, but he followed them out of spite, as it were, toward Lygia. At last he saw that the thought of her did not leave him for an instant. That she was the one cause of his evil activity as well as his good, and that really nothing in the world occupied him except her. Disgust, and then weariness, mastered him. Pleasure had grown loathsome, and left mere reproaches. It seemed to him that he was wretched, and this last feeling filled him with measureless astonishment, for formerly he recognized as good everything which pleased him. Finally, he lost freedom, self-confidence, and fell into perfect torpidity, from which even the news of Caesar's coming could not rouse him. Nothing touched him, and he did not visit Petronius till the latter sent an invitation and his litter. On seeing his uncle, though greeted with gladness, he replied to his questions unwillingly, but his feelings and thoughts, repressed for a long time, burst forth at last, and flowed from his mouth in a torrent of words. Once more he told in detail the history of his search for Lygia, his life among the Christians, everything which he had heard and seen there, everything which had passed through his head and heart. And finally he complained that he had fallen into a chaos, in which were lost composure and the gift of distinguishing and judging. Nothing, he said, attracted him, nothing was pleasing, he did not know what to hold to, nor how to act. He was ready both to honor and persecute Christ, he understood the loftiness of his teaching, but he felt also an irresistible repugnance to it. He understood that, even should he possess Lygia, he would not possess her completely, for he would have to share her with Christ. Finally, he was living as if not living, without hope, without a morrow, without belief in happiness. Around him was darkness in which he was groping for an exit, and could not find it. Petronius, during this narrative, looked at his changed face, at his hands, which while speaking he stretched forth in a strange manner, as if actually seeking a road in the darkness, and he fell to thinking. All at once he rose, and, approaching Vinicius, caught with his fingers the hair above his ear. "Dost know," asked he, "that thou hast grey hairs on thy temple?" "Perhaps I have," answered Vinicius. "I should not be astonished were all my hair to grow white soon." Silence followed. Petronius was a man of sense, and more than once he meditated on the soul of man and on life. In general, life, in the society in which they both lived, might be happy or unhappy externally, but internally it was at rest. Just as a thunderbolt or an earthquake might overturn a temple, so might misfortune crush a life. In itself, however, it was composed of simple and harmonious lines, free of complication. But there was something else in the words of Vinicius, and Petronius stood for the first time before a series of spiritual snarls which no one had straightened out hitherto. He was sufficiently a man of reason to feel their importance, but with all his quickness he could not answer the questions put to him. After a long silence, he said at last, "These must be enchantments." "I too have thought so," answered Vinicius. "More than once it seemed to me that we were enchanted, both of us." "And if thou," said Petronius, "were to go, for example, to the priests of Serapis?" "Among them, as among priests in general, there are many deceivers, no doubt, but there are others who have reached wonderful secrets." He said this, however, without conviction and with an uncertain voice, for he himself felt how empty and even ridiculous that counsel must seem on his lips. Vinicius rubbed his forehead, and said, "Enchantments. I have seen sorcerers who employed unknown and subterranean powers to their personal profit, I have seen those who used them to the harm of their enemies. But these Christians live in poverty, forgive their enemies, preach submission, virtue, and mercy. What profit could they get from enchantments, and why should they use them?" Petronius was angry that his acuteness could find no reply. Not wishing, however, to acknowledge this, he said, so as to offer an answer of some kind, "That is a new sect." After a while he added, "By the divine dweller in Paphian groves, how all that injures life. Thou wilt admire the goodness and virtue of those people, but I tell thee that they are bad, for they are enemies of life, as are diseases, and death itself. As things are, we have enough of these enemies, we do not need the Christians in addition. Just count them, diseases, Caesar, Tigellinus, Caesar's poetry, cobblers who govern the descendants of ancient Quirites, freedmen who sit in the Senate. By Castor. There is enough of this. That is a destructive and disgusting sect. Hast thou tried to shake thyself out of this sadness, and make some little use of life?" "I have tried," answered Vinicius. "Ah, traitor," said Petronius, laughing, "news spreads quickly through slaves, thou hast seduced from me Chrysothemis." Vinicius waved his hand in disgust. "In every case I thank thee," said Petronius. "I will send her a pair of slippers embroidered with pearls. In my language of a lover that means, walk away. I owe thee a double gratitude. First, thou didst not accept Eunice, second, thou hast freed me from Chrysothemis. Listen to me. Thou sayest before thee a man who has risen early, bathed, feasted, possessed Chrysothemis, written satires, and even at times interwoven prose with verses, but who has been as wearied as Caesar. And often unable to unfetter himself from gloomy thoughts. And dost thou know why that was so? It was because I sought at a distance that which was near. A beautiful woman is worth her weight always in gold, but if she loves in addition, she has simply no price. Such a one thou wilt not buy with the riches of Verres. I say now to myself as follows, I will fill my life with happiness, as a goblet with the foremost wine which the earth has produced, and I will drink till my hand becomes powerless and my lips grow pale. What will come, I care not. And this is my latest philosophy. Thou hast proclaimed it always, there is nothing new in it. There is substance, which was lacking. When he had said this, he called Eunice, who entered dressed in white drapery, the former slave no longer, but as it were a goddess of love and happiness. Petronius opened his arms to her, and said, "Come." At this she ran up to him, and, sitting on his knee, surrounded his neck with her arms, and placed her head on his breast. Vinicius saw how a reflection of purple began to cover her cheeks, how her eyes melted gradually in mist. They formed a wonderful group of love and happiness. Petronius stretched his hand to a flat vase standing at one side on a table, and, taking a whole handful of violets, covered with them the head, bosom, and robe of Eunice. Then he pushed the tunic from her arms, and said, "Happy he who, like me, has found love enclosed in such a form. At times it seems to me that we are a pair of gods. Look thyself. Has Praxiteles, or Myron, or Scopas, or Lysias even, created more wonderful lines? Or does there exist in Paros or in Pentelicus such marble as this, warm, rosy, and full of love? There are people who kiss off the edges of vases, but I prefer to look for pleasure where it may be found really." He began to pass his lips along her shoulders and neck. She was penetrated with a quivering. Her eyes now closed, now opened, with an expression of unspeakable delight. Petronius after a while raised her exquisite head, and said, turning to Vinicius, "But think now, what are thy gloomy Christians in comparison with this? And if thou understand not the difference, go thy way to them. But this sight will cure thee." Vinicius distended his nostrils, through which entered the odor of violets, which filled the whole chamber, and he grew pale. For he thought that if he could have passed his lips along Lygia's shoulders in that way, it would have been a kind of sacrilegious delight so great that let the world vanish afterward. But accustomed now to a quick perception of that which took place in him, he noticed that at that moment he was thinking of Lygia, and of her only. "Eunice," said Petronius, "give command, thou divine one, to prepare garlands for our heads and a meal." When she had gone out he turned to Vinicius. "I offered to make her free, but knowest thou what she answered? I would rather be thy slave than Caesar's wife. And she would not consent. I freed her then without her knowledge. The praetor favored me by not requiring her presence. But she does not know that she is free, as also she does not know that this house and all my jewels, excepting the gems, will belong to her in case of my death." He rose and walked through the room, and said, "Love changes some more, others less, but it has changed even me. Once I loved the odor of verbenas. But as Eunice prefers violets, I like them now beyond all other flowers, and since spring came we breathe only violets." Here he stopped before Vinicius and inquired, "But as to thee, dost thou keep always to nard?" "Give me peace," answered the young man. "I wished thee to see Eunice, and I mentioned her to thee, because thou, perhaps, art seeking also at a distance that which is near. Maybe for thee too is beating, somewhere in the chambers of thy slaves, a true and simple heart. Apply such a balsam to thy wounds. Thou sayest that Lygia loves thee. Perhaps she does. But what kind of love is that which abdicates? Is not the meaning this, that there is another force stronger than her love? No, my dear, Lygia is not Eunice. All is one torment merely," answered Vinicius. "I saw thee kissing Eunice's shoulders, and I thought then that if Lygia would lay hers bare to me I should not care if the ground opened under us next moment. But at the very thought of such an act a certain dread seized me, as if I had attacked some vestal or wished to defile a divinity. Lygia is not Eunice, but I understand the difference not in thy way. Love has changed thy nostrils, and thou preferrest violets to verbenas, but it has changed my soul, hence, in spite of my misery and desire, I prefer Lygia to be what she is rather than to be like others. In that case no injustice is done thee. But I do not understand the position." "True, true," answered Vinicius, feverishly. "We understand each other no longer." Another moment of silence followed. "May Hades swallow thy Christians," exclaimed Petronius. "They have filled thee with disquiet, and destroyed thy sense of life. May Hades devour them. Thou art mistaken in thinking that their religion is good, for good is what gives people happiness, namely, beauty, love, power. But these they call vanity. Thou art mistaken in this, that they are just, for if we pay good for evil, what shall we pay for good? And besides, if we pay the same for one and the other, why are people to be good? No, the pay is not the same. But according to their teaching it begins in a future life, which is without limit. I do not enter into that question, for we shall see hereafter if it be possible to see anything without eyes. Meanwhile they are simply incompetents. Ursus strangled Croton because he has limbs of bronze, but these are mopes, and the future cannot belong to mopes. For them life begins with death. Which is as if one were to say, day begins with night. Hast thou the intent to carry off Lygia? No, I cannot pay her evil for good, and I swore that I would not. Dost thou intend to accept the religion of Christ? I wish to do so, but my nature cannot endure it. But wilt thou be able to forget Lygia? No. Then travel. At that moment the slaves announced that the repast was ready. But Petronius, to whom it seemed that he had fallen on a good thought, said, on the way to the triclinium, thou hast ridden over a part of the world, but only as a soldier hastening to his place of destination, and without halting by the way. Go with us to Achaia. Caesar has not given up the journey. He will stop everywhere on the way, sing, receive crowns, plunder temples, and return as a triumphator to Italy. That will resemble somewhat a journey of Bacchus and Apollo in one person. Augustans, male and female, 1,000 Cytherae. By Castor. That will be worth witnessing, for hitherto the world has not seen anything like it. Here he placed himself on the couch before the table, by the side of Eunice. And when the slaves put a wreath of anemones on his head, he continued, What hast thou seen in Corbulo's service? Nothing. Hast thou seen the Grecian temples thoroughly, as I have, I who was passing more than 2 years from the hands of one guide to those of another? Hast thou been in Rhodes to examine the site of the Colossus? Hast thou seen in Panopeus, in Phocis, the clay from which Prometheus shaped man, or in Sparta the eggs laid by Leda, or in Athens the famous Sarmatian armor made of horse hoofs, or in Euboea the ship of Agamemnon? Or the cup for whose pattern the left breast of Helen served? Hast thou seen Alexandria, Memphis, the pyramids, the hair which Isis tore from her head in grief for Osiris? Hast thou heard the shout of Memnon? The world is wide. Everything does not end at the Trans-Tiber. I will accompany Caesar, and when he returns I will leave him and go to Cyprus. For it is the wish of this golden-haired goddess of mine that we offer doves together to the divinity in Paphos, and thou must know that whatever she wishes must happen. I am thy slave, said Eunice. He rested his garlanded head on her bosom, and said with a smile, Then I am the slave of a slave. I admire thee, divine one, from feet to head. Then he said to Vinicius, Come with us to Cyprus. But first remember that thou must see Caesar. It is bad that thou hast not been with him yet, Tigellinus is ready to use this to thy disadvantage. He has no personal hatred for thee, it is true, but he cannot love thee, even because thou art my sister's son. We shall say that thou wert sick. We must think over what thou art to answer should he ask thee about Lygia. It will be best to wave thy hand and say that she was with thee till she wearied thee. He will understand that. Tell him also that sickness kept thee at home. That thy fever was increased by disappointment at not being able to visit Naples and hear his song, that thou wert assisted to health only by the hope of hearing him. Fear no exaggeration. Tigellinus promises to invent, not only something great for Caesar, but something enormous. I am afraid that he will undermine me, I am afraid too of thy disposition. Dost thou know, said Vinicius, that there are people who have no fear of Caesar, and who live as calmly as if he were non-existent? I know whom thou hast in mind, the Christians. Yes, they alone. But our life, what is it if not unbroken terror? Do not mention thy Christians. They fear not Caesar, because he has not even heard of them perhaps, and in every case he knows nothing of them, and they concern him as much as withered leaves. But I tell thee that they are incompetents. Thou feelest this thyself, if thy nature is repugnant to their teaching, it is just because thou feelest their incompetence. Thou art a man of other clay, so trouble not thyself or me with them. We shall be able to live and die, and what more they will be able to do is unknown. These words struck Vinicius. And when he returned home, he began to think that in truth, perhaps, the goodness and charity of Christians was a proof of their incompetence of soul. It seemed to him that people of strength and temper could not forgive thus. It came to his head that this must be the real cause of the repulsion which his Roman soul felt toward their teaching. We shall be able to live and die, said Petronius. As to them, they know only how to forgive, and understand neither true love nor true hatred. Chapter 30. Caesar, on returning to Rome, was angry because he had returned, and after some days was filled anew with a wish to visit Achaia. He even issued an edict in which he declared that his absence would be short, and that public affairs would not be exposed to detriment because of it. In company with Augustans, among whom was Vinicius, he repaired to the capital to make offerings to the gods for an auspicious journey. But on the second day, when he visited the temple of Vesta, an event took place which changed all his projects. Nero feared the gods, though he did not believe in them. He feared especially the mysterious Vesta, who filled him with such awe that at sight of the divinity in the sacred fire his hair rose on a sudden from terror, his teeth chattered, a shiver ran through his limbs. And he dropped into the arms of Vinicius, who happened there behind him. He was borne out of the temple at once, and conveyed to the Palatine, where he recovered soon, but did not leave the bed for that day. He declared, moreover, to the great astonishment of those present, that he deferred his journey, since the divinity had warned him secretly against haste. An hour later it was announced throughout Rome that Caesar, seeing the gloomy faces of the citizens, and moved by love for them, as a father for his children, would remain to share their lot and their pleasures. The people, rejoiced at this decision, and certain also that they would not miss games and a distribution of wheat, assembled in crowds before the gates of the Palatine, and raised shouts in honor of the divine Caesar, who interrupted the play at dice with which he was amusing himself with Augustans, and said, "Yes, there was need to defer the journey. Egypt and predicted dominion over the Orient cannot escape me, hence Achaia, too, will not be lost. I will give command to cut through the Isthmus of Corinth. I will rear such monuments in Egypt that the pyramids will seem childish toys in comparison. I will have a sphinx built 7 times greater than that which is gazing into the desert outside Memphis, but I will command that it have my face. Coming ages will speak only of that monument and of me. With thy verses thou hast reared a monument to thyself already, not 7, but thrice 7 times greater than the pyramid of Cheops, said Petronius. But with my song, inquired Nero. Ah! If men could only build for thee a statue, like that of Memnon, to call with thy voice at sunrise. For all ages to come the seas adjoining Egypt would swarm with ships in which crowds from the 3 parts of the world would be lost in listening to thy song. Alas! Who can do that, said Nero. But thou canst give command to cut out of basalt thyself driving a quadriga. True. I will do that. Thou wilt bestow a gift on humanity. In Egypt I will marry the moon, who is now a widow, and I shall be a god really. And thou wilt give us stars for wives, we will make a new constellation, which will be called the constellation of Nero. But do thou marry Vitellius to the Nile, so that he may beget hippopotamuses. Give the desert to Tigellinus, he will be king of the jackals. And what dost thou predestine to me, inquired Vatinius. Apis bless thee. Thou didst arrange such splendid games in Beneventum that I cannot wish thee ill. Make a pair of boots for the Sphinx, whose paws must grow numb during night dews, after that thou will make sandals for the colossi which form the alleys before the temples. Each one will find there a fitting occupation. Domitius Afer, for example, will be treasurer, since he is known for his honesty. I am glad, Caesar, when thou art dreaming of Egypt, and I am saddened because thou hast deferred thy plan of a journey. Thy mortal eyes saw nothing, for the deity becomes invisible to whomever it wishes, said Nero. Know that when I was in the temple of Vesta she herself stood near me, and whispered in my ear, defer the journey. That happened so unexpectedly that I was terrified, though for such an evident care of the gods for me I should be thankful. We were all terrified, said Tigellinus, and the Vestal Rubria fainted. Rubria, said Nero. What a snowy neck she has. But she blushed at sight of the divine Caesar. True. I noticed that myself. That is wonderful. There is something divine in every Vestal, and Rubria is very beautiful. Tell me, said he, after a moment's meditation, why people fear Vesta more than other gods. What does this mean? Though I am the chief priest, fear seized me today. I remember only that I was falling back, and should have dropped to the ground had not someone supported me. Who was it? I, answered Vinicius. Oh, thou, stern Mars! Why wert thou not in Beneventum? They told me that thou wert ill, and indeed thy face is changed. But I heard that Croton wished to kill thee. Is that true? It is, and he broke my arm, but I defended myself. With a broken arm? A certain barbarian helped me. He was stronger than Croton. Nero looked at him with astonishment. Stronger than Croton? Art thou jesting? Croton was the strongest of men, but now here is Syphax from Ethiopia. I tell thee, Caesar, what I saw with my own eyes. Where is that pearl? Has he not become king of Nemi? I cannot tell, Caesar. I lost sight of him. Thou knowest not even of what people he is. I had a broken arm, and could not inquire for him. Seek him, and find him for me. I will occupy myself with that, said Tigellinus. But Nero spoke further to Vinicius, I thank thee for having supported me, I might have broken my head by a fall. On a time thou wert a good companion, but campaigning and service with Corbulo have made thee wild in some way, I see thee rarely. How is that maiden too narrow in the hips, with whom thou wert in love, asked he after a while, and whom I took from Aulus for thee. Vinicius was confused, but Petronius came to his aid at that moment. I will lay a wager, Lord, said he, that he has forgotten. Dost thou see his confusion? Ask him how many of them there were since that time, and I will not give assurance of his power to answer. The Vinicius are good soldiers, but still better gamecocks. They need whole flocks. Punish him for that, Lord, by not inviting him to the feast which Tigellinus promises to arrange in thy honor on the pond of Agrippa. I will not do that. I trust, Tigellinus, that flocks of beauty will not be lacking there. Could the graces be absent where a Moor will be present, answered Tigellinus. Weariness tortures me, said Nero. I have remained in Rome at the will of the goddess, but I cannot endure the city. I will go to Antium. I am stifled in these narrow streets, amid these tumble-down houses, amid these alleys. Foul air flies even here to my house and my gardens. Oh, if an earthquake would destroy Rome, if some angry god would level it to the earth. I would show how a city should be built, which is the head of the world and my capital. Caesar, answered Tigellinus, thou sayest, if some angry god would destroy the city, is it so? It is. What then? But art thou not a god? Nero waved his hand with an expression of weariness, and said, we shall see thy work on the pond of Agrippa. Afterward I go to Antium. Ye are all little, hence do not understand that I need immense things. Then he closed his eyes, giving to understand in that way that he needed rest. In fact, the Augustans were beginning to depart. Petronius went out with Vinicius, and said to him, thou art invited, then, to share in the amusement. Bronzebeard has renounced the journey, but he will be madder than ever, he has fixed himself in the city as in his own house. Try thou, too, to find in these madnesses amusement and forgetfulness. Well. We have conquered the world, and have a right to amuse ourselves. Thou, Marcus, art a very comely fellow, and to that I ascribe in part the weakness which I have for thee. By the Ephesian Diana. If thou couldst see thy joined brows, and thy face in which the ancient blood of the Quirites is evident. Others near thee looked like freedmen. True. Were it not for that mad religion, Lygia would be in thy house today. Attempt once more to prove to me that they are not enemies of life and mankind. They have acted well toward thee, hence thou mayst be grateful to them, but in thy place I should detest that religion, and seek pleasure where I could find it. Thou art a comely fellow, I repeat, and Rome is swarming with divorced women. I wonder only that all this does not torture thee yet. Who has told thee that it does not? It tortures me this long time, but I am not of thy years. Besides, I have other attachments which are lacking thee. I love books, thou hast no love for them. I love poetry, which annoys thee. I love pottery, gems, a multitude of things, at which thou dost not look. I have a pain in my loins, which thou hast not, and, finally, I have found Eunice, but thou hast found nothing similar. For me, it is pleasant in my house, among masterpieces. Of thee I can never make a man of aesthetic feeling. I know that in life I shall never find anything beyond what I have found. Thou thyself knowest not that thou art hoping yet continually, and seeking. If death were to visit thee, with all thy courage and sadness, thou wouldst die with astonishment that it was necessary to leave the world. But I should accept death as a necessity, with the conviction that there is no fruit in the world which I have not tasted. I do not hurry, neither shall I loiter, I shall try merely to be joyful to the end. There are cheerful skeptics in the world. For me, the Stoics are fools, but Stoicism tempers men, at least, while thy Christians bring sadness into the world, which in life is the same as rain in nature. Dost thou know what I have learned? That during the festivities which Tigellinus will arrange at the pond of Agrippa, there will be lupanaria, and in them women from the first houses of Rome. Will there be not even one sufficiently beautiful to console thee? There will be maidens, too, appearing in society for the first time, as nymphs. Such is our Roman Caesardom. The air is mild already, the midday breeze will warm the water and not bring pimples on naked bodies. And thou, Narcissus, know this, that there will not be one to refuse thee, not one, even though she be a Vestal virgin. Vinicius began to strike his head with his palm, like a man occupied eternally with one thought. I should need luck to find such a one. And who did this for thee, if not the Christians? But people whose standard is a cross cannot be different. Listen to me, Greece was beautiful, and created wisdom, we created power. And what, to thy thinking, can this teaching create? If thou know, explain, for, by Pollux, I cannot divine it. Thou art afraid, it seems, lest I become a Christian, said Vinicius, shrugging his shoulders. I am afraid that thou hast spoiled life for thyself. If thou canst not be a Grecian, be a Roman, possess and enjoy. Our madnesses have a certain sense, for there is in them a kind of thought of our own. I despise Bronzebeard, because he is a Greek buffoon. If he held himself a Roman, I should recognize that he was right in permitting himself madness. Promise me that if thou find some Christian on returning home, thou wilt show thy tongue to him. If he be Glaucus the physician, he will not wonder. Till we meet on the pond of Agrippa. Chapter 31. Praetorians surrounded the groves on the banks of the pond of Agrippa, lest overnumerous throngs of spectators might annoy Caesar and his guests. Though it was said that everything in Rome distinguished for wealth, beauty, or intellect was present at that feast, which had no equal in the history of the city. Tigellinus wished to recompense Caesar for the deferred journey to Achaia, to surpass all who had ever feasted Nero, and prove that no man could entertain as he could. With this object in view, while with Caesar in Naples, and later in Beneventum, he had made preparations and sent orders to bring from the remotest regions of the earth beasts, birds, rare fish, and plants, not omitting vessels and cloths, which were to enhance the splendor of the feast. The revenues of whole provinces went to satisfy mad projects, but the powerful favorite had no need to hesitate. His influence grew daily. Tigellinus was not dearer than others to Nero yet, perhaps, but he was becoming more and more indispensable. Petronius surpassed him infinitely in polish, intellect, wit. In conversation he knew better how to amuse Caesar, but to his misfortune he surpassed in conversation Caesar himself, hence he roused his jealousy. Moreover he could not be an obedient instrument in everything, and Caesar feared his opinion when there were questions in matters of taste. But before Tigellinus, Nero never felt any restraint. The very title, Arbiter Elegantiarum, which had been given to Petronius, annoyed Nero's vanity, for who had the right to bear that title but himself? Tigellinus had sense enough to know his own deficiencies. And seeing that he could not compete with Petronius, Lucan, or others distinguished by birth, talents, or learning, he resolved to extinguish them by the suppleness of his services. And above all by such a magnificence that the imagination of Nero himself would be struck by it. He had arranged to give the feast on a gigantic raft, framed of gilded timbers. The borders of this raft were decked with splendid shells found in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, shells brilliant with the colors of pearls and the rainbow. The banks of the pond were covered with groups of palm, with groves of lotus, and blooming roses. In the midst of these were hidden fountains of perfumed water, statues of gods and goddesses, and gold or silver cages filled with birds of various colors. In the center of the raft rose an immense tent, or rather, not to hide the feasters, only the roof of a tent, made of Syrian purple, resting on silver columns. Under it were gleaming, like suns, tables prepared for the guests, loaded with Alexandrian glass, crystal, and vessels simply beyond price, the plunder of Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor. The raft, which because of plants accumulated on it had the appearance of an island and a garden, was joined by cords of gold and purple to boats shaped like fish, swans, mews, and flamingos, in which sat at painted oars naked rowers of both sexes. With forms and features of marvelous beauty, their hair dressed in oriental fashion, or gathered in golden nets. When Nero arrived at the main raft with Poppaea and the Augustans, and sat beneath the purple tent roof, the oars struck the water, the boats moved, the golden cord stretched. And the raft with the feast and the guests began to move and describe circles on the pond. Other boats surrounded it, and other smaller rafts, filled with women playing on cithara and harps. Women whose rosy bodies on the blue background of the sky and the water and in the reflections from golden instruments seemed to absorb that blue and those reflections, and to change and bloom like flowers. From the groves at the banks, from fantastic buildings reared for that day and hidden among thickets, were heard music and song. The neighborhood resounded, the groves resounded, echoes bore around the voices of horns and trumpets. Caesar himself, with Poppaea on one side of him, and Pythagoras on the other, was amazed. And more especially when among the boats young slave maidens appeared as sirens, and were covered with green network in imitation of scales, he did not spare praises on Tigellinus. But he looked at Petronius from habit, wishing to learn the opinion of the arbiter, who seemed indifferent for a long time, and only when questioned outright, answered, "I judge, Lord, that 10,000 naked maidens make less impression than one." But the floating feast pleased Caesar, for it was something new. Besides, such exquisite dishes were served that the imagination of Apicius would have failed at sight of them, and wines of so many kinds that Otho, who used to serve 80, would have hidden under water with shame, could he have witnessed the luxury of that feast. Besides women, the Augustans sat down at the table, among whom Vinicius excelled all with his beauty. Formerly his figure and face indicated too clearly the soldier by profession. Now mental suffering and the physical pain through which he had passed had chiseled his features, as if the delicate hand of a master had passed over them. His complexion had lost its former swarthiness, but the yellowish gleam of Numidian marble remained on it. His eyes had grown larger and more pensive. His body had retained its former powerful outlines, as if created for armor. But above the body of a legionary was seen the head of a Grecian god, or at least of a refined patrician, at once subtle and splendid. Petronius, in saying that none of the ladies of Caesar's court would be able or willing to resist Vinicius, spoke like a man of experience. All gazed at him now, not excepting Poppaea, or the Vestal Virgin Rubria, whom Caesar wished to see at the feast. Wines, cooled in mountain snow, soon warmed the hearts and heads of the guests. Boats shaped as grasshoppers or butterflies shot forth from the bushes at the shore every moment. The blue surface of the pond seemed occupied by butterflies. Above the boats here and there flew doves, and other birds from India and Africa, fastened with silver and blue threads or strings. The sun had passed the greater part of the sky, but the day was warm and even hot, though in the beginning of May. The pond heaved from the strokes of oars, which beat the water in time with music, but in the air there was not the least breath of wind. The groves were motionless, as if lost in listening and in gazing at that which was happening on the water. The raft circled continually on the pond, bearing guests who were increasingly drunk and boisterous. The feast had not run half its course yet, when the order in which all sat at the table was observed no longer. Caesar gave the example, for, rising himself, he commanded Vinicius, who sat next to Rubria the Vestal, to move. Nero occupied the place, and began to whisper something in Rubria's ear. Vinicius found himself next to Poppaea, who extended her arm and begged him to fasten her loosened bracelet. When he did so, with hands trembling somewhat, she cast at him from beneath her long lashes a glance as it were of modesty, and shook her golden head as if in resistance. Meanwhile the sun, growing larger, ruddier, sank slowly behind the tops of the grove. The guests were for the greater part thoroughly intoxicated. The raft circled now nearer the shore, on which, among bunches of trees and flowers, were seen groups of people, disguised as fauns or satyrs, playing on flutes, bagpipes, and drums, with groups of maidens representing nymphs, dryads, and hamadryads. Darkness fell at last amid drunken shouts from the tent, shouts raised in honor of Luna. Meanwhile the groves were lighted with 1,000 lamps. From the lupanaria on the shores shone swarms of lights. On the terraces appeared new naked groups, formed of the wives and daughters of the first Roman houses. These with voice and unrestrained manner began to lure partners. The raft touched the shore at last. Caesar and the Augustans vanished in the groves, scattered in lupanaria, in tents hidden in thickets, in grottos artificially arranged among fountains and springs. Madness seized all, no one knew whither Caesar had gone. No one knew who was a senator, who a knight, who a dancer, who a musician. Satyrs and fauns fell to chasing nymphs with shouting. They struck lamps with thyrses to quench them. Darkness covered certain parts of the grove. Everywhere, however, laughter and shouts were heard, and whispers, and panting breaths. In fact Rome had not seen anything like that before. Vinicius was not drunk, as he had been at the feast in Nero's palace, when Lygia was present. But he was roused and intoxicated by the sight of everything done round about, and at last the fever of pleasure seized him. Rushing into the forest, he ran, with others, examining who of the dryads seemed most beautiful. New flocks of these raced around him every moment with shouts and with songs. These flocks were pursued by fauns, satyrs, senators, knights, and by sounds of music. Seeing at last a band of maidens led by one arrayed as Diana, he sprang to it, intending to examine the goddess more closely. All at once the heart sank in his bosom, for he thought that in that goddess, with the moon on her forehead, he recognized Lygia. They encircled him with a mad whirl, and, wishing evidently to incline him to follow, rushed away the next moment like a herd of deer. But he stood on the spot with beating heart, breathless. For though he saw that the Diana was not Lygia, and that at close sight she was not even like her, the too powerful impression deprived him of strength. Straightway he was seized by such yearning as he had never felt before, and love for Lygia rushed to his breast in a new, immense wave. Never had she seemed so dear, pure, and beloved as in that forest of madness and frenzied excess. A moment before, he himself wished to drink of that cup, and share in that shameless letting loose of the senses. Now disgust and repugnance possessed him. He felt that infamy was stifling him. That his breast needed air and the stars which were hidden by the thickets of that dreadful grove. He determined to flee. But barely had he moved when before him stood some veiled figure, which placed its hands on his shoulders and whispered, flooding his face with burning breath, "I love thee. Come. No one will see us, hasten. Vinicius was roused, as if from a dream. Who art thou? But she leaned her breast on him and insisted, hurry. See how lonely it is here, and I love thee. Come. Who art thou? Repeated Vinicius. Guess. As she said this, she pressed her lips to his through the veil, drawing toward her his head at the same time, till at last breath failed the woman and she tore her face from him. Night of love. Night of madness. Said she, catching the air quickly. Today is free. Thou hast me. But that kiss burned Vinicius, it filled him with disquiet. His soul and heart were elsewhere, in the whole world nothing existed for him except Lygia. So, pushing back the veiled figure, he said. Whoever thou be, I love another, I do not wish thee. Remove the veil, said she, lowering her head toward him. At that moment the leaves of the nearest myrtle began to rustle. The veiled woman vanished like a dream vision, but from a distance her laugh was heard, strange in some way, and ominous. Petronius stood before Vinicius. I have heard and seen, said he. Let us go from this place, replied Vinicius. And they went. They passed the lupanaria gleaming with light, the grove, the line of mounted praetorians, and found the litters. I will go with thee, said Petronius. They sat down together. On the road both were silent, and only in the atrium of Vinicius' house did Petronius ask, Dost thou know who that was? Was it Rubria? Asked Vinicius, repulsed at the very thought that Rubria was a Vestal. No. Who then? Petronius lowered his voice. The fire of Vesta was defiled, for Rubria was with Caesar. But with thee was speaking, and he finished in a still lower voice, the divine Augusta. A moment of silence followed. Caesar, said Petronius, was unable to hide from Poppaea his desire for Rubria, therefore she wished, perhaps, to avenge herself. But I hindered you both. Hadst thou recognized the Augusta and refused her, thou wouldst have been ruined beyond rescue, thou, Lygia, and I, perhaps. I have enough of Rome, Caesar, feasts, the Augusta, Tigellinus, and all of you, burst out Vinicius. I am stifling. I cannot live thus, I cannot. Dost understand me? Vinicius, thou art losing sense, judgment, moderation. I love only her in this world. What of that? This, that I wish no other love. I have no wish for your life, your feasts, your shamelessness, your crimes. What is taking place in thee? Art thou a Christian? The young man seized his head with both hands, and repeated, as if in despair, Not yet. Not yet. Chapter 32. Petronius went home shrugging his shoulders and greatly dissatisfied. It was evident to him that he and Vinicius had ceased to understand each other, that their souls had separated entirely. Once Petronius had immense influence over the young soldier. He had been for him a model in everything, and frequently a few ironical words of his sufficed to restrain Vinicius or urge him to something. At present there remained nothing of that. Such was the change that Petronius did not try his former methods. Feeling that his wit and irony would slip without effect along the new principles which love and contact with the uncomprehended society of Christians had put in the soul of Vinicius. The veteran skeptic understood that he had lost the key to that soul. This knowledge filled him with dissatisfaction and even with fear, which was heightened by the events of that night. If on the part of the Augusta it is not a passing whim but a more enduring desire, thought Petronius, one of two things will happen: either Vinicius will not resist her, and he may be ruined by any accident, or, what is like him today, he will resist, and in that event he will be ruined certainly, and perhaps I with him, even because I am his relative, and because the Augusta, having included a whole family in her hatred, will throw the weight of her influence on the side of Tigellinus. In this way and that it is bad. Petronius was a man of courage and felt no dread of death, but since he hoped nothing from it, he had no wish to invite it. After long meditation, he decided at last that it would be better and safer to send Vinicius from Rome on a journey. Ah! But if in addition he could give him Lygia for the road, he would do so with pleasure. But he hoped that it would not be too difficult to persuade him to the journey without her. He would spread a report on the Palatine then of Vinicius' illness, and remove danger as well from his nephew as himself. The Augusta did not know whether she was recognized by Vinicius. She might suppose that she was not, hence her vanity had not suffered much so far. But it might be different in the future, and it was necessary to avoid peril. Petronius wished to gain time, above all, for he understood that once Caesar set out for Achaea, Tigellinus, who comprehended nothing in the domain of art, would descend to the second place and lose his influence. In Greece Petronius was sure of victory over every opponent. Meanwhile he determined to watch over Vinicius, and urge him to the journey. For a number of days he was ever thinking over this, that if he obtained an edict from Caesar expelling the Christians from Rome, Lygia would leave it with the other confessors of Christ, and after her Vinicius too. Then there would be no need to persuade him. The thing itself was possible. In fact it was not so long since, when the Jews began disturbances out of hatred to the Christians, Claudius, unable to distinguish one from the other, expelled the Jews. Why should not Nero expel the Christians? There would be more room in Rome without them. After that floating feast, Petronius saw Nero daily, both on the Palatine and in other houses. To suggest such an idea was easy, for Nero never opposed suggestions which brought harm or ruin to any one. After mature decision Petronius framed a whole plan for himself. He would prepare a feast in his own house, and at this feast persuade Caesar to issue an edict. He had even a hope, which was not barren, that Caesar would confide the execution of the edict to him. He would send out Lygia with all the consideration proper to the mistress of Vinicius to Baiae, for instance, and let them love and amuse themselves there with Christianity as much as they liked. Meanwhile he visited Vinicius frequently, first, because he could not, despite all his Roman selfishness, rid himself of attachment to the young tribune, and second, because he wished to persuade him to the journey. Vinicius feigned sickness, and did not show himself on the Palatine, where new plans appeared every day. At last Petronius heard from Caesar's own lips that 3 days from then he would go to Antium without fail. Next morning he went straightway to inform Vinicius, who showed him a list of persons invited to Antium, which list one of Caesar's freedmen had brought him that morning. "My name is on it, so is thine," said he. "Thou wilt find the same at thy house on returning." "Were I not among the invited," replied Petronius, "it would mean that I must die. I do not expect that to happen before the journey to Achaea. I shall be too useful to Nero." "Barely have we come to Rome," said he, on looking at the list, "when we must leave again, and drag over the road to Antium. But we must go, for this is not merely an invitation, it is a command as well. And if someone would not obey? He would be invited in another style to go on a journey notably longer, one from which people do not return. What a pity that thou hast not obeyed my counsel and left Rome in season. Now thou must go to Antium." "I must go to Antium. See in what times we live and what vile slaves we are. Hast thou noticed that only today?" "No. But thou hast explained to me that Christian teaching is an enemy of life, since it shackles it. But can their shackles be stronger than those which we carry? Thou hast said, Greece created wisdom and beauty, and Rome power. Where is our power? Call Chilo and talk with him. I have no desire today to philosophize. By Hercules! I did not create these times, and I do not answer for them. Let us speak of Antium. Know that great danger is awaiting thee, and it would be better, perhaps, to measure strength with that Ursus who choked Croton than to go there, but still thou canst not refuse." Vinicius waved his hand carelessly, and said, "Danger. We are all wandering in the shadow of death, and every moment some head sinks in its darkness. Am I to enumerate all who had a little sense, and therefore, in spite of the times of Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, lived 80 and 90 years? Let even such a man as Domitius Afer serve thee as an example. He has grown old quietly, though all his life he has been a criminal and a villain. Perhaps for that very reason, answered Vinicius. Then he began to glance over the list and read, Tigellinus, Vatinius, Sextus Africanus, Aquilinus Regulus, Suilius Nerulinus, Eprius Marcellus, and so on. What an assembly of ruffians and scoundrels! And to say that they govern the world. Would it not become them better to exhibit an Egyptian or Syrian divinity through villages, jingle sistra, and earn their bread by telling fortunes or dancing? Or exhibiting learned monkeys, calculating dogs, or a flute-playing ass, added Petronius. That is true, but let us speak of something more important. Summon thy attention and listen. I have said on the Palatine that thou art ill, unable to leave the house, still thy name is on the list, which proves that someone does not credit my stories and has seen to this purposely. Nero cares nothing for the matter, since for him thou art a soldier, who has no conception of poetry or music, and with whom at the very highest he can talk only about races in the circus. So Poppaea must have seen to putting down thy name, which means that her desire for thee was not a passing whim, and that she wants to win thee. She is a daring Augusta. Indeed she is daring, for she may ruin herself beyond redemption. May Venus inspire her, however, with another love as soon as possible, but since she desires thee thou must observe the very greatest caution. She has begun to weary Bronzebeard already. He prefers Rubria now, or Pythagoras, but, through consideration of self, he would wreak the most horrible vengeance on us. In the grove I knew not that she was speaking to me, but thou wert listening. I said that I loved another, and did not wish her. Thou knowest that. I implore thee, by all the infernal gods, lose not the remnant of reason which the Christians have left in thee. How is it possible to hesitate, having a choice between probable and certain destruction? Have I not said already that if thou hadst wounded the Augusta's vanity, there would have been no rescue for thee? By Hades! If life has grown hateful to thee, better open thy veins at once, or cast thyself on a sword, for shouldst thou offend Poppaea, a less easy death may meet thee. It was easier once to converse with thee. What concerns thee specially? Would this affair cause thee loss, or hinder thee from loving thy Lygia? Remember, besides, that Poppaea saw her on the Palatine. It will not be difficult for her to guess why thou art rejecting such lofty favor, and she will get Lygia even from under the earth. Thou wilt ruin not only thyself, but Lygia too. Dost understand? Vinicius listened as if thinking of something else, and at last he said. I must see her. Who? Lygia? Lygia. Dost thou know where she is? No. Then thou wilt begin anew to search for her in old cemeteries and beyond the Tiber. I know not, but I must see her. Well, though she is a Christian, it may turn out that she has more judgment than thou, and it will certainly, unless she wishes thy ruin. Vinicius shrugged his shoulders. She saved me from the hands of Ursus. Then hurry, for Bronzebeard will not postpone his departure. Sentences of death may be issued in Antium also. But Vinicius did not hear. One thought alone occupied him, an interview with Lygia, hence he began to think over methods. Meanwhile something intervened which might set aside every difficulty. Chilo came to his house unexpectedly. He entered wretched and worn, with signs of hunger on his face and in rags. But the servants, who had the former command to admit him at all hours of the day or night, did not dare to detain him, so he went straight to the atrium, and standing before Vinicius said, May the gods give thee immortality, and share with thee dominion over the world. Vinicius at the first moment wished to give the order to throw him out of doors, but the thought came to him that the Greek perhaps knew something of Lygia, and curiosity overcame his disgust. Is that thou? Asked he. What has happened to thee? Evil, O son of Jove, answered Chilo. Real virtue is a ware for which no one inquires now, and a genuine sage must be glad of this even, that once in 5 days he has something with which to buy from the butcher a sheep's head, to gnaw in a garret, washing it down with his tears. Ah, Lord! What thou didst give me I paid a tractus for books, and afterward I was robbed and ruined. The slave who was to write down my wisdom fled, taking the remnant of what thy generosity bestowed on me. I am in misery, but I thought to myself, to whom can I go, if not to thee, O Serapis, whom I love and deify, for whom I have exposed my life? Why hast thou come, and what dost thou bring? I come for aid, O Baal, and I bring my misery, my tears, my love, and finally the information which through love for thee I have collected. Thou rememberest, Lord, I told thee once how I had given a slave of the divine Petronius one thread from the girdle of the Paphian Venus. I know now that it helped her, and thou, O descendant of the sun, who knowest what is happening in that house, knowest also what Eunice is there. I have another such thread. I have preserved it for thee, Lord. Here he stopped, on noticing the anger which was gathering on the brows of Vinicius, and said quickly, so as to anticipate the outburst. I know where the divine Lygia is living, I will show thee the street and the house. Vinicius repressed the emotion with which that news filled him, and said, Where is she? With Linus, the elder priest of the Christians. She is there with Ursus, who goes as before to the miller, a namesake of thy dispensator Demas. Yes, Demas. Ursus works in the night, so if thou surround the house at night, thou wilt not find him. Linus is old, and besides him there are only 2 aged women in the house. Whence dost thou know all this? Thou rememberest, Lord, that the Christians had me in their hands, and spared me. True, Glaucus was mistaken in thinking that I was the cause of his misfortunes, but he believed that I was, poor man, and he believes so yet. Still they spared me. Then be not astonished, Lord, that gratitude filled my heart. I am a man of former, of better times. This was my thought, am I to desert friends and benefactors? Would I not have been hard-hearted not to inquire about them, not to learn what was happening to them, how health was serving them, and where they were living? By the Pacinian Sibylle. I am not capable of such conduct. At first I was restrained by fear that they might interpret my wishes incorrectly. But the love which I bore them proved greater than my fear, and the ease with which they forgive every injustice lent me special courage. But above all I was thinking of thee, Lord. Our last attempt ended in defeat, but can such a son of fortune be reconciled with defeat? So I prepared victory for thee. The house stands apart. Thou mayst give command to thy slaves to surround it so that not a mouse could escape. My lord, on thee alone it depends to have that magnanimous king's daughter in thy house this very night. But should that happen, remember that the cause of it is the very poor and hungry son of my father. The blood rushed to Vinicius' head. Temptation shook all his being again. Yes, that was the method, and this time a certain one. Once he has Lygia in his house, who can take her? Once he makes Lygia his mistress, what will be left to her, unless to remain so forever? And let all religions perish. What will the Christians mean to him then, with their mercy and forbidding faith? Is it not time to shake himself free of all that? Is it not time to live as all live? What will Lygia do later, save to reconcile her fate with the religion which she professes? That, too, is a question of inferior significance. Those are matters devoid of importance. First of all, she will be his, and his this very day. And it is a question, too, whether that religion will hold out in her soul against the world which is new to her, against luxury, and excitements to which she must yield. All may happen today. He needs only to detain Chilo, and give an order at dark. And then delight without end. What has my life been, thought Vinicius, suffering, unsatisfied desire, and an endless propounding of problems without answer. In this way all will be cut short and ended. He recollected, it is true, that he had promised not to raise a hand against her. But by what had he sworn? Not by the gods, for he did not believe in them. Not by Christ, for he did not believe in him yet. Finally, if she feels injured, he will marry her, and thus repair the wrong. Yes, to that he feels bound, for to her he is indebted for life. Here he recalled the day in which with Croton he had attacked her retreat, he remembered the Lygian's fist raised above him, and all that had happened later. He saw her again bent over his couch, dressed in the garb of a slave, beautiful as a divinity, a benefactress kind and glorified. His eyes passed to the lararium unconsciously, and to the little cross which she left him before going. Will he pay for all that by a new attack? Will he drag her by the hair as a slave to his cubiculum? And how will he be able to do so, since he not only desires but loves her, and he loves her specially because she is as she is? All at once he felt that it was not enough for him to have her in the house, it was not enough to seize her in his arms by superior force, he felt that his love needed something more, her consent, her loves and her soul. Blessed that roof, if she come under it willingly, blessed the moment, blessed the day, blessed his life. Then the happiness of both will be as inexhaustible as the ocean, as the sun. But to seize her by violence would be to destroy that happiness forever, and at the same time to destroy and defile that which is most precious and alone beloved in life. Terror seized him now at the very thought of this. He glanced at Chilo, who, while watching him, pushed his hands under his rags and scratched himself uneasily. That instant, disgust unspeakable took possession of Vinicius, and a wish to trample that former assistant of his, as he would a foul worm or venomous serpent. In an instant he knew what to do. But knowing no measure in anything, and following the impulse of his stern Roman nature, he turned toward Chilo and said, I will not do what thou advisest, but, lest thou go without just reward, I will command to give thee 300 stripes in the domestic prison. Chilo grew pale. There was so much cold resolution in the beautiful face of Vinicius that he could not deceive himself for a moment with the hope that the promised reward was no more than a cruel jest. Hence he threw himself on his knees in one instant, and bending double began to groan in a broken voice, How, O King of Persia? Why, O Pyramid of Kindness? Colossus of Mercy? For what? I am old, hungry, unfortunate, I have served thee, dost thou repay in this manner? As thou didst the Christians, said Vinicius. And he called the dispensator. But Chilo sprang toward his feet, and, embracing them convulsively, talked, while his face was covered with deathly pallor, O Lord, O Lord! I am old. 50, not 300 stripes. 50 are enough. 100, not 300. Oh, mercy, mercy! Vinicius thrust him away with his foot, and gave the order. In the twinkle of an eye 2 powerful quadi followed the dispensator, and, seizing Chilo by the remnant of his hair, tied his own rags around his neck and dragged him to the prison. In the name of Christ! Called the Greek, at the exit of the corridor. Vinicius was left alone. The order just issued roused and enlivened him. He endeavored to collect his scattered thoughts, and bring them to order. He felt great relief, and the victory which he had gained over himself filled him with comfort. He thought that he had made some great approach toward Lygia, and that some high reward should be given him. At the first moment it did not even occur to him that he had done a grievous wrong to Chilo, and had him flogged for the very acts for which he had rewarded him previously. He was too much of a Roman yet to be pained by another man's suffering, and to occupy his attention with one wretched Greek. Had he even thought of Chilo's suffering he would have considered that he had acted properly in giving command to punish such a villain. But he was thinking of Lygia, and said to her, I will not pay thee with evil for good. And when thou shalt learn how I acted with him who strove to persuade me to raise hands against thee, thou wilt be grateful. But here he stopped at this thought, would Lygia praise his treatment of Chilo? The religion which she professes commands forgiveness, nay, the Christians forgave the villain, though they had greater reasons for revenge. Then for the first time was heard in his soul the cry, in the name of Christ. He remembered then that Chilo had ransomed himself from the hands of Ursus with such a cry, and he determined to remit the remainder of the punishment. With that object he was going to summon the dispensator, when that person stood before him, and said, Lord, the old man has fainted, and perhaps he is dead. Am I to command further flogging? Revive him and bring him before me. The chief of the atrium vanished behind the curtain, but the revival could not have been easy, for Vinicius waited a long time and was growing impatient, when the slaves brought in Chilo, and disappeared at a signal. Chilo was as pale as linen, and down his legs threads of blood were flowing to the mosaic pavement of the atrium. He was conscious, however, and, falling on his knees, began to speak, with extended hands, "Thanks to thee, Lord. Thou art great and merciful." "Dog," said Vinicius, "know that I forgave thee because of that Christ to whom I owe my own life. O Lord, I will serve him and thee. Be silent and listen. Rise. Thou wilt go and show me the house in which Lygia dwells." Chilo sprang up, but he was barely on his feet when he grew more deathly pale yet, and said in a failing voice, "Lord, I am really hungry, I will go, Lord, I will go. But I have not the strength. Command to give me even remnants from the plate of thy dog, and I will go." Vinicius commanded to give him food, a piece of gold, and a mantle. But Chilo, weakened by stripes and hunger, could not go to take food, though terror raised the hair on his head, lest Vinicius might mistake his weakness for stubbornness and command to flog him anew. "Only let wine warm me," repeated he, with chattering teeth, "I shall be able to go at once, even to Magna Graecia." He regained some strength after a time, and they went out. The way was long, for, like the majority of Christians, Linus dwelt in the Trans-Tiber, and not far from Miriam. At last Chilo showed Vinicius a small house, standing apart, surrounded by a wall covered entirely with ivy, and said, "Here it is, Lord." "Well," said Vinicius, "go thy way now, but listen first to what I tell thee. Forget that thou hast served me, forget where Miriam, Peter, and Glaucus dwell, forget also this house, and all Christians. Thou wilt come every month to my house, where Demas, my freedman, will pay thee 2 pieces of gold. But shouldst thou spy further after Christians, I will have thee flogged, or delivered into the hands of the prefect of the city." Chilo bowed down, and said, "I will forget." But when Vinicius vanished beyond the corner of the street, he stretched his hands after him, and, threatening with his fists, exclaimed, "By 8 and the Furies! I will not forget." Then he grew faint again. Chapter 33. Vinicius went directly to the house in which Miriam lived. Before the gate he met Nazarius, who was confused at sight of him, but greeting the lad cordially, he asked to be conducted to his mother's lodgings. Besides Miriam, Vinicius found Peter, Glaucus, Crispus, and Paul of Tarsus, who had returned recently from Fregellae. At sight of the young tribune, astonishment was reflected on all faces. But he said, "I greet you in the name of Christ, whom ye honor." "May his name be glorified forever," answered they. "I have seen your virtue and experienced your kindness, hence I come as a friend." "And we greet thee as a friend," answered Peter. "Sit down, Lord, and partake of our refreshment, as a guest." "I will sit down and share your repast, but first listen to me, thou Peter, and thou Paul of Tarsus, so that ye may know my sincerity. I know where Lygia is. I have returned from before the house of Linus, which is near this dwelling. I have a right to her given me by Caesar. I have at my houses in the city nearly 500 slaves. I might surround her hiding place and seize her. Still I have not done so, and will not. For this reason the blessing of the Lord will be upon thee, and thy heart will be purified," said Peter. "I thank thee. But listen to me further, I have not done so, though I am living in suffering and sadness. Before I knew you, I should have taken her undoubtedly, and held her by force. But your virtue and your religion, though I do not profess it, have changed something in my soul, so that I do not venture on violence. I know not myself why this is so, but it is so. Hence I come to you, for ye take the place of Lygia's father and mother, and I say to you, give her to me as wife, and I swear that not only will I not forbid her to confess Christ, but I will begin myself to learn his religion." He spoke with head erect and decisively, but still he was moved, and his legs trembled beneath his mantle. When silence followed his words, he continued, as if wishing to anticipate an unfavorable answer. "I know what obstacles exist, but I love her as my own eyes, and though I am not a Christian yet, I am neither your enemy nor Christ's. I wish to be sincere, so that you may trust me. At this moment it is a question of life with me, still I tell you the truth. Another might say, baptize me, I say, enlighten me. I believe that Christ rose from the dead, for people say so who love the truth, and who saw him after death. I believe, for I have seen myself, that your religion produces virtue, justice, and mercy, not crime, which is laid to your charge. I have not known your religion much so far. A little from you, a little from your works, a little from Lygia, a little from conversations with you. Still I repeat that it has made some change in me. Formerly I held my servants with an iron hand. I cannot do so now. I knew no pity, I know it now. I was fond of pleasure, the other night I fled from the pond of Agrippa, for the breath was taken from me through disgust. Formerly I believed in superior force, now I have abandoned it. Know ye that I do not recognize myself. I am disgusted by feasts, wine, singing, cithary, garlands, the court of Caesar, naked bodies, and every crime. When I think that Lygia is like snow in the mountains, I love her the more. And when I think that she is what she is through your religion, I love and desire that religion. But since I understand it not, since I know not whether I shall be able to live according to it, nor whether my nature can endure it, I am in uncertainty and suffering, as if I were in prison. Here his brows met in wrinkle of pain, and a flush appeared on his cheeks, after that he spoke on with growing haste and greater emotion. As ye see, I am tortured from love and uncertainty. Men tell me that in your religion there is no place for life, or human joy, or happiness, or law, or order, or authority, or Roman dominion. Is this true? Men tell me that ye are madmen, but tell me yourselves what ye bring. Is it a sin to love, a sin to feel joy, a sin to want happiness? Are ye enemies of life? Must a Christian be wretched? Must I renounce Lygia? What is truth in your view? Your deeds and words are like transparent water, but what is under that water? Ye see that I am sincere. Scatter the darkness. Men say this to me also, Greece created beauty and wisdom, Rome created power, but they, what do they bring? Tell, then, what ye bring. If there is brightness beyond your doors, open them. We bring love, said Peter. And Paul of Tarsus added, if I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am become sounding brass. But the heart of the old apostle was stirred by that soul in suffering, which, like a bird in a cage, was struggling toward air and the sun, hence, stretching his hand to Vinicius, he said, Whoso knocketh, to him will be opened. The favor and grace of God is upon thee, for this reason I bless thee, thy soul and thy love, in the name of the Redeemer of mankind. Vinicius, who had spoken with enthusiasm already, sprang toward Peter on hearing this blessing, and an uncommon thing happened. That descendant of Quirites, who till recently had not recognized humanity in a foreigner, seized the hand of the old Galilean, and pressed it in gratitude to his lips. Peter was pleased. For he understood that his sowing had fallen on an additional field, that his fishing net had gathered in a new soul. Those present, not less pleased by that evident expression of honor for the apostle of God, exclaimed in one voice, Praise to the Lord in the highest. Vinicius rose with a radiant face, and began, I see that happiness may dwell among you, for I feel happy, and I think that ye can convince me of other things in the same way. But I will add that this cannot happen in Rome. Caesar is going to Antioch and I must go with him, for I have the order. Ye know that not to obey is death. But if I have found favor in your eyes, go with me to teach your truth. It will be safer for you than for me. Even in that great throng of people, ye can announce your truth in the very court of Caesar. They say that act is a Christian. And there are Christians among praetorians even, for I myself have seen soldiers kneeling before thee, Peter, at the Nomentan gate. In Antioch I have a villa where we shall assemble to hear your teaching, at the side of Nero. Glaucus told me that ye are ready to go to the end of the earth for one soul, so do for me what ye have done for those for whose sake ye have come from Judea, do it, and desert not my soul. Hearing this, they began to take counsel, thinking with delight of the victory of their religion, and of the significance for the pagan world which the conversion of an Augustine, and a descendant of one of the oldest Roman families, would have. They were ready, indeed, to wander to the end of the earth for one human soul, and since the death of the Master they had, in fact, done nothing else, hence a negative answer did not even come to their minds. Peter was at that moment the pastor of a whole multitude, hence he could not go. But Paul of Tarsus, who had been in Aricium and Phrygia not long before, and who was preparing for a long journey to the east to visit churches there and freshen them with a new spirit of zeal, consented to accompany the young tribune to Antium. It was easy to find a ship there going to Grecian waters. Vinicius, though sad because Peter, to whom he owed so much, could not visit Antium, thanked him with gratitude, and then turned to the old apostle with his last request, knowing Lygia's dwelling, said he, I might have gone to her and asked, as is proper, whether she would take me as husband should my soul become Christian, but I prefer to ask thee, O apostle. Permit me to see her, or take me thyself to her. I know not how long I shall be in Antium, and remember that near Caesar no one is sure of tomorrow. Petronius himself told me that I should not be altogether safe there. Let me see her before I go. Let me delight my eyes with her, and let me ask her if she will forget my evil and return good. Peter smiled kindly and said, But who could refuse thee a proper joy, my son? Vinicius stooped again to Peter's hands, for he could not in any way restrain his overflowing heart. The apostle took him by the temples and said, Have no fear of Caesar, for I tell thee that a hair will not fall from thy head. He sent Miriam for Lygia, telling her not to say who was with them, so as to give the maiden more delight. It was not far, so after a short time those in the chamber saw among the myrtles of the garden Miriam leading Lygia by the hand. Vinicius wished to run forth to meet her. But at sight of that beloved form happiness took his strength, and he stood with beating heart, breathless, barely able to keep his feet. 100 times more excited than when for the first time in life he heard the Parthian arrows whizzing round his head. She ran in, unsuspecting, but at sight of him she halted as if fixed to the earth. Her face flushed, and then became very pale, she looked with astonished and frightened eyes on those present. But round about she saw clear glances, full of kindness. The apostle Peter approached her and asked, Lygia, dost thou love him as ever? A moment of silence followed. Her lips began to quiver like those of a child who is preparing to cry, who feels that it is guilty, but sees that it must confess the guilt. Answer, said the apostle. Then, with humility, obedience, and fear in her voice, she whispered, kneeling at the knees of Peter, I do. In one moment Vinicius knelt at her side. Peter placed his hands on their heads, and said, Love each other in the Lord and to his glory, for there is no sin in your love. Chapter 34. While walking with Lygia through the garden, Vinicius described briefly, in words from the depth of his heart, that which a short time before he had confessed to the apostles, that is, the alarm of his soul. The changes which had taken place in him, and, finally, that immense yearning which had veiled life from him, beginning with the hour when he left Miriam's dwelling. He confessed to Lygia that he had tried to forget her, but was not able. He thought whole days and nights of her. That little cross of boxwood twigs which she had left reminded him of her, that cross, which he had placed in the lararium and revered involuntarily as something divine. And he yearned more and more every moment, for love was stronger than he, and had seized his soul altogether, even when he was at the house of Aulus. The Parsi weaved the thread of life for others. But love, yearning, and melancholy had woven it for him. His acts had been evil, but they had their origin in love. He had loved her when she was in the house of Aulus, when she was on the Palatine, when he saw her in Ostrianum listening to Peter's words, when he went with Croton to carry her away, when she watched at his bedside, and when she deserted him. Then came Chilo, who discovered her dwelling, and advised him to seize her a second time, but he chose to punish Chilo, and go to the apostles to ask for truth and for her. And blessed be that moment in which such a thought came to his head, for now he is at her side, and she will not flee from him, as the last time she fled from the house of Miriam. I did not flee from thee, said Lygia. Then why didst thou go? She raised her iris-colored eyes to him, and, bending her blushing face, said, Thou knowest. Vinicius was silent for a moment from excess of happiness, and began again to speak, as his eyes were opened gradually to this. That she was different utterly from Roman women, and resembled Pomponia alone. Besides, he could not explain this to her clearly, for he could not define his feeling, that beauty of a new kind altogether was coming to the world in her, such beauty as had not been in it thus far. Beauty which is not merely a statue, but a spirit. He told her something, however, which filled her with delight, that he loved her just because she had fled from him, and that she would be sacred to him at his hearth. Then, seizing her hand, he could not continue, he merely gazed on her with rapture as on his life's happiness which he had won, and repeated her name, as if to assure himself that he had found her and was near her. Oh, Lygia, Lygia! At last he inquired what had taken place in her mind, and she confessed that she had loved him while in the house of Aulus. And that if he had taken her back to them from the Palatine she would have told them of her love and tried to soften their anger against him. I swear to thee, said Vinicius, that it had not even risen in my mind to take thee from Aulus. Petronius will tell thee sometime that I told him then how I loved and wished to marry thee. Let her anoint my door with wolf fat, and let her sit at my hearth, said I to him. But he ridiculed me, and gave Caesar the idea of demanding thee as a hostage and giving thee to me. How often in my sorrow have I cursed him! But perhaps fate ordained thus, for otherwise I should not have known the Christians, and should not have understood thee. Believe me, Marcus, replied Lygia, it was Christ who led thee to himself by design. Vinicius raised his head with a certain astonishment. True, answered he, with animation. Everything fixed itself so marvelously that in seeking thee I met the Christians. In Austrianum I listened to the apostle with wonder, for I had never heard such words. And there thou didst pray for me? I did, answered Lygia. They passed near the summer house covered with thick ivy, and approached the place where Ursus, after stifling Croton, threw himself upon Vinicius. Here, said the young man, I should have perished but for thee. Do not mention that, answered Lygia, and do not speak of it to Ursus. Could I be revenged on him for defending thee? Had he been a slave, I should have given him freedom straightway. Had he been a slave, Aulus would have freed him long ago. Dost thou remember, asked Vinicius, that I wished to take thee back to Aulus, but the answer was, that Caesar might hear of it and take revenge on Aulus and Pomponia? Think of this, thou mayst see them now as often as thou wishest. How, Marcus? I say, now, and I think that thou wilt be able to see them without danger, when thou art mine. For should Caesar hear of this, and ask what I did with the hostage whom he gave me, I should say, I married her, and she visits the house of Aulus with my consent. He will not remain long in Antium, for he wishes to go to Achaia. And even should he remain, I shall not need to see him daily. When Paul of Tarsus teaches me your faith, I will receive baptism at once, I will come here, gain the friendship of Aulus and Pomponia, who will return to the city by that time, and there will be no further hindrance, I will seat thee at my hearth. Oh, Carissima! Carissima! And he stretched forth his hand, as if taking heaven as witness of his love, and Lygia, raising her clear eyes to him, said. And then I shall say, wherever thou art, Caius, there am I, Caia. No, Lygia, cried Vinicius, I swear to thee that never has woman been so honored in the house of her husband as thou shalt be in mine. For a time they walked on in silence, without being able to take in with their breasts their happiness, in love with each other, like two deities, and as beautiful as if spring had given them to the world with the flowers. They halted at last under the cypress growing near the entrance of the house. Lygia leaned against his breast, and Vinicius began to entreat again with a trembling voice, Tell Ursus to go to the house of Aulus for thy furniture and playthings of childhood. But she, blushing like a rose or like the dawn, answered, Custom commands otherwise. I know that. The pronuba, the matron who accompanies the bride and explains to her the duties of a wife, usually brings them behind the bride, but do this for me. I will take them to my villa in Antium, and they will remind me of thee. Here he placed his hands together and repeated, like a child who is begging for something, it will be some days before Pomponia returns, so do this, diva, do this, carissima. But Pomponia will do as she likes, answered Lygia, blushing still more deeply at mention of the pronuba. And again they were silent, for love had begun to stop the breath in their breasts. Lygia stood with shoulders leaning against the cypress, her face whitening in the shadow, like a flower, her eyes drooping, her bosom heaving with more and more life. Vinicius changed in the face, and grew pale. In the silence of the afternoon they only heard the beating of their hearts, and in their mutual ecstasy that cypress, the myrtle bushes, and the ivy of the summer house became for them a paradise of love. But Miriam appeared in the door, and invited them to the afternoon meal. They sat down then with the apostles, who gazed at them with pleasure, as on the young generation which after their death would preserve and sow still further the seed of the new faith. Peter broke and blessed bread. There was calm on all faces, and a certain immense happiness seemed to overflow the whole house. See, said Paul at last, turning to Vinicius, are we enemies of life and happiness? I know how that is, answered Vinicius, for never have I been so happy as among you. Chapter 35. On the evening of that day Vinicius, while returning home through the Forum, saw at the entrance to the Vicus Tuscus the gilded litter of Petronius, carried by 8 stalwart Bithynians, and, stopping it with a sign of his hand, he approached the curtains. Thou hast had a pleasant dream, I trust, and a happy one, cried he, laughing at sight of the slumbering Petronius. Oh, is it thou? Said Petronius, waking up. Yes, I dropped asleep for a moment, as I passed the night at the Palatine. I have come out to buy something to read on the road to Antium. What is the news? Art thou visiting the bookshops? Inquired Vinicius. Yes, I do not like to bring disorder into my library, so I am collecting a special supply for the journey. It is likely that some new things of Musonius and Seneca have come out. I am looking also for Persius, and a certain edition of the Eclogues of Virgilius, which I do not possess. Oh, how tired I am, and how my hands ache from covers and rings. For when a man is once in a bookshop curiosity seizes him to look here and there. I was at the shop of Avernus, and at that of Atractus on the Argiletum, and with the Sozii on Vicus Sandalarius. By Castor. How I want to sleep. Thou wert on the Palatine. Then I would ask thee what is it to be heard there. Or, knowest what, send home the litter and the tubes with books, and come to my house. We will talk of Antium, and of something else. That is well, answered Petronius, coming out of the litter. Thou must know, besides, that we start for Antium the day after tomorrow. Whence should I know that? In what world art thou living? Well, I shall be the first to announce the news to thee. Yes, be ready for the day after tomorrow in the morning. Peas and olive oil have not helped, a cloth around his thick neck has not helped, and Bronzebeard is hoarse. In view of this, delay is not to be mentioned. He curses Rome and its atmosphere, with what the world stands on, he would be glad to level it to the earth or to destroy it with fire, and he longs for the sea at the earliest. He says that the smells which the wind brings from the narrow streets are driving him into the grave. Today great sacrifices were offered in all the temples to restore his voice. And woe to Rome, but especially to the Senate, should it not return quickly. Then there would be no reason for his visit to Achaia. But is that the only talent possessed by our divine Caesar? Asked Petronius, smiling. He would appear in the Olympic Games, as a poet, with his Burning of Troy, as a charioteer, as a musician, as an athlete, nay, even as a dancer, and would receive in every case all the crowns intended for victors. Dost know why that monkey grew hoarse? Yesterday he wanted to equal our Paris in dancing, and danced for us the adventures of Leda, during which he sweated and caught cold. He was as wet and slippery as an eel freshly taken from water. He changed masks one after another, whirled like a spindle, waved his hands like a drunken sailor, till disgust seized me while looking at that great stomach and those slim legs. Paris taught him during 2 weeks. But imagine to thyself Ahenobarbus as Leda or as the divine swan. That was a swan, there is no use in denying it. But he wants to appear before the public in that pantomime, first in Antium, and then in Rome. People are offended already because he sang in public, but to think that a Roman Caesar will appear as a mime. No, even Rome will not endure that. My dear friend, Rome will endure anything. The Senate will pass a vote of thanks to the father of his country. And the rabble will be elated because Caesar is its buffoon. Say thyself, is it possible to be more debased? Petronius shrugged his shoulders. Thou art living by thyself at home, and meditating, now about Lygia, now about Christians, so thou knowest not, perhaps, what happened 2 days since. Nero married, in public, Pythagoras, who appeared as a bride. That passed the measure of madness, it would seem, would it not? And what wilt thou say? The Flamens, who were summoned, came and performed the ceremony with solemnity. I was present. I can endure much. Still I thought, I confess, that the gods, if there be any, should give a sign. But Caesar does not believe in the gods, and he is right. So he is in one person chief priest, a god, and an atheist, said Vinicius. True, said Petronius, beginning to laugh. That had not entered my head, but the combination is such as the world has not seen. Then, stopping a moment, he said, one should add that this chief priest who does not believe in the gods, and this god who reviles the gods, fears them in his character of atheist. The proof of this is what happened in the temple of Vesta. What a society! As the society is, so is Caesar. But this will not last long. Thus conversing, they entered the house of Vinicius, who called for supper joyously. Then, turning to Petronius he said, No, my dear, society must be renewed. We shall not renew it, answered Petronius, even for the reason that in Nero's time man is like a butterfly, he lives in the sunshine of favor, and at the first cold wind he perishes, even against his will. By the son of Maia. More than once have I given myself this question, by what miracle has such a man as Lucius Saturninus been able to reach the age of 93, to survive Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius? But never mind. Wilt thou permit me to send thy litter for Eunice? My wish to sleep has gone, somehow, and I should like to be joyous. Give command to cithara players to come to the supper, and afterward we will talk of Antium. It is needful to think of it, especially for thee. Vinicius gave the order to send for Eunice, but declared that he had no thought of breaking his head over the stay in Antium. Let those break their heads who cannot live otherwise than in the rays of Caesar's favor. The world does not end on the Palatine, especially for those who have something else in their hearts and souls. He said this so carelessly and with such animation and gladness that his whole manner struck Petronius. Hence, looking for a time at him, he asked, What is taking place in thee? Thou art today as thou wert when wearing the golden bulla on thy neck. I am happy, answered Vinicius. I have invited thee purposely to tell thee so. What has happened? Something which I would not give for the Roman Empire. Then he sat down, and, leaning on the arm of the chair, rested his head on his hand, and asked, Dost remember how we were at the house of Aulus Plautius? And there thou didst see for the first time the godlike maiden called by thee the dawn and the spring? Dost remember that Psyche, that incomparable, that one more beautiful than our maidens and our goddesses? Petronius looked at him with astonishment, as if he wished to make sure that his head was right. Of whom art thou speaking? Asked he at last. Evidently I remember Lygia. I am her betrothed. What? But Vinicius sprang up and called his dispensator. Let the slave stand before me to the last soul, quickly. Art thou her betrothed? Repeated Petronius. But before he recovered from his astonishment the immense atrium was swarming with people. Panting old men ran in, men in the vigor of life, women, boys, and girls. With each moment the atrium was filled more and more. In corridors, called fosses, voices were heard calling in various languages. Finally, all took their places in rows at the walls and among the columns. Vinicius, standing near the impluvium, turned to Demas, the freedman, and said, "Those who have served 20 years in my house are to appear tomorrow before the praetor, where they will receive freedom. Those who have not served out the time will receive 3 pieces of gold and double rations for a week. Send an order to the village prisons to remit punishment, strike the fetters from people's feet, and feed them sufficiently. Know that a happy day has come to me, and I wish rejoicing in the house." For a moment they stood in silence, as if not believing their ears, then all hands were raised at once, and all mouths cried, "Aa! Lord! Aa!" Vinicius dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Though they desired to thank him and to fall at his feet, they went away hurriedly, filling the house with happiness from cellar to roof. "Tomorrow," said Vinicius, "I will command them to meet again in the garden, and to make such signs on the ground as they choose. Lygia will free those who draw a fish." Petronius, who never wondered long at anything, had grown indifferent, and asked, "A fish, is it?" "Ah, ha! According to Chilo, that is the sign of a Christian, I remember." Then he extended his hand to Vinicius, and said, "Happiness is always where a man sees it. May Flora strew flowers under thy feet for long years. I wish thee everything which thou wishest thyself. I thank thee, for I thought that thou wouldst dissuade me, and that, as thou sayest, would be time lost." "I dissuade? By no means. On the contrary, I tell thee that thou art doing well." "Ha, traitor," answered Vinicius, joyfully. "Hast forgotten what thou didst tell me once when we were leaving the house of Pomponia Graecina?" "No," answered Petronius, with cool blood, "but I have changed my opinion." "My dear," added he after a while, "in Rome everything changes. Husbands change wives, wives change husbands, why should not I change opinions? It lacked little of Nero's marrying act, whom for his sake they represented as the descendant of a kingly line. Well, he would have had an honest wife, and we an honest Augusta. By Proteus and his barren spaces in the sea. I shall change my opinion as often as I find it appropriate or profitable. As to Lygia, her royal descent is more certain than acts. But in Antium be on thy guard against Poppaea, who is revengeful. I do not think of doing so. A hair will not fall from my head in Antium. If thou think to astonish me a second time, thou art mistaken, but whence hast thou that certainty? The Apostle Peter told me so." "Ah, the Apostle Peter told thee. Against that there is no argument. Permit me, however, to take certain measures of precaution even to this end, that the Apostle Peter may not turn out a false prophet. For, should the Apostle be mistaken, perchance he might lose thy confidence, which certainly will be of use to him in the future. Do what may please thee, but I believe him. And if thou think to turn me against him by repeating his name with irony, thou art mistaken. But one question more. Hast thou become a Christian?" "Not yet. But Paul of Tarsus will travel with me to explain the teachings of Christ, and afterward I will receive baptism, for thy statement that they are enemies of life and pleasantness is not true." "All the better for thee and Lygia," answered Petronius. Then, shrugging his shoulders, he said, as if to himself, "But it is astonishing how skilled those people are in gaining adherents, and how that sect is extending." "Yes," answered Vinicius, with as much warmth as if he had been baptized already. "There are thousands and tens of thousands of them in Rome, in the cities of Italy, in Greece and Asia. There are Christians among the legions and among the praetorians, they are in the palace of Caesar itself. Slaves and citizens, poor and rich, plebeian and patrician, confess that faith. Dost thou know that the Cornelii are Christians, that Pomponia Graecina is a Christian, that likely Octavia was, and Act is? Yes, that teaching will embrace the world, and it alone is able to renew it. Do not shrug thy shoulders, for who knows whether in a month or a year thou wilt not receive it thyself. I, said Petronius. No, by the son of Leto. I will not receive it, even if the truth and wisdom of gods and men were contained in it. That would require labor, and I have no fondness for labor. Labor demands self-denial, and I will not deny myself anything. With thy nature, which is like fire and boiling water, something like this may happen any time. But I have my gems, my cameos, my vases, my Eunice. I do not believe in Olympus, but I arrange it on earth for myself. And I shall flourish till the arrows of the divine archer pierce me, or till Caesar commands me to open my veins. I love the odor of violets too much, and a comfortable triclinium. I love even our gods, as rhetorical figures, and Achaea, to which I am preparing to go with our fat, thin-legged, incomparable, godlike Caesar, the august period compelling Hercules, Nero. Then he was joyous at the very supposition that he could accept the teaching of Galilean fishermen, and began to sing in an undertone. I will entwine my bright sword in myrtle, after the example of Harmodius and Aristogiton. But he stopped, for the arrival of Eunice was announced. Immediately after her coming supper was served, during which songs were sung by the cithara players. Vinicius told of Chilo's visit, and also how that visit had given the idea of going to the apostles directly, an idea which came to him while they were flogging Chilo. At mention of this, Petronius, who began to be drowsy, placed his hand on his forehead, and said, the thought was good, since the object was good. But as to Chilo, I should have given him 5 pieces of gold. But as it was thy will to flog him, it was better to flog him, for who knows but in time senators will bow to him, as today they are bowing to our cobbler knight, Petronius. Good night. And, removing his wreath, he, with Eunice, prepared for home. When they had gone, Vinicius went to his library and wrote to Lygia as follows. When thou openest thy beautiful eyes, I wish this letter to say good day to thee. Hence I write now, though I shall see thee tomorrow. Caesar will go to Antium after tomorrow, and I, Eheu, must go with him. I have told thee already that not to obey would be to risk life, and at present I could not find courage to die. But if thou wish me not to go, write one word, and I will stay. Petronius will turn away danger from me with a speech. Today, in the hour of my delight, I gave rewards to all my slaves, those who have served in the house 20 years I shall take to the praetor tomorrow and free. Thou, my dear, shouldst praise me, since this act as I think will be in accord with that mild religion of thine. Secondly, I do this for thy sake. They are to thank thee for their freedom. I shall tell them so tomorrow, so that they may be grateful to thee and praise thy name. I give myself in bondage to happiness and thee. God grant that I never see liberation. May Antium be cursed, and the journey of Ahenobarbus. Thrice and 4 times happy am I in not being so wise as Petronius. If I were, I should be forced to go to Greece perhaps. Meanwhile the moment of separation will sweeten my memory of thee. Whenever I can tear myself away, I shall sit on a horse, and rush back to Rome, to gladden my eyes with sight of thee, and my ears with thy voice. When I cannot come I shall send a slave with a letter, and an inquiry about thee. I salute thee, divine one, and embrace thy feet. Be not angry that I call thee divine. If thou forbid, I shall obey, but today I cannot call thee otherwise. I congratulate thee on thy future house with my whole soul. Chapter 36. It was known in Rome that Caesar wished to see Ostia on the journey, or rather the largest ship in the world, which had brought wheat recently from Alexandria, and from Ostia to go by the Via Literalis to Antium. Orders had been given a number of days earlier. Hence at the Porta Ostiensis, from early morning, crowds made up of the local rabble and of all nations of the earth had collected to feast their eyes with the sight of Caesar's retinue, on which the Roman population could never gaze sufficiently. The road to Antium was neither difficult nor long. In the place itself, which was composed of palaces and villas built and furnished in a lordly manner, it was possible to find everything demanded by comfort, and even the most exquisite luxury of the period. Caesar had the habit, however, of taking with him on a journey every object in which he found delight, beginning with musical instruments and domestic furniture, and ending with statues and mosaics, which were taken even when he wished to remain on the road merely a short time for rest or recreation. He was accompanied, therefore, on every expedition by whole legions of servants, without reckoning divisions of Praetorian guards, and Augustans. Of the latter each had a personal retinue of slaves. Early on the morning of that day herdsmen from the Campania, with sunburnt faces, wearing goat skins on their legs, drove forth 500 she-asses through the gates, so that Poppaea on the morrow of her arrival at Antium might have her bath in their milk. The rabble gazed with delight and ridicule at the long ears swaying amid clouds of dust, and listened with pleasure to the whistling of whips and the wild shouts of the herdsmen. After the asses had gone by, crowds of youth rushed forth, swept the road carefully, and covered it with flowers and needles from pine trees. In the crowds people whispered to each other, with a certain feeling of pride, that the whole road to Antium would be strewn in that way with flowers taken from private gardens round about, or bought at high prices from dealers at the Porta Mugionis. As the morning hours passed, the throng increased every moment. Some had brought their whole families, and, lest the time might seem tedious, they spread provisions on stones intended for the new temple of Ceres, and ate their prandium beneath the open sky. Here and there were groups, in which the lead was taken by persons who had traveled. They talked of Caesar's present trip, of his future journeys, and journeys in general. Sailors and old soldiers narrated wonders which during distant campaigns they had heard about countries which a Roman foot had never touched. Homestayers, who had never gone beyond the Appian Way, listened with amazement to marvelous tales of India, of Arabia, of archipelagos surrounding Britain in which, on a small island inhabited by spirits, Briareus had imprisoned the sleeping Saturn. They heard of Hyperborean regions of stiffened seas, of the hisses and roars which the ocean gives forth when the sun plunges into his bath. Stories of this kind found ready credence among the rabble, stories believed by such men even as Tacitus and Pliny. They spoke also of that ship which Caesar was to look at, a ship which had brought wheat to last for 2 years, without reckoning 400 passengers, an equal number of soldiers, and a multitude of wild beasts to be used during the summer games. This produced general good feeling toward Caesar, who not only nourished the populace, but amused it. Hence a greeting full of enthusiasm was waiting for him. Meanwhile came a detachment of Numidian horse, who belonged to the Praetorian Guard. They wore yellow uniforms, red girdles, and great earrings, which cast a golden gleam on their black faces. The points of their bamboo spears glittered like flames, in the sun. After they had passed, a procession-like movement began. The throng crowded forward to look at it more nearly, but divisions of Praetorian foot were there, and, forming in line on both sides of the gate, prevented approach to the road. In advance moved wagons carrying tents, purple, red, and violet, and tents of byssus woven from threads as white as snow, and oriental carpets, and tables of citrus, and pieces of mosaic, and kitchen utensils, and cages with birds from the east, north, and west, birds whose tongues or brains were to go to Caesar's table, and vessels with wine and baskets with fruit. But objects not to be exposed to bruising or breaking in vehicles were borne by slaves. Hence hundreds of people were seen on foot, carrying vessels, and statues of Corinthian bronze. There were companies appointed specially to Etruscan vases, others to Grecian, others to golden or silver vessels, or vessels of Alexandrian glass. These were guarded by small detachments of Praetorian infantry and cavalry. Over each division of slaves were taskmasters, holding whips armed at the end with lumps of lead or iron, instead of snappers. The procession, formed of men bearing with importance and attention various objects, seemed like some solemn religious procession, and the resemblance grew still more striking when the musical instruments of Caesar and the court were borne past. There were seen harps, Grecian lutes, lutes of the Hebrews and Egyptians, lyres, formingas, citharas, flutes, long, winding buffalo horns and cymbals. While looking at that sea of instruments, gleaming beneath the sun in gold, bronze, precious stones, and pearls, it might be imagined that Apollo and Bacchus had set out on a journey through the world. After the instruments came rich chariots filled with acrobats, dancers male and female, grouped artistically, with wands in their hands. After them followed slaves intended, not for service, but excess. So there were boys and little girls, selected from all Greece and Asia Minor, with long hair, or with winding curls arranged in golden nets, children resembling cupids, with wonderful faces. But faces covered completely with a thick coating of cosmetics, lest the wind of the Campania might tan their delicate complexions. And again appeared a praetorian cohort of gigantic Sicambrians, blue-eyed, bearded, blonde and red-haired. In front of them Roman eagles were carried by banner-bearers called imaginarii, tablets with inscriptions, statues of German and Roman gods, and finally statues and busts of Caesar. From under the skins and armor of the soldier appeared limbs sunburnt and mighty, looking like military engines capable of wielding the heavy weapons with which guards of that kind were furnished. The earth seemed to bend beneath their measured and weighty tread. As if conscious of strength which they could use against Caesar himself, they looked with contempt on the rabble of the street, forgetting, it was evident, that many of themselves had come to that city in manacles. But they were insignificant in numbers, for the praetorian force had remained in camp specially to guard the city and hold it within bounds. When they had marched past, Nero's chained lions and tigers were led by, so that, should the wish come to him of imitating Dionysus, he would have them to attach to his chariots. They were led in chains of steel by Arabs and Hindus, but the chains were so entwined with garlands that the beasts seemed led with flowers. The lions and tigers, tamed by skilled trainers, looked at the crowds with green and seemingly sleepy eyes. But at moments they raised their giant heads, and breathed through wheezing nostrils the exhalations of the multitude, licking their jaws the while with spiny tongues. Now came Caesar's vehicles and litters, great and small, gold or purple, inlaid with ivory or pearls, or glittering with diamonds. After them came another small cohort of praetorians in Roman armor, praetorians composed of Italian volunteers only. Then crowds of select slave servants, and boys, and at last came Caesar himself, whose approach was heralded from afar by the shouts of thousands. The inhabitants of Italy were freed from military service by Augustus, in consequence of which the so-called cohors Italica, stationed generally in Asia, was composed of volunteers. The Praetorian Guards, in so far as they were not composed of foreigners, were made up of volunteers. In the crowd was the Apostle Peter, who wished to see Caesar once in life. He was accompanied by Lygia, whose face was hidden by a thick veil, and Ursus, whose strength formed the surest defense of the young girl in the wild and boisterous crowd. The Lygian seized a stone to be used in building the temple, and brought it to the apostle, so that by standing on it he might see better than others. The crowd muttered when Ursus pushed it apart, as a ship pushes waves. But when he carried the stone, which 4 of the strongest men could not raise, the muttering was turned into wonderment, and cries of "Macht" were heard round about. Meanwhile Caesar appeared. He was sitting in a chariot drawn by 6 white Idumean stallions shod with gold. The chariot had the form of a tent with sides open, purposely, so that the crowds could see Caesar. A number of persons might have found place in the chariot. But Nero, desiring that attention should be fixed on him exclusively, passed through the city alone, having at his feet merely 2 deformed dwarfs. He wore a white tunic, and a toga of amethyst color, which cast a bluish tinge on his face. On his head was a laurel wreath. Since his departure from Naples he had increased notably in body. His face had grown wide, under his lower jaw hung a double chin, by which his mouth, always too near his nose, seemed to touch his nostrils. His bulky neck was protected, as usual, by a silk kerchief, which he arranged from moment to moment with a white and fat hand grown over with red hair, forming as it were bloody stains. He would not permit Epillators to pluck out this hair, since he had been told that to do so would bring trembling of the fingers and injure his lute playing. Measureless vanity was depicted then, as at all times, on his face, together with tedium and suffering. On the whole, it was a face both terrible and trivial. While advancing he turned his head from side to side, blinking at times, and listening carefully to the manner in which the multitude greeted him. He was met by a storm of shouts and applause. "Hail, divine Caesar! Imperator, hail, conqueror! Hail, incomparable, son of Apollo, Apollo himself!" When he heard these words, he smiled. But at moments a cloud, as it were, passed over his face, for the Roman rabble was satirical and keen in reckoning, and let itself criticize even great triumphators, even men whom it loved and respected. It was known that on a time they shouted during the entrance to Rome of Julius Caesar, "Citizens, hide your wives, the old libertine is coming." But Nero's monstrous vanity could not endure the least blame or criticism. Meanwhile in the throng, amid shouts of applause were heard cries of "Ahenobarbus, Ahenobarbus! Where hast thou put thy flaming beard? Dost thou fear that Rome might catch fire from it?" And those who cried out in that fashion knew not that their jest concealed a dreadful prophecy. These voices did not anger Caesar overmuch, since he did not wear a beard, for long before he had devoted it in a golden cylinder to Jupiter Capitolinus. But other persons, hidden behind piles of stones and the corners of temples, shouted, "Matricide! Nero! Orestes! Alcmaeon, and still others, where is Octavia? Surrender the purple!" At Poppaea, who came directly after him, they shouted, "Flava coma, yellow hair," with which name they indicated a streetwalker. Caesar's musical ear caught these exclamations also, and he raised the polished emerald to his eyes as if to see and remember those who uttered them. While looking thus, his glance rested on the apostle standing on the stone. For a while those two men looked at each other. It occurred to no one in that brilliant retinue, and to no one in that immense throng, that at that moment two powers of the earth were looking at each other, one of which would vanish quickly as a bloody dream, and the other, dressed in simple garments, would seize in eternal possession the world and the city. Meanwhile Caesar had passed, and immediately after him 8 Africans bore a magnificent litter, in which sat Poppaea, who was detested by the people. Arrayed, as was Nero, in amethyst color, with a thick application of cosmetics on her face, immovable, thoughtful, indifferent, she looked like some beautiful and wicked divinity carried in procession. In her wake followed a whole court of servants, male and female, next a line of wagons bearing materials of dress and use. The sun had sunk sensibly from midday when the passage of Augustans began, a brilliant glittering line gleaming like an endless serpent. The indolent Petronius, greeted kindly by the multitude, had given command to bear him and his godlike slave in a litter. Tigellinus went in a chariot drawn by ponies ornamented with white and purple feathers. They saw him as he rose in the chariot repeatedly, and stretched his neck to see if Caesar was preparing to give him the sign to go his chariot. Among others the crowd greeted Licinianus with applause, Vitellius with laughter, Vatinius with hissing. Towards Licinus and Licanius the consuls they were indifferent, but Tullius Senecio they loved, it was unknown why, and Vestinius received applause. The court was innumerable. It seemed that all that was richest, most brilliant and noted in Rome, was migrating to Antium. Nero never traveled otherwise than with thousands of vehicles. The society which accompanied him almost always exceeded the number of soldiers in a legion. In the time of the Caesars a legion was always 12,000 men. Hence Domitius Afer appeared, and the decrepit Lucius Saturninus. And Vespasian, who had not gone yet on his expedition to Judea, from which he returned for the crown of Caesar, and his sons, and young Nerva, and Lucan, and Annius Gallo, and Quintianus, and a multitude of women renowned for wealth, beauty, luxury, and vice. The eyes of the multitude were turned to the harness, the chariots, the horses, the strange livery of the servants, made up of all peoples of the earth. In that procession of pride and grandeur one hardly knew what to look at. And not only the eye, but the mind, was dazzled by such gleaming of gold, purple, and violet, by the flashing of precious stones, the glitter of brocade, pearls, and ivory. It seemed that the very rays of the sun were dissolving in that abyss of brilliancy. And though wretched people were not lacking in that throng, people with sunken stomachs, and with hunger in their eyes, that spectacle inflamed not only their desire of enjoyment and their envy, but filled them with delight and pride. Because it gave a feeling of the might and invincibility of Rome, to which the world contributed, and before which the world knelt. Indeed, there was not on earth anyone who ventured to think that that power would not endure through all ages, and outlive all nations, or that there was anything in existence that had strength to oppose it. Vinicius, riding at the end of the retinue, sprang out of his chariot at sight of the apostle and Lygia, whom he had not expected to see, and, greeting them with a radiant face, spoke with hurried voice, like a man who has no time to spare. "Hast thou come? I know not how to thank thee, O Lygia. God could not have sent me a better omen. I greet thee even while taking farewell, but not farewell for a long time. On the road I shall dispose relays of horses, and every free day I shall come to thee till I get leave to return. Farewell." "Farewell, Marcus," answered Lygia. Then she added in a lower voice, "May Christ go with thee, and open thy soul to Paul's word." He was glad at heart that she was concerned about his becoming a Christian soon, hence he answered, "O sell me. Let it be as thou sayest. Paul prefers to travel with my people, but he is with me, and will be to me a companion and master. Draw aside thy veil, my delight, let me see thee before my journey. Why art thou thus hidden?" She raised the veil, and showed him her bright face and her wonderfully smiling eyes, inquiring, "Is the veil bad?" And her smile had in it a little of maiden opposition. But Vinicius, while looking at her with delight, answered, "Bad for my eyes, which till death would look on thee only." Then he turned to Ursus and said, "Ursus, guard her as the sight in thy eye, for she is my domina as well as thine." Seizing her hand then, he pressed it with his lips, to the great astonishment of the crowd, who could not understand signs of such honor from a brilliant Augustan to a maiden arrayed in simple garments, almost those of a slave. "Farewell." Then he departed quickly, for Caesar's whole retinue had pushed forward considerably. The apostle Peter blessed him with a slight sign of the cross. But the kindly Ursus began at once to glorify him, glad that his young mistress listened eagerly and was grateful to him for those praises. The retinue moved on and hid itself in clouds of golden dust. They gazed long after it, however, till Demas the miller approached, he for whom Ursus worked in the night time. When he had kissed the apostles' hand, he entreated them to enter his dwelling for refreshment, saying that it was near the Emporium, that they must be hungry and wearied since they had spent the greater part of the day at the gate. They went with him, and, after rest and refreshment in his house, returned to the Trans-Tiber only toward evening. Intending to cross the river by the Aemilian bridge, they passed through the Clivus Publicus, going over the Aventine, between the temples of Diana and Mercury. From that height the apostle looked on the edifices about him, and on those vanishing in the distance. Sunk in silence he meditated on the immensity and dominion of that city, to which he had come to announce the word of God. Hitherto he had seen the rule of Rome and its legions in various lands through which he had wandered, but they were single members as it were of the power, which that day for the first time he had seen impersonated in the form of Nero. That city, immense, predatory, ravenous, unrestrained, rotten to the marrow of its bones, and unassailable in its preterhuman power. That Caesar, a fratricide, a matricide, a wife-slayer, after him dragged a retinue of bloody spectres no less in number than his court. That profligate, that buffoon, but also lord of 30 legions, and through them of the whole earth. Those courtiers covered with gold and scarlet, uncertain of the morrow, but mightier meanwhile than kings, all this together seemed a species of hellish kingdom of wrong and evil. In his simple heart he marveled that God could give such inconceivable almightiness to Satan, that he could yield the earth to him to knead, overturn, and trample it, to squeeze blood and tears from it, to twist it like a whirlwind, to storm it like a tempest, to consume it like a flame. And his apostle heart was alarmed by those thoughts, and in spirit he spoke to the Master, "O Lord, how shall I begin in this city, to which thou hast sent me? To it belong seas and lands, the beasts of the field, and the creatures of the water. It owns other kingdoms and cities, and 30 legions which guard them, but I, O Lord, am a fisherman from a lake. How shall I begin, and how shall I conquer its malice? Thus speaking he raised his grey, trembling head toward heaven, praying and exclaiming from the depth of his heart to his divine master, himself full of sadness and fear. Meanwhile his prayer was interrupted by Lygia. "The whole city is as if on fire," said she. In fact the sun went down that day in a marvelous manner. Its immense shield had sunk halfway behind the Janiculum, the whole expanse of heaven was filled with a red gleam. From the place on which they were standing, Peter's glance embraced large expanses. Somewhat to the right they saw the long extending walls of the Circus Maximus, above it the towering palaces of the Palatine. And directly in front of them, beyond the Forum Boreum and the Velabrum, the summit of the Capitol, with the Temple of Jupiter. But the walls and the columns and the summits of the temples were as if sunk in that golden and purple gleam. The parts of the river visible from afar flowed as if in blood. And as the sun sank moment after moment behind the mountain, the gleam became redder and redder, more and more like a conflagration, and it increased and extended till finally it embraced the 7 hills. From which it extended to the whole region about. "The whole city seems on fire," repeated Lygia. Peter shaded his eyes with his hand, and said, "The wrath of God is upon it." Chapter 37. Vinicius to Lygia. "The slave Phlegon, by whom I send this letter, is a Christian, hence he will be one of those to receive freedom from thy hands, my dearest. He is an old servant of our house. So I can write to thee with full confidence, and without fear that the letter will fall into other hands than thine. I write from Laurentum, where we have halted because of heat. Otho owned here a lordly villa, which on a time he presented to Poppaea, and she, though divorced from him, saw fit to retain the magnificent present. When I think of the women who surround me now and of thee, it seems to me that from the stones hurled by Deucalion there must have risen people of various kinds, altogether unlike one another, and that thou art of those born of crystal. I admire and love thee from my whole soul, and wish to speak only of thee, hence I am forced to constrain myself to write of our journey, of that which happens to me, and of news of the court. Well, Caesar was the guest of Poppaea, who prepared for him secretly a magnificent reception. She invited only a few of his favorites, but Petronius and I were among them. After dinner we sailed in golden boats over the sea, which was as calm as if it had been sleeping, and as blue as thy eyes, O divine one. We ourselves rowed, for evidently it flattered the Augusta that men of consular dignity, or their sons, were rowing for her. Caesar, sitting at the rudder in a purple toga, sang a hymn in honor of the sea. This hymn he had composed the night before, and with Diodorus had arranged music to it. In other boats he was accompanied by slaves from India who knew how to play on seashells, while round about appeared numerous dolphins, as if really enticed from Amphitrite's depths by music. Dost thou know what I was doing? I was thinking of thee, and yearning. I wanted to gather in that sea, that calm, and that music, and give the whole to thee. Dost thou wish that we should live in some place at the seashore far from Rome, my Augusta? I have land in Sicily, on which there is an almond forest which has rose-colored blossoms in spring, and this forest goes down so near the sea that the tips of the branches almost touch the water. There I will love thee and magnify Paul's teaching, for I know now that it will not be opposed to love and happiness. Dost thou wish? But before I hear thy answer I will write further of what happened on the boat. Soon the shore was far behind. We saw a sail before us in the distance, and all at once a dispute rose as to whether it was a common fishing boat or a great ship from Ostia. I was the first to discover what it was, and then the Augusta said that for my eyes evidently nothing was hidden, and, dropping the veil over her face on a sudden, she inquired if I could recognize her thus. Petronius answered immediately that it was not possible to see even the sun behind a cloud. But she said, as if in jest, that love alone could blind such a piercing glance as mine, and, naming various women of the court, she fell to inquiring and guessing which one I loved. I answered calmly, but at last she mentioned thy name. Speaking of thee, she uncovered her face again, and looked at me with evil and inquiring eyes. I feel real gratitude to Petronius, who turned the boat at that moment, through which general attention was taken from me. For had I heard hostile or sneering words touching thee, I should not have been able to hide my anger, and should have had to struggle with the wish to break the head of that wicked, malicious woman with my oar. Thou rememberest the incident at the pond of Agrippa about which I told thee at the house of Linus on the eve of my departure. Petronius is alarmed on my account, and today again he implored me not to offend the Augusta's vanity. But Petronius does not understand me, and does not realize that, apart from thee, I know no pleasure or beauty or love, and that for Poppaea I feel only disgust and contempt. Thou hast changed my soul greatly, so greatly that I should not wish now to return to my former life. But have no fear that harm may reach me here. Poppaea does not love me, for she cannot love any one, and her desires arise only from anger at Caesar, who is under her influence yet, and who is even capable of loving her yet. Still, he does not spare her, and does not hide from her his transgressions and shamelessness. I will tell thee, besides, something which should pacify thee. Peter told me in parting not to fear Caesar, since a hair would not fall from my head. And I believe him. Some voice in my soul says that every word of his must be accomplished, that since he blessed our love, neither Caesar, nor all the powers of Hades, nor predestination itself, could take thee from me, O Lygia. When I think of this I am as happy as if I were in heaven, which alone is calm and happy. But what I say of heaven and predestination may offend thee, a Christian. Christ has not washed me yet, but my heart is like an empty chalice, which Paul of Tarsus is to fill with the sweet doctrine professed by thee, the sweeter for me that it is thine. Thou, divine one, count even this as a merit to me that I have emptied it of the liquid with which I had filled it before, and that I do not withdraw it, but hold it forth as a thirsty man standing at a pure spring. Let me find favor in thy eyes. In Antium my days and nights will pass in listening to Paul, who acquired such influence among my people on the first day that they surround him continually, seeing in him not only a wonder-worker, but a being almost supernatural. Yesterday I saw gladness on his face, and when I asked what he was doing, he answered, I am sowing. Petronius knows that he is among my people, and wishes to see him, as does Seneca also, who heard of him from Gallo. But the stars are growing pale, O Lygia, and Lucifer of the morning is bright with growing force. Soon the dawn will make the sea ruddy, all is sleeping round about, but I am thinking of thee and loving thee. Be greeted together with the morning dawn, sponsa mea. Chapter 38. Vinicius to Lygia. Hast thou ever been in Antium, my dear one, with Aulus and Pomponia? If not, I shall be happy when I show this place to thee. All the way from Laurentum there is a line of villas along the seashore. And Antium itself is an endless succession of palaces and porticos, whose columns in fair weather see themselves in the water. I, too, have a residence here right over the sea, with an olive garden and a forest of cypresses behind the villa, and when I think that the place will sometime be thine, its marble seems whiter to me, its groves more shady, and the sea bluer. Oh, Lygia, how good it is to live and love! Old Menacles, who manages the villa, planted irises on the ground under myrtles, and at sight of them the house of Aulus, the impluvium, and the garden in which I sat near thee, came to my mind. The irises will remind thee, too, of thy childhood's home, therefore I am certain that thou wilt love Antium and this villa. Immediately after our arrival I talked long with Paul at dinner. We spoke of thee, and afterward he taught. I listened long, and I say only this, that even could I write like Petronius, I should not have power to explain everything which passed through my soul and my mind. I had not supposed that there could be such happiness in this world, such beauty and peace of which hitherto people had no knowledge. But I retain all this for conversation with thee, for at the first free moment I shall be in Rome. How could the earth find place at once for the Apostle Peter, Paul of Tarsus, and Caesar? Tell me this. I ask because I passed the evening after Paul's teaching with Nero, and dost thou know what I heard there? Well, to begin with, he read his poem on the destruction of Troy, and complained that never had he seen a burning city. He envied Priam, and called him happy just for this, that he saw the conflagration and ruin of his birthplace. Whereupon Tigellinus said, "Speak a word, O divinity, I will take a torch, and before the night passes thou shalt see blazing Antium." But Caesar called him a fool. "Where," asked he, "should I go to breathe the sea air, and preserve the voice with which the gods have gifted me, and which men say I should preserve for the benefit of mankind? Is it not Rome that injures me? Is it not the exhalations of the Subura and the Esquiline which add to my hoarseness? Would not the palaces of Rome present a spectacle 100-fold more tragic and magnificent than Antium?" Here all began to talk, and to say what an unheard tragedy the picture of a city like that would be, a city which had conquered the world turned now into a heap of grey ashes. Caesar declared that then his poem would surpass the songs of Homer, and he began to describe how he would rebuild the city, and how coming ages would admire his achievements, in presence of which all other human works would be petty. "Do that! Do that!" exclaimed the drunken company. "I must have more faithful and more devoted friends," answered he. "I confess that I was alarmed at once when I heard this, for thou art in Rome, Carissima. I laugh now at that alarm, and I think that Caesar and his friends, though mad, would not dare to permit such insanity. Still, see how a man fears for his love. I should prefer that the house of Linus were not in that narrow Trans-Tiber alley, and in a part occupied by common people, who are less considered in such a case. For me, the very palaces on the Palatine would not be a residence fit for thee. Hence I should wish also that nothing were lacking thee of those ornaments and comforts to which thou art accustomed from childhood. Go to the house of Aulus, my Lygia. I have thought much here over this matter. If Caesar were in Rome, news of thy return might reach the Palatine through slaves, turn attention to thee, and bring persecution, because thou didst dare to act against the will of Caesar. But he will remain long in Antium, and before he returns slaves will have ceased to speak of thee. Linus and Ursus can be with thee. Besides, I live in hope that before Palatine sees Caesar, thou, my goddess, shalt be dwelling in thy own house on the Carinae. Blessed be the day, hour, and moment in which thou shalt cross my threshold. And if Christ, whom I am learning to accept, effects this, may his name be blessed also. I shall serve him, and give life and blood for him. I speak incorrectly, we shall serve him, both of us, as long as the threads of life hold. I love thee and salute thee with my whole soul. Chapter 39. Unsus was taking water from a cistern, and while drawing up a double amphora, with a rope, was singing a strange Lygian song in an undertone, looking meanwhile with delighted eyes at Lygia and Vinicius, who, among the cypresses in Linus's garden, seemed as white as two statues. Their clothing was not moved by the least breeze. A golden and lily-colored twilight was sinking on the world while they were conversing in the calm of evening, each holding the other by the hand. May not some evil meet thee, Marcus, because thou hast left Antium without Caesar's knowledge? Asked Lygia. No, my dear, answered Vinicius. Caesar announced that he would shut himself in for 2 days with Terpnos, and compose new songs. He acts thus frequently, and at such times neither knows nor remembers aught else. Moreover, what is Caesar to me since I am near thee and am looking at thee? I have yearned too much already, and these last nights' sleep has left me. More than once, when I dozed from weariness, I woke on a sudden, with a feeling that danger was hanging over thee. At times I dreamed that the relays of horses which were to bear me from Antium to Rome were stolen, horses with which I passed that rode more swiftly than any of Caesar's couriers. Besides, I could not live longer without thee. I love thee too much for that, my dearest. I knew that thou wert coming. Twice Ursus ran out, at my request, to the Carinae, and inquired for thee at thy house. Linus laughed at me, and Ursus also. It was, indeed, evident that she had expected him, for instead of her usual dark dress, she wore a soft white stola, out of whose beautiful folds her arms and head emerged like primroses out of snow. A few ruddy anemones ornamented her hair. Vinicius pressed his lips to her hands, then they sat on the stone bench amidst wild grapevines, and inclining toward each other, were silent, looking at the twilight whose last gleams were reflected in their eyes. The charm of the quiet evening mastered them completely. "How calm it is here, and how beautiful the world is," said Vinicius, in a lowered voice. "The night is wonderfully still. I feel happier than ever in life before. Tell me, Lygia, what is this? Never have I thought that there could be such love. I thought that love was merely fire in the blood and desire. But now for the first time I see that it is possible to love with every drop of one's blood and every breath, and feel there with such sweet and immeasurable calm as if sleep and death had put the soul to rest. For me this is something new. I look on this calmness of the trees, and it seems to be within me. Now I understand for the first time that there may be happiness of which people have not known thus far. Now I begin to understand why thou and Pomponia Graecina have such peace. Yes. Christ gives it." At that moment Lygia placed her beautiful face on his shoulder and said, "My dear Marcus," but she was unable to continue. Joy, gratitude, and the feeling that at last she was free to love deprived her of voice, and her eyes were filled with tears of emotion. Vinicius, embracing her slender form with his arm, drew her toward him and said, "Lygia. May the moment be blessed in which I heard his name for the first time." "I love thee, Marcus," said she then in a low voice. Both were silent again, unable to bring words from their overcharged breasts. The last lily reflections had died on the cypresses, and the garden began to be silver-like from the crescent of the moon. After a while Vinicius said, "I know. Barely had I entered here, barely had I kissed thy dear hands, when I read in thy eyes the question whether I had received the divine doctrine to which thou art attached, and whether I was baptized. No, I am not baptized yet. But knowest thou, my flower, why? Paul said to me, I have convinced thee that God came into the world and gave himself to be crucified for its salvation. But let Peter wash thee in the fountain of grace, he who first stretched his hands over thee and blessed thee. And I, my dearest, wish thee to witness my baptism, and I wish Pomponia to be my godmother. This is why I am not baptized yet, though I believe in the Savior and in his teaching. Paul has convinced me, has converted me, and could it be otherwise? How was I not to believe that Christ came into the world, since he, who was his disciple, says so, and Paul, to whom he appeared? How was I not to believe that he was God, since he rose from the dead? Others saw him in the city and on the lake and on the mountain, people saw him whose lips have not known a lie. I began to believe this the first time I heard Peter in Ostrianum, for I said to myself even then, in the whole world any other man might lie rather than this one who says, I saw. But I feared thy religion. It seemed to me that thy religion would take thee from me. I thought that there was neither wisdom nor beauty nor happiness in it. But today, when I know it, what kind of man should I be were I not to wish truth to rule the world instead of falsehood, love instead of hatred, virtue instead of crime, faithfulness instead of unfaithfulness, mercy instead of vengeance? What sort of man would he be who would not choose and wish the same? But your religion teaches this. Others desire justice also. But thy religion is the only one which makes man's heart just, and besides makes it pure, like thine and Pomponia's, makes it faithful, like thine and Pomponia's. I should be blind were I not to see this. But if in addition Christ God has promised eternal life, and has promised happiness as immeasurable as the all-might of God can give, what more can one wish? Were I to ask Seneca why he enjoins virtue, if wickedness brings more happiness, he would not be able to say anything sensible. But I know now that I ought to be virtuous, because virtue and love flow from Christ, and because, when death closes my eyes, I shall find life and happiness, I shall find myself and thee. Why not love and accept a religion which both speaks the truth and destroys death? Who would not prefer good to evil? I thought thy religion opposed to happiness. Meanwhile Paul has convinced me that not only does it not take away, but that it gives. All this hardly finds a place in my head. But I feel that it is true, for I have never been so happy, neither could I be, had I taken thee by force and possessed thee in my house. Just see, thou hast said a moment since, I love thee, and I could not have won these words from thy lips with all the might of Rome. O Lygia! Reason declares this religion divine, and the best. The heart feels it, and who can resist two such forces? Lygia listened, fixing on him her blue eyes, which in the light of the moon were like mystic flowers, and bedewed like flowers. Yes, Marcus, that is true, said she, nestling her head more closely to his shoulder. And at that moment they felt immensely happy, for they understood that besides love they were united by another power, at once sweet and irresistible, by which love itself becomes endless, not subject to change, deceit, treason, or even death. Their hearts were filled with perfect certainty that, no matter what might happen, they would not cease to love and belong to each other. For that reason an unspeakable repose flowed in on their souls. Vinicius felt, besides, that love was not merely profound and pure, but altogether new, such as the world had not known and could not give. In his head all was combined in this love, Lygia, the teaching of Christ, the light of the moon resting calmly on the cypresses, and the still night, so that to him the whole universe seemed filled with it. After a while he said with a lowered and quivering voice, Thou wilt be the soul of my soul, and the dearest in the world to me. Our hearts will beat together, we shall have one prayer and one gratitude to Christ. Oh my dear! To live together, to honor together the sweet God, and to know that when death comes our eyes will open again, as after a pleasant sleep, to a new light, what better could be imagined? I only marvel that I did not understand this at first. And knowest thou what occurs to me now? That no one can resist this religion. In 200 or 300 years the whole world will accept it. People will forget Jupiter, and there will be no God except Christ, and no other temples but Christian. Who would not wish his own happiness? Ah! But I heard Paul's conversation with Petronius, and dost thou know what Petronius said at the end? That is not for me, but he could give no other answer. Repeat Paul's words to me, said Lygia. It was at my house one evening. Petronius began to speak playfully and to banter, as he does usually, whereupon Paul said to him, How canst thou deny, O wise Petronius, that Christ existed and rose from the dead, since thou wert not in the world at that time? But Peter and John saw him, and I saw him on the road to Damascus. Let thy wisdom show, first of all, then, that we are liars, and then only deny our testimony. Petronius answered that he had no thought of denying, for he knew that many incomprehensible things were done, which trustworthy people affirmed. But the discovery of some new foreign god is one thing, said he, and the reception of his teaching another. I have no wish to know anything which may deform life and mar its beauty. Never mind whether our gods are true or not. They are beautiful, their rule is pleasant for us, and we live without care. Thou art willing to reject the religion of love, justice, and mercy through dread of the cares of life, replied Paul. But think, Petronius, is thy life really free from anxieties? Behold, neither thou nor any man among the richest and most powerful knows when he falls asleep at night that he may not wake to a death sentence. But tell me, if Caesar professed this religion, which enjoins love and justice, would not thy happiness be more assured? Thou art alarmed about thy delight, but would not life be more joyous then? As to life's beauty and ornaments, if ye have reared so many beautiful temples and statues to evil, revengeful, adulterous, and faithless divinities, what would ye not do in honor of one God of truth and mercy? Thou art ready to praise thy lot, because thou art wealthy and living in luxury. But it was possible even in thy case to be poor and deserted, though coming of a great house, and then in truth it would have been better for thee if people confessed Christ. In Rome even wealthy parents, unwilling to toil at rearing children, cast them out of the house frequently, those children are called alumni. And chance might have made thee an alumnus, like one of those. But if parents live according to our religion, this cannot happen. And hadst thou, at manhood's years, married a woman of thy love, thy wish would be to see her faithful till death. Meanwhile look around, what happens among you, what vileness, what shame, what bartering in the faith of wives! Nay, ye yourselves are astonished when a woman appears whom ye call univira, of one husband. But I tell thee that those women who carry Christ in their hearts will not break faith with their husbands, just as Christian husbands will keep faith with their wives. But ye are neither sure of rulers or fathers or wives nor children nor servants. The whole world is trembling before you, and ye are trembling before your own slaves, for ye know that any hour may raise an awful war against your oppression, such a war as has been raised more than once. Though rich, thou art not sure that the command may not come to thee tomorrow to leave thy wealth. Thou art young, but tomorrow it may be necessary for thee to die. Thou lovest, but treason is in wait for thee. Thou art enamored of villas and statues, but tomorrow power may thrust thee forth into the empty places of the Panditaria. Thou hast thousands of servants, but tomorrow these servants may let thy blood flow. And if that be the case, how canst thou be calm and happy, how canst thou live in delight? But I proclaim love, and I proclaim a religion which commands rulers to love their subjects, masters their slaves, slaves to serve with love, to do justice and be merciful, and at last it promises happiness boundless as a sea without end. How, then, Petronius, canst thou say that that religion spoils life, since it corrects, and since thou thyself wouldst be 100 times happier and more secure were it to embrace the world as Rome's dominion has embraced it? Thus discussed Paul, and then Petronius said, That is not for me. Feigning drowsiness, he went out, and when going added, I prefer my Eunice, O little Jew, but I should not wish to struggle with thee on the platform. I listened to Paul's words with my whole soul, and when he spoke of our women, I magnified with all my heart that religion from which thou hast sprung as a lily from a rich field in springtime. And I thought then, there is Poppaea, who cast aside 2 husbands for Nero, there is Calvia Crispinilla, there is Nigidia, there are almost all whom I know, save only Pomponia. They trafficked with faith and with oaths, but she and my own one will not desert, will not deceive, and will not quench the fire, even though all in whom I place trust should desert and deceive me. Hence I said to thee in my soul, how can I show gratitude to thee, if not with love and honor? Didst thou feel that in Antium I spoke and conversed with thee all the time as if thou hadst been at my side? I love thee 100 times more for having escaped me from Caesar's house. Neither do I care for Caesar's house any longer, I wish not its luxury and music, I wish only thee. Say a word, we will leave Rome to settle somewhere at a distance. Without removing her head from his shoulder, Lygia, as if meditating, raised her eyes to the silver tops of the cypresses, and answered, Very well, Marcus. Thou hast written to me of Sicily, where Aulus wishes to settle in old age. And Vinyas interrupted her with delight. True, my dear. Our lands are adjacent. That is a wonderful coast, where the climate is sweeter and the nights still brighter than in Rome, odoriferous and transparent. Their life and happiness are almost one and the same. And he began then to dream of the future. There we may forget anxieties. In groves, among olive trees, we shall walk and rest in the shade. O Lygia! What a life to love and cherish each other, to look at the sea together, to look at the sky together, to honor together a kind God, to do in peace what is just and true. Both were silent, looking into the future. Only he drew her more firmly toward him, and the knight's ring on his finger glittered meanwhile in the rays of the moon. In the part occupied by the poor toiling people, all were sleeping, no murmur broke the silence. Wilt thou permit me to see Pomponia? Asked Lygia. Yes, dear one. We will invite them to our house, or go to them ourselves. If thou wish, we can take Peter the Apostle. He is bowed down with age and work. Paul will visit us also, he will convert Aulus Plautius, and as soldiers found colonies in distant lands, so we will found a colony of Christians. Lygia raised her hand and, taking his palm, wished to press it to her lips. But he whispered, as if fearing to frighten happiness, No, Lygia, no. It is I who honor thee and exalt thee, give me thy hands. I love thee. He had pressed his lips to her hands, white as jessamine, and for a time they heard only the beating of their own hearts. There was not the slightest movement in the air. The cypresses stood as motionless as if they too were holding breath in their breasts. All at once the silence was broken by an unexpected thunder, deep, and as if coming from under the earth. A shiver ran through Lygia's body. Vinicius stood up, and said, "Lions are roaring in the vivarium." Both began to listen. Now the first thunder was answered by a second, a third, a tenth, from all sides and divisions of the city. In Rome several thousand lions were quartered at times in various arenas, and frequently in the night time they approached the grating, and, leaning their gigantic heads against it, gave utterance to their yearning for freedom and the desert. Thus they began on this occasion, and, answering one another in the stillness of night, they filled the whole city with roaring. There was something so indescribably gloomy and terrible in those roars that Lygia, whose bright and calm visions of the future were scattered, listened with a straitened heart and with wonderful fear and sadness. But Vinicius encircled her with his arm, and said, "Fear not, dear one. The games are at hand, and all the vivaria are crowded." Then both entered the house of Linus, accompanied by the thunder of lions, growing louder and louder.